Pei Yuan, a newly appointed officer of the Jinyiwei, found himself ensnared by a formidable female hero from the martial world shortly after his appointment. While attempting to apprehend rebellious criminals, initially resigned to a life overshadowed by humiliation, Pei Yuan soon discovered that a significant case would open up an entirely new realm of possibilities for him. Upon entering the Beijian Fu Sea, Pei Yuan verified his badge, aware that his arrival had attracted the attention of several idle Jinyiwei officers who deliberately loitered in the courtyard to catch a glimpse of him. The small flag bearer trailing closely behind him, noticing the curious gazes directed their way, urged in a hushed tone, "My lord, there's no need to pay them any mind." He added, "Mei Qingyang is renowned as a beauty in the realm. We have nothing to lose." Pei Yuan's brow twitched slightly as he turned to regard the flag bearer with a stern expression. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" he inquired. The flag bearer lowered his head, falling silent. As Pei Yuan resumed his path, he encountered an unfamiliar, rotund officer scrutinizing him intently. Upon making eye contact, the officer spoke in a sardonic tone. "Let us proceed, your superior awaits you." Emotionless, Pei Yuan acknowledged with a brief sound and continued onward, simultaneously activating his debt settlement system. Character: Pei Yuan. Occupation: Jinyiwei Zheng Lu Pin by Hu. Financial debts: accounts receivable, 0 liabilities. 5252 total debt: 38,825 taels of silver, including 30,000 taels from Gudiyong, 120 taels from Zhongyao, Chun, 32 taels from Tao Li Bin, 55 taels from Chun Lu, etc. Personal obligations: accounts receivable 11. You fulfilled Mei Qingyang's dying wish and may request a favor from her. Liabilities: 0-1. You owe a favor to Chong and the county magistrate of Xing, who desires you to marry his daughter to settle this debt. He has since abandoned this notion, allowing you to either erase this obligation or repay it forcefully. Current debt limit: 30,000 taels, currently exceeding the limit by 825 taels. With 215 days until the settlement date, the excess will be forcibly settled. Current credit value: 15100. You have acquired information regarding the Jinyiwei's vacancies, granting you a modicum of confidence from your creditors. Special status: debt-free indifference. You currently find yourself in a state of inexplicable calm. Pei Yuan's gaze lingered on the words Gudiyong, 30,000 taels, and he let out a long sigh. From the moment he sought to borrow that sum from Gudiyong, he realized he had embarked on an arduous path. Coming from an ordinary family, Pei Yuan's father had passed away, leaving behind gambling debts. He had performed poorly in the martial examinations, his only notable achievement being a misfired arrow that severed a flagpole during the test. To describe Pei Yuan as destitute and ineffectual would not be harsh. Fortunately, Gudiyong, the eunuch overseeing military affairs, had laughed heartily at Pei Yuan's misfortune and publicly remarked, "This boy's ability to seize the flag is impressive." The accompanying officials exchanged bewildered glances at this nonsensical commentary. Soon after, despite his initial failure, Pei Yuan was promoted to the top position through the reconsideration of various officials. If anyone were to criticize Pei Yuan's abilities, they would find themselves at odds with Bai Yu, the deputy governor of the Rear Palace, as well as Lu Wan, the minister of war. Having achieved a martial title, Pei Yuan was now qualified to inherit his father's position as a Bai Hu of the Jinyiwei. The catalyst for this change had been his debt settlement system, which enabled him to forcibly borrow 30,000 taels from Gudiyong. Acquiring such a significant sum from Gudiyong was no small feat, and navigating the intricacies of debt transaction rationality assessment was equally daunting. Thus, Pei Yuan promptly utilized the borrowed funds to purchase an official title from Gudiyong. When a eunuch received back a hefty loan he had recklessly extended, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. Purchasing an official title with such a substantial amount was quite reasonable within the prevailing economic structure. Ultimately, Pei Yuan acquired the official position, but with it came an overwhelming burden of debt. It was then that he discovered the debt settlement system imposed a debt limit. Uncertain of how the forced settlement of excess debt would be executed, he knew it was far from his desires. Originally, he had intended to swiftly gather funds within the Jinyiwei to repay some debts and settle the excess amount. However, Gudiyong's miserly actions had led him into a dire predicament. Theoretically, Yong should have facilitated Pei Yuan's transition into the Jinyiwei, even if it were merely by making a recommendation. After all, the current head of the Jinyiwei, Zhang Rong, was the brother of the chief eunuch, Zhang Yong. As the Jinyiwei was Zhang Yong's domain, such a courtesy was expected. Yet, Yong, unwilling to spend or incur obligations, forced Pei Yuan to undergo the standard procedure for the martial examination. This decision severely angered Zhang Rong of the Jinyiwei. Compounding matters, Yong's adopted son, Gu Bin, held a nominal position within the Jinyiwei. Gu Bin, unable to keep secrets, quickly spread the word that Pei Yuan had borrowed a considerable sum. Officers, both superior and subordinate, viewed Pei Yuan with disdain as a man burdened with significant debt, openly seeking to profit. With limited resources, others were bound to suffer should he consume more than his share. Consequently, shortly after Pei Yuan's arrival in the Jinyiwei, Zhang Rong cordially summoned him for a discussion, promptly issuing a transfer order to the Eastern Inspection Office that, in a state of utter confusion, Pei Yuan felt powerless. He had initially hoped to turn Zhang Yong or Zhang Rong into his creditors, but with Yong's gambling habits being his only recourse, he had no other options. Now, with his debts spiraling, borrowing from Zhang Rong was no longer feasible. Fortunately, not all assignments in the Eastern Inspection Office were perilous. While nominally overseen by a cadre of eunuchs, the actual operatives were ordinary personnel borrowed from the Jinyiwei. The two principal officials included the Chief of Punishments and the Chief of Law Enforcement, while the rest of the staff consisted of lower-ranking officers like flag-bearers and sub-lieutenants. The eunuchs managing the Eastern Inspection Office were delighted to receive yet another Baihu officer from the Jinyiwei. Xiu, the eunuch supervising the Eastern Inspection Office, even inquired personally about Pei Yuan's arrival. Upon learning that the new Baihu had achieved the top position in the martial examination, he was astounded. While Xiu held the Jinyiwei in contempt for its jealousy of talent, he promptly assigned this prodigious officer to undertake the most dangerous task, participating in the crackdown on the Meihua Hui insurgents in Nanji. Shortly after, news arrived. The Meihua Hui had suffered severe losses under the Eastern Inspection Office's assault. However, the unfortunate news was that a martial heroine named Mei Qinyang had captured Pei Yuan amidst her escape. In a desperate act, she declared that she could not leave this world without making her mark, and thus she took Pei Yuan into the thicket. Ultimately, Mei Qinyang perished from a hail of arrows, but Pei Yuan was fortuitously rescued. Upon the events being relayed back to Beijing, the esteemed eunuch Xiu of the Eastern Factory found himself in a moment of despair, fainting before the crowd. Upon regaining consciousness, his first utterance was a piercing exclamation, "Why does he not choose to die?" In the southern town's prefectural office, the eunuchs in charge were particularly sensitive to such matters. The uproar created by this incident was nothing short of a source of ridicule. Moreover, the subsequent developments in this affair dealt a heavy blow to the already anxious Qiu Gonggong, who sought to suppress it. The circumstances surrounding the Eastern Factory's siege of the Meihua society were swiftly disseminated by those with ulterior motives. The fervor of discussion surrounding this issue eclipsed even the nearby disturbances in Bazhou. Those knowledgeable understood that not everyone in the Eastern Factory was a eunuch, yet the uninformed believed that all within its ranks were. Thus, in the eyes of the ignorant, a female hero from the Jianghu who had dealt with a eunuch became the most sensational rumor circulating in the martial world. An enthusiastic debate even ensued regarding the feasibility and specifics of her actions. However, for those in the know, this incident sparked another topic of conversation. Initially, the rumors suggested that the female hero had dealt with an eunuch of the Eastern Factory, but as the tale spread among the misinformed, it was simply referred to as the Eastern Factory eunuch. Yet, not everyone in the Eastern Factory was deemed worthy of the title of eunuch. The only one deserving of such a distinction was Qiu, one of the 8 tigers renowned alongside Lu Jin. Thus, the same tale morphed into 2 distinct gossip versions, one for the informed and another for the uninformed, each relishing their respective narratives. Although such malicious gossip could not harm the treacherous figures of the Eastern Factory, it did not prevent them from deriving a sense of secret satisfaction. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 5, Qiu had preserved his chastity throughout his life. He could never have imagined that, at over 50, Upon attaining the position of Eastern Factory Supervisor, he would be burdened with such a scandal. This incident even allowed Zhang Yong to conspire against him before the Emperor Zhengde. Had it not been for Gu Daiyong's assistance in obscuring the matter, Qiuju might have lost all face as the Eastern Factory Supervisor. Consequently, on the very night Pei Yuan returned to the capital, the Eastern Factory dispatched its officers, clad in pointed hats and white boots, instilling fear and trepidation among the literati and military officials throughout the city. In the face of Qiu Gonggong's inquiries, Pei Yuan remained unflustered, calmly articulating his thoughts. My life is of little consequence. Yet if I were to perish, who would bear this ludicrous reputation? The situation was evidently clear. For Qiuju, a supervisor of the Eastern Factory, to engage in a serious discussion about such rumors was beneath his dignity. Moreover, it could potentially provoke certain individuals and worsen the situation. Should both parties involved meet their demise, the tale would conclude in ambiguity, rendering it even more perplexing. With a tremor, Qiu Gonggong turned away, tears welling in his eyes. It was better to avoid confrontation. Soon after, Pei Baihu was reinstated to the Jinyiwei. The only condition for Pei Yuan's escape was that he had to occasionally visit the largest tea house in Beijing to recount his stories involving the female rogue of the Jianghu. While the common folk found amusement in these tales, it inevitably drew disdain from his colleagues in the Jinyiwei. Today, Pei Yuan visited the southern town's prefectural office to meet with Zhang Rong, as a certain Han Qianhu had arrived to investigate his matters. The southern town's prefectural office was a disciplinary body within the Jinyiwei, rumored to have quietly sent many transgressors to their demise in secret dungeons. Pei Yuan appeared composed, yet to claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. Upon entering the magistracy, he quickly scanned the room, noticing that Zhang Rong, the commanding officer of the Jinyiwei, occupied the seat of honor, while no sign of the southern town's Qianhu was in sight. His heart lightened slightly as he hurriedly paid respects to Zhang Rong. Zhang Rong acknowledged him with a nod, gesturing for Pei Yuan to sit and wait. As Pei Yuan settled down, anxiety crept back into his mind. Since Zhang Rong was not the primary figure, it was evident that the investigation by the southern town's prefectural office was not unfounded. The last time they met, Zhang Rong had feigned politeness, but this time he seemed indifferent. After a brief silence, Zhang Rong, appearing somewhat disinterested, leaned on his hand and suddenly broke into a smile. Raising an eyebrow, he said to Pei Yuan, "Ah, how did that matter unfold? Do enlighten me." Zhang Rong's demeanor suggested he was keen for a conversation. Pei Yuan, taken aback, pursed his lips. Zhang Rong, lacking any genuine connection with him, seemed unconcerned with Pei Yuan's feelings. A playful smirk crossed his face as he jested. In that brief moment, did you conclude your business? Or did she? Pei Yuan found himself at a loss for words. The chaos of that day blurred his memories. It felt as though Mei Qin had clumsily touched him a couple of times before mounting him. Pei Yuan was uncertain if that could be deemed as conclusive. Yet, reflecting upon Mei Qin's resolute words before her demise, he believed that such a beautiful woman should not leave this world without fulfillment. That certainly counted as a debt of gratitude. Furthermore, the record of such a transaction was clearly documented, yet repayment was no longer an option. As Pei Yuan pondered these thoughts, the previously anxious rotund military officer entered, whispering to Zhang Rong, "The person has arrived." Zhang Rong nodded slightly, and, upon hearing the faint commotion from the courtyard, paused momentarily before stepping out to greet the visitor. His timing was impeccable, as he encountered the newcomer just outside the hall. His demeanor was exceedingly courteous and respectful, standing a few steps higher than the visitor. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I didn't expect such a trivial matter would require the esteemed Han Qianhu to come to the capital personally. Upon learning of this, my elder brother instructed me to raise a cup in your honor during tonight's reception." Pei Yuan was taken aback by the unexpected display of deference. As a commanding officer in the Jinyiwei, Zhang Rong held significant authority. Why would he treat a mere Qianhu with such respect? Though the title of commanding officer was merely of the 4th rank, adding chief elevated it to the 3rd rank, surpassing even the Jinyiwei's own commander, who also held the 3rd rank. Moreover, Zhang Rong was not an ordinary commanding officer. He had been appointed by the emperor to manage the Jinyiwei in the wake of a crackdown on the powerful eunuch Lu Jin. The previous commander, Shi Wui, had fallen victim to his machinations. The position of Jinyiwei commander remained vacant due to the formidable presence Zhang Rong represented. Furthermore, Zhang Rong's elder brother was Zhang Yong, the chief eunuch of the imperial sacrificial office. What merit did this Qianhu possess to warrant receiving a toast from Zhang Yong? Pei Yuan felt a slip of his footing, smoothly kneeling upon the ground, anxiously awaiting the inquiry from Southern Town's prefectural office. At that moment, a melodious voice responded, "You are too kind, officer. I shall not forget your elder brother's kindness." With that, the speaker boldly stepped forward. Zhang Rong, maintaining a smiling facade, followed closely behind and cheerfully remarked, "Well said, well said." Pei Yuan looked up in astonishment, noticing that the newcomer was remarkably handsome, clad in a resplendent flying fish robe, her steps light as she approached the hall. Upon reaching Pei Yuan, she inquired, "Are you Pei Yuan of the Jinyiwei?" Pei Yuan's gaze swept over the slender legs encased in tightly fitted attire beneath the flying fish robe, and he dared not look higher. The voice had already led him to suspect, and now there was no room for doubt. This Han Qianhu was indeed a woman. However, the Jinyiwei had always been a melting pot, as Pei Yuan was aware. Apart from the noble offspring of the royal family and meritorious individuals, there existed a substantial group of artists within its ranks, perhaps witnessing the downfall of the Huiqin emperors, who were ensnared by their passion for art, led to the stern decree from Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang forbidding future generations from favoring painters. However, where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures from below. Since painters could not enter the civil service, they sought positions within the Jinyiwei. From the era of Ming Qingzu, many painters within the Jinyiwei held nominal titles, such as Qianhu, Qianshi, Zhe. Could it be that this Qianhu Han shares a similar background? With this thought in mind, Pei Yuan did not hesitate to flatter the formidable woman who even garnered the favor of the eunuch in charge of the Sili Jian, responding, "Indeed, I am. But a humble servant, Dati O live well, and kneel is not a disgrace." In a narrative titled "Let Rulai Fall Silent and Guanyin Weep," Han Qianhu smiled gently, placing a hand lightly on Pei Yuan's arm. "I am Qianhu of the Nanjing Town Pacification Office. Your affairs do not concern me, so there is no need for such formality." Pei Yuan, discerning the subtle cue, stood up, finally grasping the significance of Han Qianhu's words. Nanjing Town Pacification Office? Not the Southern Town Pacification Office? A sudden realization struck him. The Southern Town Pacification Office was located near Dengshiku, which explained Zhang Rong's earlier mention of entering the capital. Pei Yuan's thoughts began to swirl. This involved a peculiar situation with the Ming court. After Zhu Di's usurpation during the Jingnan campaign, the court relocated from Nanjing to Beijing. However, as a means to balance the interests of both the North and South, the court retained a complete governmental structure in Nanjing. It included an entire system of the 6 ministries and 5 temples, with even the Jinyiwei fully represented. Yet, due to its distance from the central authority, the officials remaining in Nanjing were largely relegated to retirement, resulting in the Nanjing Jinyiwei fading into obscurity. The arrival of a Qianhu from Nanjing Jinyiwei, especially one whom Zhang Yong and Zhang Rong regarded with such esteem, inevitably piqued Pei Yuan's interest. As Pei Yuan stood, he discreetly glanced at the woman referred to as Han Qianhu. She possessed an air of elegance, with a somewhat masculine charm. In women's attire, she might be merely pleasant to the eye, but clad in her fitted garments and a feathered robe, Pei Yuan found her strikingly beautiful. His gaze quickly lowered, and he respectfully stated, "In matters of rank, I dare not act presumptuously." Han Qianhu smiled, and when everyone had settled, she turned to Pei Yuan and inquired, "What do you know about the Meihua Society case?" Pei Yuan's heart tightened. They had reached this topic at last. He realized that although Han Qianhu was not affiliated with the Southern Town Pacification Office, the case had unfolded in Nanjili. If she intended to inquire, there would be little that could be said from Beijing's end. After a moment's contemplation, Pei Yuan replied, "I do not know much about the Meihua Society." Previously, Lu Jin, the esteemed eunuch, dispatched numerous tax inspectors to the south, who performed their duties commendably. After Lu Gonggong's passing, Zhang Gonggong and Xiu Gonggong sought to take over these personnel. However, shortly thereafter, there were repeated incidents of gang attacks on tax inspectors. Xiu Gonggong suspected that influential families in Jiangnan were behind these disturbances. Thus, focusing on the Meihua Society in hopes of uncovering more insurrectionists. Noticing that Han Qianhu displayed no immediate reaction, Pei Yuan looked up to find her idly playing with a small white porcelain cup, seemingly listening with casual interest. He sensed that this was likely not the true purpose of her visit. As Pei Yuan paused, Han Qianhu directly broached the subject that intrigued her. "What can you tell me about Mei Qingyang?" Being questioned about such matters by a woman he considered beautiful left Pei Yuan feeling somewhat flustered, perhaps sensing his hesitation. Zhang Rong impatiently urged, "Speak freely, do not waste Han Qianhu's time." Reluctantly, Pei Yuan recounted the events in their entirety. Han Qianhu listened attentively, her bright eyes fixed on him, particularly focused on the final moments shared with Mei Qingyang, which she probed with relentless curiosity. Pei Yuan could discern that Han Qianhu bore no intent to humiliate him. Rather, her earnest demeanor suggested that the romantic entanglement was a riddle to be unraveled. Once Pei Yuan finished, Han Qianhu remained silent for a considerable time. Soon, the porcelain cup danced nimbly between her jade-like fingers, and she regarded Pei Yuan before asking, "How do you think Mei Qingyang perceives you?" Pei Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the question. Han Qianhu seemed to realize the futility of her inquiry and mused aloud. "Regardless, you hold a certain significance in her heart." Unable to contain his curiosity, Pei Yuan inquired, "Forgive my rudeness, but what significance does this hold?" Han Qianhu raised her thumb, flipping the small cup in her palm, and replied with a gentle smile, "Without a person, there is, of course, no significance. Yet, if a demon has transformed her into a vengeful spirit, one must find a way to draw her out." Pei Yuan gasped in surprise. Demons? Vengeful spirits? He felt a profound shock wash over him. Then, a troubling thought struck him. It is said that once a person dies, their debts disappear. Since Mei Qingyang had perished by a rain of arrows, how could she possibly appear as a receivable debt in the realm of human emotions? Zhang Rong, seemingly aware of something, chimed in, "Do not inquire into matters that ought not to be questioned." Han Qianhu, however, remained unconcerned, smiling as she said, "We will still need him in the future, so there is nothing to conceal." With that, she grasped the porcelain cup tightly in her palm and added, "The existence of our Qianhu office is not a secret. It is merely that over time, no one has made a point of mentioning it. However, there are indeed many who operate above board in both capitals." Pei Yuan listened in confusion, but remembering Zhang Rong's words, he refrained from speaking further. Han Qianhu continued, "My office, known as the Jinyiwei Qianhu, was originally established by the Taizu Emperor to hunt down remnants of the Ming sect. After the death of the Ming sect's leader, the remaining Dharma kings vanished, and our Jinyiwei Qianhu office shifted its focus to capturing demons and suppressing other heretical sections." Pei Yuan felt a chill run down his spine at the mention of the remnants of the Ming sect. Zhu Yuanzhang was once a member of the Ming sect, and once his power grew, he eliminated the minor Ming king, establishing his supremacy. This was a well-known fact among the populace, yet many avoided mentioning it in official circles. Who would dare to speak of it? Sweat beaded on Pei Yuan's forehead as he hastily replied, "I am but a humble scholar and have never heard of this before." Han Qianhu smiled knowingly and began to twirl the porcelain cup in her fingers. "You must have heard of the Jinyiwei, who serve as our eyes and ears in various temples." Han Qianhu looked at Songrong, a smile that did not reach her eyes gracing her lips. "We are diligent in our duties, conducting ourselves with integrity. Yet we are portrayed as clandestine rodents by those with darker motives." Zhang Rong wiped his brow nervously. Who would dare to speak against the orders of the Taizong? The pursuit of the remnants of the Ming sect and the search for rogue demons by the Jinyiwei Qianhu office was not something that could be publicly proclaimed. Pei Yuan, upon hearing the term Jinyiwei, was struck with a profound realization, his respect for the Ming court deepening. The Ming dynasty's rise was intertwined with the Ming sect, leading to stringent management of those capable of inciting the populace. Even moderately sized temples and monasteries employed Jinyiwei as informants. While this may be difficult for future generations to comprehend, the classic text Journey to the West, written during the Ming dynasty, faithfully reflects these phenomena. In a particular instance, the Bodhisattva was implored Rulai for enlightenment on the fundamental truths and origins. Rulai, with a gentle demeanor, expounded on the profound teachings, proclaiming the righteous fruits of the three vehicles and the stringent principles of the five aggregates, as celestial dragons circled and floral rain fell abundantly. After Rulai concluded, he addressed the assembly, stating that in the four great continents, beings embody both virtue and vice, varying from one region to another. In the Eastern Victory divine continent, reverence for heaven and earth prevails, with hearts at peace. In the Northern Jilu continent, while the act of killing is frowned upon, it is often done out of necessity, leading to a lack of moral refinement. In our South Asian subcontinent, there is neither greed nor killing, nurturing the spirit quietly. Although lacking the utmost truth, everyone enjoys longevity. Yet, in the Southern Jambu continent, greed, lust, and chaos abound, marked by bloodshed and strife, aptly described as a battleground of tongues and a sea of disputes. I now possess the true scriptures of the three collections, which can guide people toward virtue. With this, Rulai sent Guanyin to the eastern land to seek the one who would acquire these scriptures. Guanyin took the resplendent cassock bestowed by Rulai, along with the 9-ringed staff and the 3 golden hoops, and descended from Ling Mountain. Upon arriving at the foot of Ling Shan, I was halted by the golden summit Desian of Yuzhen Guan, who inquired about my purpose and instructed me to register. Guanyin Pusa, unexpectedly stirred by the fervent words of Rulai, experienced a surge of emotions, yet upon descending the mountain, was still required to register. With urgent matters at hand, the Bodhisattva stated, "Today, I am to receive Rulai's decree and embark on a journey to the eastern lands in search of a sage." The Desian then inquired, "When shall the sage arrive?" The Bodhisattva replied, "It is uncertain. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, he may reach this place." After completing the registration, Guanyin Pusa felt a sense of despondency. Could this endeavor truly bear fruit? Readers in later generations might find this perplexing. How could it be that beneath the feet of the Buddha at Ling Shan, the illustrious Guanyin Pusa must seek the registration of a Taoist? Yet, this was not strange at all. The narrative is rooted in reality, reflective of the world as perceived by the people of the Ming dynasty. Hence, novels penned during this era, whether chronicling the Guanyin Zen temple by Elder Jin Shi or the Ling Shan presided over by Buddha, feature Taoists overseeing all entries and exits. These Taoists, who exerted influence over every temple and monastery, were indeed the Zhanji Dao Run. This formidable power, ostensibly under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rites, became clear to Pei Yuan as he grasped the underlying truths. The beautiful commander of the Zhen Xieqian, Hu Suo, before him, was, in fact, the true leader of all Zhanji Dao Run. If it were others, they might assume that the Zhen Xieqian Hu Suo wielded only some religious influence, with their authority being somewhat marginal and insignificant in other respects. However, Pei Yuan was an exception. This time, he had followed the Eastern Factory to southern Jili to quell the Mei Hua Hui, acquiring vital intelligence from the Eastern Factory. The turmoil of the Mei Hua Hui appeared merely to be a simple case of martial figures attacking tax officials to seize wealth. Yet Pei Yuan discerned an exceedingly perilous undertone lurking within the chaotic reports. The Ming dynasty had enjoyed prolonged peace over generations, leading to a flourishing economy in the south. In the text Siyuzhai Songshuo, there is a summary evaluation of the commercial development in southern China during the mid-Ming period, noting that prior to Zhengde, 1 in 11 commoners were in official service, while 19 were engaged in agriculture. Now, those who transitioned from agriculture to commerce had tripled in number. Once, there were no idle hands. Now, those who abandoned farming for idleness had doubled. Essentially, of every 10 commoners, 6 or 7 had left agriculture. The population engaged in commerce and industry had vastly increased, naturally expanding the scale of these sectors. However, in stark contrast, the revenue from silver taxes, mineral taxes, and commercial taxes continued to decline. This situation profoundly impacted the interests of many. The established norms were not meant to unfold this way. Once the lower ranks had divided their share, how could those above sustain themselves? Consequently, to directly intervene and seize financial power, the court dispatched numerous tax officials to various provinces rich in commerce and industry in Jiangnan. The collection of commercial taxes underwent fundamental improvement, much to the detriment of the interests of the local gentry. Yet, the orchestrator of this endeavor was none other than the esteemed Lu Jin, which compelled everyone to endure in silence. Subsequently, a turning point emerged unexpectedly. One day, Zhang Kai, the Minister of Rites and an associate of Lu Jin, informed him, "Your Excellency, we are being taken advantage of. Are you aware?" Lu Jin was taken aback. questioning how such a thing could occur to him. These officials and tax inspectors, under the guise of honoring you, are plundering the localities, pocketing the lion's share of the wealth while offering you a mere token of respect, leaving you to bear the brunt of their notorious reputation. Upon reflection, do you not feel aggrieved? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin could scarcely remain composed. I am utterly incensed, he exclaimed. Thus, he humbly sought counsel from Zhang Kai. What should I do? Zhang Kai, demonstrating both intellect and emotional acumen, proposed an astute strategy. Rather than succumb to corruption, we ought to combat it. Let us apprehend these corrupt officials. Not only will the populace extol our virtues, but we shall also reclaim all the wealth. Lu Jin promptly ordered a thorough investigation into the shortfalls of local treasuries, pledging to hold accountable anyone found guilty of corruption. Within a year, Lu Jin successfully recouped the deficits accumulated over the previous 8 years for the court. Indeed, even these were the remnants left by Lu Jin himself. Furthermore, the governance philosophies of auditing and accountability that emerged during this process profoundly influenced subsequent rulers, such as Gao Gong and Zhang Zhuzhong, laying the groundwork for the flourishing of the Longqing era. Observing Lu Jin's remarkable capabilities, the ministers of the court bestowed upon him high praise, declaring him a capable minister in times of peace and a hero in tumultuous times. This delighted Lu Jin, who had received little formal education in his youth. However, the following year, Lu Jin was granted a death sentence. After Lu Jin's demise, his successor, Zhang Yong, naturally refrained from pursuing aggressive anti-corruption measures. Yet the increase in tax inspectors persisted. After all, with Lu Jin's death, the wealth he once possessed now belonged to Zhang. Moreover, Zhang Yong was not excessively greedy. Many within the court were willing to collaborate with him to see this endeavor through. Those in critical positions, such as Qiu Ju and Gu Diyong, as well as those gradually losing power like Gao Feng and Ma Yongcheng, all harbored a keen interest in direct taxation. Shortly after Lu Jin's death, Zhang Yong organized his first wave of confidants to Jiangnan for tax collection, only to be ambushed and slain by figures from the Meihua Hui. Pei Yuan, having grown up in the bustling streets, had heard many intriguing tales from the martial world. He was well aware that in Jiangnan, there existed numerous powerful clans that held greater influence than the local government within their own territories. Maintaining a semblance of cordiality was acceptable. Yet should the authorities engage in any indiscreet actions, not only would voices arise within the court to speak out, but also some elusive figures from the martial world would issue warnings. These tales, often recounted with great enthusiasm, spoke of outlaws who could slip a dead dog into a magistrate's bed, or of a lecherous rogue who could embrace a certain inspector's daughter for a night without repercussions. Such unspeakable matters wielded tremendous deterrent power. Most scholars and officials serving in distant lands either chose to endure in silence or became complicit, aligning themselves with local gentry. The figures celebrated in these stories were often rooted in the various renowned mountains, ancient sites, and temples, which provided land and resources to accommodate a multitude of idle young men, free from stringent government oversight. Not only could they conceal a small private militia, but 2 years prior, Lu Lu and Lu Qi had even mustered an army of over 10,000 men right under the eyes of the capital. The Meihua Hui in southern Ji Li was merely the tip of the iceberg. Some light-hearted chivalrous figures, masquerading as members of esteemed sects such as Huashan, Wu Dang, and Kong Tong, roamed freely in Jiangnan, evading governmental control. In many locales, it was often said that imperial authority did not extend to the counties, as if the Ming dynasty had been cleaved into 2 disparate realms, one polished and governed by the Son of Heaven and his officials, and the other a turbulent undercurrent ruled by local gentry and the martial world. The Taoists of the Zhen Xieqian who Suo held sway over only a handful of temples and monasteries. Yet their formidable strength and connections with numerous smaller temples rendered the Zhen Xieqian who Suo a significant conduit for the court in dealing with martial figures. In essence, they were the despised enforcers of authority in the eyes of the martial world. Upon discovering the identity of this Han, Qianhu, Pei Yuan could not help but feel that even if this striking beauty were to suddenly shed her Fei Yu attire, revealing the left Qinglong and right Baihu on her snow-white shoulders, he would not be the least bit surprised. Pei Yuan's demeanor grew increasingly respectful, pondering what instructions this esteemed Qianhu might have for a humble subordinate. Han Qianhu, unreserved, spoke directly. stating that the vengeful spirit transformed from Mei Qingyang had caused quite a disturbance in Nanji Li, and the cunning demon behind it had eluded capture despite several attempts. I intend to approach Mei Qingyang in hopes of luring her out. At this juncture, Han Xinhu fixed her gaze upon Pei Yuan and inquired, I plan to temporarily assign you to my Zhenxia Qinhu office. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan immediately recalled the notification from a system. Debt of gratitude. Receivable debt. 1-1 You have fulfilled Mei Qingyang's dying wish and may now request a favor from her. Pei Yuan's countenance bore a smile, yet internally he was cursing. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, This is not a decision I can make. It depends on the will of the Jinfu Si. Before he could concoct a suitable excuse, Zhang Rong let out a cold snort, asserting that Han Qianhu needed you. And this is your fortune. Do not be ungrateful. Han Qianhu did not engage with this remark, but regarded Pei Yuan with a light laugh. Pei Yuan realized that this matter was likely a foregone conclusion, should he continue to be obtuse. It was possible that Han Qianhu might summon 100 or more individuals to deal with him. He could only grit his teeth and say, Naturally, I will comply. However, could this matter be postponed for 2 days? Han Qianhu, intrigued, asked why. Pei Yuan had not intended to mention it, but now had no choice but to be forthright. In 2 days, the Jinfu Si will distribute the salary rice. I wish to receive this month's rations before attending to my duties with the Qianhu. Han Qianhu was perplexed, finding this individual rather odd. You are a baihu of the 6th rank in the court. Even here, you shall not lack for your salary. Do you fear that I, in Nanjing Jinfu Si, cannot afford to pay you? Pei Yuan swallowed hard and replied softly, I have several debts that urgently require repayment. Should I miss the deadline, I will face further complications. The tale of Pei Yuan's debts is indeed a convoluted one. When his father was still alive, he had amassed debts amounting to several hundred taels. This man was also a notorious drinker, regardless of whether he received salary or illicit gains. He would drink himself into a stupor, neglecting all else. Pei Yuan had lived in fear of his father, frequently confronted by creditors at the door. Once he grew somewhat sensible, he could no longer endure and took it upon himself to assume the burden of his father's debts. Subsequently, relying on an annual salary of 60 taels and a smattering of dubious income, he barely managed to sustain their lives. To prevent his debts from escalating too rapidly, Pei Yuan repaid the principal owed to the Shanning Ho family through numerous small loans, then maneuvered to control the scale of his debts. The interest from the Shanning Ho family was daunting. If a payment was not completed, regardless of prior repayments, the interest would accrue on the full amount, compounding the debt. After settling this particular debt, Pei Yuan found that the smaller loans became manageable, allowing him to rotate repayments before interest was due. At that time, he was merely 9 years old. At the tender age of 9, Pei Yuan found himself managing a vast empire of debts exceeding 100 counts, leading to a life devoid of hope. Earlier that year, his father passed away, and with the loss of additional income, Pei Yuan's debt-laden empire was on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, he inexplicably awakened to this debt-clearing system and, having reached the appropriate age, could inherit the position of a baihu of the 6th rank. Pei Yuan's family had held the hereditary title of baihu for 3 generations. During the first year of the Jingtai era, due to the mutiny at the Tumu fort, a significant number of military officials were lost, and rumors spread that the Walla army would invade. Consequently, the emperor generously permitted the common folk to donate horse fodder for the officials. Upon this decree, many northern gentry fled. The following year, the emperor issued another edict, proclaiming that the prior scare was merely a jest. The Walla were unlikely to return. This era of prosperity was merely the beginning. Moreover, the terms were raised to allow for the donation of hereditary military positions, with actual appointments within the Jinyiwei. During this time, Pei Yuan's great-grandfather decisively capitalized on the situation, donating 600 shur of provisions to gain the position of trial baihu in the Jinyiwei. Having navigated commerce for half a lifetime, he had not experienced significant losses. Shortly after entering the Jinyiwei, due to his generosity and keen insight, he became a trusted confidant of the commander Lu Zhong. From a trial baihu of the 6th rank, he successfully advanced to a true baihu of the same rank. Later, due to involvement in the Jin Dao case concerning the late emperor, he was imprisoned alongside Lu Zhong. When the late emperor successfully restored his reign, Lu Zhong was executed by slicing. Pei Yuan's great-grandfather exhausted his fortune, ultimately severing ties with Liu Zhong to avoid the same fate. However, he left nothing for his descendants aside from the title of Baihu. Perhaps having witnessed such dramatic ups and downs, Pei Yuan's ancestors lived with remarkable clarity. Upon their passing, they left him not only the title of Baihu, but also a mountain of old debts. Although the Baihu he inherited was not founded on a solid base, it bore the court's sincerity. For over 50 years, he had received a tangible monthly salary of 10 sure, which, compared to the original donation of 600 sure, had yielded more than tenfold returns. Yet, what difference did it make? At present, a sure of rice could be sold for 5 qian of silver, and even if Pei Yuan abstained from food and drink for an entire year, he could only save 60 taels of silver. This amount was insufficient to cover the annual interest on the several hundred taels owed. Subsequently, a familiar elder relative hinted that if he could find a way to secure a genuine Baihu position, he might earn some profits to supplement his livelihood. By this time, it was already the 6th year of the Jinyiwei era. Not only was it difficult to obtain a minor Baihu position, but even many acting commanders and deputy commanders were idly waiting for vacancies. For instance, in the renowned novel Jinping Mei, the character Chen Qianhu, unable to secure a position, had to resort to running a coffin shop to make a living. Similarly, the hereditary Qianhu Xieshida could only sing for patrons to make ends meet. After the demise of the protagonist Shimin Qing, his official vacancy was also coveted by many. Pei Yuan inquired and learned that the current market price for a genuine Baihu position in the Jinyiwei was 3,000 taels of silver. This price had escalated beyond measure since his father's time. Now, Pei Yuan's meager salary could barely sustain him, let alone allow for payments to settle his father's gambling debts. The prospect of securing a genuine position was nothing short of a delusion. Fortunately, Pei Yuan had this debt-clearing system at his disposal and saw the opportunity to make a significant move. Thus, he sought out reputable creditors and kept an ear to the ground, eventually encountering Gu Deong, who engaged in light gambling. Initially, the plan was to borrow 3,000 taels from Gu Deong to secure an official vacancy. However, once the funds were forcibly obtained through the debt-clearing system, Pei Yuan realized a rather frustrating truth. He could forcibly borrow money, but he could not forcibly purchase an official position, especially not using Gu Deong's funds to buy a position from Gu Deong. Wasn't this simply a case of empty-handedly trying to catch a wolf? As Gu Deong began to realize the deception, Pei Yuan, in a moment of panic, blurted out 30,000 taels. A Baihu in the Jinyiwei could command a price of 3,000 taels, precisely because securing a vacancy indeed held the potential to yield those 3,000 taels. When the premium reached tenfold, this lending ceased to be mere borrowing and transformed into a venture fraught with the potential for astronomical profits. Even Gu Deong could not resist such temptation. After all, was not the money lent expected to return? Thus, Pei Yuan's empire of debt suffered a fatal blow, and the debt liquidation system was updated to impose limits on debts and mandatory settlement dates for overdrawn amounts. Subsequently, troubles began to arise. The matter of Pei Yuan borrowing 30,000 taels of silver from Gu Deong had eluded many, yet it could not escape the scrutiny of his concerned creditors. Although Pei Yuan repeatedly asserted that Lord Gu was well aware of his financial situation and was not pressing for repayment, the lenders remained anxious, many fervently declaring that as long as the principal was returned on time, they could even waive the interest. Pei Yuan had to seize the opportunity presented by the spread of this news and his recent appointment to hastily secure additional long-term loans while settling some debts that were soon due. If he waited until he returned from Nanjing, it would be all over. Upon hearing Pei Yuan's vague explanation, Han Qianhu responded with a thoughtful "oh." She frequently engaged with the bustling world outside and was not oblivious to the ways of life. After a moment's contemplation, she flicked her fingers, sending the delicate white porcelain cup she had been toying with flying towards Pei Yuan. He hurriedly caught it with both hands. Han Qianhu smiled and said, "Let's do this. I shall advance your salary for this month, relieving you of your worries. The cup you hold is my token. Take it to the nearest temple or Taoist shrine and request 6 taels of silver. Any excess shall be regarded as a reward for you. Meet me here tomorrow at noon." Pei Yuan was somewhat taken aback by this offer. As a 6th-rank official, he was entitled to receive 10 sure of grain each month, which could be converted into silver at an unstable rate, yielding only a rough estimate. For instance, this year in Beijili, due to a rebellion, the price of rice had remained above 5 qian per sure, translating to slightly over 5 taels of silver. In contrast, the prolonged drought in Hunan had driven the price of rice to as high as 1 tael and 2 qian per shire, yet the distance made transportation impractical. In theory, officials in the two capitals could convert their grain directly into silver, with the official conversion rate set at 7 qian per shire this year. By this rate, Pei Yuan could expect to receive 7 taels, but to think so would be overly naive. When calculating according to official rates, the full amount was not disbursed, as deductions were made. During the Ming Dynasty, due to insufficient currency circulation, a dual system of currency and goods was implemented for tax collection. For example, in the South, where silk weaving thrived, it was more convenient for taxpayers to submit silk products rather than grain. Consequently, the court allowed citizens to pay taxes directly in silk, which tax officials converted into money and then into grain, taking a cut at both stages. Officials were pleased. This was considered benevolent governance. Gradually, the treasury accumulated a hodgepodge of useless items, placing the court in a difficult position. After some deliberation, the court decided to convert these items into salaries, which left officials bewildered. As a sixth-rank official, Pei Yuan was entitled to an annual salary of 120 shire of grain. Upon careful breakdown, this comprised 66 shire of base salary and 54 shire of supplemental salary. The 66 shire of base salary could be converted into 12 shire of rice, 45 shire of silver, and 9 shire of silk. The 54 shire of supplemental salary included 27 shire each of cloth and cash equivalents. Due to rampant overprinting, Ming Dynasty banknotes had lost all circulation value by the Jingde era, rendering the 27 shire of cash equivalent essentially worthless. The 9 shire of silk and 27 shire of cloth were valued at less than 1/10 of their nominal amounts. Only the 45 shire of silver could be accurately calculated at 7 qian per shire of grain. By this assessment, Pei Yuan found himself in dire straits. Had it not been for the influential status of the Jinyiwei, which ensured a steady supply of provisions, Pei Yuan's empire of debt would have crumbled long ago. Han Qian, whose offer of 6 taels of silver was indeed a generous act. Seeing Pei Yuan still in shock, Han Qian, who playfully inquired whether she needed to fetch the silver herself. Zhang Rong, an officer from the Jinyiwei, interjected with a grin, "Jihua Temple is not far." Han Qian, whose smile faded slightly as she casually replied, "Then let it be Jihua Temple." Pei Yuan tightened his grip on the porcelain cup, furrowing his brow as he slowly exited the Beizhan Fu Si. The small flag he had brought along, anxious, approached and asked, "My lord, what did they say?" Pei Yuan had no subordinates, and this flag-bearer, Chen Tutai, had been returned alongside him from the Eastern Factory. In his 30s, Chen Tutai had a reputation for being adept at torture, never having failed in his duties before. When Pei Baihu traveled south, the Eastern Factory assigned Chen Tutai to bolster Pei Baihu's power, anticipating that once Pei Baihu vanquished the Meihua society, they would use Chen's skills for interrogation and capture the mastermind behind the scenes. However, fate had other plans, and Pei Baihu fell from grace before Chen could prove his worth. The head of the Eastern Factory, Qiu Ju, humiliated and disgraced, returned all personnel to the Jinyiwei. Chen Tutai, bewildered, found himself without a place upon his return, having spent over a decade in the Eastern Factory without any connections within the Jinyiwei. With no prospects of advancement, he realized that Pei Yuan, as a sixth-rank official, stood a better chance of rising than he did. After returning to the Jinyiwei, he chose to stay by Pei Yuan's side, hoping to share in whatever fortune may come. Pei Yuan's current position was no better than having none at all, yet he appreciated having someone to support him, and he felt a sense of responsibility towards his only companion. He believed he ought to give Chen Tutai some hope. After all, aside from ideals, Pei Yuan could offer little more. Pei Yuan reassured him, "Do not worry. The Jinyiwei in Nanjing has high hopes for me. A Qian who has come to recruit me for a task, and if this mission proves lucrative, I shall seek an opportunity to bring you along." Chen Tutai's face brightened at this, exclaiming, "Then it all depends on your favor, my lord." The past few days had been challenging for Chen, as he held a nominal position in the Beizhan Fu Si, receiving little recognition. Without the means to gain anything, he felt no different from those officials merely subsisting on empty titles. Reflecting on the efforts Pei Yuan had invested to secure his current position, it was clear how uncomfortable Chen's situation was. Though the Nanjing Zhan Fu Si lacked the power of its Beijing counterpart, it offered the allure of a distant court and the vibrant world of southern Jiangnan, where opportunities abounded. A few wealthy merchants without connections could provide enough to live comfortably. As they leisurely exited the alley, Pei Yuan casually inquired of Chun Tu-tai, "By the way, do you know which temple or Taoist shrine is nearest to us?" Chun Tu-tai hesitated. I can't say for sure, but Yuan In Temple seems to be nearby, and Guangxi and should also be in the vicinity." This uncertainty was not entirely Qin's fault. The reasons were quite complicated. Since the founding of the Ming dynasty, policies had consistently mandated strict control over the number of temples and shrines. If prime locations are transformed into temples and fertile lands become temple properties, how can the common folk survive? In the 6th year of the Hongwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang issued an edict prohibiting the expansion of monasteries, mandating that only one major temple be retained in each prefecture and county, with all others to be merged. In the 15th year of the Yongle era, Zhu Di reiterated this decree, forbidding monks and nuns from privately constructing hermitages, with severe penalties for violators. In the 10th year of the Zhengtong era, Zhu Qizhen further emphasized this stance, disallowing any new constructions and enforcing strict regulations. By the 21st year of the Changhua era, Zhu Jianxin reiterated the prohibition on temple expansions, declaring that those who dared to request repairs or falsely claim to revive ancient temples would be punished. From the founding of the dynasty to the present, nearly every successive court has upheld the principle of restricting temple expansions, issuing numerous decrees to this effect. Under the relentless suppression by successive courts, it ultimately resulted in. By the Jingde period, there were already over 800 notable temples within the city of Beijing alone. And how many smaller, less prominent temples might there be? We could draw a comparison here. According to the records in Jinling Fanchazi, during the Ming dynasty, Nanjing boasted 180 temples. This figure is likely incomplete, as other historical records indicate there were over 20 additional unnamed temples. We shall estimate this as around 200. Furthermore, Jinling Fanchazi notes that there were over 100 minor temples that did not make the official records. This implies that the proportion of lesser-known temples in Nanjing is approximately half of the recognized ones. By this calculation, there are over 400 unnamed small temples throughout the entire city of Beijing, with at least 1,200 temples in the capital. It is not surprising that even the officials of the Monks Bureau and Taoist Bureau would be baffled. Upon hearing the words of Chun Tu-tai, Pei Yuan murmured softly, pondering why Zhang Rong would want him to travel to Jihua Temple. As he contemplated the recent events, he repeatedly assessed the situation in his mind. Han Xin, who had instructed Pei Yuan to find a temple with a Zinji Taoist nearby to collect silver, which initially seemed a trivial matter. However, the intervention of the commanding officer Zhang Rong from the Jinyiwei was perplexing. Could it be that Han Xin, who, having long resided in Nanjing, assumed that Zhang Rong was unfamiliar with the temples in the capital and sought to exploit this opportunity for some ulterior motive? Indeed, with over 1,000 temples in the capital, a mere official from Nanjing would naturally be oblivious to the intricacies involved. As Pei Yuan walked slowly, the plump military officer who had brought him to the Bizenfu appeared at the corner of the alley. His expression was devoid of warmth as he coolly instructed, "Let us at least become acquainted today." With that, he tossed a small piece of silver to Pei Yuan and stated, "My name is Sun Bo." Having delivered this abrupt introduction, the rotund officer turned and departed. Holding the silver in his hand, Pei Yuan felt the unusual warmth of the coin for the first time. Chun Tu-tai followed closely behind, his brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, "Sir, what is this all about?" Pei Yuan shook his head and quietly replied, "Do not inquire further. Come with me to Jihua Temple." Jihua Temple, as it is known, is not regarded as a place of great renown. It is a prominent temple in Beijing, occupying over 2 hectares, with a main hall, auxiliary halls, a bell and drum tower, a great compassion hall, and hundreds of meditation rooms, rivaling the scale of the Confucian Temple in Beijing. Originally the family temple of the eunuch Wang Zhen, who held a position in the imperial sacrificial office, it was preserved after Wang Zhen's downfall following the Tomu Fort incident, as Jihua Temple had been established by the Emperor Ingzong. Later, upon Ingzong's restoration, a memorial hall for Wang Zhen was constructed within Jihua Temple. The common people despised Wang Zhen for his misgovernance, leading to a decline in the temple's popularity. However, despite his ignoble fate, many ambitious eunuchs would secretly visit to pay their respects after leaving the palace, given Wang Zhen's notoriety as the most powerful eunuch of the Ming dynasty. As Pei Yuan contemplated these fragmented thoughts, he speculated on Zhang Rong's intentions while making his way to Jinyiwei Temple. Sometimes, knowing certain secrets is not a dreadful burden. What is truly perilous is when others believe you possess knowledge that you do not. Pei Yuan's time was limited, and he arrived at Jinyiwei Temple before noon. The temple was not bustling with activity, and the monks were less haughty than those in other places. Upon noticing the two low-ranking military officials, the monk in charge of cleaning hurried off to inform the steward monk. The steward, unaware of the situation, greeted them warmly upon arrival. Pei Yuan wasted no time, stating directly, "I am here on official business and must meet the Zinji Taoist of this temple." Chen Tutai chimed in from behind, commanding, "Lead the way." Pei Yuan glanced back and thought to himself that Chen Tutai was quite the opportunist. Had they been at the Daji temple, he wouldn't dare to act so boldly, and Pei Yuan would have respected him as a true hero. Among the various sects of Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism and Indian esoteric Buddhism are the most distinguished. To what extent, you may wonder? They even possess a highly structured professional hierarchy. The highest rank is known as the Great Compassion Dharma King, followed by the Western Sky Buddha Child, the Grand National Master, the National Master, the Zen Master, the Dugan, and finally, the Lama. What is particularly enviable about this hierarchy is that it is not only officially recognized, but also grants various preferential treatments from the government according to rank. In simpler terms, it is a formalized system. Thus, the Lamas aspire daily, thinking I must diligently cultivate my practice to one day become a Dugan. The National Masters ponder. Big National Master XX, do not underestimate the youth. Next time, I shall defeat you in debates and ascend to the rank of Grand National Master. The Western Sky Buddha Child contemplates. All beneath the Buddha Child are mere ants. Ha ha ha. But is the Great Compassion Dharma King the ultimate powerhouse? Not quite. For above the Great Compassion Dharma King exists an entity of true invincibility, the Great Celebration Dharma King. The full title of the Great Celebration Dharma King is the Great Celebration Dharma King of the Western Sky, enlightened, perfect, and self-contained Great Wisdom Buddha. But that is not all. There is also the Ming Emperor, Zhu Hozhao, who was added to the ranks last year. The reason Tibetan Buddhism and Indian esoteric Buddhism are so favored by the royal family and nobility is not due to the profundity of their teachings, but rather because the monks are particularly adept at enhancing virility. Among them, the secret teachings favored by Emperor Xianzong are regarded as the pinnacle of chamber arts. This Emperor Xianzong conferred titles of Dharma King, Buddha Child, and National Master upon 437 individuals, elevating Buddhism's prestige to unprecedented heights. Envious of this, various Taoist sects sought to replicate this advancement system, reportedly devising concepts such as qi refining, foundation establishment, golden elixir, and nascent soul. However, after releasing these ideas, the court showed no interest, and thus there were no further developments. Seeing Chun Taoti's assertive demeanor and realizing he was addressing the Zinji Taoist, the steward monk hurriedly led the way. The Zinji Taoist is nominally managed by the Ministry of Rites, responsible for issuing commands and overseeing temple taxes, but in reality, he serves as an informant for the Jinyiwei within the temples and Taoist establishments. The stringent standards imposed by the law on monks and Taoists, coupled with the declining moral fabric of society, have created significant opportunities for profit. If those monks desire to enjoy peace and prosperity, establishing a rapport with the Zinji Taoist is of paramount importance. In larger temples, those responsible for intelligence gathering often hold considerable influence. Upon arriving at the residence of Zhangji Daoren, the attendant monk peeked inside, finding it vacant. He turned back with a forced smile, suggesting that the occupant might be in the back Zen courtyard. Chen Tutai, unaware of the subtle dynamics at play, saw Pei Yuan confidently striding into the room and promptly admonished him to fetch the person. The attendant monk, sensing the urgency, hurried off to find Zhangji Daoren. Shortly thereafter, an impatient voice echoed from the corridor, questioning whether it was someone from the Ministry of Rites or the Jinyiwei. The attendant monk whispered a few words in response. The impatient voice scoffed and exclaimed, "What the Jinyiwei? Zhang Rong has no authority over me." Chen Tutai sensed something amiss and glanced at Pei Yuan, who remained seated with composure, prompting him to straighten his posture. Soon, a robust man clad in a hastily donned Taoist robe, his hair tied up in a rough bun, appeared at the door. Perhaps in his haste, the corners of his robe flared, revealing freshly polished official boots. His expression darkened as he noticed Pei Yuan occupying his designated seat, and his countenance grew increasingly grim. Before Zhang Jidaoren could utter a word, Pei Yuan leaned slightly and slowly raised his right hand. His hand formed a loose fist, the thumb elevated, atop which rested a delicate white porcelain cup. Pei Yuan's gaze darted swiftly between the elevated cup and Zhang Jidaoren. The burly figure appeared as if confronted with a formidable beast, his ankles buckling as he nearly stumbled. His facial muscles slackened, and he trembled as he stammered. What crime has Cheng Ji who committed to warrant such a death sentence from the 1,000 households? Pei Yuan observed Cheng Ji whose panicked demeanor, drenched in sweat, and pondered whether this token held a different significance. He had come to collect silver and did not wish for Cheng Ji who to misunderstand the situation. However, considering Zhang Rong's peculiar behavior, he refrained from immediate clarification. Mimicking Humiliating gestura, he flicked the white porcelain cup into his hand and casually placed it on the table. He then stood and sauntered closer to Cheng Ji who, adjusting the hastily worn Taoist robe on his shoulders. Beneath his palm, he could distinctly feel Cheng Ji whose fear and distress. Pei Yuan felt reassured and casually inquired, "Why the alarm?" Cheng Ji who, wiping his brow with his sleeve, stammered, "If the subordinates fail in their duties." Han Qian who would use this cup to administer poison. Everyone knows this. Pei Yuan was taken aback, nearly wishing to wash his hands of the matter. Yet he was mindful of his actions. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he managed a strained smile and replied, "You need not fear. Whether Han Qian who is satisfied with you or not is beyond my knowledge. She summoned me for a different matter." Pei Yuan was concerned about the potential contamination of his hands, resulting in an unnatural smile that Cheng Ji who perceived as enigmatic. Hastily wiping his forehead, Cheng Ji who eagerly said, "Your Excellency, please command me." He glanced at Pei Yuan's attire, attempting to ingratiate himself further. "I have heard that in front of Han Qian who, there are 500 households, each possessing remarkable skills and enigmatic qualities. I have not had the fortune to meet them. May I ask how to address you?" Pei Yuan, with no need for deceit, replied with a smile. "Han Qian who only summoned me today to assist her. My surname is Pei." Intent on extracting information from Cheng Ji who, he deliberately maintained a teasing demeanor. Cheng Ji whose interpretation was his own concern, as Pei Yuan's words could only reflect the truth. Cheng Ji who promptly bowed again, his gaze flickering between the white porcelain cup and Pei Yuan, his anxiety palpable despite his efforts to appear composed. Pei Yuan settled back into his chair, noticing Cheng Ji whose disheveled robe, which revealed no indication of rank, and sought to understand the workings of Zhang Jidaoren's organization. Thus, he set aside the matter at hand and asked, "What is your current official position?" Cheng Ji who, feeling restless, quickly wiped his sweat and replied in detail. "I was originally a formidable figure along the Huai River, but after accumulating some wealth, I intended to purchase an official title for a stable life. I happened upon Han Qian whose recruitment, and I was accepted into the Nanjing Jinyiwei as a minor flag bearer. Later, Han Qian who inquired about my aspirations." Cheng Ji who smiled wryly. "I have long lost any ambition after a lifetime of struggle. Thus, Han Qian who assigned me this idle position as a Zhang Jidaoren at Jihua Temple." Pei Yuan silently acknowledged. Realizing why he did not resemble a military household descendant, he hailed from the grasslands. Disappointed by Cheng Ji whose half-hearted commitment, Pei Yuan did not expect to glean much about the affairs of the Zhang Xiaqian who, leading him to say, "Han Qian who has come to the capital today. I was sent to collect 6 taels of silver." After speaking, Pei Yuan deliberately glanced at the white porcelain cup, inquiring, "Do you require any proof from me?" Cheng Ji who, though perplexed as to why Han Qian who would require such a sum, could only respond, "I would not dare. I shall retrieve it immediately." Cheng Ji who hurriedly left the room and spotted the attendant monk peering from a distance. He quickly summoned the monk and whispered a few instructions. The attendant monk promptly departed, and Cheng Ji who re-entered to continue the conversation. Pei Yuan recalled his other objective and casually asked, "Has anything unusual occurred at Jihua Temple recently?" Cheng Ji who hesitated briefly, but ultimately replied honestly, "Yes. A eunuch from the palace visited 2 days ago to pay respects at the Wangjin Shrine. I inquired, and the visitor was Zhang Yong. This temple used to be Wang Zhen's ancestral hall, and an old monk here had encountered Wang Zhen. Zhang Gong expressed considerable interest in Wang Zhen's anecdotes from his lifetime before departing. Pei Yuan furrowed his brow. The political implications of a eunuch venerating Wang Zhen were akin to a literary official presenting a sword to the court, a gesture laden with significance. Zhang Yong had recently ousted Lu Jin, now riding a wave of momentum. It was a time for caution, even if he wished to pay respects. Why would he come in person? A misstep could send erroneous signals to the court and the populace. Noticing Cheng Ji, whose reluctance to continue, Pei Yuan pressed further. Is there more? Cheng Ji, who glanced at Chen Tu-tai, hesitating. Chen Tu-tai instinctively sought to withdraw, aware of the underlying implications. Pei Yuan reassured Cheng Ji, who, "It is fine, he is with me." Cheng Ji, who then lowered his voice, saying, "Yesterday, the emperor came, and he sought out the monks of the temple for inquiries. Later, upon learning that Zhang Daoren was a spy here, he summoned me privately to discuss the confidential records from years past and asked me to investigate a particular matter." Pei Yuan immediately inquired, "What matter?" Cheng Ji, who replied, "The emperor wishes to know if, after the renovation of Jihua Temple by Emperor Ingzong, he ever visited and if any remarks were left behind." Seeing Pei Yuan deep in thought, Cheng Ji, who continued, "This morning, the commanding officer of Jinyiwei, Zhang Rong, sent someone to inquire about this matter. However, since it concerns the emperor, had Zhang Rong come personally, I would have obliged as a favor. With him sending someone instead, I would not dare to casually discuss the emperor's affairs." Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan understood the unfolding events. Zhang Yong had visited recently, and now the emperor had come the day after. Either the emperor harbors doubts about Zhang Yong, or he has other intentions that he wishes to keep concealed from the public eye. It is evident that he does not wish for Zhang Yong to be informed. Such attitudes and underlying sentiments undoubtedly render Zhang Yong apprehensive. It is important to note that Zhang Yong bears a striking resemblance to Wang Zhen in certain respects. Following the downfall of Lu Jin, the political alliance between Zhang Yong, the Grand Secretary Li Dongyang, and the Three Borders Commander Yang Yiqing has become increasingly solidified. Although it does not match the overwhelming power that Wang Zhen once wielded, the collaboration of the Ministry of Rights, the Grand Secretariat, and the frontier troops forms a formidable force capable of quashing any dissent. Particularly, while Wang Zhen was fervently involved in military affairs and frequently intervened in policies regarding Walla, Zhang Yong, despite being a eunuch, is proficient in archery and horsemanship, possessing considerable valor. He commands both the 12 troops and the Divine Machine Battalion, and has personally supervised military operations in quelling the rebellion of Wang Anhua. With such power extending across the court and a keen interest in military matters, the Eastern Depot's supervisor Qiu Ju has even insinuated that Zhang Yong is akin to Wang Zhen. The emperor's sudden inquiries into Wang Zhen's affairs naturally caused Zhang Yong to feel uneasy. Wang Zhen's reputation is infamous, not only among the literati, but also among the common folk. Should the emperor ever utter the phrase, "This is my Wang Zhen," Zhang Yong would find himself in a perilous position. Yet, the Zhang brothers' concern may be unwarranted. The situation might not be as dire as they envision. Pei Yuan's expression remains unchanged, though his gaze shifts slightly. Despite Zhang Yong's esteemed status, in the eyes of the emperor, he is merely a household servant. Given Pei Yuan's indifferent disposition, one must wonder why he would exert so much effort for a mere servant. Zhang Yong is preoccupied with the fear of being equated with Wang Zhen, oblivious to the fact that the emperor's motives may diverge entirely. In his time among the common folk, Pei Yuan has heard whispers regarding the emperor's youthful ambition, paralleling that of Emperor Taizong, to gallivant across the steppes and forge great enterprises. However, there lies a significant obstacle before the emperor's aspirations for conquest: the disastrous military campaign that led to the Tumu Fortress incident under Emperor Ingzong. The emperor's past failures and their tragic consequences have become a substantial political hindrance to his military ambitions. Observing the emperor's actions, it is evident that he has become acutely aware of this issue and is beginning to make preparations. An astonishing thought crosses Pei Yuan's mind. Could the emperor be seeking evidence to clear Emperor Ingzong's name? As Cheng Jihu prepares to speak further, Chen Tutai grows increasingly restless. Is this information truly available to me without expense? To avoid suspicion, Chen Tutai quickly coughs to interrupt Cheng Jihu before more secrets are divulged and suggests, "Sir, would you like me to stand guard outside?" Pei Yuan glances at Chen Tutai and confidently replies, "There is no need for that. I trust you." Chen Tutai is left speechless, even questioning his own integrity. If, hypothetically, Zhang Rong were to arrange a more respectable assignment for him, he suspects he might abandon this dismal post and seek service elsewhere. Pei Yuan observes Chun Taoti's conflicted demeanor and muses that leveraging someone else's secrets to demonstrate trust is an impeccable strategy, requiring no interest in return. Cheng Jihu, noticing Pei Yuan's interest in the matter, continues, I have investigated and discovered that Emperor Yingzong was indeed unsettled by this affair. After the restoration following the incident of the door, he often visited Wang Zhen's shrine to sit in solitude. Until the day following the Chao-Qin rebellion, he stood there for a lengthy period, but he never returned thereafter. Pei Yuan finds it difficult to discern any clear conclusions from this. The intricacies involved cannot simply be unraveled through mere words. Since it does not directly concern him, he deems it unnecessary to dwell further. At this moment, a guest monk gently knocks at the door, prompting Cheng Jihu to turn and leave. Before long, Cheng Jihu enters with a beaming smile, carrying 2 packages of silver. Clearly, he regards Chun Tutai as Pei Yuan's confidant, disregarding the man's presence as he hands the 2 red paper-wrapped ingots of silver to Pei Yuan, lowering his voice to say, "One ingot is for Han Qianhu's report, and the other is a tribute from me to you, sir." In a chamber of the Northern Town Pacification Department, the handsome Han Qianhu casually sifts through a stack of papers. After reviewing one sheet, he handed it off to a middle-aged officer, Baihu Yuan Lang, beside him. Baihu takes it and glances at the densely packed debts, feeling a headache coming on. He casually organizes the papers and says to Han Qianhu, "Currently, I have gathered this much information. Aside from these detailed accounts, there's also a debt of 30,000 taels owed to Gu Daong." Han Qianhu appears thoroughly intrigued by the lengthy list of accounts and casually inquires, "Is there anything that has been overlooked?" I happen to find a ledger at his residence, which contains several years' worth of transactions, replies Baihu. Han Qianhu takes a pen from the desk and lays out several pages in front of him, methodically marking out a few dates. Upon glancing at the names of the creditors, he chuckles lightly. No wonder he had the audacity to demand military funds today. It is also no surprise that he is eager to secure a position despite the 30,000 taels of debt. The precariousness of the debts is nearing a breaking point. Baihu seems to regard Pei Yuan with disdain, smiling as he remarks, "They feared he would be too greedy, which is why he was transferred to the Eastern Depot." Unexpectedly, he could not establish himself there either. By the way, here is the information regarding his martial examination. The Northern Town Pacification Department has retained a copy. As Baihu speaks, he gestures for Han Qianhu to flip through the pages. Han Qianhu quickly scans through the records of Pei Yuan's martial examination, nodding thoughtfully as he comments. The intelligence gathered by the Northern Town Pacification Department is remarkably thorough, detailing not only what was said but also the expressions of those involved, immersing the reader in the scene. Upon reaching the latter pages, he smiles. What a pity that with Gu Daong from the Western Depot, the deputy commander Baiyu, and the Marquis Mao Rue of Fuchong all praising him. No matter how meticulously recorded, this information can only be false. Even if Zhang Rong understands the truth, he must simply hold his nose and accept it. Seeing Han Qianhu's remarks, Baihu tentatively asks, "This individual joined the Jinyiwei solely to exploit wealth, and yet he is so inept and useless. Should we consider alternative strategies for apprehending the sorcerer?" Han Qianhu, however, smiles, his neutral expression revealing a different charm. He casually picks up the pen and finds the section describing Pei Yuan's martial examination. He subsequently highlights the part where Pei Yuan missed the target, shooting an arrow that severed the flagpole, and notes Gu Daong's hearty laughter and public commentary, drawing a line beneath it. He then writes on the severed word, emphasizing, "An arrow can sever a flagpole from 80 paces, yet it cannot escape the embrace of Mei Qingyang." Han Qianhu's smile fades, and he gazes calmly at Yuan Lang, who begins to sense a shift in meaning as he observes the neatly organized pile of debts. When 2 seemingly unrelated pieces of information are accurately understood, Yuan Lang suddenly perceives a distinctly different Pei Yuan behind the tedious and intricate words. He possesses a meticulous mind, capable of precise calculations and planning. Despite lacking formal training in martial arts, he possesses extraordinary strength. Could such a figure falter in an advantageous situation, falling victim to a chivalrous woman of the Jianghu? Subsequently, Yuan Baihu contemplated the matter of the Meiwa Society. Although it appeared to be merely a rebellious force against tax supervisors active in Nanji Li, Yuan Baihu understood that this was merely the tip of a heavy, dark iceberg. When viewed from a fresh perspective, the once ridiculed Pei Yuan transformed in Yuan Lang's eyes. He has a keen sense of danger and can adapt swiftly to circumstances, making decisive judgments. When Mei Qinyang whimsically expressed her desire to not squander her existence, he immediately recognized an opportunity. Despite possessing the strength to shoot through a flagpole from 80 paces away, Pei Yuan chose to endure, leaving this perilous whirlpool with a comically disgraceful outcome. Yuan Lang pondered these matters with mixed emotions. Han Qianhu praised him, stating that to accomplish such a feat and emerge unscathed from the Eastern Depot was no simple task. He surmised that the rumors surrounding this incident were not without basis. At this juncture, Han Qianhu paused and instructed Yuan Lang to jot down notes. Should any chaotic rumors arise regarding his dealings in the future, he should remind him that it was certainly this scoundrel's doing. Yuan Lang was taken aback, grasping the implication of Han Qianhu's words. Did the official intend to bring him into the Jinyiwei Qianhu office? Han Qianhu offered no response, continuing to peruse the few pages of paper. Slowly, he remarked, "Let's observe further." Yuan Lang considered this and dutifully cautioned, "This Pei Yuan is somewhat inscrutable, and, as a sixth-rank Baihu official, his status would only be subordinate to a few upon arrival. Being brought into the Jinyiwei Qianhu office may not be advantageous." He added, however, "This individual indeed possesses exceptional qualities. Without a doubt, having him manage accounts to deal with those in the Ministry of Revenue is an unparalleled choice." Han Qianhu acknowledged with a sound, placing the paper down. At that moment, a white porcelain cup on the table emitted a sound. 1 ingot is for Han Qianhu's report, and 1 ingot is a humble tribute from a lowly subordinate to Baihu Darren. Both Han Qianhu and Yuan Lang glanced at the white porcelain cup. It contained half a cup of clear water, reflecting a tranquil scene. This image appeared to gaze at the ceiling, motionless, with a few indistinct figures lingering nearby. Sounds intermittently drifted from the vicinity. Yuan Lang remarked, "Cheng Jihu, this bureaucrat, has long sought to curry favor with the Qianhu for a promotion, only to have this young man benefit instead." Han Qianhu remained indifferent, stating, "Let us observe further." Pei Yuan in Jihua Temple remained oblivious to the fact that his every word and action was being scrutinized by that mysterious Qianhu. He contemplated the 2 ingots of silver, facing the most significant temptation since joining the Jinyiwei. Pei Yuan had joined the Jinyiwei solely for financial gain. He possessed no extraordinary moral integrity and was far from principled. His life had become untenable, prompting him to seek a lucrative opportunity, which led him to borrow a substantial sum to enter the Jinyiwei. Moreover, if one were to trace back, his family's hereditary military position within the Jinyiwei had also been purchased from Emperor Jingtai with 600 share of grain. Pei Yuan did not engage in extortion. It was Cheng Jihu who voluntarily offered his tribute, and even accepting it could be considered a refreshing anomaly in the court of the Ming dynasty. Under ordinary circumstances, Pei Yuan would not only accept this, but would do so with great delight. An ingot weighing 50 taels was nearly equivalent to Pei Yuan's annual income. Furthermore, Han Qianhu's request for him to collect the silver was merely a form of compensation, and it was unlikely he would inquire further afterward. Given that Han Qianhu was an official from Nanjing, even if he returned later, he would hardly remember the trivial matter of withdrawing 6 taels of silver from a temple. If Pei Yuan were to act unscrupulously and pocket both ingots, it would hardly stir any controversy. 100 taels could alleviate countless troubles, transforming Pei Yuan's current predicament drastically. However, one issue rendered the silver unbearably hot to the touch. His current assignment was to collect money. If Han Qianhu requested 6 taels, then it must be 6 taels, not a single extra ounce or fraction more. Even if Han Qianhu had merely tasked him with delivering a message, Pei Yuan would dare to accept the 100 taels with a clear conscience. But the nature of Han Qianhu's task was to collect money. The Jinyiwei was a military unit. Pei Yuan recalled his father's threats from childhood. Violating military orders can lead to execution. Although his father was of poor character and greedy, he had never breached military orders throughout his life. Pei Yuan took a deep breath, feeling a sense of regret. He addressed Cheng Jihu firmly, stating, "Han Qianhu instructed me to collect 6 taels of silver. 6 taels are 6 taels, not a fraction more, not a fraction less." Cheng Jihu's face displayed shock, as he had not anticipated that he would be unable to bestow a favor. He forced a smile, hastily explaining, "My lord, please do not misunderstand. This is merely a humble token of my appreciation." I have received much care from Han Qianhu in my early years, and now that I have met Baihu Darren, is this not another opportunity? Pei Yuan sighed, choosing to say no more, and curtly replied, 6 taels are 6 taels. Cheng Jihu began to sweat profusely. Sometimes, failing to present a gift could be more troublesome than presenting none at all. At that moment, the attendant monk outside cleared his throat, prompting Cheng Jihu to seek an excuse to withdraw. Moments later, Cheng Jihu re-entered, seemingly resolute, sheepishly smiling as he revealed a piece of broken silver clasped in his hand. My apologies, this is indeed the 6 taels of silver that my lord requested. Pei Yuan nodded, took the fragment of silver, weighed it slightly, and found it comparable in weight before slipping it into his sleeve. At that moment, Cheng Jihu turned and instructed, bring it here. The attendant monk outside quickly handed in a brocade box. Cheng Jihu opened the box to reveal a half-foot-tall Celadon porcelain vase. He explained with a smile, this is not a valuable item. It is merely something left behind by an old Taoist monk. Last winter, I encountered an elderly monk who was frostbitten in the streets. Out of kindness, I brought him back to Jihua Temple for care. Upon awakening, the old monk told me that he had been on the verge of death. But due to my intervention, he lived an extra half-day. Fearing it would disrupt his karmic balance, he gifted me this Celadon vase. Noticing Pei Yuan examining the vase, Cheng Jihu quickly added, I had it examined. This Celadon vase is not from a notable kiln and holds little value, but it possesses a certain peculiar charm. The old monk claimed that within it resides a small spirit. If one lights a stick of incense before the vase at midnight, the spirit would be compelled to act, and by dawn, a copper coin would appear in the vase. I have tried it once, and it proved quite effective. While this item may lack significant utility, it certainly has its intrigue. Pei Yuan had only recently heard of matters concerning the Jinyiwei Qianhu office from Han Qianhu, leaving him somewhat resistant to tales of demons and spirits. Chun Tutai suddenly turned pale, his gaze fixed upon the Celadon vase with a hint of trepidation. Pei Yuanxin mused that if he were to follow Han Qianhu in his endeavors, he might find himself entangled with all manner of unsavory affairs. Gaining more experience at this juncture would not be a misfortune. Moreover, although the monetary reward seemed meager and the act of offering incense appeared trifling, the singularity of such an unusual event could easily render the exquisite Qingyu porcelain vase worth several dozen taels of silver. With a smile, Pei Yuan accepted the brocade box. The white porcelain cup on the table, though not directly facing the group, allowed their words to seamlessly waft through another cup and reach the ears of Han Qianhu and Yuan Baihu. Yuan Lang glanced at Han Qianhu and sighed with relief. It seemed he might be of use after all. Perhaps the task of apprehending the demon could be entrusted to him. If he succeeded, I would not oppose his elevation to the 6th Baihu. As Han Qianhu listened, he idly picked up the inkstone and remarked indifferently that even if they wished to employ him, the person in question might not be amenable. This fellow had been probing their vulnerabilities all along. Pei Yuan inquired further regarding the circumstances surrounding Cheng Jihu and the Jinji Daoist, then shifted to matters concerning the Jianghu. Cheng Jihu, caught in a dilemma, confessed that he had long since washed his hands of such affairs. Even his eldest son had been withdrawn from the Huashan sect in search of more respectable employment. My Jihua Temple lacks the patronage of officials, and even if we were to act as intermediaries for those in the Jianghu, we would not benefit from it. Should you wish to inquire about matters in the southern province of Nanji, might I suggest visiting the Dci and Temple? They frequently engage with those from Nanjing. Pei Yuan continued his inquiries, only to discover that some temples, though appearing tranquil and serene, were secretly engaged in the unsavory business of extorting wealth in exchange for averting misfortune. Those in the Jianghu, indulging in violence and lawlessness, often incurred the wrath of the nobility, who felt compelled to retaliate. Their daily offerings to the temples were not without cost. When a wealthy patron faced difficulties, the temple was expected to showcase the boundless power of the Buddha. For instance, the notorious scoundrel known as Shirley Xiang, who had brazenly abducted the daughter of the city patrol inspector, was placed under a bounty of 300 taels of silver at the Sai in Temple. It was widely understood that the true instigator behind this scandal was the recently impeached Duke of Jianchong, Zhang Yanling. Known for his arrogance, Zhang resorted to such vile tactics when unable to find justification to counter his critics, thus seeking to humiliate the city patrol inspector. However, the inspector lacked evidence, and even if he had it, he was powerless against the formidable influence of the Duke. Later, a Jianghu hero approached the inspector, boldly proclaiming his intent to seduce Zhang Yinling's daughter and avenge him. Regrettably, the city patrol inspector, a learned man unacquainted with treachery, was deceived into parting with 500 taels of silver. Consequently, he fell ill from anger and withdrew from court for a time, unable to confront Zhang Yinling. The inspector's family redirected their focus toward the scoundrel Shirley Xiang, opting for a more conventional approach by making vows at the Ci and temple. Should their endeavor prove successful, they would return to repay the temple, settling their debts with the Buddha. Pei Yuan's inquiries became increasingly pointed, yet he found himself in a quandary. He was eager to learn more about the situation in the southern province at the Ci and temple. But Han Qianhu had merely given him the white porcelain cup as a means to retrieve funds from Jihua Temple. If he were to misuse it, he could attract unwanted trouble. Pei Yuan, steadfast in his resolve, continued to ask Cheng Jihu if he was familiar with any Taoists at the Ci and temple. Cheng Jihu's expression turned slightly awkward. Yun Weilin, the elder of the Jinxie Qianhu, held him in disdain. His son, Yin Wuxian, had some acquaintance with my son, and perhaps my son could introduce the esteemed gentleman. However, my son had gone out earlier and had yet to return. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan hesitated. The Ci in temple was located outside the Xiqing district at Xuanwu Gate, and reaching it would consume considerable time. Pei Yuan had several matters to prepare for this journey, not least of which was securing funds. Although he had exceeded his credit limit within the system, only the forced borrowing was directly affected. Funds borrowed through legitimate means would merely be recorded by the system without further interference. Pei Yuan had received 6 taels from Cheng Jihu, and the piece of silver tossed to him by his son, Bo, amounted to around 7 or 8 taels. While these funds would barely make a dent in his debts, they could sustain the circulation of his liabilities for a while. Naturally, the pressure of the debt settlement date loomed large. He needed to devise a means to acquire several hundred taels of silver during this journey south to alleviate his debt ceiling. It was said that the Ci in temple boasted a history of 1,000 years and had undergone significant renovations during the Chenghua period. That year, a most peculiar incident unfolded. The Wang of Ningyi, Zhu Meiwan, urgently reported to the emperor a dire situation. What calamity had occurred? It turned out that a demon had manifested within the palace of the Wang of Hejian, frequently possessing statues and nobles, demanding offerings of meat and wine, else threatening to incinerate the palace. This matter persisted for 2 years until one fateful night. The Wang's estate was caught unprepared and was indeed engulfed in flames. This sudden occurrence of supernatural phenomena stirred a haunting memory within the Ming Emperor Xianzong. A few years prior, a similar entity had appeared in the capital. On the 7th day of the 12th month in the 12th year, a black specter was sighted in the capital. Men and women in the streets were beset by this creature, which possessed gleaming eyes and a bushy tail, suffused with dark energy, infiltrating homes and causing those within to faint. Alarm spread throughout the city as people brandished blades and lit lanterns, sounding drums to drive it away, yet to no avail. The historical accounts of the Ming dynasty have been meticulously polished by the Qing dynasty over nearly a century, casting doubt on their reliability. However, this particular incident bears substantial corroborative evidence. The individual in question was named Yinji during the reign of Ming Emperor Xianzong. He served as a Hanlin scholar and minister of war. His position as a Hanlin scholar indicates he was among the most astute scholars in the nation, while his ascension to minister of war signifies he was a capable and shrewd individual, deeply embedded within the coarse circles of the empire. Such an astute and perceptive figure meticulously documented this event in his work, Jinyiwei Captain, beginning with the words, "I initially did not believe it, but later." He detailed, "I did not believe it first. Many common folk slept outdoors at night suddenly. A creature enveloped in dark energy appeared, entering through windows. Reaching even the innermost chambers, it would strike at limbs, faces, and backs, inflicting wounds that oozed yellow fluid. Those who awoke felt the pain only faintly. Many cities reported their injuries, and the local military and patrol inspector detained and investigated the matter, eventually reporting their findings. If one were to argue that solitary evidence is insufficient, there exists further corroborative testimony. This additional evidence even contributed to a notable scene. Wang Ao, in Jinza Changyu, described, "Its movements are like the wind, unpredictable, sometimes injuring faces or gnawing at limbs, striking dozens of times in a single night. One moment it would be in the east of the city, the next in the west, then in the north and south, causing widespread panic. One day, during an audience at the Fengtian Gate, the emperor was suddenly disturbed by the presence of this entity, alarming both the guards and ministers. The emperor attempted to rise and evade, but the chief eunuch, Huai-En, restrained him, thus stabilizing the situation. Is Wang Ao a trustworthy individual? To answer this question, one must consider his esteemed position. In the 4th year of the Zhengde era, he served as the Minister of Revenue, the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, and a Grand Scholar of the Wuying Hall, forming a powerful trio alongside Li Dongyang and Xiao Feng within the imperial cabinet. The scene he references in his writings may evoke a peculiar sense of familiarity. One might draw a comparison to the famed episode from the Ming Dynasty novel Journey to the West, where chaos ensues in the Heavenly Palace, and the gods are unable to approach the great sage, causing a commotion that ultimately draws the attention of the Jade Emperor. Thus, he sends the Lingguan and Jinyiwei to the west to beseech Buddha to subdue the great sage. Some may wonder if this is merely a fanciful notion. While literati often weave intricate meanings into their narratives, it may seem forced. Although there are similarities, the Jade Emperor sought Buddha in the west for subjugation, which is not reflected here. This leads us to the subsequent handling of the matter by the Ming Emperor Xinzong. Coincidentally, it was the formidable eunuch Wang Ji, the supervisor of the Western Depot, who was tasked with resolving the issue. Shortly thereafter, upon receiving a secret letter from the Prince of Ningyi, Zhu Meijian, the emperor recalled an incident where he was startled by a monkey. In his panic, he turned to faith for solace. He summoned the leader of the secret sect and eagerly inquired whether the techniques he had taught were also a form of Buddhist practice. The leader smiled and affirmed this. Consequently, Emperor Xinzong felt a great sense of relief and commanded the Grand General, Prince Tai Bao Lijin, to lead an army of 10,000 to restore the Dacian temple. As a result, the temple grew increasingly prominent, even surpassing the rank of the Zen master Yun Weilin within its precincts, who held a position of significance. Pei Yuan, merely borrowing authority from the household of Han Xianhu, found himself at a disadvantage when attempting to intimidate a minor flag officer. He contemplated sending the son of Cheng Jihu to scout ahead and promptly stated, "In that case, have your son wait for me at the entrance of the Dacian temple tomorrow morning. Han Xianhu and I have arranged to meet at the pacification office at noon. We must not delay." Cheng Jihu understood the implication and proactively assured, "Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure my son makes the necessary arrangements there. Once your inquiries are concluded, a carriage will take you directly to the pacification office." Pei Yuan chuckled, rising to take his leave. As he tucked the blue-glazed porcelain bottle into his sleeve, he remembered that purchasing incense would require some expenditure. Adhering to his frugal philosophy, he casually inquired, "By the way, is there any particular significance to burning this incense?" Cheng Jihu, perplexed, replied dismissively, "No particular significance. Ordinary incense will suffice." The attendant monk accompanying him quickly added, "There is no need for you to search, for the temple surely lacks not in such items. We have remaining gifts of agarwood, precious candles, and yellow paper from the emperor." Hearing that these were imperial offerings, Pei Yuan mused that using high-quality items for such spiritual endeavors could only be beneficial. After all, the emperor's gifts of agarwood, precious candles, and yellow paper were of the highest quality, suitable even for heavenly offerings. He smiled at the monk and remarked, "Indeed, you are quite knowledgeable. I appreciate your assistance." The monk, hearing the praise, felt overwhelmed and could only muster the courage to say, "Once I have informed the abbot, I will procure everything for you." Cheng Jihu observed the monk's response. Though somewhat naive, he felt a sense of pride and satisfaction. As Pei Yuan departed from the Zhihua temple with Cheng Jihu's accompaniment, he pondered aloud to Chen Tutai, who carried a large bundle of yellow paper, incense, and candles. What could possibly explain the monk's willingness to comply with Cheng Jihu's every demand? Chen Tutai instinctively replied, "Could it be that he holds some leverage over them?" Pei Yuan shook his head. It likely isn't a matter of privacy. Otherwise, Cheng Jihu would not be so brazen. Both were still in the early stages of their involvement with the Zen master and remained somewhat in the dark. However, Pei Yuan envied the swift flow of wealth that Cheng Jihu seemed to command. He felt a compelling desire to distinguish himself and secure a position under Han Xianhu's command. Pei Yuan resided in a modest two-courtyard home located in Dengshika Hutong, a legacy from his prosperous yet politically unfortunate ancestors. during his most challenging times. He had received offers from merchants wishing to purchase the ancestral home at a premium. Nonetheless, he staunchly refused, unwilling to tarnish his family's name with such a transaction. Even when offered a generous price, he often sighed in regret during restless nights. Had he not altered the property deed and mortgaged the house multiple times, he might have been tempted to sell. Alas, even if he could secure a handsome sum, revealing such matters would inevitably lead to a financial collapse. The intermediary involved in the mortgage was Chang Un, the county magistrate of Daxing. Pei Yuan had secured a loan of 60 taels against this property. In Chang and had signed the documents without a hint of hesitation, having watched Pei Yuan grow up and recognizing his potential. He believed that extending a helping hand now would yield great rewards in the future. Should any scandal arise, as long as Pei Yuan agreed to marry his only daughter, he would consider the matter settled, satisfied with the arrangement. Pei Yuan was grateful for this neighborly support. Upon assuming his official duties, the first thing he did was visit Magistrate Chang to share his joy. When Chang heard that Pei Yuan had borrowed 30,000 taels from the Western Depot supervisor Gu Deong, he promptly dismissed his beautiful yet bashful daughter, sending her back to her room the next day. As Pei Yuan and Chun Tutai walked together, they passed by Chang's former residence, prompting Pei Yuan to reflect on the past. Upon reaching his own doorstep, Pei Yuan took the agarwood, precious candles, and yellow paper from Chun Taoti's hands and said, "If the pacification office has not assigned you any duties by tomorrow, you may seek me at the Daishin Temple. I will speak to Han Qianhu about possibly bringing you on to assist me." Chun Tutai, having enjoyed Pei Yuan's encouragement, left filled with anticipation. Pei Yuan, however, watched his retreating figure with a gentle sigh. He returned home, placed the blue-glazed porcelain bottle and precious candles aside, and hurriedly set out to borrow money. Fortune favored him this time, as many lenders, hearing of Pei Yuan's successful assumption of his post, treated him with kindness. Of course, some were aware of his background. Fortunately, they merely regarded him with cool indifference, neither taking advantage of him nor incurring his ire. Pei Yuan managed to secure 15 taels after borrowing from various sources. He repaid some of his impending debts and inquired with more influential creditors about potential financial opportunities in the southern provinces. This revelation excited the creditors, prompting them to offer their assistance, even sharing some unsavory secrets from their industry. For a fleeting moment, Pei Yuan wished that they could remain his creditors forever, as they genuinely sought his success and prosperity. Once Pei Yuan had settled all matters and organized the information he had gathered, dusk settled in. He returned home and prepared a bowl of noodles, opting not to light a lamp. Pei Yuan's quaint courtyard once served as a resting place for his wayward forebear during his mercantile ventures. The location is exceptionally prime. For just a short distance away lies a bustling hub of activity. To speak plainly, the renowned Gulan Hudong is situated to the east of Dengshiku. According to the chronicles of Wu Zazu, the populace of Yin Yin comprises 4 predominant categories: the lowly more numerous than the gentry, women outnumbering men, courtesans exceeding virtuous women, and beggars surpassing merchants. The sordid realities of the marketplace, with its cacophony of wheels and hoofs, the chaotic mingling of thieves and rogues, and the comings and goings of unscrupulous traders, encapsulate the unflattering aspects of human nature, all prevalent within the capital. These disorderly individuals and their tumultuous affairs represent the truest essence of urban life beneath the resplendent veneer of the Ming Empire. The unspoken rules of engagement, which cannot be voiced yet exist within the hearts of all, are akin to what the wayward and disreputable refer to as Jianghu. Pei Yuan, having been raised in such a tumultuous milieu, exhibits resilience akin to that of a dragon fish. In the words of the historical texts, should one endeavor earnestly, whether as a fish or a dragon, one must await the moment of ascension. Regrettably, the historical accounts were prepared for a daughter, yet lacked the courage to witness Pei Yuan's leap. Pei Yuan's courtyard is in close proximity to the Jiafangxi, where official courtesans are held. Reclining on a chair in his courtyard with closed eyes, he listens to the melodious tunes from the Jiafangxi while reflecting on his accounts over the years. In a hazy stupor, he perceives the sounds outside, drawing nearer to the hour of Z. Pei Yuan abruptly opens his eyes, engulfed by a sense of urgency. Time is of the essence. Missing a single coin during this hour means forfeiting another at the next. Hastily, he retrieves the celadone vase and places it beneath the solitary grand locust tree in the courtyard. Timing the ignition, He lights the agarwood and precious candles. Pei Yuan gazes at the exquisitely crafted stack of yellow paper in his hand, pondering its utility. It seems of little consequence. So he decides to burn a few sheets atop the precious candles, offering them as a tribute to the little ghost. Once the yellow paper is consumed, the agarwood placed before the celadon vase appears to glow with renewed brilliance. Yet, Pei Yuan notices no other peculiarities, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Approximately an hour later, as the incense nears its end, a clear, melodious sound emanates from within the celadon vase, akin to a coin dropping inside. Overjoyed, Pei Yuan immediately wishes to inspect it, but unsure of any associated taboos and having failed to inquire with Cheng Jihu, he must restrain his curiosity. After a while, as the incense is completely consumed and the pale smoke dissipates, Pei Yuan exhales in relief, preparing to extinguish the precious candles. To his astonishment, before he can act, the two burning precious candles extinguish silently before him. Observing this, Pei Yuan feels an unexpected thrill and delight. To his amazement, the little ghost displays remarkable resourcefulness. With a burgeoning sense of familiarity, Pei Yuan takes the celadon vase into his hands, removes the wooden stopper, and tilts it, allowing a coin with a verdigris sheen to fall into his palm. Upon inspection, however, Pei Yuan finds the coin's condition lacking, a slight disappointment washing over him. Yet soon he perceives something unusual. The court, due to the insufficient credit of the Ming paper currency, had minted coins multiple times to alleviate the tension in currency circulation. The early Ming minted Hongwu coins, the 9th year of the Qingzhou minted Yongle coins, the 9th year of the Xuanda minted Xuanda coins. And coins were minted after the 16th year of Hongji. Each copper coin bore specific inscriptions, which Pei Yuan had long since memorized. However, this particular coin in his hand was markedly different, though it retained a round shape with a square hole. It bore none of the familiar inscriptions such as the Zhong Tong Bao, Hongwu Tong Bao, Yongle Tong Bao, Xuanda Tong Bao, or Hongji Tong Bao, but instead featured peculiar characters on either side of the hole. Pei Yuan held it up to the moonlight, noting its delicate craftsmanship despite the faint verdigris, leading him to ponder if it could possibly be from a previous dynasty. The question lingered, could this coin still be of use? The following day, while en route to the CINC, Pei Yuan continued to toy with the copper coin in his hand. After handling it throughout the night, its verdigris had dulled somewhat, appearing even more exquisite than coins from the Hongwu or Yongle eras. Pei Yuan had left early, arriving at the CINC just as the sun began to rise. The temple was bustling with incense offerings, attracting a vibrant crowd in the surrounding streets. Many of the visitors were families of officials, and with the temple also housing numerous guardian arhats, disturbances from ruffians were rare, making it a favored destination for the common folk. Dressed in the official attire of a Jinyiwei, Pei Yuan, with his embroidered spring knife in hand, entered a nearby eatery, awaiting the arrival of Chun Tu-tai and Cheng Jihu's son. Seizing an entire table for himself, he placed the knife aside, and the serving boy, not daring to slight the esteemed Jinyiwei, hurried over with a bow. Pei Yuan casually ordered several dishes, mindful not to select anything too extravagant. For as long as he did not overindulge, most vendors would not dare demand payment from him. This was a subtle rule imparted to him by his father, Pei Guang. From a young age, Pei Yuan had resolved to live above reproach, diligently adhering to the various rules his father had instilled in him. Coincidentally, the day was a holiday, and many families of officials brought their womenfolk to the CINC to offer incense. The small roadside eatery was busier than usual, filled with faces seldom seen. Among them were scholars from various regions. In the 6th year of Zhengde, following the recent spring examination, an extraordinary top scholar emerged, Yang Shun, the son of the esteemed Grand Secretary Yang Tingyi. Under normal circumstances, the son of a high-ranking official achieving the highest honors would spark considerable controversy. Yet this year was anything but ordinary, for Yang Shun's talents were simply remarkable. At the tender age of 11, he penned verses such as the soul of the red powder in the brothel and the bone of the green moss bathed in daylight. Upon hearing of Yang Shun's prowess, scholars across the land conceded defeat, exclaiming, I cannot compare. This examination brought mixed feelings. Many affluent scholars opted to remain in the capital a while longer to observe. They sought to exchange knowledge and improve themselves, as well as to forge connections with peers, which would prove advantageous for future endeavors, whether in establishing a reputation or pursuing official positions. These scholars, free from obligations, learned of the holiday at the Ci, where the daughters of officials often came to pray, and thus they flocked to join the revelry. Pei Yuan, observing the scholars in the eatery, felt a stir of annoyance. Among all scholars, he held the greatest disdain for the licentiates. Should they ascend to the ranks of officials, they would soon learn the fearsome nature of the Jinyiwei. If they were merely Sheng Yuan, they would lack the confidence to provoke Pei Yuan. Yet these licentiates, oblivious to their own limitations, could easily ignite a confrontation, leaving Pei Yuan in a precarious position. For instance, the middle-aged licentiate arriving late. Arriving tardy, he could have chosen another establishment. Yet he, noticing the eatery's bustling occupancy and only Pei Yuan seated alone, approached boldly, seeking to share a table amidst the curious gazes and whispers of the other scholars. Truth be told, Pei Yuan was not one to harbor animosity towards others. However, in such a situation, how could he bear to dine for free in the presence of a licentiate? Noticing Pei Yuan's stern demeanor, the licentiate, emboldened by silence, pressed on. He seemed to possess the strength of the Jiren from the 2 capitals and 13 provinces, confidently ordering tea in front of the treacherous members of the Jinyiwei. Pei Yuan silently consumed his meal, ignoring the scene. Noticing that no commotion was occurring, the scholars in the eatery quickly resumed their conversations, forgetting the corner where he sat. Pei Yuan contemplated the necessity of settling the bill later, his anger mounting with each thought. He observed the scholar for a moment, reflecting that knowledge is also a form of wealth. Thus, motivated by the desire to avoid loss, he retrieved a copper coin from his sleeve, forcing a smile as he complimented the Jiren. I have heard that those who can come to the capital to take the imperial examination are exceptionally talented. This coin bears 2 characters. I wonder if I might seek your guidance on them? The scholar initially appeared taken aback, but then, realizing even the treacherous Jinyiwei sought his advice, his spirits lifted somewhat. He glanced around, noticing no one was paying attention, and, feeling a tinge of disappointment, casually took the copper coin. With a dismissive glance, he chuckled lightly, saying, if you sought knowledge in other areas, I might regard you more highly. But regarding this trinket... Suddenly, he fell silent. The coin was clenched tightly in his hand, and his eyes darted about. Moments later, he opened his palm to scrutinize the coin closely. The middle-aged scholar, slightly plump yet fair-skinned, exhibited a rather lewd expression in that instant. Pei Yuan observed quietly, betraying no emotion. The scholar, enamored with the coin, toyed with it for a while before shaking his head with regret and placing it back on the table, slowly pushing it towards Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan did not hurry to take it, instead looking inquiringly at the scholar. The man's reaction clearly indicated a sudden greed, leaving Pei Yuan curious about what words he might utter. The scholar's expression turned serious as he cautiously spoke. These 2 characters read Su Zhu. Pei Yuan inquired, is there a particular significance to this coin? Is it valuable? Valuable? The scholar chuckled, initially planning to make a jest. But upon realizing Pei Yuan was merely a crude warrior, he shook his head, saying, it is worth one tael, or even 100 taels. At times, several hundred taels might not be as useful. Pei Yuan felt a mix of delight and astonishment, quickly taking the coin into his hand to inspect it closely. At that moment, he recalled he had yet to ask the scholar's name, and he eagerly inquired, might I ask your esteemed name, sir? Esteemed name? The somewhat arrogant scholar deflated, his interest waning. With Yang Yongxiu ahead, who dares to claim an esteemed name? Zhang Tsong from Yongjia, who has failed to achieve the Jiren title. Pei Yuan paid no mind to his mood. In his hands, this Su Zhu coin was merely a copper coin. Yet this fellow possessed the ability to transform it into something extraordinary. Thus, this annoying middle-aged scholar suddenly appeared refined in Pei Yuan's eyes. Pei Yuan promptly offered a flattering smile, saying, sir, you possess the talent of a WLing. Even if fortune does not favor you now, you shall surely have opportunities to govern the world in the future. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tsong felt as though 100 daggers had pierced his heart. Unable to suppress his anger and shame, he exclaimed, be silent. Pei Yuan was taken aback, feeling somewhat displeased. Is he out his mind? Little did he know, his careless remark struck a chord with Zhang Tsong's insecurities. Zhang Tsong was indeed a prodigy, well-read at a young age. At 13, he had once composed poetry comparing himself to a noble figure, holding a white feather fan, exuding a purity akin to snow. When in motion, he stirred a gentle breeze. In stillness, he hung like the bright moon. The ideals of the gentle breeze and bright moon were meant to alleviate the suffering of the world. Zhang Song had previously taken pride in this, but upon arriving in the capital, he encountered Yang Shun, who at 11 could compose poems about the lives of courtesans and the essence of nature. Zhang Song, at that time, was merely one among many Jiren, feeling disheartened. I cannot compare. At this moment, Zhang Song felt an itch in his teeth, realizing that the members of the Jinyiwei were indeed treacherous. The pain in his heart was profound. Pei Yuan, noticing Zhang Song's shame and anger, suppressed his confusion and asked, "Sir, why take offense?" Zhang Song's expression darkened, and after a long pause, he replied, "We share no acquaintance. Let us discuss money instead." Shifting the topic back to finances, the atmosphere became noticeably more congenial. This Suzhou coin was an exceptional rarity. I recall it being mentioned in the Chuanji by Hong Zun of the Southern Song Dynasty. Unfortunately, since the Song Dynasty, it has become exceedingly rare. Much like famous blades or horses, the value of this coin transcends its mere worth. It embodies a grand reputation. As Zhang Song spoke, he could not help but reach out to examine the coin again. After a moment, he added, "If it were merely this, it would be somewhat expensive, but still quantifiable in monetary terms. However, this coin possesses unique qualities, for it is a talisman against misfortune." Pei Yuan was perplexed. A talisman against misfortune? Zhang Song elaborated briefly. Such coins were crafted by the ancients to ward off evil, avert disasters, and invoke blessings. Some ancient coins, as they age, are regarded as auspicious treasures. Observe this coin. On the right, it reads Su, and on the left, Zhu, symbolizing a wish for longevity and the continuation of life. As Zhang Song spoke, he returned the coin to Pei Yuan. Such a fine item. Should you encounter someone discerning, selling it for dozens or even hundreds of taels should pose no problem. Pei Yuan's heart swelled with joy. With this newfound knowledge, it was as if a light had illuminated his mind, and he instantly conceived several plans for selling the coin at a high price. Zhang Song, witnessing Pei Yuan's excitement, remarked in disbelief, "You do not intend to simply sell this thing, do you?" Pei Yuan paused. "Is that not permissible?" Zhang Song gave Pei Yuan a disdainful look, teasing, "The greatest value of this item lies not in selling it, but in gifting it." Gifting? Pei Yuan was taken aback. Zhang Song, eager to showcase his knowledge, continued with enthusiasm, "Allow me to educate you. The name Su Zhu carries great weight, yet true specimens are nearly impossible to find. The current Grand Secretary, Li Dongyang, is advanced in years and frail. If you present this item as a gift, he will surely be overjoyed upon receiving such a treasure, welcoming you as an esteemed guest. This moment of glory far surpasses a mere 100 taels of silver." After saying this, Zhang Song could not help but feel a sense of intellectual superiority. Presenting this renowned Su Zhu talisman to Li Dongyang, a symbol of auspiciousness, would be akin to offering a rare treasure to the emperor. Pei Yuan certainly understood the value of being a guest of honor to Li Dongyang. He hesitantly grasped the Su Zhu coin, pondering its efficacy. Zhang Gong Smai. Who can say? Perhaps Li Daxueshi will find joy in this treasure. It may inspire him to live a year or two longer. Pei Yuan clutched the copper coin, recalling the celadon vase at home that housed a mischievous little spirit, involuntarily swallowing hard. He glanced at Zhang Song, who had transformed from someone he found detestable to an elegant figure, as if he had become a paragon of beauty. Zhang Song, so erudite and quick-witted, is indeed a treasure among scholars. Possessing a celadon vase that refreshes a coin each day is a remarkable fortune. Initially, Pei Yuan regarded this novelty with little significance, yet he soon realized the profound value of coinage. Perhaps there exist many coins worth dozens or even hundreds of taels in the world. The daily emergence of such a coin in his possession signifies something extraordinary. A mathematical formula materialized in Pei Yuan's mind. Celadon vase, national treasure. Zhang Song, a tree of wealth. His demeanor towards Zhang Song instantly transformed, radiating an unmistakable enthusiasm. Unable to contain himself, he shifted closer to Zhang Song and warmly addressed him, "Brother." Zhang Song, feeling a chill at the address, stammered, What do you wish to do?" Pei Yuan, with grandiosity, slapped the table and proclaimed, "Hearing such words from you, brother, is worth more than a decade of study. This meal is on me. Zhang Tsong glanced at the meat buns, tea, and dried tofu on the table and casually replied, "There is no need for that." Engaging with the Jinyiwei over a meal would only lead to unnecessary complications. To his surprise, the Jinyiwei, known for their notorious reputation, displayed unexpected generosity by sliding the coin towards him. Zhang Tsong was taken aback. Pei Yuan continued, "Your insights, brother, cannot be measured by mere hundreds of taels. This coin is a gift for you." Zhang Tsong, incredulous, looked at Pei Yuan and exclaimed, "Really?" He then, as if fearing Pei Yuan might retract the offer, added, "This is not merely a coin. It can also secure a favor from Grand Scholar Li Dongyang." Pei Yuan smiled candidly. "Coins differ, as do people. You are a scholar. I am a Jinyiwei. The favors you can obtain before the Grand Scholar far exceed those I could acquire." Zhang Tsong felt a stir within him, taking a moment to regard Pei Yuan earnestly. This Jinyiwei was indeed a clever individual. The notorious reputation of the Jinyiwei rendered them hardly capable of engaging in dialogue with someone of Li Dongyang's stature. Perhaps upon seeing the coin, Li Dongyang's first thought would be to question its origins and how it was obtained. Such thoughts could foster a sense of aversion towards the gift-bearer. It is only through a refined scholar like Zhang Tsong that such a gift could transform into a cherished anecdote. Zhang Tsong felt a flicker of temptation. He scrutinized the coin for a while, his fingers fiddling with it, before ultimately accepting it. "You are perceptive. However, as a student of virtuous knowledge, I do not engage in unscrupulous deeds, and thus I fear I cannot offer you anything in return." Pei Yuan promptly alleviated his concerns with a smile. "I simply hail from humble beginnings, yet I deeply admire literary talent. Occasionally seeking your counsel would suffice for my contentment. Is that so?" Zhang Gong has da. At that moment, Pei Yuan's debt settlement system unexpectedly popped up, revealing a new line. "Accounts receivable. 1-1 Zhang Tsong owes you a favor. He promises to entertain your inquiries in his leisure time. You may also compel him for a query once, but it will nullify this promise." Pei Yuan was taken aback upon reading the line. "Zhang Gong, so is this Zhang Tsong?" As Pei Yuan had stated, people differ, coins differ, and Zhang Tsong is not the same as Zhang Tsong. If these characters are inscribed this way, and he's indeed a Jinshi from Yongjia, then his identity is surely that of the man who drove away Yang Tingyi and ascended as the Grand Secretary. This individual would become the most trusted confidant of the future Daojun Emperor. When Emperor Jiajing ascended, the civil officials sought to consolidate power and diminish the emperor's authority. The astute young emperor quickly recognized the brewing dissent and ignited the great debate over the propriety of his ascension. The crux of the debate revolved around whether his legitimacy derived from the bloodline of Emperor Xianzong or from being the adopted son of Emperor Xiaozong, as per the endorsement of the officials. The implications of these two origins were starkly divergent. If the former were true, then with the death of Emperor Xiaozong's line, the legitimacy of succession could trace back to Emperor Xianzong's grandson, Zhu Hozong, making his claim rightful. Conversely, if the latter were the case, it would signify a complete disregard for the Xiaozong lineage, reducing all members of the Zhu family to equal standing in succession. The ministers could elevate him as an adopted son just as easily as they could choose another. At the tender age of 14, Zhu Hozong discerned the hidden traps within this tumultuous situation and launched a counteroffensive in an extraordinarily brief window of opportunity. However, facing the formidable civil official coalition, he was undeniably at a disadvantage. While he may have caught them off guard initially, once they organized, a counterattack was inevitable. Yet, that year heralded a significant turning point. The long-suffering Zhang Tsong passed the imperial examination. This treasure of a Jinshi emerged victoriously, citing classics and engaging in fierce debates, rallying a faction of supporters and former officials from the Hongji era to a stalemate. Zhu Hozong seized the moment to solidify his rule and cleanse his legitimacy. Thus, two notable losers emerged from this political turmoil: the vast old civil official coalition and Zhu Di, the Ming Taizong. Indeed, the grandson of Zhu Di's son found himself embroiled in a dispute over legitimacy, inadvertently caught in the crossfire. Zhu Di, who seized power through a coup, feared accusations of illegitimacy. Posthumously honored as Taizong, he sought to stand alongside Li Shimin, proving himself as a worthy son to his father. Yet Zhu Hozong, unexpectedly and audaciously, altered the title of Zhu Di from Ming Taizong to Ming Qingzu. This implied that the legitimate heir of the Zhou lineage was Zhu Biao. And with Zhu Yunwen's demise, Zhu Di transitioned from minor to major authority. The legitimacy of the Ming dynasty was fundamentally called into question, leaving many neutral officials aghast, as it tarnished their ancestral lineage. As for the victor of this political upheaval, there was no doubt it was Zhang Kong. His pivotal role in stabilizing the situation earned him the esteem of Emperor Jiajing, likening him to Zhao Zilong. Within just a few short years, he ascended to the position of Grand Secretary, maintaining the emperor's trust until his death, and posthumously awarded the title of Taisher. His journey can aptly be summarized as one of rising from obscurity to becoming a formidable force. Historically, he is described as courageous and unyielding, unafraid of resentment, exhibiting a particularly virtuous character and a disdain for corrupt officials. He sought to dismantle private factions while establishing himself as a leader. Pei Yuan gazed at Zhang Tsong with fervor. The formidable dragon is indeed appealing. I aim to embrace this dragon. This opportunity surpasses any advantage I could gain by ingratiating myself with a nearly incapacitated old man, Li Dongyan. If not for the last shred of integrity that Pei Yuan clung to, he might have uttered a thought that had drifted through his half-lived life, uncertain whether it was appropriate to voice. Pei Yuan gazed at this treasure of a chief minister, his smile radiating with unrestrained delight. The middle-aged man, perplexed, stared at the increasingly fervent demeanor of the cunning Jinyiwei, feeling an involuntary tension in his being, unsure of the other's intentions. Zhang Gong, glancing at the coins in his hand, felt their allure waning. He contemplated relinquishing his aspirations, yet found himself reluctant to part with them. After several failed attempts at the imperial examinations, Zhang Tsong was nearing his breaking point, desperate for a breakthrough. Perhaps, if he could present this as a gift to pave the way to the esteemed grand scholarly Dongyang, fortune might smile upon him. Cautiously, Zhang Tsong suggested to Pei Yuan that they conclude their business for the day. Pei Yuan, with a hearty and generous demeanor, responded, "My dear brother, please feel free." He did not even inquire about future contact. With Zhang Tsong's intellect and knowledge, he was destined to be among the elite few at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Pei Yuan would surely catch sight of him in that esteemed position. Furthermore, with the added financial support, Zhang Tsong's progress might be expedited. Surprised at Pei Yuan's prompt acquiescence, Zhang Tsong was puzzled by the value of the gift he had received from this cunning Jinyiwei. It seemed illogical. He was merely an unsuccessful candidate without any substantial backing. Was it truly admiration for his literary talent? Did he covet him as a person? The middle-aged man felt momentarily dazed. As Pei Yuan watched the distracted Zhang Tsong depart, he felt a newfound solidity in his own life. Could this be the gratifying sensation of having latched onto a powerful ally? Moments later, Zhang Tsong returned. Pei Yuan, intrigued, asked, "Brother, is there anything else?" Zhang Tsong, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Having received a favor from you, I have yet to inquire about your name." Pei Yuan was elated. The treasure of a chief minister had taken the initiative to ask for his name. What did this signify? It indicated progress in their relationship. Pei Yuan quickly introduced himself. "I am Pei Yuan, currently serving as a 100-house officer in the Jinyiwei. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." He then patted his chest, adding, "I have connections. I can converse with Zhang Rong, the commanding officer, and Qiu Ju, the head of the Eastern Depot, as well as Gu Deong from the Western Depot." Zhang Tsong was taken aback. What kind of high-stakes intrigue was this? He felt a surge of panic and hastily took his leave. As he exited the establishment, Zhang Tsong discreetly glanced back to see Pei Yuan still watching him with eager anticipation. The middle-aged man felt a heavy weight in his heart. He could no longer remain in the capital. After visiting Li Dongyang, he must hasten back to Yongjia. After bidding farewell to Zhang Tsong, Pei Yuan felt his appetite improve. Shortly thereafter, Chun Tutai arrived with a young man in his mid-20s. The young man bore a resemblance to Cheng Jihu, possessing a robust physique and a smile that blended innocence with a hint of worldly wisdom. Upon spotting Pei Yuan from a distance, he clasped his fists and bowed. Approaching to whisper, "I am Cheng Leixiang. Honored to meet you, Officer Pei." Pei Yuan was greatly pleased. Where is this? This was the entrance of the Daesayan Temple, bustling with nobility and scholars, as well as the families of officials. As a mere 100-house officer, one had to employ some ingenuity to partake in the offerings here. Cheng Leixiang, although appearing youthful and carefree, was more astute than his father. Pei Yuan, smiling, invited him to sit, and inquired, "Have you made contact with your friend Yun Buxian?" Cheng Leixiang, feeling a bit awkward, responded, "Jinyiwei Lin, that old man has a foul temper. He refuses to acknowledge anyone from the 100 House unless they are surnamed Han. My brother attempted to intercede, but it bore no fruit." Pei Yuan fell silent, his heart racing. He feared that his grandstanding might attract the attention of those with long-standing qualifications. If the conversation continued, previous dealings might be exposed. However, with Cheng Leixiang present, Pei Yuan could not afford to appear overly intimidated. He feigned contemplation and suggested, could it be that if the 100 House does not bear the surname Han, he would disregard the court's summons? Cheng Leixiang scratched his head, pretending not to hear. Pei Yuan took this as a cue to redirect the conversation. Never mind. Seeking out such individuals will only lead to trouble. Let's head directly to the Jinpu division. Cheng Leixiang agreed, stating that he had already arranged transportation. Pei Yuan noted Cheng Leixiang's adeptness in handling matters and sensed that the affairs of the southern Zhili might be challenging. It would be prudent to have more allies. He then recalled Cheng Zhihu's desire to secure a respectable position for his son and inquired, "Has your father arranged a background for you?" Cheng Leixiang quickly replied, "A few years ago, my father procured a trial 100 House background for me, but lacking connections, I have yet to find a placement." Pei Yuan was speechless. Was the Ming dynasty truly in the throes of rampant corruption, selling official titles everywhere? Noticing Pei Yuan's silence, Cheng Leixiang cautiously added, "I am a man of propriety. Should you offer a path forward, I will be willing to start from a minor position." Pei Yuan was even more at a loss for words. He was merely a temporary appointee under Han Qianhu, lacking the authority to arrange real positions for others. At this point, he could only non-committally respond with a few murmurs of acknowledgement. Seeing Pei Yuan's reaction, Cheng Leixiang became even more enthusiastic, and in a moment, he divulged his close friend Yun Buxian. In truth, the reason Jinyiwei Lin had been avoiding Pei Yuan was due to underlying issues. Pei Yuan was surprised to discover this unexpected information and, rising from his seat, curiously asked, "Oh, do tell." Cheng Leixiang, encouraged by Pei Yuan's interest, eagerly elaborated. Daesayan Temple is quite affluent. After so many years, Jinyiwei Lin has amassed considerable wealth, yet he lacks foresight. He bought a vice 100 House position for his son, Yun Buxian, hoping that one day Yun Buxian would take over his lucrative position at Daesayan Temple. But consider, our 100 House is primarily under Han Qianhu. The 500 House officers beneath him are all exemplary individuals. For Jinyiwei Lin to purchase a vice 100 House position for his son is sheer folly. Now, Yun Buxian wishes to join the 100 House as an ordinary lieutenant, yet even that is met with reluctance. In the future, he may have to spend considerable sums to secure a position in the garrison. If assigned to a remote area, he might toil away his life, not earning as much as he would in a single year at Daesayan Temple. Pei Yuan listened, beginning to grasp the situation. So, Jinyiwei Lin's avoidance was an expression of discontent? Cheng Leixiang, smiling, shook his head. Not at all. He is afraid to meet you, fearing he might lose his position. Thus, he relies on his seniority to stall, wanting to ascertain the intentions from above. Pei Yuan, upon hearing this, grew increasingly intrigued by the Jinya Qianhu division. This peculiar department seemed to harbor considerable prospects. Jinyiwei Lin, a total officer, could afford to secure a vice 100 House background for his son. Cheng Zhihu had only managed to procure a trial 100 House position for his son due to guidance. He was not constrained by a lack of funds for a higher title. Unbeknownst to him, Pei Yuan felt a sense of nervousness akin to pre-interview jitters at the prospect of meeting Han Qianhu later. If he could successfully navigate this endeavor, perhaps he might be directly retained by Han Qianhu. Pei Yuan, burdened with debts but unperturbed, found himself unafraid to ensnare yet another victim. Thus, Cheng Leixiang spoke to Pei Yuan, stating that he would first meet with Qianhu, and if she agreed, he would have Cheng Leixiang accompany him to assist. Should a favorable opportunity arise in the future, he would not neglect his brother's prospects. Cheng Leixiang, overjoyed, quickly replied that if he could gain the favor of the esteemed official, he would undoubtedly serve diligently, akin to a loyal steed. Meanwhile, Chen Tutai noticed Pei Yuan's increasingly credible demeanor, filling him with anticipation. Cheng Leixiang hurried to settle accounts at the counter before swiftly catching up to lead Pei Yuan to the carriage. The three of them, each with their own thoughts, made their way to the Beijinfu Sea. Upon arrival at the Beijinfu Sea, the Jinyiwei Captain Sun Bo was already waiting. His sharp gaze cut through both Chen Tutai and Cheng Leixiong, who, aware of his close ties to the Jinyiwei commander Zhang Rong, dared not breathe a word and lower their heads. Only then did Sun Bo gesture for Pei Yuan to follow him into the Beijing Fuxi. Once inside, Sun Bo calmly stated that they should meet with the esteemed official. The official he referred to was, of course, Zhang Rong. Pei Yuan understood the situation and was not taken aback, especially since money had already exchanged hands. Upon reaching a secluded courtyard, they found Zhang Rong practicing martial arts with his shirt off. His sinewy muscles indicated a solid foundation, and, at that moment, no one would dare assume he was merely a eunuch's favored relative. After Sun Bo entered, he whispered, "My lord, he has arrived." Pei Yuan quickly bowed in respect. Zhang Rong acknowledged him with a grunt, while a personal guard handed him a towel to wipe the sweat. Zhang Rong glanced at Pei Yuan and flatly instructed him to rise and respond. Pei Yuan stood, but Zhang Rong did not inquire further, focusing instead on drying himself off. Perplexed, Pei Yuan was interrupted by Sun Bo, who remarked, "Pei Baihu, you are a clever individual. Do you have something to say?" Pei Yuan then realized Zhang Rong's caution stemmed from a fear of revealing secrets concerning the emperor. This thought ignited a sense of vigilance within him. Probing into the emperor's secrets was taboo, and speaking carelessly could lead to dire consequences. After all, Zhang Rong had not asked him anything directly. However, with Sun Bo's words laid bare, attempting to outsmart the top Jinyiwei would be tantamount to courting disaster. Pei Yuan could only reply, "Yesterday, I visited Jihuasi and met with the Taoist Cheng Jihu. Cheng Jihu mentioned that someone wishes to learn about certain matters from the reign of Emperor Ingzong." Zhang Rong, clearly interested in this topic, momentarily dropped his guard and eagerly inquired, "What does that person wish to know about the Ingzong era?" Pei Yuan answered, "They wish to ascertain whether Emperor Ingzong visited after the reconstruction of Jihuasi and if he left any remarks." Zhang Rong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Sun Bo chimed in, "What else?" Pei Yuan candidly stated, "Nothing more." If Sun Bo were willing to offer more money, Pei Yuan might consider sharing his insights. But with only 8 taels of silver, this was the extent of his contribution. Noticing Zhang Rong's continued silence, Sun Bo warned, "When you meet with Qianhu later, refrain from speaking too much. Do not forget you are from the Beijing Fuxi." Pei Yuan wanted to retort, "Now you remember I'm from the Beijing Fuxi?" But instead, he humbly acknowledged his understanding. After leaving Zhang Rong's courtyard, Sun Bo led Pei Yuan to meet Qianhu. This time, Pei Yuan encountered another unfamiliar Baihu, official beside Qianhu. Still hesitant to study them too closely, he presented a small white porcelain cup and reported, "I have prepared everything and am ready to serve Qianhu at any time." Qianhu, unsure if she grasped the nuances of Pei Yuan's words, toyed with the porcelain cup and asked with a faint smile, "Have you gathered all the information?" Pei Yuan's heart skipped a beat, first suspecting that Qianhu had sent someone to inquire afterward, and then doubting whether Chen Tudai had betrayed him. Accepting his predicament, he responded cautiously, "I am merely newly appointed and am still learning, fearing I might jeopardize Qianhu's plans. Thus, I sought to prepare thoroughly." Prepare thoroughly? Qianhu was tempted to ask if the last incident with the Eastern factory was also a result of his preparations. However, addressing such matters directly would yield little benefit. She understood that if she allowed her subordinates a tad too much leeway to outmaneuver her, the outcome could be catastrophic. Therefore, she chose to bypass the topic and amiably inquired, "So, are you ready?" Pei Yuan felt a spark of opportunity and boldly declared, "I have prepared 2 assistants, one skilled in interrogation and the other experienced in the martial world. They may prove useful." Qianhu regarded him with a composed expression, recognizing that Pei Yuan had effectively turned his responsibilities into her own. Her delicate fingers tapped on the table for a moment before she said, "Chen Tudai is already one of your men. If he wishes to assist with the case, I will arrange for him to liaise with the Beijing Fuxi. Cheng Leixiong has already made his mark. He is one of us now. I shall grant him a small flag, allowing him to work alongside you and hone his skills." Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan felt a sense of imbalance. He and Chen Tudai were merely loaned out, and once the case concluded, they would return to the Beijing Fuxi to sit idly. Meanwhile, Cheng Leixiong, this rascal, would accompany him on a case and directly secure a position within the Jinxia Qianhu's jurisdiction, though it was merely a small flag for now. Observing Cheng Jihu's comfortable position as he also held a minor flag only intensified Pei Yuan's envy. Comparatively, he believed that the advantages gained by his role were eclipsed by those afforded to Cheng Leixiong, compelling him to consider demanding a higher compensation. Qianhu scrutinized Pei Yuan once more and slowly remarked, I have other pressing matters and will not accompany you to Nanji Li. Baihu Yuan will accompany you instead. As she spoke, she slightly raised her chin. The unfamiliar Baihu stepped forward with a forced smile. Qianhu introduced Yuan Lang. Yuan Baihu merely cast a fleeting glance at Pei Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, Pei Yuan chose not to engage. Despite the considerable power wielded by the Baihu of the Jinxie Qianhu, Pei Yuan saw no reason to capitulate. This was not due to pride alone, but rather an understanding that they were to work together for a time, maintaining an equal footing. Pei Yuan, being essentially a solitary Baihu, found his equal standing in their shared rank. In this situation, lowering himself further would be foolish. Yuan Lang's feigned demeanor faltered in the air, and he appeared somewhat flustered. His opinion of Pei Yuan had always been lukewarm, initially viewing him as a mere incompetent, and later as a liability after Qianhu recognized his potential. Now, his disappointment was palpable. Qianhu observed this with amusement and lightly smiled, asking Yuan Lang, how are preparations on your end? Yuan Lang replied sullenly, he checked. There is a total commander named Zhao Jioming who just completed a mission. He has 8 capable individuals who can accompany me south. Han Qianhu responded affirmatively and continued. The individual backing Mei Qinyang is likely to be Wu Popo, a rather sinister character. I suggest you bring along a few monks of considerable cultivation. Yuan Lang, perplexed, inquired. But having those monks will complicate our journey. It would be more prudent to wait until I return to Nanji Li to make arrangements, as there are plenty of capable individuals there. However, Han Qianhu remained silent. After a considerable pause, Yuan Lang noticed Han Qianhu's continued silence and was about to retract his proposal when he heard Han Qianhu calmly state, it is still necessary to dispatch someone from the capital. In recent years, the Son of Heaven has placed great faith in the Buddhist sect. It is not only the concubines in the palace, but also many eunuchs and officials who have begun to emulate this trend. What is our role? We operate clandestinely within temples and Taoist shrines, investigating heretical sections. Publicly, we are responsible for issuing commands to the temples, overseeing monastic activities, and collecting taxes. As the Buddhist sect gains influence and aligns with many powerful individuals, how could they possibly welcome us, the underlings who keep them in check? If we do not take advantage of our remaining authority now, once they become accustomed to their power, we shall find ourselves unable to command them. Upon hearing this, Yuan Lang immediately grasped Han Qianhu's reasoning and solemnly declared, I understand. Henceforth, should any matters arise in the south, I shall send personnel from the northern temples. Conversely, for issues in the north, I shall engage the southern temples. Pei Yuan, observing quietly, contemplated the reasons behind Cheng Jihu's tyrannical demeanor and gained some insight. Although the Buddhist sect was rapidly expanding, the fundamental management system had not relaxed in the slightest. This implies that the behaviors tolerated by the emperor, turning a blind eye, have only received societal acquiescence without any systemic reform. Should a future emperor decide to tighten restrictions, this flourishing fade would shatter like a bubble. Historically, Buddhism is currently surging towards its zenith. In a few years, a new Dao Jun will emerge, surpassing the revered De Qing Fa Wang. Officially titled Taishang de Luo Tianxian, Ziji Chang, Shengsheng, Ji Zhao, Ling Tong, Yuan, Zheng, Inyusu Zong Zhang Wu Lei de Zhenren Du Jing, Wan Shou Di Jun. Of course, this is not the end. The current Ming Emperor, Zhu Hozhong, has enforced stringent regulations on the management of temples. For instance, regarding the limitations imposed on the temples themselves, previous chapters have elucidated this clearly, with the edicts of past emperors explicitly stated. Legally speaking, the temples and monastic properties being established vigorously are all illegal constructions, which the Ming could reclaim in a heartbeat. Additionally, concerning the requirements for temple administrators, Zhu Yuanzhang decreed that whenever there is a vacancy for a temple or Taoist shrine as head, candidates must be selected from monks or Taoist officials who possess virtue and are well-versed in the scriptures, passing examinations administered by the monk and Taoist recording offices, and subsequently reported to the Ministry of Rites for approval. This means that to become an abbot, one must pass the civil service examinations conducted by the monk and Taoist recording offices. By the Changhua era, further stipulations were introduced. In cases where a temple head position is vacant due to lack of funds, it is imperative that the monk's office nominates a local monk, who must then be investigated and vetted before being appointed, with no room for laxity. Those who have previously been sanctioned must be scrutinized thoroughly, regardless of any documentation they possess. This indicates that to become an abbot, one must not only pass the civil service examination, but also provide a certificate of good conduct. Furthermore, the appointment of abbots has shifted from a registration system to a review system. If a criminal record is discovered, even if one is already in position, re-evaluation will ensue. Hence, individuals frequently appearing in Jinyang's novels, such as Fang Zheng, Xian Ci, and Kong Wen, who engage in societal brawls, would have no hope of legitimate ascension. Next, we come to the restrictions imposed on ordinary monks. The Ming dynasty categorized monks into three types: Chan, Jiang, and Jiao, requiring each to focus on their respective practices. Chan refers to the Zen monks. Jiang pertains to those from other sections. These two categories of monks are permitted only to delve into Buddhist teachings within the confines of the temple. Jiao, however, refers to those who can conduct blessings for the living and perform rituals for the deceased. To facilitate distinction, there are strict regulations regarding the colors of the robes worn by these three types of monks. The first two are well-versed in Buddhist doctrine and excel in various debates, while the latter is less proficient in Buddhist teachings but engages more with worldly matters, albeit financially prosperous. Yet, it is the Chan and Jiang monks who represent the mainstream within the Buddhist structure. Consequently, the Chan and Jiang monks found themselves in a state of discontent. Deeply pondering the situation, what is amiss in the Ming? It must surely be a systemic issue. However, with no higher authority to address their concerns, they could only brood in solitude. According to Zhu Yuanzhang's strict regulations, even those within the Jiao category are not permitted to frequent secular spaces. He mandated that monks must not roam villages under the pretext of begging for alms. Should anyone do so, they would be apprehended and punished for corrupting ancestral customs. Furthermore, once one has renounced secular life, they must abide by the monastic code. Should they covet wealth or engage in illicit relations, anyone may denounce them, demanding restitution. Should they lack the means to pay, the consequences could be dire. In the 10th year of the Yongle era, Zhu Di reiterated the prohibitions established during the Hongwu reign, declaring that those who violate the precepts and debase moral standards would face execution without mercy. In the 7th year of the Xuande era, it was expressly stated that begging for alms was forbidden, with violators subject to punishment. In the 6th year of the Zhengtong era, the emperor continued to issue decrees, citing the rampant misconduct among monks and Taoists who neglected ancestral customs and mingled with the secular world, corrupting morals, and mandated that all regions enforce prohibitions, with violators subject to penalties. How can monks avoid contact with the secular world while adhering to the emperor's edicts? The answer lies with the Zenji Daoren. According to the court's regulations, nearly all interactions that temples require with the outside world must be conducted through the Zenji Daoren. Even matters as mundane as paying land taxes to the government must be handled by the Zenji Daoren. If we liken the ideal temple envisioned by the Ming emperor to a prison, then the Zenji Daoren serves as the warden, the one who punishes monks for violating prohibitions, extracting money, and executing without remorse. In the current societal climate, monks flouting prohibitions have become exceedingly common. The Ming emperor's dual approach of indulgence and tightening the noose has resulted in a flourishing Buddhist community, with the emperor's patronage, the support of the imperial harem, and emulation by officials. Yet, should these Zenji Daoren go rogue, they could wield their embroidered spring knives and wreak havoc from the Deshiongbao, Dian to the Cangjingge, with blood flowing freely, all under the guise of legality. Thus, when Ming authors wrote tales of Guanyin Bodhisattva descending from Mount Ling to seek the sutra, it was understood that she must first register with the Zenji Daoren at the foot of the mountain. This is not a testament to the madness of Ming writers, but rather an embodiment of the beliefs ingrained in their consciousness. However, Han Xianhu is not one to be easily swayed. Monks seeking wealth and Zenji Daoren seeking profit are simply two sides of the same coin. Han Xianhu did not respond to Yuan Lang, but instead remarked, "It would be beneficial for the chaos in Nanji Li to escalate. Otherwise, we find ourselves reliant on others for sustenance." Upon hearing this, Yuan Lang immediately exchanged glances with Pei Yuan, who also felt a sense of unease. Truly, Han Xianhu possesses a remarkable ability. He felt as though Han Xianhu was repeating the same strategy he had employed to persuade Chen Tutai at Jihua Temple. Could this also be a demonstration of trust? If that is the case, Pei Yuan would rather spend some money for this secret. Han Qianhu seemed to have noticed Pei Yuan's restlessness. She glanced back and nonchalantly said to Yuan Lang, "Do not pay him any mind. He has long surmised which two parties are involved in this matter." Yuan Lang cast a sidelong glance at the old sixth and inquired of Han Qianhu where to find suitable personnel. Without hesitation, Han Qianhu replied, "Yuan in temple, as it is relatively close." Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Yesterday, when he had inquired about the surrounding temples from Chen Tutai, Chen had mentioned both Yuan in temple and Guangxian. It appeared that Han Qianhu indeed possessed an intimate knowledge of the local terrain. Zhang Rong's suggestion for Pei Yuan to go to Jihua Temple, while seemingly innocuous, had an undercurrent of peculiarity. Would Han Qianhu suspect that he had divulged their secrets? Indeed, she was right to harbor such suspicions. Han Qianhu went on to mention Pei Yuan specifically. She said to Yuan Lang, "You will take the lead in this matter. But Pei Baihu is the foremost in the martial examination. Should he have any thoughts, you ought to heed them." Pei Yuan, already apprehensive of Han Qianhu's insinuations, felt a chill as she continued to regard him and added, "Yuan Lang is a senior in the Qianhu office, and his thinking may be somewhat rigid. Pei Baihu is a young talent and the top of the martial examination. If Yuan Baihu falters, you should lend him a hand. Should you find it unsatisfactory, you may make your own decisions." Once again, Pei Yuan heard the title of the top martial examinee. His sense of guilt intensified, and he became increasingly aware that Han Qianhu was indeed alluding to him, though he could not discern the depth of her implications. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and he hastily declared, "I, being of limited insight, would never dare to be so presumptuous." Han Qianhu chose not to engage further with Pei Yuan. When Yuan Lang took his leave, Pei Yuan followed suit. The two exchanged glances, feeling a certain awkwardness due to Han Qianhu's earlier cryptic remarks as they completed their official business and made their way out. Despite their mutual disdain, they shared a common objective and could only engage in a few formal exchanges. Yuan Lang would soon mobilize personnel and then meet Pei Yuan at the southern gate of the outer city. The official documents were duplicated. Yuan Lang possessed the edict from a Nanjing Jinyiwei, while Pei Yuan held the one from the Bizenfu sent to assist in the southern direct administration. Although Yuan Lang was the principal in this matter, theoretically, neither party held authority over the other. Pei Yuan had his own document, allowing him to withdraw should the situation take a turn for the worse. This was Han Qianhu's subtle insinuation that one could only rely on oneself. Pei Yuan left the Bizenfu with his hands clasped behind his back, glancing at the two subordinates approaching him, and sighed. That scoundrel Yuan Lang might not be on my side. Cheng Leixiang, startled, promptly asked, "Are you referring to Yuan Baihu from the Qianhu office?" Pei Yuan shot him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. He then produced the official document intended for Cheng Leixiang from his sleeve. "This is for you. Han Qianhu has agreed to place you in the Qianhu office, considering my standing. You may start as a minor flag bearer." Cheng Leixiang took a quick look at it and was overjoyed. Noticing Pei Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, he quickly stated, "Without you, my lord, there would be no Cheng Leixiang today. I shall follow you faithfully, with no ulterior motives." Pei Yuan felt a chill in his heart. This wretched Cheng Leixiang, having just been appointed as a minor flag bearer, would soon forget his place. "Very well," Pei Yuan replied with a detached expression. "I do not expect much from you. As long as you do not conspire with Yuan Baihu against me, I shall be content." Cheng Leixiang, sensing the disquiet in Pei Yuan's tone, hurriedly patted his chest and vowed, "I understand the rules. Since you have elevated me, I shall remain loyal to you. Moreover, if I were to act with divided loyalties, who in the Qianhu office would respect me?" Pei Yuan nonchalantly acknowledged him with an MM. Thus, his objectives were achieved. Pei Yuan managed to keep Chen Tutai and Cheng Leixiang close by, relying entirely on the asymmetry of information to maneuver them. Chen Tutai had no connections elsewhere and might reluctantly comply. However, someone like Cheng Leixiang, who had a bit of background, would likely take offense if he realized he was merely a temporary pawn, lacking such a streetwise assistant. Pei Yuan's journey to the southern direct administration would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. The greatest risk of exposure lay with Yuan Baihu, who was aware of the entire situation. Therefore, regardless of what transpired in Han Qianhu's chamber, Pei Yuan was determined to seek discord with Yuan Lang. even if he could not reach the point of outright conflict. At the very least, they should establish mutual disdain and avoid interfering with each other. The next step was to deliberately clarify this matter in front of Cheng Leixiong, thereby prompting him, out of various concerns, to avoid contact with Yuan Lang. If these two steps could not be executed, Pei Yuan would have to abandon his hopes of luck and seek out Gu Deong to inquire whether the 30,000 taels of silver were still desired. Fortunately, the progress of events was quite smooth. Chun Tutai gazed enviously at Cheng Leixiong, who was foolishly reveling in the official document, his eyes eagerly fixed on Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan, however, fell silent. Cheng Leixiong had always believed that Pei Yuan was the sixth Baihu recruited by Han Qianhu. If the two official documents were to be revealed, the subsequent act would be impossible to perform. He would need to concoct a narrative and caution Chen Tutai. Once Cheng Leixiong had thoroughly savored his appointment document, Pei Yuan finally inquired, "This time, as we venture to the Southern Direct Administration to handle affairs, we shall inevitably interact with those of the underworld. Do you have any experiences from the Jianghu to share with me?" Upon mentioning experiences from the Jianghu, it seemed to strike a chord with Cheng Leixiong, who immediately brightened with enthusiasm. "You may be aware, my lord, that my father was once a formidable figure across the Huai River, earning respect in the Jianghu. When I joined the Huashan sect, I directly became the eldest disciple. Those of my generation in the path would all call me Cheng Xiaoxia." Pei Yuan pondered for a moment, somewhat perplexed, and interjected, "When you joined the Huashan sect, were there not any contemporaries among your fellow disciples?" Cheng Leixiong replied, "There were indeed." Sensing Pei Yuan's confusion, he added, "I was a direct disciple who brought skills to my master, thus becoming the eldest disciple immediately." Pei Yuan comprehended. He too had entered through a monetary martial examination, directly rising to the position of the top martial examinee. Cheng Leixiong continued, "Currently, the heroes of the northern Jianghu are all focused on the turmoil in Bazhou. It is unlikely that anyone will dare to provoke us. We can descend the river from Shandong. There are military garrisons along the way, and the towns are quite prosperous. Once we cross the river, we will be within the influence of the Nanjing Jinyiwei, where we are among our own. The several Qianhu offices along the route are also places where we can engage with Han Qianhu." Pei Yuan mentally compared this to the previous route taken by the eastern depot southward. It was fundamentally the same, yet this time it seemed more serious. Pei Yuan prepared a set of pedestrian attire, a formal uniform befitting a Jinyiwei officer, along with provisions, fire starters, bandages, and 3 handcrafted earthen grenades. Among other items, there are indeed advantages to transmigrating into the Ming dynasty. At the very least, one can procure high-quality sulfur and saltpeter without undue effort, with sufficient funds. These materials can be easily acquired from various sources. When Pei Yuan initially ventured out to secretly purchase sulfur, he was somewhat discreet, but was soon interrupted impatiently by a vendor. "You wish to buy gunpowder, do you not?" he exclaimed, causing Pei Yuan to be taken aback, feeling as though he had fallen into a trap. To his surprise, the vendor boldly quoted a price, 3 taels of silver per pound, with a minimum purchase of 20 pounds, and no single sales allowed. Pei Yuan examined the sample. Though he was not an expert, he was aware that gunpowder came in forms such as black powder and yellow powder, yet he had never heard of colorful varieties. According to the vendor, the mixture contained arsenic, croton seeds, wolf poison, and fecal particles, among other ingredients. A person exposed to it could suffer from dizziness, convulsions, blisters, inflammation, chest tightness, rapid breathing, and slow healing of wounds, an array of unpleasant conditions. Pei Yuan found this quite perplexing. He sought gunpowder as a devastating weapon, not for trivial harm. He decided to procure the materials himself and concoct his own mixture. While he was not particularly knowledgeable, he had read numerous novels about time travel and followed some seemingly reliable recipes to craft several earthen grenades. The results were surprisingly satisfactory. Among the 3 grenades he brought, 2 were meant for their destructive power, while the third was for its minor explosive effect. Pei Yuan had anticipated the challenges of this journey. Given the emergence of fantastical entities like money sprites, it was highly plausible that the tale of Mei Qinyang being transformed into a malevolent spirit was true. Should he encounter such a lethal being, even the mightiest weapon would be futile. Thus, he had infused the 3rd grenade with a special enchantment that morning. In addition to the traditional explosive components, he added powdered black dog blood. Whether this would prove effective was left to fate. His mission was merely to act as bait to lure Mei Qinyang out. while the true confrontation would be handled by seasoned individuals like Yuan Lang and the monks from the Yuan Inn Temple. Pei Yuan felt some confidence in his ability to protect himself, owing to his favor owed to Mei Qingyang, should matters become dire. He opened his interface to inspect a particular entry in his debt settlement system. Current credit value, 15,100. The information he had acquired regarding the Jinyiwei had granted him a modicum of confidence from his debtors. If he could increase his credit value to above 20 before encountering the main parties in Nanjili, he might compel the unseen puppeteer to grant him clemency, providing him with a path of escape. The implications of accruing further debts would be a concern for the future. As Pei Yuan pondered this, he noticed his current credit value had increased to 16,100. Subsequently, a system prompt appeared, indicating that his reputation for keeping promises had spread, albeit in a very limited scope, from the front gate to the back gate of Jinyiwei Temple. Pei Yuan was left speechless. Indeed, it was a very confined range. It appeared that his efforts to assist Cheng Lei-xiang had caught the attention of Cheng Ji, who was associated with the affairs of Jinyiwei Temple. Pei Yuan's gaze lingered on the credit value section as he contemplated for a considerable time. He had some silver in hand. Perhaps he should settle a few old debts, thereby potentially lowering his debt ceiling and possibly restoring some credit value. He glanced around the room. Before departing that morning, he had tidied up his small courtyard. The place had likely been searched by his creditors numerous times, yet it was now quite secure. The newly acquired celadon vase he had obtained yesterday was too precious to carry with him, leading him to hide it beneath the large locust tree. His plans to acquire wealth would have to wait until he returned from Nanjili. Pei Yuan used his embroidered spring knife to pry open the package and proceeded to the southern gate to meet up. Fortunately, his creditors were numerous, allowing him to repay debts without taking a convoluted route. On his journey south to the city, he managed to settle debts amounting to over 10 taels. Regrettably, however, his credit with the older creditors had become irretrievable, and his efforts did not even yield a single point of credit value. Upon reaching the southern city gate, he found Cheng Lei-xiang and Chen Tutai waiting there with their bundles. Nearby, Yuan Lang was also present, accompanied by a dozen others, casting impatient glances in Pei Yuan's direction. A quick glance revealed that the robust men clad in Jinyiwei attire were none other than the captain Zhao Jioming and his 8 capable subordinates, alongside 6 monks from Yuan Inn Temple. Cheng Lei-xiang and Chen Tutai wisely maintained their distance from Yuan Lang, showing no interest in conversation. When Pei Yuan approached, Yuan Lang patiently introduced Zhao Jioming and the abbot Yuan Tong of Yuan Inn Temple. Pei Yuan regarded the dignified abbot, reflecting on the familiarity of the names Zhong Tong, Shun Tong, and Shun Tong. Noticing Yuan Lang about to introduce himself, Pei Yuan interjected, coolly stating that there was no need to waste time on such formalities, as they would only heed Yuan Lang's words, not his. Yuan Lang frowned and turned away in displeasure. Relishing the tranquility, Pei Yuan continued on with his 2 young companions, following the larger group. This expedition was a collaborative endeavor between the 2 capitals Jinyiwei. Upon reaching the relay station, Yuan Lang presented the official document, prompting the relay steward to eagerly assign horses to each individual. The relay system during the Ming Dynasty was remarkably advanced, not only featuring clear and meticulous categorization, but also providing services that surpassed the imagination of future generations. For example, a grand scholar named Yu Xinxing, having received a gift of shad from the emperor, could not help but compose a poem, the opening lines of which read, in June, shad fish bear the chill of snow, 3,000 miles to Chang'an. This illustrates that by the mid-Ming period, the relay stations had evolved to facilitate the transportation of perishable goods even in the height of summer. As the group observed the exotic fruits being transported to the capital via cold chain logistics, the usually reclusive abbot Yuan Tong exclaimed in disbelief. In later times, when faced with uncertainty, internet users would often invoke the name of Dongfeng Express. Yet it is hard to imagine that the writers of the Ming Dynasty possessed such wild imaginations. This brings to mind another version of Journey to the West, specifically the Yang Jingxian edition from the late Yuan to early Ming periods. In it, Tang Sung, while on his quest for scriptures, once inquired of a relay worker for directions. The relay worker replied, "Master, just 1 more month ahead is the donkey station. A month further is the dog station. And yet another month is the cannon station." Tang Sung felt a flicker of joy and coughed lightly, prompting the relay worker to elaborate on the cannon station. explaining that it consisted of 6 wooden pillars supporting a frame, with one long pillar serving as a catapult. Once a person arrived, they would be bound and placed in a pouch, followed by a heavy iron weight crashing down. Tang Sung was left speechless. One cannot help but admire the unbridled creativity of Ming dynasty writers. The route selected by Yuan Lang closely aligned with Cheng Lei Xiang's expectations. As they journeyed southward through Shandong, days after departing the capital, a palpable tension began to permeate the air. Pei Yuan, reluctant to inquire directly from Yuan Lang, sent Chen Tu-Tai to gather information during a stop at a relay station for a horse change. The report confirmed that the civil unrest in Bazhou had escalated considerably. The rebellious forces from Hebei divided into 2 factions, one led by Yang Hu, advancing towards Henan, while the other, under the command of Lu Lu and Lu Qi, marched towards Shandong. With these 2 disordered troops unleashed, they nearly seized the lifeblood of the capital. The current emperor, in a state of panic, hastily dispatched the Xichang commander to quell the insurrection. However, not every Xichang commander is known as Wang Ji. This Wang Gonggong, having led troops to sweep through the Jianzhou Jurchens and tread upon the Mongolian royal court since his teenage years, rightfully deserves the title of national hero. In stark contrast stands Gu Deong, the present Xichang commander, whose sole military engagement in life was overseeing this year's martial examination, where he selected the exceptional Pei Yuan as the top candidate. Upon hearing that Gu Deong was responsible for suppressing the rebellion, Pei Yuan's sense of crisis immediately heightened. At this moment, he felt fortunate to have departed the capital. The Jiangnan region is currently a realm of peace and prosperity. Had he remained in the capital, he might have been cast aside by Zhang Rong as a mere sacrifice. That evening, while resting and dining at the relay station, the sudden sound of hurried hoofbeats echoed from afar, resembling the rumble of thunder, rapidly approaching. The relay station erupted into chaos, with officials' families and scholarly students displaying visible panic. Fearing the impending arrival of rebel troops, a courier rushed to investigate and returned, exclaiming that the Ministry of War had issued an order. All relay horses within Shandong were to be requisitioned, and no horses were to be left behind at any horse station. Any sick or injured relay horses were to be slaughtered. This proclamation only intensified the tumult within the relay station. Pei Yuan, feeling compelled, sought out Yuan Lang for advice on how to proceed. Yuan Lang's expression was grave. The rebels from Bazhou predominantly consisted of horsemen skilled in mounted combat. Now that they had invaded Shandong, they would undoubtedly plunder horses and provisions. The court required horses, and so did the rebels. The Ministry of War's order was both reasonable and justified. What could they do? Pei Yuan had an idea, but was unwilling to take the blame. He murmured, "We are the Jinyiwei." Yuan Lang shot him a disdainful glance, reminding him that the commander of this oppression was the Xichang commander, and the Ministry of War's orders reflected his will. Who did Pei Yuan think he was to defy the Xichang commander's orders? Truth be told, Pei Yuan felt no fear. Gu Deong would not willingly sacrifice himself. Soon, the sounds of horses neighing erupted from the horse yard of the relay station. Yuan Lang spoke in a low tone, "Let us go take a look." Upon opening the door, they saw dozens of fully armed soldiers rounding up the relay horses. Some horses, newly replaced, were driven out just as they began to eat. A few restless ones kicked up their hooves and whinnied in distress. The leading officer waved his hand, and immediately 2 squads of soldiers rushed in, killing the unruly relay horses. Many fatigued and sick horses confined in small pens were also mercilessly stabbed by the soldiers who stormed in. In an instant, the horse yard was awash with blood, the dying horses producing mournful cries. The officials' families and scholarly students present witnessed the horrific scene, their fear of the situation in Shandong growing ever more palpable. Just as the Ministry of War's personnel began to lead the horses away, a sudden, thunderous commotion erupted from the darkness. Yuan Lang, his face pale, turned to the others, cautioning them that something was amiss. The soldiers from the ministry hesitated, anxiously pacing around their horses, observing the unfolding chaos. In a flash, one rider broke free from the ministry's ranks, attempting to ascertain the situation. However, he had scarcely galloped a short distance before an arrow struck him in the chest, sending him tumbling from his horse. As they watched in horror the court's soldiers being slain, the people stranded at the relay station grew increasingly frantic. The leading officer showed no inclination for resistance, abandoning the gathered horses and leading his men to hastily retreat eastward. The court's soldiers' ignoble withdrawal plunged the relay station into utter disarray. Cursed be these cowardly beasts! Flee! The rebels are coming. Many who witnessed this scene, neglecting their belongings, cried out and followed the direction of the ministry personnel into the enveloping darkness. Yuan Lang shouted back, "Grab horses. We head south." Pei Yuan urgently instructed Chun Tutai and Cheng Leixiong to stay close. Although Pei Yuan had not received extensive martial training, his physique was robust and his strength abundant. He surged forward with the crowd to seize horses, holding his own among them. Zhao Jioming and his experienced captains swiftly managed to commandeer a pair of horses each. The abbot Yuantong of the Yuanin Temple, however, found his monks somewhat flustered. Zhao Jioming and a few of his subordinates dismounted to assist the monks in mounting their horses, just as a wave of arrows descended from the approaching rebels. Pei Yuan hastily maneuvered his horse while wielding his embroidered spring knife to fend off the errant arrows. The Jinyiwei under Zhao Jioming, disregarding the monks, hurriedly mounted their horses and fled south alongside Yuan Lang. Abbot Yuantong sighed, leaving behind 2 monks who struggled to mount, as he led the remaining monks to follow the main group. The horses they were riding were relay horses, generally gentle in temperament, making them relatively suitable for transportation. However, if confronted by the battle-hardened war horses, they would likely falter. The minimal distance they had managed to create was hardly significant. Their greatest hope lay in the chaos of the rebels diverting their attention to plundering the relay station. Although the station's supplies were limited, only officials and distinguished scholars traveling north and south could stay at the relay station, making them inherently valuable, along with the wealth they carried. Pei Yuan, inexperienced in battle, instinctively glanced back and noticed that the 2 monks had finally steadied themselves on their horses and were catching up. Yet it was too late. The 2 monks had not ventured far before being picked off one by one. A chill gripped Pei Yuan's heart. There were skilled fighters among the rebels. As they galloped away, a new wave of cavalry pursued closely behind. Zhao Jioming and his Jinyiwei, tasked with covering the rear, scattered iron caltrops from their heavy satchels. Yuan Lang, increasingly affected by the looming sounds of pursuit, began scanning the surroundings from his horse. The pursuing cavalry appeared in number in the hundreds, their formation tightly knit. The resounding thud of iron hooves and the dust rising from the ground, creating an overwhelming presence. As the caltrops were scattered, the frontline bandits quickly detected them, releasing shrill whistles. The cavalry promptly split apart like a cast net, with many horses charging even closer. Yuan Lang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Spread out. Survivors, regroup at Linqing." The fleeing group immediately began to disperse. Pei Yuan, sensing the dire situation, quickly urged his 2 companions to stay close. Yuan Lang was unreliable. They needed to stick together as a trio. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd began to scatter. Zhao Jioming followed closely behind Yuan Lang, his subordinates from the Jinyiwei forming pairs and vanishing into the night. Abbot Yuantong, somewhat at a loss, led the remaining monks in pursuit of Yuan Lang. Meanwhile, Pei Yuan, along with Cheng Leixiong and Chun Tutai, veered towards the east. With the Bazhou rebels advancing from Hebei, heading southeast would be safer. The pursuing rebels, noticing the dispersal ahead, also split into several factions to pursue. Pei Yuan found himself accompanied by a dozen others, feeling they had been beset by an unwarranted calamity. Why were these rebels not pursuing the forces from ministry? The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Pei Yuan rode on horseback, unable to contain his frustration as he cursed vehemently. "Damn it! Do they think we are part of the Deming Imperial Army?" Cheng Leixiong, who was riding alongside, remained silent. Chun Tutai, who trailed closely behind, stammered, "But we truly are." Pei Yuan almost choked on Chun Tutai's words. Observing that the distance between both parties was rapidly closing, he neglected to scold Chun Tutai and urgently advised, "Prepare for battle." Cheng Leixiong and Chun Tutai understood that mere flight would not suffice. They both drew their embroidered spring sabers, ready for confrontation. On this mission, considering the long journey ahead and fearing damage, they had not requested bows or long weapons. Now, they could only rely on the sabers in their hands. Pei Yuan did have 3 precious items in his pack, yet they had not yet fully dispersed. Creating a commotion in the dark of night would only attract nearby rebel forces to pursue them. As he fled, Pei Yuan observed his surroundings and quickly made a decision, slowing his horse to veer toward the nearby field. The The ridges of the field posed a significant hazard to cavalry. A reckless gallop could easily break a horse's leg. Pei Yuan was willing to take that risk. Now, he would wager whether those rebels would dare to risk their horses to chase after them. If the rebels were willing to tire out their steeds, Pei Yuan would accept that outcome. Although Pei Yuan and his companions would lose the advantage of their horses, their foes would transition from cavalry to infantry, further narrowing the gap between them. At a critical moment, Cheng Leixiong and Chen Tutai indeed acted decisively. Upon hearing Pei Yuan's command, they disregarded the arrows raining down from behind and unhesitatingly reduced their speed, charging into the nearby field. The pursuing soldiers soon erupted in shouts of anger. Pei Yuan kept a watchful eye on the rebel cavalry, noticing that they too had slowed their pace. He shouted again, "Stay calm, control your speed, and let them take the lead." If the three of them accelerated and exhausted their horses first, the pursuing soldiers could leisurely catch up and finish them off. The distance between the two sides was now within the range of a single arrow. Whoever's horse faltered first would be the first to exit this perilous game. Pei Yuan's group rode on relay horses, which, although lacking in explosive speed, possessed remarkable endurance and stability for sustained low-speed gallops. Observing the distance between them gradually widening, the pursuing soldiers began to increase their speed. The three of them synchronized their movements and also began to accelerate. Before long, startled cries emanated from behind. Pei Yuan turned urgently to see two pursuing soldiers thrown from their horses. His heart leaped with joy. This would undoubtedly diminish the rebels' eagerness to pursue. Indeed, upon witnessing casualties, the rebels hesitated and gradually reduced their speed. Cheng Leixiong and Chen Tutai let out quiet cheers, and the trio hastily lowered their speed to a safer pace. Just then, a rider suddenly burst from the field, accelerating like an arrow and veering down a narrow path ahead. Pei Yuan's palms grew clammy with sweat as he urgently exclaimed, "A formidable opponent." Then he inquired, "Who has a fire stick?" This was not the moment to conserve resources. The precious items in their pack needed to be utilized. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to strike a fire with flint. Pei Yuan dared not carry both precious items and open flames, so he looked to his companions for any preparations. Chen Tutai quickly rummaged through his pack. Unfortunately, amidst the jostling, the fire stick along with several other items fell to the ground with a clatter. Chen Tutai cried out in dismay, "My tools!" Cheng Leixiong, witnessing this, wasted no time and quickly tossed his own fire stick over. Pei Yuan sheathed his embroidered spring saber, removed the cap from the bamboo tube, and blew forcefully, coaxing a faint flame to flicker to life. His heart settled a little. At that moment, he saw the fast horse that had circumvented ahead, entering the field and blocking their path. Pei Yuan glanced at Cheng Leixiong, testing him first. Cheng Leixiong pulled on the reins and charged towards the figure. The figure let out a hearty laugh. Excellent timing. After driving the horse forward with force, he leapt, wielding his Yin Ling Dao to strike down towards Cheng Leixiong. Cheng Leixiong, unable to evade on horseback, showed no fear. He did not attempt to block the attack with his embroidered spring saber, but skillfully used entangling techniques. The descending Yin Ling Dao sparked against the saber, but was deftly deflected, though the blade could continue to descend and severely injure Cheng Leixiong. He had already evaded the vital points, and the attacker found himself without room to maneuver. A simple horizontal cut from Cheng Leixiong could sever the attacker's head. The figure let out a hearty laugh and executed a sudden drop. Then, akin to Su Qin wielding a sword, he positioned the Yin Ling Dao horizontally on his shoulder, blade facing up, and with an almost ghostly footwork, he slipped beneath the galloping horse, reappearing on the other side. Cheng Leixiong's mount let out a mournful whinny, its bloated belly bursting like a punctured water bag, spilling forth its innards in a gruesome display. The pale, blood-stained intestines were dragged several meters beneath the horse. Cheng Leixiong's expression changed drastically, and without waiting for the horse to collapse, he leapt down, rushing towards the attacker with his embroidered spring saber in hand. Both combatants exhibited remarkable skill, exchanging blows with boldness and flair, before suddenly shifting to a more agile style. Cheng Leixiong recognized the assailant's techniques and exclaimed, "So it's Xue Songqi, the leader of the Dao Hall of the Bai Shi Hui." Xue Songqi, having had his identity revealed, was taken aback. After a few more exchanges, he suddenly realized the little pup employs Huashan sword techniques. How can a member of the Huashan school serve as a dog of the court? Chung Lei-xiang, unfazed, lowered his voice and retorted. The Bai Shi Hui murders and traffics, while the Hong Shi Hui bullies the weak. Do you still need me to elaborate on your associates? Xue Songqi silently struck a few blows before stating gravely, I cannot let you go. Pei Yuan and Chen Tutai had already distanced themselves, and Chen Tutai, seeing the ongoing struggle behind, could not resist asking, My lord, do you need me to assist? Seizing the opportunity afforded by Chung Lei-xiang's actions, Pei Yuan hastily resecured his pack before grasping a sizable earth hand grenade. Observing the throng of over 10 riders surging towards them, Pei Yuan commanded without hesitation. Come this way. Chung Lei-xiang understood that in such a desperate flight, there was no time for pride. Skillfully slicing through Xue Songqi's guard, he dragged his embroidered spring saber and charged towards Pei Yuan. Chen Tutai dismounted, shouting as he swung his saber towards Xue Songqi. Sensing the situation, Xue Songqi, unsure of the capabilities of the other two, glanced back at his approaching subordinates. A shift in thought led him to halt, deciding to rely on numbers for victory. Chung Lei-xiang, breathless, returned, clambering back onto his horse in a disheveled manner. Chen Tutai faced Xue Songqi alone, his bravado tinged with uncertainty. Once Chung Lei-xiang was mounted and ready, he dashed back, clumsily scrambling onto his horse. Xue Songqi cursed inwardly, seeing his men closing in. Brandishing his Yanling Dao, he prepared to charge and capture them. Pei Yuan would not grant him the slightest opportunity. He ignited the fuse of the grenade with the fire stick and, channeling his innate strength, hurled the earth grenade into the approaching throng. Then Pei Yuan shouted go, urging his mount to gallop towards the southeast. Pei Yuan's self-crafted earth grenade proved unreliable. Before it could land among the crowd, a bright flash erupted in midair. Though he did not directly cause the death of anyone, the flying shards of metal inflicted injuries upon nearly all of the 10 or so individuals present. The deafening blast startled their war horses, causing many to be unseated. Xue Songqi, unable to discern the nature of the explosion, instinctively evaded the danger. While he narrowly escaped serious injury to his head and face, he was left in agony as numerous metal fragments lodged into his shoulder. Consumed by anger, he noted that the fragments had not penetrated deeply, hastily wrapped his wounds, and seized a runaway warhorse to pursue into the night. Pei Yuan, ahead in the flight, was equally startled by the tremendous noise. The fuse had burned much more quickly than he anticipated. Although everyone was injured, their fighting spirit remained unbroken. Had he hesitated for just a moment while discarding the explosive, it might have cost him dearly. The 3 men fled for their lives, only returning to the main road at dawn. To their astonishment, the pursuing enemies did not follow, possibly deterred by Pei Yuan's precious device or having lost their way. Moreover, they stumbled upon an intact relay station, seemingly untouched. Pei Yuan quickly realized the reason. They had ridden through the night, and news of the marauding bandits from Bzu had likely not yet spread. Reflecting on the previous night, they had dined heartily at the relay station, listening to literary scholars recite poetry, blissfully unaware that bandits would soon attack. The uprising in Bzu had been suppressed and not widely publicized. For those far away in Sh and Diying, the threat to their peaceful existence had never crossed their minds. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with concern. Upon arriving at the relay station, they did not present any official documents. Instead, they leveraged their status as officials of the New York WI to swiftly gather portable supplies, such as water bags, meat, and dry rations. Chen Tuti secured the stables while Ing Lixi sought out usable long weapons. Pei Yuan brazenly seized the registration book from the relay steward and began to sift through it. His gaze swept over the names of various officials, including the governor of UNZHU and the deputy of CISU, recognizing them as newcomers to their posts. His interest peaked when he spotted the name of Ing, the vice commissioner of the Ing Supervisory Commission. If Pei Yuan recalled correctly, last month, the imperial censor Ing had just impeached Ing for corruption and misconduct while supervising Going officials. Despite his significant connections, he had managed to retain his position. With a fierce expression, Pei Yuan pointed at the registration book and demanded, "Where is Gong residing?" The steward, already familiar with the notorious reputation of the New York WI, promptly directed him to Ing's quarters. However, Pei Yuan did not rush to find Ing. Instead, he took a moment to survey the quarters before regrouping with his two subordinates. Chun Tuti had prepared 3 horses for each man, while Lixi had secured long weapons, water bags, meat, and dry provisions, all neatly strapped to the horses. Though the relay attendants dared not obstruct their efforts, they refused to release the horses without official documents. Pei Yuan instructed his companions to remain calm and turned menacingly to the attendants, warning, "Guard these horses well. Anyone who dares to touch them will face imprisonment." The attendants, trembling, acquiesced. Subsequently, the 3 men boldly approached the hall to request food and drink. After finishing his meal, Pei Yuan pushed aside the dishes and fell into a deep sleep on the table. Lixi, weary from the previous day's skirmish, also dozed off beside him. Chun Tuti, accustomed to enduring overnight interrogations, remained vigilant, casting a threatening glance at the other diners before stepping outside to keep watch. In truth, most individuals able to stay at the relay station had official backgrounds, and many were well-connected enough not to fear the Jinyiwei. However, the ruthless demeanor of the trio, akin to mad dogs, discouraged any attempts to provoke them. Pei Yuan had barely slept for an hour when Chun Tuti roused him with urgency, exclaiming, "They are coming." Instantly alert, Pei Yuan jumped up. Quickly, the bandits are here. The commotion from their side stirred the diners in the hall, who began to murmur in panic. Unsure of what was happening, the 3 men drew their embroidered spring knives, the sharp sound of blades scraping against their sheaths silencing the chatter. Chun Tuti made for the stables while Lixi silently followed Pei Yuan. The sound of Pei Yuan's official boots echoed as he rushed toward the courtyard. The entire relay station fell silent, with no one daring to intervene. Upon reaching H's quarters, Pei Yuan kicked open the courtyard door. The household servants and family members, upon seeing the 2-armed Jinyiwei enter, erupted into chaos. Hing, recently impeached, turned pale with fright upon hearing the intruders. Spotting Pei Yuan advancing into the main hall, he shouted in a panic, "I am a subordinate of the right vice-censor of the censorate, Zhing, who ordered you to intrude upon my quarters." Pei Yuan's expression hardened as he declared loudly, "What right, vice-censor? I care not who you are. I am here to save your life." Hing was taken aback. Before he could respond, Pei Yuan continued forcefully, "The bandits from BZH have reached your doorstep. You were once a court official, and to prevent you from being ensnared by these scoundrels, you must come with us now." Hing's face drained of color at the mention of the bandits. "They've come to my doorstep." Before he could think further, Pei Yuan seized him by the arm and shoved him towards Lixi, ordering, "Take this esteemed gentleman and leave at once." With a fierce glint in his eye, Pei Yuan scanned the surroundings, demanding, "Why are you all still protecting your master? Do you wish to side with the bandits?" Hing's household, having already been shaken by the earlier impeachment, was now like startled prey. Hearing Pei Yuan's fierce tone and seeing him grip his steel knife tightly, they fled in all directions without a second thought. Pei Yuan, acutely aware of the urgency, wasted no time kicking open the side rooms to search for Hing's belongings. After rummaging through several spots, he finally discovered some locked wooden chests. Fearing damage to his knife, he relied on his immense strength to lift one chest and slam it onto the ground. The chest shattered, spilling forth a cascade of gleaming silver ingots. Without a glance back, Pei Yuan smashed open more chests, some containing silver ingots, others filled with exquisite silks, and still others holding gold and jewels. Gathering the valuables into a large bundle, he stuffed in a few more heavy silver ingots for good measure. As he rushed out of the relay station, the distant clouds of dust were already drawing near. Chun Tuti and Lixi were mounted and anxiously awaiting Pei Yuan. Upon seeing the bundle he carried, their eyes brightened. But Pei Yuan first inquired, "Where is Hing?" Lixi pointed into the distance, saying, "I personally helped him onto a horse and even gave it a little nudge." "Good, that will suffice." Pei Yuan patted the bundle, considering it as life-saving money. He then urged his horse onward with a commanding go. The 3 swiftly departed from the post station, continuing their journey southward. This time, their target was rather inconspicuous, having left before the arrival of the rebel forces, thus drawing no attention. After traveling south for quite some time, it was only at noon, during a change of horses, That Pei Yuan and the other two took refuge in a forest to rest. Pei Yuan acted decisively, spreading the bundle out on a clearing in the woods. Gold pearls, treasures, and silver ingots sparkled within the bundle, causing Chen Tutai and Cheng Lei Xiang to swallow hard in anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Yuan used the scabbard of his embroidered spring knife to divide the wealth into 3 equal portions. He then looked at the two men and calmly stated, "Do not say I am unfair. I will choose last." Cheng Lei Xiang and Chen Tutai exchanged glances. This was not a time for politeness. The wealth, in a sense, was tainted, and to refrain from taking any could raise suspicion. Since the matter was a collective effort, there was no point in being overly concerned. Cheng Lei Xiang glanced at Chen Tutai and asked, "Shall I go first?" Chen Tutai, indifferent, did not respond. Cheng Lei Xiang then sliced the portion with the scabbard into 2 piles, one large and one small, returning the larger pile while placing the smaller one into his own satchel. Chen Tutai smiled, expressing no objections, and similarly took only a small portion of the wealth. Observing their actions, Pei Yuan felt uncertain. His relationship with Chen Tutai was superficial, and he had only recently met Cheng Lei Xiang. One was a seasoned veteran from the East Factory, while the other was a worldly individual with extensive experience. If he could not establish a stable relationship among the 3, it would undoubtedly lead to future troubles. He looked at Chen Tutai and Cheng Lei Xiang and said, "What do you two mean by this?" Chen Tutai, exhibiting self-awareness, replied honestly, "This venture was entirely due to your planning, my lord, which allowed us to act without leaving a trace. Now, not only can we say there is no evidence, but if we were to encounter Hu Ong again, he might even thank us for saving his life. Taking this money is already beyond what I deserve." Despite his youth, Cheng Lei Xiang was known for his boldness. However, he set aside his bravado and earnestly stated, "To share hardships with my lord is to preserve life, and to share prosperity is to enjoy wealth together. I, Cheng Lei Xiang, am not without discernment when it comes to aligning with a superior such as you." Just as Pei Yuan was about to respond, 2 lines of system notifications appeared. Current credit value, 17,100. You have gained Chen Tutai's confidence through your strategic maneuvers. Current credit value, 18,100. Your leadership skills and generosity have earned Cheng Lei Xiang's trust. Pei Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. In these chaotic times, when uncertainty loomed, it was paramount that these two remained loyal and harbored no ulterior motives. Reflecting on their previous performances, Pei Yuan was already quite satisfied. Even when the rebel arrows had nearly struck them, they had dutifully followed his command to charge into the fields and slow their pace. Cheng Lei Xiang had even disregarded his own safety to confront Xue Songqi, while Chen Tutai had turned back to support him. If not for the sudden appearance of this substantial fortune, Pei Yuan would not have hesitated to continue their journey without delay. His unease stemmed from the fact that neither of these men were particularly law-abiding. Otherwise, they would not have dared to follow Pei Yuan's rudimentary plan to seize the official's wealth in the first place. Pei Yuan, not wishing to be formal with them, rolled up the valuables from the bundle and secured them onto his horse's back. The 3 then shifted their focus away from the previous topic, hastily consuming food and resting. As Pei Yuan chewed on dried meat, he inquired the 2, "What do you think? Should we still head to Linqing City?" Cheng Lei Xiang did not respond directly, instead asking, "My lord, does this mean you have reservations?" Pei Yuan nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Yuan Lang suggested that everyone gather in Linqing, and I can surmise his intentions. Linqing, being adjacent to the Grand Canal, serves as a critical artery for grain transport to the north and is heavily guarded by soldiers. The court has even dispatched the Jining Left Guard to protect this supply route. Yuan Lang's call for us to convene in Linqing aims to stabilize the situation and observe developments. However, I believe that under the current circumstances, a single Jining Left Guard may not suffice for defense. If we venture to Linqing, we might be walking into a trap. Cheng Lei Xiang and Chen Tutai fell silent upon hearing this. The Jining Left Guard consisted of over 5,000 soldiers. Considering the absentees, the effective fighting force would likely not exceed 2,000 men, many of whom were tasked with safeguarding the grain transport and were dispersed along the canal. A few hundred skilled cavalry could easily overcome the Jining Left Guard. Chen Tutai, harboring a sliver of hope, ventured, "If the bandits from Bazhou were to attack the canal, it would certainly shake the world. They might not dare to act with such boldness." Pei Yuan disregarded this comment, chewing on the dried meat for a moment before stating thoughtfully, "If the Jining Left Guard cannot hold, will the equally numbered Jining Guard be effective? If the rebels easily defeat the Jining left guard, might they then target the Jining Guard? Chen Tutai and Cheng Lei Xiang turned pale at Pei Yuan's daring hypothesis. Surely not. That would plunge the world into chaos. Pei Yuan, however, seemed resolute in his belief, asserting, based on events from last night, Lu Lu and Lu Qi's ragtag army are purposefully raiding horses. It is possible that a significant faction of rebels has joined them. As the rebels grow stronger, they will inevitably require vast amounts of grain, leading them southward to assault Linqing. Once they discover how vulnerable the Jining left guard is, they will likely see through the facade of the Jining Guard and could swiftly launch an attack. Chen Tutai swallowed hard, his words stumbling as he exclaimed, "But Linqing is not just about grain." This statement struck at the heart of the issue. As a vital hub along the Grand Canal, Jining not only stored vast quantities of grain, but also had over 1,200 grain ships that had just arrived from the south. While grain could be gathered again, the destruction of these grain ships would severely disrupt the entire national supply system. As the last bastion for transporting grain from the south to the north, the border troops would bear the brunt of the impact. If Pei Yuan recalled correctly, after Dian Kun unified southern Mongolia, he had long harbored intentions to advance southward. It seemed that from the end of the 6th year of Zhengde, southern Mongolia had commenced decades of incursions. Seeing that Chen Tutai and Cheng Lei Xiang grasped the dire consequences, Pei Yuan finally revealed the decision he had pondered for a long time. "I intend to forego the journey to Linqing and take you both directly to Jining. What are your thoughts?" Chen Tutai inquired. "Is your intention to alert Jining?" "My lord." Pei Yuan replied affirmatively. "Let's give it a try. Perhaps this is what life is about." For Pei Yuan, seeking to display heroism has never been an option. The concept of the entire world is exceedingly nebulous, yet the minutiae of daily calculations are starkly clear. However, deep down, certain thoughts coaxed him to consider, why not give it a try? Chen Tudai remained silent as Cheng Leixiang, with a piece of grass between his teeth, appeared to be on the verge of speaking, yet feigned the act of chewing. Pei Yuan, taking matters into his own hands, mounted a horse without further ado. "Let us depart, while the rebel forces have not yet pursued us. Let us journey a little farther and enjoy a proper night's rest." The trio rode forth from the woods, opting for the main road this time. Pei Yuan pondered that the situation here had become irretrievable, so he decided to head east toward the heart of Shandong. Although Linqing held strategic significance, it lay at the junction of Shandong and Hebei, where governing authority was relatively weak. Further east lay Jinan Prefecture. Zhu Di had faced considerable difficulty while besieging Jinan, and Lu Lu and Lu Qi likely lacked the audacity to advance eastward. After a day's journey eastward, they approached Gaodang by night. Pei Yuan hesitated at the sight of the city walls, uncertain whether to enter the city for the night. News of the rebel forces attacking Dongchangfu must have begun to spread, yet they were undoubtedly quicker than the rumors. Should they choose to spend the night within the city, they might awaken to find Gaodang had sealed its gates, making any escape too late. At last, Cheng Leixiang could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "My lord, did you not mention intending to go to Jining? It appears that your direction suggests a plan to first visit Jinan Prefecture." Pei Yuan sensed Cheng Leixiang's unusual behavior and, maintaining a composed demeanor, glanced at him. "Is there an issue?" Under Pei Yuan's scrutinizing gaze, Cheng Leixiang shrank back. Gathering his courage, he finally spoke, "My lord, let us avoid Jinan Prefecture. Otherwise, we may encounter some trouble." Pei Yuan, no longer willing to dance around the topic, raised his voice and commanded, "Speak." Chen Tudai also turned his attention to Cheng Leixiang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Cheng Leixiang, startled, set aside his apprehensions and spoke earnestly, "My lord, do you recall the bandit Xue Songqi who obstructed our path yesterday?" Pei Yuan frowned and interjected, "Spare me the trivialities." Cheng Leixiang then revealed information that took Pei Yuan by surprise. "To my knowledge, the Bai Shi Hui, a clandestine organization, is backed by the Duke of De, Zhu Jianlin." What? Pei Yuan could scarcely believe it. How could this be possible? His astonishment did not lie in the Duke of De harboring such illicit forces for the Duke of Ning. Zhu Chunhao had indeed sheltered numerous underworld factions and bandits. Rather, Pei Yuan was shocked that the influence of Zhu Jianlin would manifest within the rebellious forces of Lu Lu and Lu Qi. Could it be that this uprising possessed the Duke's backing? Pei Yuan instinctively dismissed the notion. Impossible. Zhu Jianlin is the second son of the legendary Ming general Zhu Qizhen, with his fiefdom located in the prosperous Dazhou. Although Dazhou is a favorable region, its strategic position had been the battleground for 2 years during the 3-year-long Jingnan campaign. Not only had the inhabitants of Dazhou suffered, but even the newly constructed Duke of De's residence appeared woefully inadequate. Zhu Jianlin, having been raised in luxury, was accustomed to indulgence. Now that his formidable father had returned, how could he possibly reside in squalor? Thus, Zhu Jianlin adamantly refused to leave. Once his beloved elder brother, Zhu Jianxin, ascended the throne, Zhu Jianlin became brazen in his demands. I want this, I want that, and I want more. The deeply affectionate Emperor Chenghua was left with no choice but to indulge him. Consequently, Zhu Jianxin relocated Zhu Jianlin's fiefdom from Dazhou to Liqing in Jinan Prefecture. I want it. And also granted him the lands previously held by the deposed Qi Wang. I want that, as well as those of the ousted Han Wang. I want more. The Emperor Chenghua's regard for the Duke of De was profound, and with Zhu Jianlin still alive, how could he dare rebel against Zhu Hozhao? After all, he was the cherished grandson of the benevolent Zhu Jianxin. Even if rebellion were to sweep the realm, the Duke of De would remain unscathed. Yet, this matter pertained to his very life, and Pei Yuan did not dare to gamble. He regarded Cheng Leixiang and posed a question. Do you believe the Duke of De would rebel? Cheng Leixiang, wary of misleading Pei Yuan's judgment, scratched his head. I cannot say. I only know that Xue Songqi is associated with the Duke of De. Pei Yuan fell silent for a moment. The rampant behavior of the Ming princes had become a norm. Inflicting suffering upon the populace and assassinating officials were merely routine operations. After the tyrannical Qin Wang's demise, even his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, had deemed him deserving of death. This Duke of De might very well be just another individual of that ilk. However, exercising caution would not be amiss. Pei Yuan contemplated and concluded, then let us not proceed to Jinan Prefecture. Instead, we shall head directly to Jining. Qin Tudai gestured toward the distant city. Shall we enter? Pei Yuan shook his head. No entry into the city. Let's find a nearby village to seek refuge for the night. The following morning, the trio resumed their journey after a restful night. Passing through Gaodang Prefecture, they indeed found the city gates securely shut. Feeling relieved, Qin Tudai jested. After a night as sleep, the news has outpaced us. It seems that any further profit is no longer attainable. As Pei Yuan mulled over Chun Taodi's words, a sudden clarity washed over him, and he could not suppress a deep sigh. Ah, so it is. The two young retainers hurriedly inquired, What do you mean, my lord? Pei Yuan speculated maliciously. Perhaps the Duke of De's motives are not dissimilar to ours. While we covet only a few hundred taels of silver, he may be eyeing Dong Changfu. Amid their hasty escape, the three could still contemplate leveraging this slight informational advantage to plunder the officials at the relay stations. Did the esteemed Duke of De not recognize the benefits that the chaos in Bazhou could yield? Given Xue Songqi's appearance, it was highly probable that the Duke was not merely capitalizing on the situation, but had deliberately guided the rebel forces to assault Dong Changfu. Qin Tudai exclaimed in astonishment. But they are rebels. How could this be? Pei Yuan replied. And so what if they are rebels? In such a vast Ming realm, could it truly be toppled by a mere band of rebels? As long as one can secure ample benefits, there will always be someone to deal with the aftermath. Cheng Leixiang and Qin Tudai exchanged glances at a loss for words. Pei Yuan himself felt that his stance was rather lacking. Had they not acted with such reckless abandon, disregarding what the rebels might gain in their pursuit of those few hundred taels? Now, witnessing the Duke of De's even more disconcerting behavior, Pei Yuan felt an uncomfortable sensation arise within him. Everyone believed that the Ming dynasty would endure, yet it ultimately fell. Fortunately, Pei Yuan was not a man prone to indecision. He glanced at the wealth within his bundle, finding those possessions still irresistibly enticing. Perhaps such is life. After this, the three traveled along the road, avoiding the counties and towns, and made their way directly towards Jining. Upon arriving at Dongping's house, news from the northern regions had already begun to trickle in. The rebel forces from Bazhou had seized Linqing, acquiring a substantial amount of provisions, and then made their way directly back to Hebei. Many individuals with a semblance of analytical prowess speculated that Lu Lu and Lu Qi, now equipped with supplies, intended to rendezvous with the advancing troops and directly besiege the capital. However, Pei Yuan remained resolute in his belief that the next target of the Bazhou rebels would undoubtedly be Jining. Jining is a significant stronghold within the Yinzhou prefecture. Initially known as Jining Prefecture during the early days of the founding, it governed 3 states and 12 counties. In the 18th year of Hongwu, it was renamed Jiningshao, now overseeing only 3 counties. Nevertheless, the importance of Jining had not diminished. The Grand Canal, reliant solely on grain transportation, was evidently insufficient to sustain the livelihoods of 1 million grain transport workers. The vast array of goods transported along with the ships was the primary reason the Grand Canal could support so many mouths. Jining, situated north of Nanwang Lake and south of Weishan Lake, offered ideal conditions for vessels to dock and transfer goods, thus becoming the most crucial logistics hub for the canal in the north. Here, northern furs, mountain delicacies, and soybeans traded alongside southern tea, silk, and porcelain, all flowed through the canal between north and south. When Pei Yuan and his companions arrived at the administrative center of Jining, Rinsheng, the atmosphere was merely tinged with tension, and the city gates remained wide open to the bustling merchants. This starkly contrasted with Pei Yuan's prior expectations. Their news had arrived later than the court's rapid reports, and the withdrawal of the Bazhou rebels back to Hebei further weakened the persuasiveness of Pei Yuan's assessment. They could hardly rely on outdated information and mere conjecture from a Jinyiwei Captain to urge all nearby garrisons to mobilize here in preparation for battle. Pei Yuan felt a sense of dejection, akin to a cherished sentiment that had gone unappreciated. However, Chen Tudai and Cheng Leixiang remained unfazed. Regardless, the rebels had ultimately captured Linqing, and their direct journey to Jining could be seen as an escape from calamity. Noticing Pei Yuan's silence, the two understood his dissatisfaction and suggested that if he felt uneasy, he should discuss the matter with the commander of the Jining garrison. Pei Yuan remained silent, quietly accessing the debt settlement system interface. Character: Pei Yuan. Occupation: Jinyiwei Grade 6 Captain. Financial debts: receivable debts, 0 payable debts, 55-55, total debt of 38,000 taels, with Gu Deong owing 30,000 taels. Zhang Yaochen 120 taels, Tao Libin 32 taels, Chen Lu 55 taels. Personal debts: receivable debts, 1 you fulfilled Mei Qinyang's dying wish and may request a favor from her. Receivable debts: 1 Zhang Tsong owes you a favor, promising to consult with you during his leisure time. You may also compel him for consultation once, but this will nullify the promise. Payable debts: 1 you owe a favor to the county magistrate Chong and of Daxing County, who wishes for you to marry his daughter to settle this debt. He has since abandoned this idea, and you may delete this debt or repay it forcefully. Current debt limit: 30,000 taels, currently overdrawn by 809 taels, with 203 days remaining until settlement, after which the overdrawn amount will be forcibly settled. Current credit rating: 18100. You have garnered widespread support from all your subordinates. Special status: no worries about debt. You are currently in a state of inexplicable calmness. Pei Yuan's gaze lingered on the 30,000 taels owed by Gu Deong for a moment. Subsequently, the words Gu Deong 30,000 taels began to glow faintly, followed by a rudimentary map emerging with a small red dot clearly marked above. Pei Yuan silently recited, "View yesterday's data," repeatedly. A series of simplified maps appeared in succession, illustrating Gu Deong's trajectory over the past 7 days. As the governor overseeing the suppression of the rebellion, Gu Deong's movements were of great significance. Just days prior, Gu Deong had remained in Linqing, but in recent days had begun to move southward. Logically, the fall of Linqing should have overwhelmed Gu Deong. His choice to head south rather than pursue the rebels in Hebei indicated that the commanders in charge of military affairs, Fu Qianbo Mao Ruwei and Minister of War Lu Wan, had recognized the risks facing Jining. Considering the timeliness of information transmission, it was conceivable that significant changes had already transpired on the front lines. Pei Yuan contemplated this and informed the two men that they could not linger in Jining. If they could not be of assistance, they should depart swiftly. He added that they should first locate a money shop to convert their possessions into easily transportable gold, to avoid mishaps in the chaos that might benefit others. In this era, money shops had begun to assume certain financial functions. The primary reason for this was the tightening liquidity of copper coins, which led the court to permit the circulation of silver in the market. However, the drawbacks of using silver were also evident. Due to its high value, small amounts required cutting and weighing. Excessive fragmented silver necessitated remelting for transport and storage, resulting in inconvenience and varying qualities after melting. Thus, universal money shops emerged, capable of exchanging fragmented silver for copper coins and appraising various grades of silver to provide reference for both parties in a transaction. The conversion into gold was also one of their services. Although gold was not directly circulated as currency, its inherent high value made it a hard currency. While the valuables they carried posed little risk, the flattened gold items, scattered pearls, and stamped silver ingots were certainly unsuitable for immediate use. Upon entering Rincheng, Pei Yuan found himself amidst the thriving prosperity of this canal metropolis. Everywhere were establishments showcasing southern and northern architectural styles, from taverns and shops to brothels. Merchants were not constrained by social classes, freely riding fine steeds and donning luxurious fabrics. The indulgent pleasures, diverse beauties, bustling cargo ships, and flowing silver from countless transactions painted a picture of a city entirely dependent on trade and serving trade. Just within Pei Yuan's sight, he observed over a dozen sizable money shops, brothels, and tea houses. Just as he was about to turn back to call out to his companions, he noticed Chun Tu-Dai and Cheng Leixiang gazing at the vibrant red sleeves adorning the streets, their faces flushed with anticipation. Upon catching Pei Yuan's glance, the two could not restrain their mischievous expressions, saying, "My lord, if you are not in a hurry to depart, why not allow us to express our appreciation?" Pei Yuan, disinterested in such matters and unwilling to dampen their spirits, merely cautioned them that this place was a mix of characters, and their Jinyiwei status alone would not suffice. They should not be careless. Chun Tu-Dai, with a boisterous laugh, replied, "No worries. We are not without our own means." Cheng Leixiang also looked at Pei Yuan eagerly. Having narrowly escaped death and endured hardship for so long, he yearned to indulge in the comforts of the gentle realm for a time. Pei Yuan conceded, "If that is the case, you may go on your own. However, let us agree on a meeting point, in case of any unforeseen circumstances that may hinder our ability to assist one another." Cheng Leixiang, somewhat disappointed, asked, "Will my lord not join us?" He then patted his chest, exclaiming, "Leave this minor matter to me to arrange. We must allow our brotherhood to express our gratitude." Pei Yuan, witnessing the fervor of his persuasion, was inexplicably reminded of the term by Piao. Individuals like Pei Baihu, deeply in debt, previously only dared to lounge in the courtyard, listening to the free tunes from the Jiafangxi, never having the audacity to covet those fair maidens. Now, with Cheng Leixiang taking the initiative to treat, Pei Yuan found his resolve wavering. However, Pei Baihu had never been one to act frivolously. He glanced at Chun Tu-Tai with a hint of hesitation. Old Chun, as an esteemed veteran of the Jinyiwei, having served in the Eastern Factory for so long. "Do you think this is quite appropriate?" Chun Tu-Tai, with sagacity, replied, "As long as we adhere to the fundamental principles, we shall encounter no issues." Pei Yuan exhaled in relief. The concept of principles is indeed a curious one. For instance, when one states that, in principle, they can undertake a certain action, it subtly implies that they cannot in reality. Conversely, when it is asserted that one cannot do something in principle, it suggests that they indeed can. Without a keen understanding of these principles, how could one hope to excel in governance? Reflecting on the precarious days he had endured, Pei Yuan resolved not to dwell on such dilemmas. Before leaping out like a fish or dragon, who could claim superiority? If self-discipline is lauded, then indulgence may be regarded as a reward. Noticing Pei Yuan's change of heart, Cheng Leixiang raised an eyebrow at Chun Tu-Tai. The two then ceased their conversation and followed Pei Yuan to the money exchange shop to convert their possessions into currency. Those who could operate a money shop in a bustling hub like Jining naturally had some connections. Yet, even with such connections, they would not dare offend three armed officials of the Jinyiwei over a matter of mere hundreds of taels of silver. As Pei Yuan and his companions placed their bundles on the counter for appraisal, Cheng Leixiang tossed his slightly damaged Xiuquan knife onto the counter as well. The shopkeeper, taken aback, cautiously opened the three bundles. Surveying the contents and then the fierce demeanor of the three Jinyiwei officers, he began to speculate about the origins of these valuables. Although he feigned panic, he remained composed internally, for such items, often looted by the Jinyiwei, were typically devoid of any traceable victims. He meticulously assessed the value of the jewels and gems, even using a small knife to cut into the gold and silver to check their purity. Afterward, he quoted various prices. When converted to silver, Pei Yuan's belongings were valued at over 600 taels, while Cheng Leixiang and Chun Tutai were estimated at 150 to 160 taels each. In later times, this sum might seem modest, but such perception is skewed by the inflated wealth of the populace. For example, in the county renowned as the best in the realm, Wanping County, the annual tax silver during the Ming dynasty amounted to a mere 3,668 taels. Pei Yuan requested the shopkeeper to exchange a share for small gold ingots, while Cheng Leixiang and Chun Tutai opted for convenient silver ingots, additionally requesting a few strings of copper coins. Upon seeing the copper coins, a sudden inspiration struck Pei Yuan, prompting him to ask the two for a single copper coin each. Cheng Leixiang and Chun Tutai were perplexed and offered him silver ingots instead. But Pei Yuan insisted on just one copper coin. Once in possession of the coin, Pei Yuan quietly updated his debt settlement system, and soon the names of Cheng Leixiang and Chun Tutai appeared on the creditor list. Delving into their drop-down menus, he designated them as debt associates. Upon opening the simplified map indicating the creditor's locations, he was delighted to find two small red dots nearby. The debt settlement system, initially designed to evade creditors, indeed held vast potential for exploration. Pei Yuan then surveyed the nearby creditors, unexpectedly discovering two merchants within the city of Jining, Chen Lu, who owed 55 taels, and Chun Minzhong, who owed 167 taels. The debts of these two could even be traced back to Pei Yuan's grandfather. When Pei Yuan inherited these accounts from his father, Pei Guang, he had once naively fantasized about the delightful scenario of these debts vanishing. Unfortunately, the system was unforgiving and had faithfully recorded these loans, occupying a significant portion of his liabilities. Pei Yuan noted his credit score had reached 18 points, igniting a spark of motivation within him. If he repaid these two debts, he could potentially earn additional credit points, reaching a total of 20. With 20 credit points, he could compel a favor from someone, thus providing some leeway for any unforeseen circumstances during his upcoming business in Nanzili. Moreover, even without the prospect of gaining credit, merely settling these debts to reduce his liabilities was a prudent move. As he journeyed southward, he remained unaware of the troubles that might arise. Losing money midway could render his efforts futile. Resolved, Pei Yuan addressed the two young aides. When my grandfather was still alive, he borrowed money for operations. Coincidentally, two of the creditors are nearby. I shall seek them out to repay the debts first, then accompany you in revelry, if that pleases you. The two aides looked on in bewilderment. Once they grasped Pei Yuan's intent to repay the debts, they could not help but exclaim in admiration to remember such long-standing debts. You truly are a person of integrity. Immediately, two lines of system notifications appeared. Current credit value, 19,100. Your faithful adherence to debt obligations has increased Chun Taoti's trust in you. Current credit value, 2,100. Your faithful adherence to debt obligations has increased Cheng Leixiang's trust in you. Pei Yuan gazed at the new notifications and is now 20-point credit value, suddenly feeling less urgency regarding the repayment. 0027. Is this truly a chance encounter? Having just put on airs, he could not backtrack. Pei Yuan resigned himself to accompany the two in the repayment process. Upon arriving at a brothel where Chun Minzhong was enjoying a performance, he initially appeared bewildered upon seeing Pei Yuan. He displayed little reaction when Pei Guang's name was mentioned until Pei Yuan referenced his grandfather, Pei Jing, which finally sparked recognition. He then inquired, "Is Pei Jing the son of Pei Yukai?" Upon hearing his ancestor's name, Pei Yuan promptly stood to affirm, "Indeed." Chun Minzhong stroked his white beard, sighing, "Our families have long been interconnected. In the past, when we dealt in leather goods in the capital, it was primarily our two families that thrived. Back then, my father maintained a close relationship with your great-uncle, facilitating trade along the Grand Canal. Alas, we thought aligning with Jinyiwei Commander Lu Zhong would ensure our success. But who could foresee our entanglement in the infamous Jindao case? Numerous business-minded individuals found themselves entangled in this affair. Yet it was Pei Shishu's decisiveness that led everyone to expend their family fortunes to eliminate Lu Zhong, thereby preventing further complications. Regrettably, many merchant families have since languished in decline. Pei Yuan had long grown weary of this tale. He had heard of his ancestor Pei Yotsai's failed speculation leading to the loss of their family wealth, but he never anticipated such hidden depths to the story. As he pieced it together, it became evident from Chun Minzhong's words that his ancestor, after purchasing an official position, had adeptly maneuvered through connections with Lu Zhong, the commander of the Jinyiwei. This allowed his fellow merchants to engage in lucrative cargo operations via canal boats. However, when a scandal surrounding Lu Zhong erupted, Pei Yuan and the wealthy merchants who had funded Lu Zhong were terrified of being implicated, prompting them to swiftly and brutally eliminate him. Yet, while one might lament the past, there is no need to speak so openly before me about such secrets. Is it appropriate to disclose a partnership in the assassination of a Jinyiwei commander in public? Even if you do not respect my official garb, should you not at least show deference to my two esteemed colleagues from the Jinyiwei? Pei Yuan instinctively glanced back at the two junior officers. Chun Tudai was inspecting his nails, while Cheng Leixiang was scrutinizing Chun Taoti's nails. Pei Yuan quickly realized that this matter was not as grave as it appeared. Lu Zhong had previously framed the imprisoned Emperor Yingzong in Nangu, and once the war god returned to the throne, he became the very commander in question. Why would he falsely accuse me? The act of eliminating Lu Zhong posed no political risk, even if it was initially a means of severing ties. So many years had elapsed that no one would pursue such a matter now. Moreover, the merchants had voluntarily contributed funds to expedite the trial and execution of Lu Zhong, which would likely bring satisfaction to the war god emperor. Was Chun Minzhong perhaps attempting to bolster the reputation of the younger generation in front of his peers? While Pei Yuan was lost in thought, Chun Minzhong stroked his beard and inquired, "What brings you here today?" Pei Yuan, no longer preoccupied with trivialities, recalled that this elder was of the same generation as his grandfather and replied directly, "I have come to repay a debt." The system acknowledged a debt of 167 taels, yet Pei Yuan found it challenging to untangle years of confusion. He had prepared a small gold ingot. Taking it in hand, the sum owed by his grandfather was only an approximation. Presently, the Pei family is facing some difficulties, so I shall return this amount. Shin Minzhong appeared somewhat surprised. He glanced at the gold ingot in Pei Yuan's hand and then back at him. After a moment, he lazily remarked, "This amount is of little consequence. No one has mentioned it for decades. I thought your family had forgotten about it. Given the friendship between our families, it would be acceptable if you chose not to repay it." Perhaps Chen Minzhong still held onto the sentiment of the previous generation, but unfortunately, both Pei Yuan's descendants had been languishing in a state of idleness. According to Pei Guang, there had been an intention to evade repayment altogether. Pei Yuan could only respond, "Your generosity is commendable, but I still feel compelled to settle this account." Chen Minzhong chuckled and accepted the gold ingot, saying, "I have long since misplaced the promissory note from your family. Would you like a receipt?" Upon seeing that the debt settlement system had refreshed and that the amount was no longer displayed, Pei Yuan understood that Chun Minzhong bore no ulterior motives and politely replied, "There is no need for that. As long as my conscience is clear regarding this debt, that is sufficient." Chun Minzhong nodded approvingly and remarked, "You are indeed a fine young man. Should you find yourself in need in the future, feel free to seek me out. I have several talented granddaughters awaiting suitors." In the past, Pei Yuan might have considered this a potential avenue of retreat, but now, with the system at his disposal, he aspired to greater ambitions. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Pei Yuan noticed that Chun Minzhong's attention had shifted back to the stage in the center, where a performance of Shixiangji was underway. As Pei Yuan prepared to leave, he caught a glimpse of Chun Minzhong, who was absent-mindedly stroking his beard, and casually advised, "Currently, Shandong is quite chaotic. Jining is not a place to linger." Pei Yuan acknowledged this and departed with the two junior officers. Upon checking his credit value, he noted that it remained unchanged. It seemed that the earlier incident had not affected the loyalty of his temporary subordinates. The situation with Chun Lu was much simpler. Upon their meeting, Chun Lu recognized Pei Yuan immediately, and upon hearing his purpose, he was overjoyed and hurriedly pulled out his account book. Pei Yuan found it amusing that Chun Lu carried his account book with him at all times. Fortunately, they quickly settled their accounts, leaving no debts outstanding. Pei Yuan refreshed the debt settlement system, which still indicated 55 outstanding debts, with the total amount reduced to 35,587 taels. The earlier borrowing from Cheng Leixiang and Chun Tudai had only been recorded by count, while the monetary amount had been overlooked, indicating that the system was not excessively meticulous. Chun Tudai and Cheng Leixiang watched eagerly as Pei Yuan concluded his business. Anticipating the upcoming events, Pei Yuan felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. This was the first time he would face such a test in his life. While he was eager to embrace it, he sensed something was lacking. Cheng Leixiang wasted no time and made arrangements. Having observed the surroundings earlier, he had identified a brothel named Lanshanban that seemed particularly enticing to patrons. They quickly located a nearby inn, changed out of their travel-worn official attire, and confidently made their way to Lanshanban. Among the trio, though Pei Yuan was dressed most modestly, Cheng Leixiang, clad in silken garments, took the lead, engaging in jovial banter, which prevented the brothel's attendants from underestimating them. As they navigated through the throngs of courtesans, they headed toward the main hall. The atmosphere was set, yet Pei Yuan felt a mix of heat and discomfort, instinctively contemplating how to present himself as a seasoned patron. Lanshanban, as its name suggested, was primarily focused on theatrical performances and musical entertainments. Pei Yuan inquired of the attendant leading them, "What is the performance for today?" The attendant promptly responded with a smile, "Honored guest, today we present Do Yi Yuan by Guanhan Xing." Pei Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was this to be a serious performance? Chen Tu-Dai, visibly displeased, interjected, "What is the point of this? Does it not dampen the mood?" Just then, a delicate and melodious tune wafted through the air, prompting the attendant to remain silent, simply smiling and saying, "The guests will soon see." Upon entering the hall, they found a spacious stage at the center, surrounded by numerous tables and chairs. It appeared that the scene of Do Yi's trial was currently unfolding. An 18 or 19-year-old girl knelt at the center of the stage, her smooth torso bound with fine cords, shyly turning to conceal her modesty. Pei Yuan was taken aback. "Is there a script for Do Yi Yuan?" The attendant, seemingly accustomed to such queries, smiled and urged, "Please, honored guests." Pei Yuan, still a novice, was led by the attendant while casting furtive glances around as they moved toward the tables on either side. Several empty tables had already been set with dried fruits and snacks. Cheng Leixiang quickly assessed the situation and was unconcerned about the cost of seating. The attendant guided Pei Yuan to a chair close to the stage, and upon seeing no objections from the guests, he added, "Each plate of snacks is 2 taels of silver. Please, patrons, assess your own means." Pei Yuan understood that this was likely the seating fee. The tables nearest the stage had 4 or 5 plates, while those farther away had 1 or 2. In this era, although the costs of indulgence are not particularly accessible, they do not completely preclude the ordinary person from seizing opportunities. The exorbitant prices depicted in novels, where a renowned courtesan in Kaifeng commands thousands or even tens of thousands of taels of silver, are far too fantastical. A well-known tale from the Ming Dynasty, Xing Shi Heng Yin by Feng Menglong, offers a more grounded account of the prices in that era. The famed courtesan Wang Meinyang, after her first drunken encounter, was priced at 300 taels of silver, while subsequent nights were valued at 10 taels. It is noteworthy that Wang Meinyang was the foremost beauty in Hangzhou, a true sensation. This price holds significant reference value. What standing do Su and Hangzhou hold in the realm of courtesans? How many ordinary courtesans could possibly rival Hangzhou's leading lady? Moreover, the people of the Ming Dynasty were quite simple. Their expenditures were driven by sincerity, rather than mere platitudes of gratitude. The 10 taels were not charged per visit. Rather, it encompassed an entire night. For instance, the oil seller Qinchong, who had long harbored affection for the goddess Wang Meinyang, silently vowed to himself, "Xiaomei, I shall sell oil and save to indulge in your company." After saving for over a year, he finally secured an opportunity for intimacy. The expenditure of 10 taels was filled with sincerity, supplemented by food and drink, along with a splendid fruit platter. In later times, one could hardly dream of a street vendor saving for over a year to spend a night with Hangzhou's leading beauty. Thus, Cheng Leixiang, having recently acquired a fortune of over 100 taels, dismissed the price of a mere tael for a private booth. The market was clear. Unless it was a courtesan's first engagement, anything under 10 taels could be easily arranged. Pei Yuan, somewhat dazed, sat in the front row, appreciating the artistic works of this age. He could hardly fathom that such a time also birthed the script of Do Yi Yuan. On stage, a female impersonating a magistrate was presiding over Do Yi's case, while Do Yi shyly responded from below. In a short while, a patron summoned a servant from the brothel and whispered a few instructions before heading into the back hall. Subsequently, the servant approached the stage, first bowing to the 4 directions in greeting, and then, without untying the young maiden, assisted her into the back hall. The audience seemed accustomed to this, erupting in laughter. Soon, another beautiful girl appeared on stage, blushing as she removed her upper garments, slowly binding herself with fine cords. Taking the place of the previous girl as the performance continued, Pei Yuan was utterly astonished. The people of this era were truly extravagant, not only having derivative scripts of popular dramas, but also offering the chance to experience them firsthand. Given the scene of the magistrate in disguise, one could not dismiss the possibility of some righteous individual intervening to correct the situation, dragging the magistrate into the back hall for a thorough chastisement. The seats occupied by Pei Yuan and his companions were at the forefront, allowing them a clear view of the young girl being bound. The newcomer was still quite young, timid and innocent, her colors distinctly defined. As she was tied, she bit her lip, casting a glance towards the tables in the front, as if seeking help. Before the new girl was fully bound, a patron expressed the desire for a private interrogation. At once, a servant ascended the stage, bowing once more, and replaced her with another. This time, the new girl possessed alluring features, her eyes like droplets of dew. The magistrate showed no mercy, calling forth patrons to step forward, wielding a soft whip to strike gently, listening to her plaintive and seductive cries, witnessing her attempts to evade while maintaining an air of allure. The three could not help but feel that this expenditure of a tale was indeed worthwhile. However, Pei Yuan had never encountered such a spectacle and was momentarily at a loss. Engaging in a conversation about the performance with the two young flag-bearers seemed somewhat awkward. He quietly munched on peanuts, contemplating that it might be more gratifying to embrace a beauty and retreat to a private chamber, rather than endure this vexatious performance. Noticing Pei Yuan's silence and lack of initiative to carry the beauty away, Cheng Lei Xiang broke the ice, inquiring about Pei Yuan's business prior to arriving at the Jinyiwei Captain office. Pei Yuan, watching the enchanting Do-E on stage lamenting her grievances, felt parched and took a sip of tea to mask his discomfort, finally responding that he had fortuitously attained the title of the top scholar in martial examinations, thus serving in the Eastern factory. Chen Tutai nearly choked upon hearing this. "Sir, could you refrain from mentioning your martial examination title? Had it not been for mate Qin Yang riding you in the grass, I would not have been sent back to the Northern Town Protectorate." Cheng Lei Xiang, however, remained oblivious to the underlying tension, complimenting Pei Yuan. "A gentleman of such esteemed background as yourself surely garners greater trust from the court than those of us who have merely surrendered. Your future must be boundless." Pei Yuan merely hummed in acknowledgement. Observing Chen Tutai beside him, he felt a twinge of awkwardness and deftly shifted the topic. "You recognized Shuesong Qi's style at a glance. Your experience in the martial world is more profound than I had imagined. A person of your caliber should shine wherever you go. What brings you back to the capital?" Cheng Lei Xiang's complexion shifted between shades of red and white as he recalled his youthful indiscretions and missteps, now finding solace in reflection. Pei Yuan diverted his gaze from the stage, smiling. "Do share? It would enrich our tales of the martial world." Cheng Lei Xiang hesitated before confessing. "In my days with the Huashan sect, I was quite esteemed. I had the privilege of meeting many heroes of the North alongside my master. However, my lineage was eventually uncovered, leading to some unpleasant rumors in the martial realm." Pei Yuan understood, recognizing the insinuations of being a court lackey. Cheng Lei Xiang continued. "My master treated me well, and my mistress regarded me as a son, but the martial world can be unforgiving." Pei Yuan inexplicably felt a sense of empathy and unexpectedly inquired, "Do you not have a junior sister?" What does the esteemed sir mean?" Cheng Lei Xiang's eyes widened, then nervously darted away. Pei Yuan felt the atmosphere shift favorably, his sense of empathy intensifying. Thus, he pressed further. "Did you not later take in a junior disciple who became particularly close with your junior sister?" Cheng Lei Xiang appeared as though his innermost secret had been laid bare, his face suddenly turning awkward. Pei Yuan internally reveled in this moment, asking, "Can you not let go?" Cheng Lei Xiang downed his drink in silence, lost for words. Pei Yuan, with a hint of mischief, remarked, "Since it cannot be, why linger in melancholy? Recently, I acquired a new tune that might ease your heart." Cheng Lei Xiang forced a semblance of enthusiasm. "Oh, what is the piece?" Pei Yuan replied with a smile. "This piece is called Xiao Ao Jiang Hu, best sung by a robust man from the West for full effect." At that moment, several affluent patrons were ushered in by the brothel servants. They chose seats toward the front, coincidentally passing behind the three men. One of the patrons, sporting a bushy beard, could not help but cast a glance at Pei Yuan. Sensing this, Pei Yuan subtly turned to observe. The patron possessed a dignified appearance, marked by the signs of life's trials, and upon meeting Pei Yuan's gaze, he smiled first, saying, "Ah, the young generation of wanderers still possesses the spirit of the rivers and lakes." The other patrons paused, their unabashed scrutiny focused on Pei Yuan and his companions. Pei Yuan, unwilling to provoke unnecessary trouble, noted the small number of their group. The demeanor of the men across from them suggested they were seasoned veterans of the martial world, and should a conflict arise, they might find themselves at a disadvantage. It was prudent to yield when necessary. Thus, Pei Yuan raised his cup of tea in a gesture of goodwill. The robust gentleman chuckled, savoring the moment, and inquired with increasing curiosity, "This tune you play is truly exhilarating. If a man from the West can sing it, can a son of Yin and Zhao not do the same? Pray, let us hear it." Pei Yuan sensed no malice in his demeanor. His words bore a hint of pride in his seasoned experience, coupled with a genuine admiration for the younger generation. "Regrettably, I am but a Jinyiwei, my friend," Pei Yuan replied. "As wanderers of the Jianghu, we seldom engage in the arts of penmanship. Even if I were to sing, I fear it would disturb the serene ambience here." The burly man, however, seemed to be struck by an irresistible itch, murmuring the title of the song, his expression tinged with nostalgia. He turned to his companions, signaling for silence. Without hearing this tune, even the wine loses its charm. The other men, upon hearing this, fell silent and approached various tables, placing down pieces of silver worth 5 taels each, then clasping their fists in apology. "Forgive us, gentlemen. This is but a small token to treat you to some drinks." In Jining City, most revelers were merchants, and those from the Lancian troop were no exception. Seeing the imposing figures of these men, the patrons dared not utter a word. Some picked up the silver and departed, while others, too timid, merely stood and left without touching the coins. Pei Yuan exchanged glances with Chun Tutai and Cheng Leixiang. Cheng Leixiang, the most skilled among them, shook his head gravely. With his prowess, he felt uncertain, and Pei Yuan shared in his apprehension. The burly man dismissed the idle customers, tossing a handful of silver onto the stage. The young women performing Do Yuan were elated and gracefully exited. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pei Yuan took the initiative, saying, "I intended to cheer up my brother here, but the setting was not suitable. Since you wish to hear it, let's enjoy a few lines together." The burly man, unconcerned, replied with a smile, "What need is there for titles? By the mere name of the song, you may call me Brother Qi." He pulled up a stool and sat down beside the 3 men. Pei Yuan found the rhythm and began to sing Huang Zhan's song, Hai Yi Sheng Xiao. The lyrics flowed forth, resonating with the spirit of the song. As he concluded, Brother Qi was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand. A companion presented a wine gourd, and he drank deeply without pause, exhaling a sigh of satisfaction. What a splendid rendition of Xiao Ao Jianghu. Yet the song's end left him feeling unsettled, akin to the oppressive heat of a sultry summer day. After silently recalling the lyrics, Brother Qi slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "I feel something is amiss. Allow me to sing at once. Dear brother, listen closely and judge for yourself." He opened his throat and poured forth his emotions. Having traversed life with countless entanglements of love and resentment, his voice trembled with unshed tears. As he repeated the lines, the audience felt an uncanny connection, as if he were singing his own truth. Pei Yuan, Chun Tutai, and Cheng Leixiang exchanged glances, sensing that their presence might be unwelcome. This man seemed to harbor a story, and stories often come with complications. Staying longer could invite trouble. Pei Yuan rose and said to Brother Qi, "Brother Qi, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Really? You would depart so soon?" Brother Qi appeared disappointed. His keen gaze swept over the 3, as if perceiving their discomfort. "Well, we are all wanderers of the Jianghu. Forgetting is part of it. Today, your music has provided solace for my soul. If there is anything you desire, I am more than willing to grant it." Pei Yuan contemplated seizing the opportunity for a substantial reward. Yet the man was steeped in emotion, and discussing money could prove disastrous. Unsure of what to ask for and uncertain of Brother Qi's sincerity, he replied, "Perhaps we shall meet again by fate someday, and then we can continue this bond." Brother Qi downed the remaining wine in his gourd and, feeling reflective, remarked, "My connection with the Jianghu ends here. In such tumultuous times, who knows what tomorrow holds? He scrutinized Pei Yuan, suddenly inspired, and proposed. A wanderer of the Jianghu cannot be without a trusty weapon. I possess a fine blade that I no longer need. Would you accept it? Pei Yuan felt a rush of connection. Without awaiting a response, Brother Qi signaled, and a burly man reluctantly presented a long object wrapped tightly in burlap. Pei Yuan instinctively took it, feeling its weight. He looked to Cheng Leixiang for guidance. Just then, someone hurriedly entered and whispered in Brother Qi's ear, "Brother Qi, the situation in the city is tense. The river governor has summoned all soldiers into the city and is expelling merchants and wanderers. It is rumored that troops from Xiaopu are also converging on Jining." Brother Qi's demeanor soured further. Damn it, even drinking in peace is a challenge. Pei Yuan's gaze flitted between the two men. Brother Qi sounded much more amiable than Brother Qi. Pei Yuan clasped his hands in farewell to Brother Qi. The latter, now devoid of spirit, offered a casual warning. In these chaotic times, with the city driving out wanderers, it would be wise for you to leave sooner rather than later. Pei Yuan smiled, acknowledged with a nod, and led his companions outside. As they passed the table, he casually pocketed a piece of silver, tossing it in his hand before turning to Brother Qi with a grin. "I feel like drinking. I shall return this next time." It was the same silver that a patron had hesitated to take when the area was cleared. Brother Qi chuckled, "Consider it my treat." Pei Yuan feigned indignation, declaring, "That won't do. Even brothers must settle accounts." With that, he turned and departed. Soon, he found a new entry in the debt settlement system, now totaling 56 debts. As he leisurely walked with his companions, he meticulously noted each name and amount, quickly locating the newly added debt. Killer Qi, Lu Qi owes 5 taels. Pei Yuan's heart raced. Could this truly be Lu Qi? Had he not sensed something peculiar in the previous address? He would not have dared to believe that this formidable figure from Hebei had secretly infiltrated Jining. In that moment, he was at a loss for what to do. His heart pounded with excitement at a reckless thought. Eliminating this man could secure him a noble title. Wealth and fame lay just within reach. Instinctively, he felt compelled to run, taking a few steps before breaking into a sweat, his feet growing heavy. Lu Qi was not one to be trifled with. The merit of this accomplishment is monumental, so vast that Pei Yuan finds it unbearable. Unless Pei Yuan presents this individual before the emperor and personally demonstrates his demise. How could the merit of a mere marquis be attributed to someone as insignificant as himself, a mere 100 household commander? The trio of Pei Yuan stands no chance against Lu Qi and his band. They're merely delivering themselves as offerings. From the reports of messages being relayed, it is evident that both within and beyond the city, numerous rebel forces from Bazhou are supporting Lu Qi. For Pei Yuan to encircle and eliminate Lu Qi, he must seek assistance from the Grand Supervisor of the Waterways or the commander of Jinyiwei. It is the same reasoning. This is a feat worthy of a marquis. If they capture Lu Qi today, it is likely that the three of them will not see the dawn of tomorrow. Moreover, Lu Qi is not a solitary bandit. He has an elder brother leading 13,000 rebels from Bazhou. What right does Pei Baihu have to provoke the enmity of such a multitude? Even after the rebellion in Bazhou is quelled, countless remnants may pursue him for vengeance. The tales of his being hunted could fill volumes worthy of numerous martial arts novels. Pei Yuan's mood plummeted, even more so than on the day he bore the weight of 30,000 taels of debt. Chun Tutai and Cheng Leixiang noticed Pei Yuan's unusual demeanor and quietly inquired, "My lord, is something amiss?" Pei Yuan gazed at them, at a loss for how to articulate his complex emotions. After a moment's thought, he declared, "There is a significant matter I wish to discuss with you. Let's find a place to dine." Under Pei Yuan's guidance, they sought out a tavern nearby with a broad view of the river. Aware that Pei Yuan had something to convey, Chun Tutai and Cheng Leixiang exchanged glances in silence. Once the food and drink were served and the waiter had withdrawn, Pei Yuan turned his attention to his two subordinates. The intoxication of greed was gradually fading. He first scrutinized Chun Tutai, a seasoned operative of the Jinyiwei, known for his ruthless interrogations, whose heart was not to be trusted. Next, he regarded Cheng Leixiang, the castaway disciple of Huashan, a man of chivalry whose ideals were rooted in loyalty rather than notions of right and wrong. To begin with, these two companions were decidedly unreliable. Chun Tutai had only exhibited loyalty during this endeavor. Once he ascended the ranks, he might very well abandon them for another cause. As Pei Yuan thought of Cheng Leixiang. He recalled another castaway disciple. That individual would readily forge bonds with anyone who shared his sentiments, even with disreputable characters like Tian Boguan. Given Lu Qi's earlier display of bravado, it was enough to captivate Cheng Leixiang's admiration. Should these two subordinates betray him, it would suffice to put him in a precarious situation. Pei Yuan then reflected on himself. He was no paragon of virtue, either. His encounter with Lu Qi was merely a chance meeting, and out of a sense of camaraderie, he had been gifted a treasured blade. Yet upon leaving, he had already prepared an apology, stating, "Forgive me, I am a member of the Jinyiwei." How absurd! Chen Tutai and Cheng Leixiang felt uneasy under Pei Yuan's gaze. Chen Tutai ventured, "My lord, did you not mention a significant matter to discuss?" Pei Yuan acknowledged with a hum, recovering his focus, and asked, "What do you think of that Q surname swordsman?" Chen Tutai pursed his lips in silence. Cheng Leixiang, however, quickly exclaimed, "I have ventured far and wide over the years, encountering many remarkable individuals, yet few can rival the prowess of this brother Q. He is indeed a true hero. Regrettably, my position within the public sector makes it difficult to form a bond with him." As Pei Yuan had anticipated, the castaway disciple of Huashan was indeed a man of defiance. Pei Yuan scrutinized the two once more, then inquired, "Do you know who he is?" The pair exchanged glances, their expressions sobering as they awaited Pei Yuan to unveil the identity of the man. Pei Yuan enunciated clearly, "He is Lu Qi, the infamous Lu Qi of Bazhou." Their eyes widened, mouths agape in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, Chen Tudai finally stammered, "The Lu Qi that Master Gu is currently hunting down?" Cheng Leixiang, lost in thought for a moment, murmured, "No wonder. The second in command who commands the loyalty of 13,000 rebels must possess such stature." Chen Tutai was the first to regain his composure. He rose, exclaiming, "My lord, let us hasten to find someone to apprehend him. This is an opportunity of unimaginable wealth." Cheng Leixiang looked up, confused. Pei Yuan shook his head, quelling their fervor. "It is futile. This opportunity is too perilous for the three of us to handle. General Gu's forces from Liaodong, Xuanfu, Datong, and Yinsui have converged in the capital, bolstered by the imperial troops, totaling hundreds of thousands in pursuit of the Bazhou rebels. To think we could claim Lu Qi's head as a trophy will be tantamount to slapping the face of General Gu and the border forces." Chen Tutai appeared dejected, his expression contorted with despair. "But this is a feat worthy of a marquis." Cheng Leixiang sighed deeply, equally conflicted. The magnitude of this potential merit weighed heavily on him. Observing their disheartened demeanor brought Pei Yuan some relief. He rapped the table and pushed the long blade, wrapped in coarse cloth, to the center, saying, "Why the panic? We still have this." He regarded them, licking his lips, his eyes glinting. "Shall we devise a plan together, crafting our own merit?" The notion of fabricating a merit astounded Chen Tutai and Cheng Leixiang. "Indeed," Pei Yuan stated, enunciating each word, "I shall injure the rebel leader Lu Qi amidst the chaos and seize his treasure blade. What do you think of this merit?" Chen Tutai and Cheng Leixiang were taken aback by Pei Yuan's audacity. "How can you be so shameless?" Cheng Leixiang even asked in disbelief. "Isn't this a gift Lu Qi bestowed upon you?" Pei Yuan reiterated, "I, along with Cheng Leixiang, shall injure the rebel leader Lu Qi amidst the chaos and seize his treasure blade. What do you think of this merit?" Cheng Leixiang fell silent. Chen Tutai squirmed uncomfortably, as if something unsavory had stuck to him. Pei Yuan, amused, continued, "I, along with you too, shall injure the rebel leader Lu Qi amidst the chaos and seize his treasure blade." He paused, raising his chin toward the two. "What do you think of this merit?" Chen Tutai swallowed hard. "Isn't this fabricating a false achievement?" Pei Yuan did not respond, but stated earnestly, "If you two are willing to partake, let us discuss how to transform the false into the true, ensuring we do not attract trouble afterward." The two pondered in silence, and after a moment, Chen Tutai cautiously suggested, "Shall we give it a try?" Pei Yuan turned to Cheng Leixiang. Cheng Leixiang swallowed hard, exhibiting more resolve than Chen Tutai, concluding that it was a merit to be seized if it was offered free of charge. Pei Yuan regarded them and said, "Very well." He then fixed his gaze on the two, adding, "But let me make this clear. Once we embark on this venture, our fates will be intertwined. If I am betrayed, none shall survive." Chen Tutai and Cheng Leixiang both felt a chill, realizing that Pei Baihu was using this opportunity to compel them to pledge their loyalty. They dared not hesitate and immediately declared, "Rest assured, my lord, this matter shall remain sealed in silence until death." Pei Yuan glanced at the two without replying. He first accessed the debt settlement system and pinpointed the creditor Lu Qi, noticing that he had not left the city at all. This gave him a strong sense of confidence, believing there was a 70 to 80% chance of success. As long as he could fabricate a sufficient information cocoon, Pei Yuan could transform an entirely fictitious battle into a reality, even without confronting Lu Qi. For instance, the renowned chronospatial red cannon incident from later times. Yuan Chenghuan, utilizing the chronospatial red cannon, was able to strike down Nurhasai 7 months in the future. Nurhasai, blissfully celebrating his 68th birthday and actively leading troops against the Mongolian Kurlan, remained utterly oblivious to the fact that he was already a dead man. Truly tragic. Pei Yuan's objective was to forge interwoven documents and information, creating a grand battle that existed solely within the realm of official communications and intelligence exchanges. The potential rewards were immense, yet so were the risks. Contemplating, Pei Yuan spoke. One solitary piece of evidence cannot stand alone. If we wish to solidify our achievements, we must involve some influential figures. Given our humble positions, it is likely that no one would heed our call based solely on this blade. Upon hearing that others would be sought, Chun Tutai felt a pang of reluctance and cautiously inquired, "But wouldn't that mean splitting the credit? Moreover, what if they resort to underhanded tactics and seize this merit for themselves?" Pei Yuan evidently already had a plan. He took a bamboo chopstick from the holder on the table and forcefully broke it into smaller pieces, laying them out before him. He then addressed the two. "Let us regard the entire affair as this chopstick. The end of the chopstick represents the credit we seek. The scattered pieces signify the segments in which I wish for them to participate. We shall divide the entire matter into discrete, independent events. This way, they can partake in a portion of the whole, serving as our witnesses, yet remain detached from the entire event and not interfere with our outcome." After contemplating for a moment, Cheng Leixiong expressed his confusion. "But if that's the case, doesn't it mean that every participant would be entitled to claim our credit? Wouldn't that render our efforts futile?" Pei Yuan smiled, for this was the most ingenious aspect of his design. He extended his hand, mixing the broken chopsticks on the table, and said with a grin, "What if it were this way?" Noticing their bewildered expressions, Pei Yuan chose to shift the topic. "Previously, I had asserted that the Baizhou rebels would inevitably launch an attack on Jining. Their maneuvering back towards Hebei was merely a ruse to confound the court. Now that Lu Qi had appeared within Jining, it served as a powerful signal. It was likely that the Baizhou rebels would soon reveal their fangs." The two men, upon hearing this, flattered, "Indeed, my lord, your insights are unparalleled." Pei Yuan disregarded their compliments, his gaze scrutinizing both of them. "In your opinion, can Jining hold its defenses?" Chun Tutai instantly shook his head vigorously. The Jining left guard fell to the Baizhou rebels in a single night, losing Lin Qing. The forces of Jinyiwei and Jining left guard are comparable, so they too are doomed. He added, "If the troops under the command of Cao Pu were to hear of an impending conflict in Jining, they would likely flee before even reaching the battlefield." Cheng Leixiong concurred. The Grand Canal flows through the city, and both banks are teeming with prosperity, making it utterly indefensible. Once the Baizhou rebels strike, if they unleash their boats downstream, Jining will fall in a heartbeat. Then, Cheng Leixiong, forgetting the bonds of brotherhood, remarked, "Currently, there are thousands of transport ships in the large lake south of Jining. If anything were to happen to those vessels, the morale of the defending troops would crumble instantly. Isn't Lu Qi's entry into the city related to this?" Pei Yuan paid little heed to the reliability of their words, observing them closely. "Excellent. We have reached our first consensus. Jining cannot withstand the assault. Defeat is imminent." Next, Pei Yuan inquired, "If Jining falls and the thousands of transport ships are set ablaze, who shall be held accountable?" Chun Tutai, more familiar with official matters, promptly provided his answer. "The river superintendent will undoubtedly be the first in line. The right supervisor of the censorate, Wang Ding, had just assumed office this year, and the cabinet had appointed him to oversee the river. Having only served as river superintendent for less than 3 months, he was indeed unfortunate." Pei Yuan, upon learning this, felt more assured and continued the discussion. "He has only been in position as right supervisor for 3 months and as river superintendent. Once Jining falls, everything will be rendered void. Do you think he will accept this? He answered his own question, certainly not. Therefore, as long as we present a bait, he will undoubtedly grasp it as a lifeline. Pei Yuan then asked, who bears secondary responsibility? Chen Tutai continued, the Jinyiwei commander, Ho Gong, and the prefect of Jining, Fan Bai, will both bear the burden of safeguarding their territory. If Jining falls, they will face dire consequences. Pei Yuan pressed on, and what follows? Chen Tutai pondered for a long moment. Zheng Du from the Chaopu military command might also be implicated. The river superintendent has already issued orders for him to provide support. Regardless of Zheng Du's actions, as long as Jining is lost, the river superintendent will undoubtedly hold him accountable. This is the only effort the river superintendent has made to rectify the situation. Moreover, the military affairs overseer, Gu Deong, since he has assumed the responsibilities of military governance, any territorial loss would fall upon him. However, he is not directly responsible and will merely endure the criticisms from both the court and the public. It may be somewhat embarrassing for him, and he could lose favor in the eyes of the emperor, who is fond of military affairs. Pei Yuan nodded in approval. Indeed, in my view, the river superintendent Wang Ding, Jinyiwei commander Ho Gong, Jining prefect Fan Bai, and Chaopu Zhengdu are 4 individuals we can manipulate as pawns. Once Jining falls, the Grand Canal will be severed. They will certainly exhaust every effort to clutch at any potential lifeline. This means they have the motive to collude with us in this deception. Pei Yuan then placed a chopstick segment beside the 3 representing the merits of the other individuals, indicating Gu Deong. He then explained to the 2, Gu Deong need not participate in the deception, as I am indeed endorsed by him. In this matter, Gu Deong stands to lose face. As long as we can restore his honor, he will naturally lend his support. If Jining is breached, but Gu Deong, as chosen candidate, is able to injure the rebel leader Lu Qi and seize his prize blade, this stark contrast will greatly benefit Gu Deong. Since the primary responsibility lies with the local authorities, Gu Deong is already implicated. If his endorsed individual excels, the court cannot pin the blame of negligence upon him. Our interests are aligned. Upon hearing Pei Yuan's analysis, both men experienced a moment of enlightenment. Pei Yuan quietly observed the table for a while, arranging the scattered chopstick segments before him. Thus, we must issue intelligence to these 4 individuals under the guise of the Jinyiwei, incorporating them into this affair. For instance, we can inform the river superintendent that the prefect of Jining has discovered Lu Qi's scheme to burn the transport ships and is collaborating with the Jinyiwei to apprehend him, requesting his assistance. Regardless of the response from the river governor, we can subsequently express our gratitude to him, informing him of the number of bandits slain, the injuries inflicted upon Lu Qi, the acquisition of the treasured sword, and how Lu Qi, after fleeing, was ambushed and wounded by the forces of Jinyiwei. Although the river governor may not have taken any action himself, within his realm, he is intricately connected with both the Jining prefect and the Jinyiwei, forming a triad responsible for the discovery, siege, and ambush of Lu Qi. With the corroboration of the Jining prefect and Jinyiwei, alongside the personal validation from the emissaries of the Jinyiwei, he can genuinely claim this merit for himself. Pei Yuan gestured, indicating that with just 4 sets of fabricated information, we could sequentially eliminate certain individuals from each other's narratives, thereby creating 4 interconnected triads. For instance, in the world of Zheng Du from the Chaopu Bangbei Dao, he might perceive that he discovered the rebel forces outside the city and, after defeating the enemy, informed the Jining prefecture, prompting the river governor to assist the Jinyiwei in their pursuit of Lu Qi. Similarly, in the narrative of the Jining prefect Fan Bai, he would be the one credited with capturing Lu Qi, while the source of the intelligence would shift to the river governor, and the ambusher would become Zheng Du from Chaopu Bangbei Dao. Each individual possesses compelling evidence to validate their claims, yet they must rely on the corroboration of others to substantiate their accomplishments, creating a subtle game of intrigue. The 2 listeners appeared somewhat perplexed, and Cheng Lei Xiang asked directly, but even if we orchestrate this fabrication of military merit, these individuals could still usurp our achievements. As mere 100 households, how can we contend with them? Pei Yuan couldn't help but display a sinister smile, declaring, this is precisely why I aim to disrupt these connections. As long as I strike Lu Qi with my embroidered spring knife before the fall of Jining City, the matter will become utterly convoluted. If every participant can attest to the occurrence of this event, yet their accounts contradict one another, what will the outcome be? Before the pair, could grasp the situation. Pei Yuan continued. The result will be that those seeking accolades from the court will expose themselves for falsely reporting military achievements. The two remained bewildered, questioning the benefit to us. Pei Yuan patted the long knife, wrapped in layers of burlap, stating meaningfully, because we possess this. This is the only tangible evidence we can produce within this web of deception. Pei Yuan retrieved a chopstick head from a pile of fragments, fixing his gaze on the two as he pronounced, "This will serve as the anchor for all events. When their claims of merit contradict one another, and they find themselves unable to explain, we must first validate that our achievements are genuine. Only by proving the veracity of this matter can we substantiate the truth of other claims." With confidence, Pei Yuan asserted while patting Lu Qi's treasured sword, "Thus, our merits are indeed substantial. No one shall dare to cast us aside with a guilty conscience." Chen Tutai and Cheng Leixiang were somewhat at a loss for words. As the starting point of all lies, how could one be so audaciously justified? After a prolonged silence, Chen Tutai hesitantly remarked, "So, are we not deceiving them all?" Pei Yuan and Cheng Leixiang said nothing in response. The atmosphere fell quiet, and Pei Yuan looked at the two, asking, "So, shall we proceed?" Upon hearing this, the two resolutely replied, "Fortune favors the bold. Whatever the master commands, we shall comply." The three indulged in a hearty feast and drank to their fill. They then returned to their original lodging to collect their belongings, following Pei Yuan to a new place of residence. With a simplified map indicating the position of the creditor, Pei Yuan easily located accommodations near the establishment harboring Lu Qi and his companions. The three vigilantly observed Lu Qi's movements while gathering intelligence from the outside. As the atmosphere within the city grew increasingly tense, news soon arrived. The rebel forces from Bazhou, having joined forces with Yanghu, made a feint towards the capital. Initially, Gu Deong, who had predicted an assault on Jining by the rebels, was taken aback and urgently ordered his troops to retreat north to prevent the rebels from advancing directly upon the capital. Little did he know, the rebels took advantage of their numbers, swiftly capturing Yanggu County and Shoujiang County, positioning their forces perilously close to Jinyiwei. Pei Yuan observed the rout of Gu Daiyong's relentless efforts on the creditor's map, shaking his head in dismay. The capital was within reach. As soon as the Bazhou rebels demonstrated intentions to attack Beijing, the encircling forces would be led astray. Unless the Bazhou rebels were driven far away, the hope for their extermination seemed bleak. Pei Yuan glanced at the small map of Lu Qi, noticing that the previously dormant red had begun to scout along the riverbank. Sensing the impending atmosphere of battle, Pei Yuan grew increasingly anxious. When Cheng Leixiang prepared an escape route for the three, he was ready to wield his sword that could cut through time and space. One day, Cheng Leixiang returned to inform Pei Yuan that he had successfully contacted Song Biao-tu from the Changfeng escort agency. Song Biao-tu frequently traveled between Jining and the capital, possessing extensive connections that would enable him to facilitate an escape even if Jining were sealed off. It was said that prior to Lu and Lu Qi's uprising, they had encountered Song Biao-tu in Hebei, celebrating with a feast. With no lingering concerns, Pei Yuan promptly wrote letters to Wang Ding, the river governor, Hou Gong, the commander of Jinyiwei, and Fan Bai, the Jining prefect. He deliberately confused every aspect of the situation as planned. Rather than sending his two junior brothers to deliver the letters, he sought out a spy from the Jinyiwei stationed in Jining City, utilizing the pretext of merit division to have the spy convey the messages. Just as the task was completed, Jining City began to seal off its borders. Fortunately, Song Biao-tu proved to be deserving of his reputation, leading a group of over 10 individuals to descend from the city walls using thick ropes under the cover of night. The Changfeng escort agency was transporting tea, and although the boxes were not large, they were quite light. Among those fleeing alongside were several merchants who had left most of their possessions behind in Jining, retaining only a few valuable items. The Changfeng escort agency consisted of Song Biao-tu, along with 7 or 8 robust men and 1 woman, who was Song Biao-tu's daughter. Her name was Song Chunyang, and she was quite attractive, standing over 1.7 meters tall. Aside from her darker complexion and a lack of curves, it was difficult to find fault with her appearance. Upon closer inspection, one could only describe her looks as unremarkable, yet she possessed a pair of exceptionally beautiful phoenix eyes. Noticing Pei Yuan's gaze upon her, Song Chunyang raised an eyebrow and playfully caught Pei Yuan's attention with her slender eyes. Pei Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. while Cheng Lei Xiang and Chen Tu-Tai exchanged knowing smiles, suppressing their laughter. The members of the Changfeng escort agency, accustomed to being observant, naturally noticed Pei Yuan's subtle actions, but no one spoke up, including Song Biao-tu, who neither reprimanded Pei Yuan nor scolded his daughter. The wanderers of the martial world were accustomed to their own affairs, entangled in too many complexities to concern themselves with trivial matters. As Song Chunyang caught Pei Yuan's lingering gaze, she seemed to gain confidence, her keen eyes scrutinizing him, occasionally teasing him further. Pei Yuan recognized that engaging with this woman would be unwise, and thus chose to maintain a composed demeanor, focusing on the matter at hand. After a while, having noticed that Pei Yuan had yielded, Song Chunyang smiled triumphantly. Their group was laden with valuables, and should they encounter chaotic forces, even Song Biao-tu's reputation might not suffice to protect them. Thus, they planned to hide during the day and venture out at night, first heading to the relatively stable Tianzhou. Pei Yuan also needed to go to Tianzhou to contact the Jinyiwei spies there and deliver letters to Gu Daong and Chao Pujing. The Changfeng Escort Bureau had evidently grown accustomed to this route. Those men moved forward under the moonlight, carrying tea leaves, and when dawn approached, they found a dilapidated temple. The group fetched water from a well weighed down by stones to wash up, then hastily began to rest. This illustrates that a soft spot should not be challenged. After Pei Yuan wiped his face with a towel and rinsed his feet, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Song Chunyang. She had just finished washing her face and was now drying her feet with a piece of linen. Her feet were not particularly fair, but the curve from the side was quite attractive and smooth. Song Chunyang immediately caught Pei Yuan's gaze again. She ceased drying her feet, her beautiful phoenix eyes fixed on him, playfully wiggling her toes. This time, Pei Yuan, feeling bolder, lingered for a few seconds before silently turning back to organize his belongings. Perhaps due to his distraction, his bundle came undone, causing his embroidered spring knife and Jinyiwei uniform to tumble out. Upon seeing this, Song Chunyang laughed and remarked, "Oh, so you aren't official." Although those in the escort business could be considered part of the martial world, they were approaching a legitimate profession. The people in the temple tensed momentarily, then whispered among themselves, yet no one pried further. Song Biao, the head of the escort, approached and clasped his fists, saying, "So it is a Jinyiwei gentleman. My apologies for the oversight." Pei Yuan quickly replied, "This time, our escape from Jining was thanks to the care of Song Biao." Song Biao sighed, "In such chaotic times, no one's life is easy." Having exchanged pleasantries, he turned to arrange accommodations for the merchants who had followed. Song Chunyang seemed increasingly intrigued by Pei Yuan's identity as a Jinyiwei, studying him with a curious expression. Exhausted from a night of travel, the group could only squeeze together to sleep in the dilapidated temple. Pei Yuan dozed off in the thatched nook. When dusk arrived, the group gradually awakened. Pei Yuan felt sore all over, overwhelmed by fatigue. Fortunately, they were very close to Tianzhou, and once they found a stable place to stay, he could enjoy a good night's rest. Just before dawn, they finally reached Tianzhou. As they bid farewell at the city gate, Pei Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of reluctance. Perhaps it was because he had never encountered a woman as unconventional as Song Chunyang, which made her particularly memorable. He pondered and said to her, "May I borrow a copper coin as a keepsake?" Everyone from the Changfeng Escort Bureau turned to look, and Song Biao assessed the two but did not pay much attention. However, Song Chunyang appeared quite pleased, her phoenix eyes narrowing in a smile as she asked, "Are you unable to forget me?" Pei Yuan thought that if Song Chunyang's appearance rated an 8, her eyes alone would account for 7 points. Considering their impending separation, he thickened his skin, disregarding the reactions of others. Song Chunyang retrieved a copper coin from her sleeve and handed it to Pei Yuan, even playfully hooking her pinky around his hand before letting go. Holding the copper coin in the sunlight, Pei Yuan felt an indescribable peculiarity in his heart. The debt settlement system had been refreshed, and the number of debts had risen to 5757, with the declining list now halted. Revealing the name of the new creditor, Song Chunyang, Shirley Xiang, owes 1 won. Pei Yuan was taken aback. So the lecherous Shirley Xiang, who had taken Zhang Hoyang's silver and spent the night with the daughter of the censor without transgressing, was indeed her. Upon entering Dongping Zhou, Pei Yuan entrusted the letters for Gu Daong and Zheng due to the local Jinyiwei for delivery. His status as a baihu did not carry much weight, so he had to part with a few taels of silver. Pei Yuan understood that the primary focus of the rebel forces in Bazhou was on attacking Jining, and Dongping Zhou would enjoy a few more days of stability. Once Jining fell, the Bazhou rebels would seize the grain from the Grand Canal, plunging all of Shandong and Hebei into chaos. Comparatively, Nanjili had become the most stable region at that moment. The atmosphere in Dongping Zhou was tense due to the ongoing conflict in Jining. Cheng Leixiang booked a guest room, and the three took 2 days to rest. When boredom struck, Pei Yuan opened the map displaying the creditors' locations, checking where Gu Daiyong's main forces had moved and where the unconventional Song Chunyang had wandered off to. Although he knew she was a walking fortune of 300 taels, Pei Yuan had no intention of capturing her. Soon, the news that sent shockwaves throughout the north arrived. The Bazhou rebels had breached Jining, seizing a massive supply of grain and burning down 1,200 grain transport ships. The entire northern grain supply was thrown into disarray. The most critical aspect was that Shandong and Hebei were close to the capital. This effectively strangled the Ming dynasty. Pei Yuan recognized that he could not linger here. He had no time to wait for news from Gu Daiyong's side. After packing his belongings, he set off with Cheng Leixiang and Shen Tutai, taking a detour south through Yizhou Prefecture. Rumors circulated that the Bazhou rebels would follow the Grand Canal southward, targeting another crucial canal stronghold, Huayan Prefecture, leading to a mass exodus of officials and merchants fleeing south. Along the way, the trio noticed another ominous sign. Many followers of the Mithria and White Lotus sects brazenly established platforms, recruiting disciples from the displaced officials and wealthy merchants. Those who fled, facing an unfamiliar environment, were filled with dread. Many joined various sects, half out of coercion and half out of hope. Pei Yuan was perplexed by their audacity. Did no one intend to intervene? Cheng Leixiang pointed silently at the others and then at himself, indicating that it was not their responsibility. The Jinyiwei Captain office was specifically tasked with investigating the existence of cults. If the officials were displeased, they could test the waters with minor skirmishes. Pei Yuan fell silent. His small arms could not contend with so many. As the topic arose, Pei Yuan was keen to learn more. Thus, he subtly asked Cheng Leixiang, Both Qin Tutai and I were recently summoned by Han Qianhu to serve. Although I have heard some things from Han Qianhu, my knowledge of the past of various Qianhu offices remains scant. Cheng Leixiang, understanding the implied meaning, casually replied, "That's not a secret. Years ago, many remnants of the Ming cult stirred up trouble, prompting the founding of the Jinyiwei Captain office by Emperor Taizu, specifically to capture these remnants. Later, when Emperor Taizu revised the Ming Code, he explicitly stated, anyone who, under the pretense of sorcery, invokes evil deities, writes charms, aids the phoenix, prays to the saint, self-titles as the master of the Tai Bao, or proclaims themselves as Mithria Buddha, White Lotus Society, Ming Zun sect, Baiyun sect, and similar cults, engaging in any left-hand path, creating images, burning incense to gather followers, congregating at night and dispersing at dawn, feigning good deeds, inciting the populace, shall have their leaders executed and their followers each receive 100 lashes, exiled 3,000 miles. From that point on, the scope of capture expanded from the Ming cultists to include Mithria followers and White Lotus Society members. Later, Cheng Leixiang lowered his voice. Have you heard of the 8 monks of Huangjiu Temple? Pei Yuan replied in confusion. What is that? Cheng Leixiang recounted that in the past, Emperor Taizu became a monk at Huangjiu Temple. Later, during the rise of the dragon, the 8 monks of Huangjiu Temple supported him wholeheartedly, assisting in vanquishing demons and significantly wounding the Grand Yuan's master Basiba. Once Taizu achieved his greatness, these 8 monks returned to Huangjiu Temple to live in seclusion. However, rumors later circulated that after the defeat of Emperor Jiangwen, he disguised himself as a monk and secretly escaped through a hidden passage, after which the 8 monks of Huangjiu Temple vanished without a trace. Taizong believed this was a contingency plan left by Taizu for Zhu Yunjian. Thus, the primary duty of the Qianhu division shifted to investigating the 8 monks of Huangjiu Temple. Pei Yuan listened silently, then suddenly asked curiously, since the Jinyiwei Qianhu division primarily deals with monks and cults, how could its leader be a woman? Jinyiwei Xiang sighed, noting that this was a matter from the Yongle era. During the 18th year of Yongle, the court quelled the rebellion of the White Lotus sect led by Tang Sire, only to discover that she had already retreated into the populace before the army was annihilated. Consequently, the Yongle Emperor prohibited women from becoming monks and ordered the arrest of nearly 10,000 nuns and female Taoists for questioning. The Jinyiwei division was already filled with numerous roguish individuals seeking amnesty, resulting in the Jinyiwei of the Qianhu division indulging in rampant debauchery with nuns and female Taoists. Later, the empresses and consorts of successive dynasties, desiring blessings in the afterlife, began to support women becoming monks. Reflecting on the events of the Yongle era, they established a rule that only women could serve as Qianhu in the Jinyiwei division. Pei Yuan began to understand the situation, realizing it was thus. Cheng Leixiang, intrigued, asked Pei Yuan if he had any thoughts regarding these matters. Pei Yuan's expression darkened as he replied, "This is a significant issue." He then said to Cheng Leixiang, "Once we injure Lu Qi and take credit for seizing the treasure blade, I, as a Baihu, will at least be promoted to Deputy Qianhu, and you, as a trial Baihu, could at least ascend to Baihu. Given the configuration of 1 Qianhu and 5 Baihu in the Jinyiwei division, what shall we do next? I certainly will find it difficult to secure a position. And as for you, do you intend to grapple with those old fellows in Yuan Lang's group?" He continued, "Furthermore, if we cannot obtain a lucrative post in the Qianhu division, what use is a title as a commanding officer?" Cheng Leixiang was taken aback, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Wouldn't this put him in a position akin to idling at home like Yin Buxian? Over the past few days, Cheng Leixiang had grown quite confident in Pei Yuan and hastily inquired if he had any solutions to this dilemma. Pei Yuan, equally bewildered, had no viable suggestions. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and said to Cheng Leixiang, "I have a preliminary idea." Before Cheng Leixiang could express his delight, Pei Yuan added, "However, there's a problem we must first address." Pei Yuan looked at Cheng Leixiang and slowly stated, "Since we wish to undermine the rules of the Jinyiwei division, we will inevitably confront some individuals within it. When that time comes, will you support me or the Qianhu division?" Cheng Leixiang was momentarily taken aback by Pei Yuan's question. His expression fluctuated before he resolutely declared, "I stand by your side." In Baizhou, the Jinyiwei division falls under the jurisdiction of the Nanjing Jinyiwei, which currently retains influence primarily over the southern part of the Zhili province. Theoretically, the official titles within the 6 ministries of Nanjing are meant to serve as pensions for officials of various ranks. However, the Jinyiwei, as a functional department, operates differently, resulting in a peculiar consequence. The Jinyiwei in Beijing, which oversees court secrets, finds it challenging to intervene directly in matters concerning the southern Zhili, necessitating the cooperation of the Nanjing Jinyiwei. This situation has caused considerable discomfort for the Beijing Jinyiwei. Although both entities are theoretically on equal footing in terms of seniority, the Nanjing Jinyiwei is even older. While the Nanjing Jinyiwei possesses no influence beyond southern Zhili, it still feels a sense of inadequacy in the face of their counterparts. The frustration of being unable to rid themselves of an unsatisfactory rival is quite vexing. As for the Nanjing Jinyiwei, they are primarily composed of individuals focused on self-preservation. As long as they can staunchly defend their territory in southern Zhili, they're disinclined to engage in political maneuvering. Moreover, in terms of prestige, the southern Zhili region may very well be the most prosperous in the entire Ming dynasty, roughly equivalent in size to Jiangsu, Anhui, and Shanghai combined, with its population accounting for 1/5 of the nation's total. Economically speaking, it's sufficient to recognize that the major tax-producing areas such as Yingdianfu, Yangzhaofu, Sizufu, Songjiangfu, Chenghofufu, and Xinjiangfu all fall under the jurisdiction of southern Zhili. If one evaluates based on the 3 employee metrics of high pay, low workload, and proximity to home, it is simply perfect. Who would willingly engage in the political intrigues of Beijing? How many commanding officers of the Beijing Jinyiwei have managed to secure a favorable outcome? Furthermore, the Qianhu and Baihu of the Beijing Jinyiwei must also serve as lackeys to the eastern and western factions. Isn't it more delightful to sneak out during work to enjoy some entertainment? Thus, the systemic issues directly impacted Pei Yuan. When Pei Yuan approached the Nanjing Jinyiwei with documents from a northern pacification office, the doorman sternly stated, "Matters concerning southern Zhili do not require intervention from those in the north." Pei Yuan, feeling indignant, retorted, "Is Yuan Lang aware of this? I am here to assist him." The doorman, taken aback, seemed uncertain. At that moment, a subordinate whispered something to him. The doorman's expression hardened as he coldly replied, Oh, I'm not aware of that. Yuan Lang was killed in Lingqing, reportedly slain by Lu Qi. Pei Yuan was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe. If Qianhu Han were compared to the mastermind of the court's hidden forces, Yuan Lang would at least be one of the 5 protectors. Just like that, he was gone? Then, recalling that he was slain by Lu Qi, well, that seemed rather plausible. Pei Yuan felt his confidence waver as he inquired. I was sent to southern Jili on Qianhu Han's authorization. Does the pacification office not have a military officer on duty from the Jinya Qianhu division? Those who can guard the Jinyui's entrance are typically astute individuals, many of whom have inherited their positions for generations. Upon hearing that it was a Qianhu from the Jinya Qianhu division who spoke, no one dared to neglect the matter. The doorman scrutinized Pei Yuan for a moment and said, "Please wait." With that, he took Pei Yuan's documents inside. After half a cup of tea's time, the doorman emerged, cursing, and tossed the documents back to Pei Yuan. Baihu Dantai stated, "I have not heard Qianhu Han mention this matter. Once again, we do not require intervention from those in the north regarding our affairs in southern Jili." After that, the doorman added, this was also stated directly by Baihu Dantai. Pei Yuan was left speechless. He had endured great difficulty to reach southern Jili for this task, only to be met with such a response. The last time he had come with the eastern faction, they had been quite solicitous. Pei Yuan emerged from the Nanjing Jinyiwei, bewildered, and encountered 2 subordinates. Cheng Leixiong and Chun Tu Tai, noticing Pei Yuan's troubled expression, hurriedly approached and asked, "Sir, what happened?" Pei Yuan regained his composure and first looked at Cheng Leixiong, asking, "Who is Baihu Dantai?" Cheng Leixiong, well-versed in the key figures of the Qianhu division, replied promptly, "Oh, Baihu Dantai, his name is Dantai Fongtu. He is known for his obstinacy and sometimes does not even grant face to the Qianhu." Pei Yuan, upon hearing the name, inquired with curiosity, "Is he a woman?" Cheng Leixiong naturally remarked, "It's a man. Damn it, what a pervert." Pei Yuan vented his personal frustrations. Cheng Leixiong whispered, "But one shouldn't speak so recklessly. Dantai Baihu once subdued the invincible forces of Nanji with his iron fists, yet now, having aged, he mostly remains in the Qianhu Su to enjoy his retirement." Pei Yuan's expression fluctuated, but at this moment, he did not worry that Cheng Leixiong would betray him. With Cheng Leixiong's merits likely to be recognized soon, he had little chance of remaining in the Qianhu Su besides following Pei Yuan. If things went awry, he could easily become a wandering soul without an official position. Much like Pei Yuan looked at the 2 of them and began, "Yuan Lang is dead. He died in Linqing." Cheng Leixiong and Chun Tu Tai could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. "How could that be?" Pei Yuan replied, "Lu Qi personally executed him." At this point, Pei Yuan felt a strange sensation within him. Could it be that very knife he had used? Contemplating this, he unwrapped the long bundle from his back, revealing a heavy object shrouded in layers of burlap. Pei Yuan glanced at the 2, noting they had regained their composure from the shocking news of Yuan Lang's demise. Perhaps they were also pondering the same matter, their peculiar gazes fixed on the knife. Pei Yuan found the cord and slowly began to unwrap the burlap. Before the knife could reveal its true form, a powerful wave of bloodlust surged forth. Pei Yuan had anticipated a grotesque weapon stained with the blood of the strong. Yet to his surprise, the hilt was unexpectedly clean, as if it had been meticulously re-wrapped with new hemp rope. Even the sheath was an ordinary cowhide, devoid of any ornate patterns or embellishments. Pei Yuan forcefully drew the knife from its sheath, and, as the gleaming, cold blade emerged, even Cheng Leixiong, a rogue of the rivers and lakes, could not help but shudder. One side of the treasured blade bore the words Bajou, inscribed like a silver hook, while the other side displayed a hasty sketch of a blurred, smiley face. It was as if the youthful, valiant boy from Bajou had bravely faced all adversities. Pei Yuan recalled Lu Qi gifting him this treasured blade and uttering the words, "My ties to this world of rivers and lakes end here," and he felt an indescribable emotion swell within him. No wonder that Song Xiao Ao Jiang, who moved Lu Qi, a man of grand ambition, to tears. His spirit remained undiminished, yet his connection to this world had reached its conclusion. Despite the lingering resentment and tears shed while singing, he had come to understand this truth. Resisting the tyrannical rule of the Ming dynasty was no longer a matter of merely brandishing a knife, as the young boy from Bajou once did. Pei Yuan found himself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on Lu Qi's fate. The Bajou rebels, who had gained momentum throughout the 6th year of the Zhengde era, began to falter as they entered the 7th year. Pei Yuan could vaguely deduce the reasons behind this decline. After seizing the grain from Jining, the rebels had reached their zenith, and they consolidated their forces in Bazhou, preparing to march directly on the capital with over 100,000 troops. Then, history recorded a curious event. An earthquake struck the capital, affecting Baoding, Hejian, Jizhou, Liangxiang, Fangshan, Guin, Dongyan, Baodi, Yongqing, Wenan, Deshang, and other counties, as well as Wanquan, Huailai, and Longqing, all trembling with thunderous sounds that shook the residents' homes. However, Bazhou experienced 19 tremors from that day until the Gongshun, leaving its inhabitants in terror. In November of the 6th year of Zhengde, a great earthquake shook the capital, with Bazhou as its epicenter. It can only be said that the fate of the Ming dynasty was not yet exhausted. A cataclysmic earthquake imbued with celestial portent instilled fear in the rebels gathered in Bazhou, causing them to disperse southward, allowing the Ming to catch their breath. Pei Yuan was momentarily dazed, and when he regained his senses, he felt the chilling aura of bloodlust prickle his skin. He could only suppress a curse, damn. How many people did this guy kill? With a shudder, Pei Yuan sheathed the knife and turned to his pale-faced subordinates, seeking their counsel. If I were to report to the court that the 3 of us wounded Lu Qi on the battlefield and seized his treasure blade, would that be too rash? Chen Tu-tai and Cheng Lei Xiang nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grains. Pei Yuan sighed, unsure for whom he was lamenting. He continued, Yuan Lang died in Linqing. A pointed glance at the two indicated his meaning. Cheng Lei Xiang, understanding the implication, praised, thanks to your keen insight, my lord, for leading us south. Otherwise, we might have found ourselves without a burial place. Chen Tu-tai added, I feel the same way. Pei Yuan nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging their understanding. The 3 of them began to strategize outside the Zhenfu Sea, contemplating their next steps. With the passing of the influential Yuan Lang and the absence of Han Qianhu, who could effectively communicate, they were left in a bind. While waiting might be an option, the pressing issue remained. Who would cover their lodging and meal expenses? The courier station system along the Grand Canal was nearly paralyzed during their journey south. They had already expended a considerable amount of their own funds. Now, with the Nanjing Jinyiwei refusing to accommodate them, they found themselves waiting idly, forced to dig into their own pockets. Pei Yuan looked at the two. Come, let us brainstorm. Cheng Lei Xiang grinned and said, I believe Han Qianhu is a reasonable man. Our Qianhu Su is not short on funds, and as long as the accounts are clear, it should not pose a problem. However, Chen Tu-tai, ever perceptive, quickly interjected in a low voice, what my lord means is there a way to avoid spending our own money while ensuring all necessary expenses are covered? Cheng Lei Xiang fell silent. Seeing that the two could not offer any viable suggestions, Pei Yuan proposed, I have an idea. Both responded eagerly, please, my lord, share. Pei Yuan glanced around and whispered, when we arrived, I noticed a plaque for the Ministry of Rights. If I recall correctly, many foreign envoys come from the south. Typically, upon reaching Nanjing, they are received by the Ministry of Rights Guest Division, then reported to Beijing, awaiting imperial orders. A sense of foreboding crept into both of their minds. And then, Pei Yuan rubbed his hands, addressing his subordinates. During my time evading debts, I learned a bit of disguise. I could pass for an envoy of a foreign nation. Coincidentally, I also know a few phrases in English. Shall we impersonate foreign envoys and enjoy some fine food and lodging at the Ministry of Rights for a couple of days? Cheng Lei Xiang and Chen Tu-tai were left aghast, their jaws nearly dropping. My lord, you truly have an audacious imagination. Pei Yuan, observing the two bewildered by his whimsical idea, could not help but shake his head inwardly. This plan was indeed quite feasible. During the Ming dynasty, tribute trade was prevalent, and many counterfeit envoys sought to gain substantial profits. To avoid being taken advantage of, the Ministry of Rights gradually tightened their scrutiny of tribute envoys. However, for Pei Bai, who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and was well-versed in world geography and local products, the ministry's examination was merely a joke. Cheng Lei Xiang, seemingly unable to endure Pei Yuan's fanciful ideas, finally shared a secret known only to the seasoned members of the Qianhu Su. My lord, actually, I know of a lucrative path. The risks are minimal, and the profits come quickly. Oh, please elaborate. Pei Yuan was quite pleased with Cheng Lei Xiang's initiative. Cheng Lei Xiang hesitated, saying, actually, it pertains to our original line of work, exorcising spirits. Pei Yuan and Chun Tu-Tai exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they curiously asked, "You possess such a skill?" Chung Leixiong quickly waved his hand, expressing his disbelief. "How could I possibly handle such matters? Only Han Xianhu and a few Bai who possess such abilities. Moreover, there are certain extraordinary individuals directly under Han Xianhu, adept at subduing demons and driving away spirits." He continued to explain, "In this world, there aren't that many vengeful souls or wandering ghosts. Most of these tales are merely ploys to swindle money from the gullible. When these con artists see us officials approaching, they naturally scatter. However, such matters are often avoided by both common folk and officials alike, and they are the ones willing to part with their coins. In the past, Yin Buxian and I would secretly take on private jobs in the name of my father and made quite a fortune." Pei Yuan, upon hearing this, was immediately intrigued. "This is certainly more promising than impersonating foreign envoys. But is it reliable?" he inquired. Chung Leixiong, seemingly eager to dispel his superior's bizarre thoughts, patted his chest affirmatively. "Absolutely reliable. Just consider where we are. This is Nanjili. Those with connections and insight have certainly heard of the reputation of the Zhenxia Qianhu. If they have any unsavory matters at home, they would undoubtedly seek the help of official forces first." Pei Yuan questioned, "If that is the case, they would only turn to the Qianhu office. What does that have to do with us three?" Chung Leixiong then clarified, "If they approach the Qianhu office, they will undoubtedly be met with indifference and neglect. After a few days, someone will come knocking to take on this private job." Pei Yuan pondered this and realized the intricacies involved. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, the Ming dynasty is doomed." He then asked Chung Leixiong, "So how should we proceed?" Chung Leixiong replied without hesitation, "The Qianhu office does not have a fixed garrison area, and the Ying Tianfu only has military officials stationed in the Jinfu Sea. If any supernatural events occur, those wealthy merchants will most likely come to Jinfu Sea looking for assistance. We cannot send a servant to deal with the Jinyiwei. We simply need to keep an eye out for respectable individuals seeking the aid of the Jinyiwei. Once the officials have exerted their authority, we can swiftly move in and secure this private job for ourselves." Pei Yuan considered this and asked again, "What if, and I mean if, we actually encounter something unclean?" Chung Leixiong confidently stated, "Then we run. If the host has truly attracted something genuine, no one will concern themselves with the few taels of silver we swindled." Pei Yuan had his own private agenda. Before coming here, he had sought information from creditors regarding any lucrative opportunities in Nanji. The creditors, thrilled at his initiative to seek wealth, were overjoyed. Moreover, what methods could the Jinyiwei possibly employ to make money? It might just involve putting pressure on their fellow merchants. As such, when several creditors with connections in Nanji escorted Pei Yuan out, they were all grinning from ear to ear. However, this was merely Pei Yuan's hidden path to riches, and the time for reaping rewards had not yet arrived. Chung Leixiong's enticing proposition of a no-risk venture stirred Pei Yuan's resolve. He swiftly decided to test the waters with a small operation. Chung Leixiong, worried that Pei Yuan might be reluctant to abandon the idea of impersonating an envoy, reassured him, "Rest assured, my lord. Those who dare to perform supernatural tricks in Ying Tianfu are from the White Lotus sect or the Methria sect, our old adversaries. They fear us most. If we mention the Zhenxia Qianhu in those smaller locales, people might be completely oblivious." The three of them solidified their plan and sought out an inn to settle in, with a relatively inexperienced Chun Tu-Tai taking on the task of monitoring the Jinfu Sea's guards. As expected, within half a day, Chun Tu-Tai returned with enthusiasm, reporting that he had discovered a household seeking assistance from the Jinfu Sea. Following the leads, he traced it to a shop, and after inquiring among the locals, learned that the owner had ties to a supervisor in the Ministry of Works in Nanjing. It was said that this shop had been plagued by incessant mournful sounds every night. The supervisor, skeptical of the supernatural, led a group of sturdy men to raid the premises under the cover of darkness. They searched from the street-level building to the back courtyard throughout the night, but found nothing, and several of the strong men mysteriously went missing. Subsequently, the families of those missing men raised a commotion, and the supervisor ended up compensating them handsomely. Now, this two-story shop, along with its back courtyard warehouse, stood vacant. Chung Leixiong inquired, "What business does the shop engage in?" Chun Tu-Tai replied, "According to the sign, they deal in furs from the northwest." Pei Yuan's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Ah, it appears to be quite a lucrative target." The term Northwest furs refers to the regions of Zhangjiakou and Gubei-kou, which are prominent trading hubs for tea and horses during the Ming Dynasty. The profits from transporting furs to Tianfu could yield astronomical returns. Cheng Lei Xiang, feigning expertise, added if there weren't substantial profits to be made, they wouldn't have attracted attention. Pei Yuan, recalling that there were indeed schemes unfolding in the underworld while the Qianhu office awaited private jobs, could barely contain his excitement. We should head over quickly. If we delay, we risk running into those from Dan Taifong too, and that would complicate matters. Cheng Lei Xiang, having previously been bold on his own turf, now felt a twinge of apprehension as they were about to encroach upon another's territory. Hearing Pei Yuan's words ignited a sense of urgency in him. The three reached a consensus, with Cheng Lei Xiang and Pei Yuan donning their Jinyiwei uniforms, while Chen Tutai remained in his dust-covered travel attire. Leading the way, Chen Tutai took them through their bustling locale, where the streets were lined with shops and vibrant sights. As they traversed through Ping Shi Street, which was already a hub of commerce, the plethora of shops and the lively atmosphere evoked in Pei Yuan a sense akin to attending a fair in a later age. The streets were adorned with various establishments, including tea houses, pawn shops, money exchanges, pastry shops, and bookstores. Scattered throughout were theaters, temples, dye houses, and markets for livestock. The cacophony of vendors hawking their wares and the sounds of bargaining blended harmoniously, creating an ambience that felt both prosperous and fulfilling. Additionally, the streets were animated by performers on stilts and gongs, while Pei Yuan also spotted an archery betting range. He found himself momentarily entranced, reminiscing about his own experiences at fairs in a future time. The merchandise displayed in the shops was extensive, ranging from miscellaneous goods from Sichuan and Guangxi, Northwest furs, coastal delicacies, to Beijing-style shoes and hats, and one shop even boasted a sign referring to both East and West Oceans, offering a complete array of goods. Pei Yuan recalled that they had yet to reach the era of the Longqing opening of trade, thus seeing Nanjing bustling with foreign goods and archery ranges. He marveled at how commerce had flourished into such a behemoth. Most astonishingly, the majority of shops lining the street were bathhouses, with ordinary citizens leisurely emerging after their soaks. Previously, when Pei Yuan accompanied the Dongchang to Nanjing for investigations, he and T felt this keenly aware of the disparities. At that time, he had speculated about the reasons behind the court's inability to collect taxes. However, after this journey down the Grand Canal, witnessing the paralysis of northern provinces under the assaults of rebel forces, Pei Yuan finally grasped the abnormality of such isolated prosperity. For a fleeting moment, he pondered how many soldiers could be sustained if this wealth were transformed into military might, and what implications that would have on the realm. Yet in the next instant, he awoke from his reverie. The system was inherently flawed. What could possibly be done? Everyone clamored about the dissatisfaction of the Ming military regarding their pay. Yet the issue had evolved beyond mere financial solutions. The soldiers of the Ming's Wei, Su, were predominantly from military households. The vision of Ming Taizu was commendable, relying on land cultivation to support an army of 200,000 without exhausting the treasury. The imperial court's exploitation of the military settlers was egregious, with rampant corruption among the military officials transforming vast tracts of military land into personal assets. By the time subsequent military officers took charge, the agricultural land allocated to military households had long been divided among generations of their predecessors, leaving the newcomers with no recourse but to allow the military households to perish. As the Chongzhen era of the Ming dynasty approached, with enemy forces threatening the capital, the Minister of War, Liu Xiangxing, holding the imperial sword, was left aghast upon counting his troops. From the once formidable 200,000 soldiers of the Ming Taizu, less than 20,000 combat-ready forces remained. Was this issue neglected for all those years? It had not gone unnoticed. During the Zhengtong era, the emperor, displaying considerable capability, recognized these issues and initiated a comprehensive military audit. The first step was to scrutinize military provisions, resulting in the burning of 7 granaries over 4 years. Subsequently, the emperor's ire was ignited, convinced that he should inspect personnel instead. After all, humans couldn't be incinerated. He discovered that the military register listed 660,000 soldiers. Yet after 3 years of painstaking verification by the censors, only 60,000 were accounted for. The emperor naturally perceived the underlying deceit. He devised a clever strategy. By distributing a silver tael to each soldier, he could ascertain the total expenditure and thus determine the actual troop strength. The border soldiers chuckled at the cleverness of this child. The events that followed need not be elaborated upon. It suffices to remember that this emperor would later be referred to as Mingingzong. When military provisions could not be audited and military households went unchecked, was there no one left to investigate the military settlements? There was indeed one. The esteemed Liu Jin, who reorganized the political landscape, salvaged the finances, and earned the titles of a capable minister in times of peace and a hero in times of chaos. Pei Yuan, a man burdened by debt, was hardly in a position to ponder the weighty matters of state. Would it not be more rewarding to address the midnight cries of the common folk? Cheng Leixiang, having visited Yingtianfu before, confidently asserted upon seeing Chun Tudai that they were heading to Shanganli, where the shops were rather expensive. As they continued, Chun Taoti's pace slowed. Pei Yuan looked up to see a shop with a sign advertising Northwest leather goods. The shop was tightly boarded up, and a few robust men dressed as servants loitered nearby, seemingly indifferent. The once bustling crowd now avoided the area as if it were a forbidden zone, suggesting that the rumors of hauntings at the leather shop had spread through the streets. Pei Yuan, having been audacious enough in his youth to forge property contracts and mortgage them multiple times, had a rather low moral threshold, yet his acting skills were commendable. He led Cheng Leixiang to the front of the shop, where a bystander, previously idling, hurried to greet them with a smile, inquiring if they were interested in leather goods. The shopkeeper mentioned a minor issue that day, but offered to take their request for future consideration. Pei Yuan ignored him. Cheng Leixiang, asserting his authority, declared, "I am from the Jinyiwei Captain office. Does your master know? Have him come and see us immediately." The bystander, puzzled, muttered a few words, but upon witnessing their official demeanor, shrank back slightly. He nodded and retreated to relay the message to his companions, before quickly scurrying away. Hiding at a distance, Chun Tutai observed, following Cheng Leixiang's instructions to position himself at the back of the shop and maintain surveillance. Pei Yuan, gazing at the tightly shut door, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, not from fear of being exposed, but from the unsettling atmosphere that such a scientific investigation evoked. Even in the absence of a host's mysterious guidance and background music, he stared at the closed boards, trying to imagine electric sockets leaking, bubbling catfish, or children in hysterics, which helped to calm his nerves somewhat. After a while, a horse-drawn carriage abruptly halted, and a middle-aged scholar in ordinary home attire, but wearing official boots, emerged. Upon seeing the two dressed as Jinyiwei, he was overjoyed and approached them eagerly, exclaiming his surprise at how reasonable the Qinhu office was, attributing his earlier remarks to anger. Pei Yuan, in his first experience in this role, observed Cheng Leixiang's method. Cheng Leixiang, however, scoffed. "Who is being reasonable with you? Our superior is merely here on official business in Nanji, perturbed by the actions of Dantai Baihu, and has come to take a look. Do you expect us to rely on the Qinhu office?" The official from the Ministry of Works turned pale, wanting to express anger, but puzzled, asked, "So, you are not from the Jinyiwei Qinhu office?" Cheng Leixiang lazily replied, "Of course I am from the Jinyiwei Qinhu office. We just do not fall under Dantai Fong's jurisdiction." He then turned to Pei Yuan, saying, "As for our Baihu's name, there is no need for you to inquire. If you have located the Jinyiwei Qinhu office, you should be aware that we handle many matters discreetly." Upon learning that the military officer was of the same rank as Dantai Fong, and reflecting on the implications of their dialogue, the Ministry of Works official suddenly felt a glimmer of hope, tempering his demeanor and politely inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Cheng Leixiang replied straightforwardly, "If you wish for Dantai Fong to assist you, you may wait. If you seek immediate tranquility, it hinges upon your sincerity." The Ministry of Works official, seasoned in the bureaucratic realm, swiftly grasped the situation. This tactic was quite familiar. He almost wanted to lament, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Issues that could be resolved with money need not result in such chaos. Being within the system, why not be more straightforward? He asked directly, "How much?" Cheng Leixiang did not hesitate, stating 50 taels. 50 taels. The Ministry of Works official exclaimed, eyes wide, preparing to leave. Cheng Leixiang showed no inclination to retain him, glancing at the small building and preparing to depart. The Ministry of Works official, now unable to maintain his composure, revised his demands. Once the matter was settled, he would require the two to remain for 3 days. Cheng Leixiang looked at Pei Yuan, who considered the proposal acceptable, as they had to wait for Han Qianhu anyway. With Pei Yuan's nod, Cheng Leixiang replied, Very well, but we require the payment up front. The Ministry of Works official rolled his eyes, reassured by the knowledge that they belonged to the Jinyiwei and would not likely abscond with the funds. He barked at the onlookers. "What are you still doing sitting there? Hurry and open the shop." He then assured Cheng Leixiang, "There's money in the drawer. It will be given to you shortly." Cheng Leixiang nodded, and as the onlookers timidly hurried to open the door, he ostentatiously proclaimed, "Make sure to open the windows upstairs as well, so the nearby specters can witness the demon-slaying methods of the Jinyiwei office." Pei Yuan understood that this was likely Cheng Leixiang's warning to the con artists lurking about. He observed his surroundings with a calm demeanor, yet discerned nothing amiss, uncertain of the gains at CH&TUTI's end. After a while, the shop door creaked open, perhaps due to the absence of sunlight for a day. Coupled with the deep autumn chill, the shop bore a somewhat gloomy and cold ambience. A few idle men whispered amongst themselves but hesitated to enter. The head of the works department hesitated momentarily, gesturing to Pei Yuan to proceed. Pei Yuan, silently reciting the mantra of Zujnk, gracefully entered the shop. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with walls adorned with precious furs, predominantly wolf and deer pelts, with some fox skins tucked away in a corner. Chlixing, known for his audacity, followed suit. Seeing this, the idle men timidly stepped inside. Chlixing inquired of the head of the works department, "Isn't it typically at midnight that unclean entities appear?" The head of the works department, with a worried expression, confirmed, "Indeed, it has been several consecutive days." Chlixing boldly commanded, "Fetch some wine and good food. We shall remain here overnight to observe what specters may arise." Just then, Jinyiwei passed by outside, nonchalantly, shaking his head at the two, indicating that no suspicious individuals had fled. Chlixing, undeterred, began searching for a comfortable fur to rest upon. Meanwhile, Pei Yuan continued to recite Zujnk, while feeling the earth-based grenade nestled in his satchel. With psychological and physical preparations in place, it was now contingent upon whether Chlixing would prove trustworthy. Throughout the night, no unusual disturbances were witnessed until dawn broke. When the head of the works department arrived, the idle men on guard recounted the events. He appeared skeptical, questioning whether this truly resolved the matter. Chlixing unabashedly proclaimed, "Of course. Do you not recognize our expertise? Those unclean entities have certainly fled far away." The head of the works department felt a twinge of injustice regarding the 50 taels spent the previous night. The outcome remained ambiguous, and the experience had been rather unsatisfactory. When Pei Yuan and Chlixing prepared to leave, the head of the works department hastily intervened. "Gentlemen, we agreed to wait 3 days to observe the results." Chlixing replied with a smile, "Rest assured, if we remain here indefinitely, how can you ascertain whether those spirits dare return? You may send a servant to follow us and observe where we reside. Should anything occur tonight, simply summon us. If all remains peaceful, we will depart in 3 days." The head of the works department, recognizing the soundness of Chlixing's reasoning, conceded that detaining them further was unnecessary and begrudgingly watched them leave. Upon returning to the inn, Pei Yuan and Chlixing soon encountered the weary CH&TUTI, who mentioned that 2 groups had attempted to enter the previous night but were turned away. Chlixing clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "See? I told you, they are merely charlatans. There are not so many spirits in this world." Pei Yuan felt reassured, realizing the importance of trusting in science. This windfall felt almost more gratifying than free indulgence. Pei Yuan inquired further, "Will the fur shop encounter any more issues?" Chlixing confidently replied, "No. Since the shop is protected by personnel from the ZH those who engage in supernatural antics would not dare approach. Lacking such basic understanding would be tantamount to courting death." Chlixing then produced silver coins, placing them on the table and pushing them toward Pei Yuan. "This decision rests in your capable hands." Pei Yuan contemplated, deciding that everyone should receive their fair share without excessive deliberation, suggesting 15 taels each and reserving the remaining 5 for expenses incurred during their stay. Both Chlixing and CH&TUTI were hesitant to accept, but Pei Yuan waved them off, insisting they heed his judgment. Given the rapid influx of wealth in this line of work, he shifted his focus from mere frugality to strategizing how to expand their endeavors. He instructed CH in TUTI to rest well after his long night, while he and CH in LIXI set out to explore for further opportunities. After a night of vigilance, Sichikutai retired to his room for rest without further ado. Pei Yuan and CH in LIXI donned casual attire and spent the day loitering outside the inn, New Jersey in JNWIYOMN, yielding little in the way of fruitful discoveries. At one juncture, a detachment of J in New York WI emerged from the yamen, fortuitously intersecting with Pei Yuan's path. Unfortunately, one member of this group was a familiar face from the previous day's encounter. He scrutinized Pei Yuan for a moment, recognition dawning, before suspiciously asking, "What are you still doing here? Weren't you instructed to return?" Pei Yuan, momentarily taken aback, retorted with indignation, "I have journeyed from B.I.J. Ing. Of course I await a proper explanation from you. HNCNH. The man chuckled maliciously. "Very well, take your time." With that, he and his companion strode off with an air of arrogance. Pei Yuan muttered an expletive under his breath, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. Noticing the commotion, the gate guards turned their attention to him. Not bothering to feign ignorance, Pei Yuan approached them with crossed arms, inquiring, "How long does HNCNH typically take to return from his outings?" The guards, chuckling, replied, "We are not privy to such knowledge. Perhaps you should continue waiting?" Unperturbed, Pei Yuan responded, "No rush. I am in no hurry," maintaining a facade of nonchalance. The guards, disinterested, turned their attention elsewhere, leaving Pei Yuan to stroll openly in front of the yamen. On his way back, Pei Yuan expressed his frustration to CH in LIXI ing. "Those MLG-O and B-I-L-N-G-O were so raucous on our journey here. Yet it seems they exhibit restraint in Yangdian Prefecture." CH in LIXI ing, seasoned in the ways of the Jianghu, understood the dynamics at play. You may not realize, but the more populous and affluent a place is, the more such unsavory elements abound. The entire NZHL is the most prosperous region in the Ming Dynasty, where MLG-O and B-I-L-N-G-O may have established roots for generations. Even if we wish to extend our influence, it would likely be beyond our grasp. The reason these two cults remain inconspicuous is that there are far too many competing forces in the area. In Yangdian Prefecture alone, there are 5 major temples: LNGG Temple, TNJI Temple, TNX Temple, NNGRN Temple, and JMing Temple. LNGG Temple, having been honored by the Tai's emperor as the foremost Zen monastery, once boasted a congregation of no less than 1,000 monks. With so many monks residing there, dedicating their days to martial training, which Jianghu sect would dare challenge them? Pei Yuan, astonished, exclaimed, "Surely that cannot be true." CH in LIXI chuckled, "My lord, are you aware that in Jiangning County alone, 1/10 of the land is owned by the clergy? In such a prosperous Jiangning, how many lives could be sustained by merely 1/10 of the wealth? As for the murky dealings of others, how many could they sustain? With so many local powers vying for dominance at the same table, forces like MLG-O and B-I-L-N-G-O would dare not stir trouble here." Curious, Pei Yuan queried, "If that is the case, why did the head of the works department not seek assistance from LNGG Temple or TNJI Temple, instead coming to us at the J New York WI?" CH in LIXI responded, "My lord, you have yet to engage with them. Should you provoke them, they will demand alms during every festival, and you would find it an unending burden. For someone in the position of the head of the works department, it would be simpler to seek a swift resolution with the J New York WI." Pei Yuan, puzzled, remarked, "I have observed that the dignitaries in B.I.J. seem quite willing to interact with the temples." Cheng Leixiong remarked that their intentions were rather evident. In Beijing, many temples are family shrines of eunuchs, such as the Zhihua Si Temple of my father, which used to be bustling with incense offerings. At this point, Jing Lai Xiang chuckled softly. Pei Yuan understood the implication. After pondering for a moment, he stated that given such circumstances, the chaotic and eclectic nature of these temples would undoubtedly render them the prime choice for those malevolent cultists. Cheng Leixiong's eyes sparkled, and he clapped his hands in agreement, affirming that this was indeed the case. Pei Yuan felt increasingly confident and suggested that there was no need to remain stationed at the Jinyiwei headquarters. The next day, he and Chun Tutai should discreetly inquire whether there were such places in the Ying Tianfu area. Cheng Lei Xiang mentally reviewed the possibilities and suddenly chuckled, revealing that there indeed was such a place. "Oh, where?" Pei Yuan inquired. Cheng Lei Xiang began to make gestures, exclaiming that it was the Qin Huai He. Wasn't the vicinity of Qin Huai He the most chaotic in a region where temples dare not intervene? Cheng Lei Xiang's words instantly triggered Pei Yuan's recollections. He instinctively wanted to question this fellow about the sentiments he had previously expressed. Song Chunyang was heading south, and Cheng Lei Xiang indeed possessed keen insights. Noticing Pei Yuan's reflexive gaze, he immediately thumped his chest, stating that the previous turmoil had disturbed the gentleman's mood, and he would make amends this time, doubling his efforts. Pei Yuan cleared his throat, trying to downplay the situation, saying, "It's not quite that. I merely wanted to mention that I plan to visit Lingusi tomorrow. Perhaps I can gather some useful information." Pei Yuan recalled that the Cinc temple in the capital was quite astute in gathering intelligence, to the extent that it could be said to be a prominent voice in the northern Jianghu. Many bounties from the Jianghu were posted there. Cheng Lei Xiang, however, misunderstood Pei Yuan's intention and remarked that the Dao run at Lingusi had long lost their bearings. The more prominent the temple, the less reliable its informants, and one would glean nothing from them. Pei Yuan refrained from expressing that he merely sought an excuse to alleviate the awkward atmosphere and instead adopted a wise demeanor, stating that he had his own considerations and need not elaborate further. Thus, on the following day, Cheng Lei Xiang and Chen Tutai teamed up to scout the Qin Huai He, armed with funds, while Pei Yuan ventured alone to Lingusi. Not far from Lingusi, he indeed discovered a newly erected wall of wishes, adorned with anonymous aspirations from various patrons. Most of the wishes involved the desire to kill certain individuals, promising substantial rewards to the Buddha in return for fulfillment. This wall had previously sparked considerable social controversy, with many scholars deeming it inappropriate, prompting complaints to the Nanjing Ministry of Rights. The ministry sent representatives to inquire, but Lingusi asserted that the inscriptions were spontaneously posted by the patrons, and they were helpless in the matter. The situation spiraled into a back and forth, with wishes being torn down and reposted, until gradually it became neglected. The common folk had begun to overlook it, while the Jianghu continued to operate efficiently. When Pei Yuan arrived, he saw a burly Jianghu man, his face resembling a slab of meat, tearing down one of the notices. He loudly proclaimed to the monk in charge that he was fulfilling someone's wish and sought to meet the destined individual. Pei Yuan waited deliberately and soon observed the hefty man exiting Lingusi, his burden now replaced by a small pouch. Understanding the implications, Pei Yuan raised his eyes to examine the myriad of messages on the wall, which were neatly arranged by monetary value. The top of the list called for the assassination of the governor of Songjiang, offering a bounty of 1,000 taels. The words Songjiang governor were faintly obscured by a layer of plaster, hinting at an attempt to conceal the request. However, from Pei Yuan's perspective, the likelihood of this wish being realized was almost non-existent. Even if there were audacious individuals, they would surely face a bloody retaliation from a court, suggesting that it was more a matter of intimidation. Subsequently, there were requests to kill certain individuals, recover specific items, and seek alternative pathways through bureaucratic channels, an extensive array of desires. Those involving sensitive information were all marked with a thin layer of plaster by the monks of Lingusi, indicating their regulatory responsibility. As he was observing, Pei Yuan's attention was drawn to a particular notice. It boldly called for the capture of the notorious lecher, Shirley Xiang, with a reward of 200 taels. Pei Yuan found it hard to believe that this was within her area of operations. It was unexpected, as the Changfeng Biaoju seemed to operate mainly along the Jining and Beijing routes. Instinctively, Pei Yuan accessed his debt settlement system and checked the list of creditors for Song Chunyang's whereabouts. To his astonishment, he discovered that Song Chunyang had fled to Huaiyan. Had she not gone to Beijing? Pei Yuan hurriedly reviewed her trajectory, but alas, the number of times he could check was limited. He could only ascertain that she had recently returned to Jining for a few days. Considering the bounty of 300 taels posted at the Cinc temple, the price on Song Chunyang's head in both capitals had now escalated to 500 taels. Noticing Pei Yuan staring intently at the wall, A nearby Jianghu man who was also perusing the announcements curiously inquired, "Brother, do you perhaps have any leads on that lecher, Shirley Xiang?" Pei Yuan shook his head, replying half-truthfully, "Not quite. I had previously seen her bounty in Beijing, rumored to have caused trouble for some official's daughter. I didn't expect her to have ventured so far and committed crimes in Nanji as well." The Jianghu man chuckled, "Oh, I know about that. This bounty was jointly issued by several boatmen along the Jinyiwei River." Pei Yuan, perplexed, asked, "What did she do to offend so many people?" The Jianghu man, harboring a penchant for gossip, noticed Pei Yuan's interest and began to elaborate. "I heard that it all started with her involvement with a certain courtesan." Pei Yuan was taken aback. "Isn't that a violation of any rules?" Then he realized the implications of the statement and quickly clarified. The official's daughter from Beijing was said to be innocent. Many who were hearing this for the first time began to murmur their disbelief, questioning how it could be true. They speculated that the official might be too concerned about his reputation to speak out. Unexpectedly, the Jianghu man shook his head, asserting, "Not necessarily. It could very well be true. You all have heard of Su Xiaowan from the Jinyiwei River, right?" Many local idlers responded with murmurs of recognition. The Jianghu man did not take the time to explain to Pei Yuan alone, but continued. Shirley Xiang's initial encounters were with her. They say that aside from some red marks and faint bite marks on her otherwise fair skin, there was nothing else. However, people did not believe it, and there was quite an uproar. The mother of the boat was worried that Su Xiaowan's grand reputation would diminish. So she quickly arranged for her to entertain her usual clients. Those clients, delighted to have Su Xiaowan's company, hosted grand feasts aboard the boat and even paid extra to stay for a month. Pei Yuan found it puzzling how such matters could lead to offending so many boatmen. The Jianghu man explained, afterward, as Su Xiaowan began to take on more clients, inquiries arose regarding the incident at the time. Initially, she claimed to have been rendered unconscious and knew nothing of the details. Later, to appease her patrons, she made numerous jesting remarks about Shirley Xiang. Pei Yuan could roughly deduce what transpired. However, she truly was a complex character. Somehow, this matter came to Shirley Xiang's attention, resulting in her being summoned aboard and attacked in the dead of night, leaving her face scarred. This incident incited a collective outrage among the various boatmen along the Jinyiwei River, leading them to pool together 200 taels to come here to make a wish for Shirley Xiang's head. Pei Yuan felt a chill run down her spine. She had not anticipated that Song Chunyang was not only peculiar in her interests, but also possessed such a fierce temperament. Her previous teasing of her had indeed been rather reckless. Upon reflecting on this, Pei Yuan, filled with trepidation, reopened the debt settlement system to examine Song Chunyang's whereabouts. With his previous observations in mind, he immediately sensed a change. This trend seems to suggest a journey towards Yangzhou. Could it be that she intends to continue southward? A phrase flashed through Pei Yuan's mind. The 500 taels heading south? He then recalled her crescent-shaped, smiling Danfeng eyes, and found himself momentarily at a loss as to which was more alluring. Pei Yuan, with his hands tucked away, glanced at the rankings before returning to his quarters. That evening, Cheng Leixiang and Chun Tutai returned, sitting upright with an air of solemnity. "My lord, the situation has indeed unfolded as you anticipated." Pei Yuan regarded the two, motioning for them to speak freely. Cheng Leixiang then revealed, "A person recently hanged aboard a pleasure boat. The owner, considering it ominous, hastily evacuated the young women on board, intending to refurbish the vessel. Unexpectedly, strange occurrences began to plague the families of those young women who had disembarked, some even attempting to hang themselves, but were rescued in time. Now, anxiety permeates the Jinyiwei River, and it is said that monks and Taoists have been secretly summoned for consultation, yet to little effect." Pei Yuan mused internally that monks and Taoists were of no use. Could it be that a human was behind this mischief? In that case, his official status could prove advantageous. He inquired of the two, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Cheng Leixiang's assessment mirrored Pei Yuan's own. It is likely the work of a person. If it were a supernatural entity, it would either target a specific location or individual. Moreover, while malevolent spirits can be fierce, they are generally not very intelligent. The events that transpired are clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary vengeful spirit. Pei Yuan privately acknowledged that his little money spirit was rather clever, even managing to transfer a coin back home. Pondering this, he asked, "Have you taken on this task?" Cheng Leixiang confirmed that they had. Chun Tutai had interrogated the evacuated women and even examined the corpse of the first individual who had hanged. Pei Yuan cast an incredulous glance at Chen Tutai. Assuming Pei Yuan was inquiring about him, Chen Tutai hastily responded, "I visited the mortuary at the government office. The deceased undoubtedly committed suicide, and there were no signs of foul play. Based on the cause of death alone, it should be considered an isolated incident. It is possible that someone took advantage of this situation to stir up trouble. The subsequent hanging incidents were merely trivial matters, not actual fatalities." As a seasoned interrogator from the Jinyiwei, Chen Tutai had spent over a decade honing his skills in the Eastern Factory, and Pei Yuan naturally trusted his autopsy report. Pei Yuan then asked Chen Tutai, "Have you ascertained the identity of the deceased?" Chen Tutai promptly replied, "The Yingtian Prefecture has records, and I used my Jinyiwei insignia to access them." The deceased was an ordinary merchant from a fabric shop, who had indulged in a few cups of wine while enjoying the company of women on the Jinyiwei River. He later claimed he needed to relieve himself, only to be found hanging at the stern of the pleasure boat. Many flower boats were present that day, and it remains unclear which one first discovered the incident, causing chaos along the Jinyiwei River. The owner of the pleasure boat, seeing such an unfortunate occurrence, quickly shut the doors to customers and spent money to hire brave souls to retrieve the merchant's body, fearing that an inquiry at the government office would tarnish the reputations of the young women on board. He discreetly sent some of the more beautiful ones away to other locations before the officials arrived. Little did he expect that many families would become inexplicably entangled in this affair. Now, the owner is in a state of utter distress, as all parties demand the return of their young women. When we approached, he was overjoyed and immediately agreed to reward us with 100 taels of silver if we could resolve this matter. Pei Yuan gasped in surprise at such generosity. Cheng Leixiang, however, deemed it reasonable, noting that the lavishly adorned pleasure boat alone was worth thousands of taels, not to mention the value of the young women on board. The delay in operations for that boat could easily result in a loss of 100 taels or more. Pei Yuan cast an approving glance at Cheng Leixiang, recognizing that they had made a prudent business decision. As night fell, they would have to postpone their deliberations until the following day. The next morning, Pei Yuan first inquired at the front desk and learned that no one had come looking for him, easing his concerns regarding matters with the Ministry of Works. Initially, they had agreed to 3 days, so Pei Yuan left a message at the front desk, instructing where to seek him if someone from the Ministry of Works arrived. The three of them carried relatively simple luggage, consisting mainly of newly purchased clothing and the gold and silver they had acquired during their travels. Among their possessions were 2 precious treasures packed away by Pei Yuan, as well as Lu Qi's bazo knife. Chen Tutai had originally brought many interrogation tools, but regrettably lost them during their first flight. Uncertain of what unsavory characters they might encounter next, they each carried a bundle with their belongings. Dressed in the attire of Jinyiwei officials, the three made their way towards the Jinyiwei River. Although the daytime scenery of the Jinyiwei River lacked the dreamy allure of night, the lively hustle and bustle offered a unique charm. The banks of the river were impeccably clean, with shops selling fragrant pouches, exquisite wines, fine teas, sweet confections, musical instruments, and delightful delicacies. Feeling hungry and with ample funds for wine, they ordered a selection of fine food and drink, enjoying their meal while admiring the view. At that moment, many lantern-lit boats were moored along the shore, with river houses lining both sides. Whether on the water or the banks, there were intricately carved railings, ornate windows, and silk curtains, creating a picturesque scene adorned with shimmering pearls. Pei Yuan set aside his earlier pretentiousness, realizing that if a patch of desolate land were to bloom with beautiful flowers, it would be a disservice not to appreciate them fully. As Pei Yuan poured himself another drink, Cheng Leixiang chuckled, "My lord, look over there." Following Cheng Leixiang's gesture, Pei Yuan saw several young men in skirts and wooden clogs, banding together and holding baskets, singing and selling jasmine flowers and other wares outside the river houses. Many charming young maidservants gathered around, playfully teasing the boys, who appeared shy. This was a rare moment of leisure for the maidservants, and many young women aboard the pleasure boats rolled up their curtains to watch. Pei Yuan couldn't help but smile, finding the scene before him particularly vibrant. The last time he felt this way was when he encountered the exceedingly bold Song Chuanyang. Cheng Leixiang then pointed to the distance, saying, "My lord, look at that one." He spotted a solitary pleasure boat docked at a berth, its curtains drawn tightly, with someone seemingly on watch, occasionally glancing about with indifference. "Is this the one we are to visit?" Cheng Leixiang affirmed, "Indeed." The owner, surnamed Sun, usually has a steward manage this place. It is now well known that this boat is cursed. Not only has it attracted no customers, but the young women who were sent away have also been returned like a plague. I heard that the owner has other ventures in this line along the Jinyiwei River. Perhaps he fears that this incident will affect his other businesses, so he has gathered everyone in one place, offering a substantial sum to resolve this predicament. The owner has also announced that many are now paying attention to this matter, and it is said that some monks and Taoists will visit tonight. Pei Yuan found this quite absurd. Monks and Taoists visiting pleasure boats seemed ludicrous. Chun Tutai darkly remarked, "We can investigate their backgrounds tonight. If their connections are weak, we can impose a hefty fine upon them." Pei Yuan reflected that as a young man, he still had much to learn. Chung Lei-xiong remarked that once the esteemed guests had their fill, they would proceed, taking advantage of the present moment to disseminate the news regarding the Jinyiwei's investigation into this case. He was confident that the individuals behind the scenes would not dare to disregard this gesture. Pei Yuan also found Chung Lei-xiong's idea quite astute. Essentially, they were leveraging the long-standing reputation of the Jinyiwei in Nanjing to rapidly manifest their influence, akin to extracting benefits from the esteemed institution. However, their actions were not excessively audacious. At most, they might occasionally leave a mess behind that would provoke the ire of the Jinyiwei. Yet in such matters, few would pursue them with fervor. Power possesses a peculiar conduit, akin to the meridians of the human body, connecting numerous individuals of authority in an invisible manner, enabling the propagation of power itself. For instance, should Pei Yuan seek to conduct official business but find himself unable to enter the Jinyiwei's premises, it signifies a clear boundary within the realm of power. Conversely, if Pei Yuan were to engage in private matters while exercising the authority of the Jinyiwei, it is likely that no one would contest this. Furthermore, if Chun Tu-tai, in the capacity of a Jinyiwei officer, were to inspect a corpse or peruse archives of the government office, the power he wielded through this conduit would equate to that of the government officials themselves. If Chun Tu-tai were to consult archives at the Nanjing Criminal Department and be granted such access, would this conduit not allow him to enjoy privileges reserved for those in official ranks? Thus, when one encounters seemingly insignificant individuals wielding considerable power, it should not be surprising. It is merely a manifestation of countless others within the same hierarchy opening pathways for them. Pei Yuan was reveling in such advantages, relentlessly extracting benefits from the Jinyiwei. Once the three had satisfied their appetites, Chung Lei-xiong settled the bill, and they strode confidently towards the boat. Their attire immediately piqued the curiosity of those along the riverbank. The denizens of Jinyiwei River were well acquainted with the world, having encountered numerous Jinyiwei officers during their exploits. They were perhaps the least intimidated by the Jinyiwei in all of Ming Dynasty, especially Pei Yuan. Being young and handsome, adorned in the gallant garb of a martial officer, captivated the attention of many young women. Some bold maidens crowded by the window, daring to call out to their resting companions, giggling as they huddled together. Indeed, Pei Yuan was quite handsome. Otherwise, Uncle Chong next door would not have taken such a risk to have him as his son-in-law. Chun Minzhong, engaged in the leather trade in Jining, had also expressed that should Pei Yuan struggle, he had many granddaughters available to take him in. As Pei Yuan passed by, a daring young woman could not restrain herself from calling out, "Esteemed sir, that boat ahead seems ominous. If you wish to drink, do come and visit my home." Pei Yuan smiled and replied, "I am here to investigate a case. I do not shy away from such matters." Investigate a case? The nearby crowd immediately began to murmur, pointing toward the flower boat. While they dared not provoke the situation aboard, uncovering the truth would undoubtedly be beneficial. It would not only reassure the visitors on the river, but also ensure a better livelihood for those dependent on the Jinyiwei River. If fear persisted, would the flower boat only be able to rely on docking for sustenance at night? Pei Yuan, wishing to avoid trouble from the bold maid, glanced at the crowd and declared loudly, "We are the martial officers of the Jinxia Qianhu Saw, tasked with dealing with these malevolent forces. If you possess any information, do not hesitate to share. I shall not show leniency to those evildoers." He refrained from mentioning any rewards, as he preferred they had no leads. The mere dissemination of information would suffice to instill fear in the shadowy figures behind the scenes, compelling them to abandon their mischief, allowing Pei Yuan to depart with his silver. Pei Yuan, feigning interest, inquired about some intelligence at various stalls along the way. learning that it aligned closely with Cheng Lei Xiang's account. Upon reaching the flower boat, they were met with eager welcomes. Cheng Lei Xiang introduced. "This is the steward of the household, Steward Sunday." Steward Sun approached and bowed, and Pei Yuan gestured for him to rise. Subsequently, the trio, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, followed Steward Sun aboard the moored flower boat. Pei Yuan patiently listened to Steward Sun's pleasantries, and, just as he finished, Cheng Lei Xiang unexpectedly interjected, "What are the girls tainted by evil? Bring them forth for the esteemed sir to examine." Pei Yuan turned his gaze sharply. What was he attempting to do? Steward Sun hesitated slightly, explaining that the young ladies had just been returned the previous night, frightened and sleepless, and should be resting now. Summoning them at this moment would be a disservice to the honored guest. Pei Yuan quickly reassured him, "There is no need for that. Let us wait until nightfall when everyone is present. If there truly are those tainted by evil, it is best for the monks and Taoists to inspect them first." Contemplating this, Pei Yuan directly inquired, "I have heard you have summoned some monks?" Steward Sun replied, "Indeed. There is a monk of considerable cultivation who arrived early and is currently in one of the guest rooms." Shen Tutai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Did he engage in debauchery? Steward Sun hurriedly shook his head. No. That master is quite strict with his precepts. He seems to have lost his identification and has nowhere to turn, hence seeking some silver to facilitate his stay in Nanjing. Shen Tutai was immediately disheartened. He could tell this was merely a wandering monk in need of funds. How much could he possibly procure? Since Pei Yuan had broached the subject, he felt compelled to continue, stating, "The Jinxie Qinhu Suo oversees all Taoist practitioners across the land. I must see that monk." Hearing this, Steward Sun promptly instructed his servants to summon the monk to the bow of the boat. Shortly thereafter, a servant brought forth a disheveled, portly monk. Upon seeing him, Pei Yuan was taken aback. "Yuan Tong to sure." "Pei Zhu." Yuan Tong, upon recognizing Pei Yuan, was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes nearly brimming with tears. Observing this scene, Steward Sun hurriedly ushered them into the central flower hall. Once seated, Yuan Tong sighed heavily. "When I departed the capital, I believed I was embarking on a noble quest to vanquish demons and subdue evil. Yet, before I even reached Nanjing, all my disciples perished in the chaos of war. Upon learning of Yuan Baihu's death, I contemplated returning to Beijing directly, but fearing I would be unable to clarify matters here, I intended to seek an explanation from Han Xian, who in Nanjing." Pei Yuan, astonished, interjected, "Could it be that you were also barred from entry?" Yuan Tong lamented, "I did gain entry. However, due to the anger directed at me following Yuan Baihu's demise, Dan Tai Fong too retrieved my identification and stripped me of my status. Now, I have nowhere to stay, even to hang my robe at a temple. I can only gather some funds to send a message back to the temple, hoping to find a solution." The banquet scene unfolded as the four continued their conversation, reminiscing about events post their separation. Upon learning that Pei Yuan and his companions had gone directly to Jining and subsequently managed to escape before its fall, Yuan Tong could not help but express his admiration. As noon approached, Steward Sun decided to open the windows wide, arranging a feast aboard the boat, instructing his servants that once the young ladies had rested and groomed themselves, they should invite them to converse with the guests. As the banquet was just being set, one could hear the announcement of an arrival from outside. It was the enchanting Lingbo. Pei Yuan paused, lifting his gaze to behold a figure of exquisite grace, a beauty with a captivating smile. Her features were strikingly defined, with bright eyes and a mouth that curled upward slightly, exuding a playful yet spirited aura. Surprisingly, she donned a sleek black fitted ensemble, with her sleeves tied firmly, presenting an image of remarkable poise. Scanning the table, her eyes sparkled as she lightly chuckled. "I apologize for my tardiness." With a natural ease, she approached and took a seat beside Pei Yuan. A flutter of excitement stirred within him, yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, captivated by the smiling beauty before him. Qin Lingbo, perceptive and worldly, quickly discerned Pei Yuan's discomfort and cheerfully remarked, "I heard a distinguished gentleman from the Jinyiwei is present, so I chose to wear something practical. If we engage in the game of throwing pots later, I shall showcase my skills." With this, she playfully showcased her delicate wrist before him. As she drew closer, their proximity felt oddly intimate, and Pei Yuan sensed an unspoken connection burgeoning between them. Below, Chun Tutai and Cheng Leixiang exchanged glances, amused by how effortlessly Qin Lingbo engaged Pei Yuan in conversation, raising their cups in silent camaraderie. The monk, Yuan Tong, feigned indifference, leisurely enjoying his vegetarian meal. After a while, several more young ladies entered, accompanied by maidservants. Observing that Qin Lingbo had claimed a prime position, they tactfully chose seats beside Chun Tudai and Cheng Leixiang. Those without a seat sought designated areas set for the ladies, ensuring that no one intruded upon Yuan Tong's tranquility. As the number of young ladies increased, the atmosphere around the table grew increasingly lively. Perhaps aware that the guests were not well-versed in poetry or prose, the games of exchanging cups were replaced with simpler amusements, such as pot throwing and dice rolling. Qin Lingbo seemed to intentionally tease, leaning in occasionally to explain the latest games to Pei Yuan. Her subtle movements left him somewhat lost in thought, his imagination wandering. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Pei Yuan allowed his hand to wander, feeling the softness beneath his fingertips. Yet, Qin Lingbo appeared oblivious, continuing to share amusing anecdotes about two ladies sharing a drink. Her nonchalant demeanor made him question if he had indeed misjudged the situation. With a surge of boldness, he tightened his grip slightly, the sensation bringing him to a dizzying state of bliss. Only then did Qin Lingbo glance sideways, leaning closer to whisper, "Please be considerate of Lingbo's reputation." Her presence felt overwhelming, as if she were enveloping him entirely, but when she withdrew, she firmly pressed her delicate fingers against the back of his hand. Instinctively, Pei Yuan withdrew his hand. With a radiant smile, Qin Lingbo rewarded him with a flaky pastry, encouraging him to eat it immediately. Pei Baihu mused that this flirtatious gathering was far more entertaining than watching a play in Jining. As the dishes were replenished, the manager, surnamed Sun, entered with a smile, addressing the ladies. "Tonight, esteemed guests, it would be wise to temper your revelry." The mention of tonight seemed to cast a shadow over the atmosphere, even causing Qin Lingbo to exhibit a hint of unease. Yet, Pei Yuan, brimming with ambition and confidence, assured Manager Sun, "With me here, there is no cause for concern." With the addition of Yuan Tong, his confidence soared. Manager Sun, smiling, expressed his trust in Pei Yuan, then surveyed the room, inquiring about Miss Yu Jing. When informed she had not yet arrived, he glanced out the window, noting the dusk settling in, and urged, someone should fetch her to offer a toast to Lord Pei. Undeterred by the potential dampening of spirits, Manager Sun added, "With Bai Yujing present, anyone who might have sullied the evening's air will also be here. Lord Pei should examine the situation closely." It dawned on Pei Yuan that this was no mere frivolity. They had sent for him to seek out clues. Fortunately, with Yuan Tong's presence, who had remained silent, it seemed likely there was no immediate threat. Pei Yuan maintained his belief that someone was intentionally stirring trouble. Unless the hidden puppeteer was willing to sever ties with the Nanjing Jinyiwei, the situation should remain manageable. He boldly declared, "Fear not, everything is under control." Upon hearing this, Qin Lingbo cast a discreet glance at him. Pei Yuan turned his gaze to the window, observing the moored boats lighting lanterns as they glided into the Qinhuai River. He then queried Manager Sun, "Is it not customary to prepare for a river cruise by now?" Manager Sun affirmed this. Pei Yuan contemplated that rather than remaining on the shore as a target, it would be wiser to venture into the Qinhuai River, where boats congregated, providing cover in case of any reckless individuals. Should nothing arise, he could simply enjoy the monetary reward. "Since I am here, Manager Sun, please proceed with the regular arrangements. Public appearances are essential to assure people that there is no lingering concern." Manager Sun beamed, acknowledging, "Your words hold merit, my lord." Resolving the current matters was merely the first step. Restoring business and enticing familiar patrons would require more than a few days. It was vital to reacquaint the public with the flower boats and help them forget the peculiarities that had transpired. At that moment, a stunning maiden clad in white entered the cabin. Manager Sun introduced her as Yu Jing. Pei Yuan observed that Bai Yujing possessed exceptionally long legs, slightly taller than Song Chunyang. In terms of beauty, she surpassed even Qin Lingbo. Moreover, Bai Yujing exuded an ethereal quality, a presence that seemed almost otherworldly. Upon entering the flower hall, she surveyed the surroundings, elegantly choosing not to join the other ladies, but rather instinctively seating herself beside Pei Yuan. With a gentle smile, she addressed him, "So, my lord, you are the host for this evening? Bai Yujing has arrived late." Pei Yuan silently lamented the presence of such exquisite beauties on either side of him. Just the two of them together could easily amount to 600 taels. It was no wonder the owner of this boat was willing to spend extravagantly to rid themselves of troublesome influences. He glanced at the twilight outside and replied, "Seeing Miss Yujing, the evening has truly just begun. There is no such thing as being late." Bai Yujing covered her lips with her sleeve, giggling. "My lord certainly knows how to charm a lady." Nearby, Qin Lingbo rolled her eyes, already feeling a pang of jealousy, and lightly pinched Pei Yuan's waist. Pei Yuan understood well that no matter how fervent his interactions with the two lovely ladies became, he could only indulge in fleeting touches. Should he harbor any deeper intentions, Manager Sun would not hesitate to raise his price. He had no desire to redeem either lady. With his modest means, redemption was out of reach, so he resolved to play along. As for favoring Bai Yujing, the reason was simple. Qin Lingbo had already been touched, whereas Bai Yujing had yet to experience such attentions and thus required his charm. Such opportunities to engage with a courtesan were not easily come by. Soon, the boat swayed and gradually made its way into the Jinyiwei River. As night gradually descends, the Jinyiwei River is illuminated by brilliantly lit flower boats, while the bustling shops and riverside houses come alive in their most vibrant moments. From a gathering at Jujiman Water Gate to Tongjiman Water Gate, a fiery dragon of lights wins its way, radiating brilliance across the heavens and the earth. Enthusiastic revelers beat drums with fervor, the rhythm resonating as if the entire Jinyiwei River were trembling in joy. Occasionally, amidst the intertwining boats, one can hear the melodic recitations of poets and scholars, accompanied by the sweet strains of a pipa and the enchanting voices of songbirds dancing in harmony. Many of the gentlemen traversing the Jinyiwei River are familiar faces, gathering together in jovial camaraderie, laughing and toasting one another. Some are seen embracing beauties at the bow of the boat, admiring the moonlight, exchanging glances and playful banter. Here a flute is played, there a delightful melody is rendered, and across the river, flirtations abound. Pei Yuan had spent an afternoon in the cabin, feeling somewhat restless. Although Bai Yujing appeared gentle and understanding, with Qin Lingbo nearby, he found it difficult to gain any advantage. This left him feeling quite dejected, regretting his earlier lack of compassion towards Qin Lingbo. Thus, he decided to step outside for a moment of respite. Standing at the bow, he gazed at the star-studded night sky, witnessing the celestial river mirrored in the waters below. Everything, save for the moonlight, was breathtakingly beautiful. Feeling a chill in the autumn air, he contemplated returning to the cabin for a brief rest. Just then, he heard soft footsteps approaching, and upon pausing, he saw Qin Lingbo emerging from the cabin, her face still adorned with a smile, showing no signs of the earlier offense. Pei Yuan immediately began to reflect on his previous actions. He had been overly greedy. Why should he have offended such a charming beauty for the sake of the indifferent Bai Yujing? As Qin Lingbo approached, she shot him a sultry glance, reproaching him. "In what way is Bai Yujing superior to me?" Having previously gained an advantage, Pei Yuan felt a surge of warmth upon seeing Qin Lingbo's demeanor. Noticing that no one had followed her, he boldly wrapped his arms around her waist. This action quickly drew the attention of nearby boats, where gentlemen engaged in poetry and song could not resist whistling and laughing towards them. Pei Yuan, undeterred by the dim moonlight and the surrounding glow, continued to embrace and caress Qin Lingbo, who seemed increasingly embarrassed and struggled against him, softly pleading for him to stop. Though she was a woman of the trade, she had yet to marry and, theoretically, remained a pure courtesan. While she occasionally engaged in light-hearted embraces with guests, nothing more intimate had occurred. Qin Lingbo's intention to tease Pei Yuan was a form of retaliation for his earlier attempt to please Bai Yujing at her expense. However, she treated him as a refined guest and had not anticipated his true intentions. For Pei Yuan, this fleeting experience with a courtesan was not something to be taken lightly. After all, once the moment had passed, it would be lost forever. As Qin Lingbo found herself in Pei Yuan's embrace at the bow, her embarrassment reached a peak. She exerted all her strength to escape, her delicate toes struggling against him, but he held her firmly in place with his legs. In a moment of exhilaration, Pei Yuan nearly succumbed to the urge to reveal his hidden treasures, contemplating a more intimate encounter with Qin Lingbo. At that instant, he heard a soft clucking sound nearby. Pei Yuan regained his composure and turned to see a bemused Bai Yujing. She had been sitting alone in the cabin for some time, feeling bored and curious about their conversation, prompting her to come out. Upon witnessing their interaction, she covered her mouth in amusement, wondering what sweet words had coaxed such a response from Lingbo. Pei Yuan had already made one foolish mistake. He would not allow himself to err a second time. He cast a fleeting glance at Bai Yujing and, disregarding her presence, lowered his head to kiss Qin Lingbo. Bai Yujing was taken aback. She had never encountered someone like Pei Yuan before. Once he found himself at a disadvantage, he quickly turned his back on her, continuing his pursuit of pleasure right before her eyes. Was this gentleman truly devoid of shame? Feeling dazed from the kiss, Qin Lingbo sensed her clothing loosening and quickly tried to resist. Recognizing her determination, Pei Yuan ceased his advances. Even though he could utilize the courtesan experience card, he did not wish to waste it. Therefore, he continued to hold her close, savoring the moment. Bai Yujing observed the couple, her lips pursed, unsure whether to approach or retreat. As she hesitated, she suddenly stiffened. Pei Yuan had stealthily shifted his hand towards her. A simple step back would allow Bai Yujing to easily escape his grasp and return to the cabin. Yet, scanning her surroundings and feeling a rush of breath, she found herself frozen in place. Pei Yuan, elated, realized he had another chance to use his experience card. His thoughts swiftly shifted from Qin Lingbo to Bai Yujing. He tentatively reached toward Bai Yujing's waist, yet Qin Lingbo's presence made his movements too conspicuous. Thus, he redirected his hand downward, seeking a more voluptuous curve. Bai Yujing's cheeks flushed, her lips pressed together in silence. After enduring Pei Yuan's indiscretions for a moment, she exhaled deeply, seemingly making a decision, and slowly turned, extricating herself from his lingering touch. With a smile, she returned to the cabin with light steps. Pei Yuan, utterly confused, felt Qin Lingbo's hand gradually slipping down to grasp the very hand that had wandered elsewhere, returning it to her waist. She shot him a disapproving glance. Pei Yuan thought to himself that he was doomed. He would not be able to safeguard his 300 taels. However, Qin Lingbo said nothing, allowing him to hold her tightly. Her eyes, glistening like droplets of water, gazed at him, her slender waist swaying gently in his embrace, as if determined to spare him the loss of his wealth. Pei Yuan felt an irresistible itch in his bones, as Qin Lingbo lightly pushed him. His back collided with the boat's railing, leading him to lean against it. Qin Lingbo maintained her close proximity, leaning in closer. Her gentle weight pressed them together more tightly, and she smiled at him. Just as Pei Yuan could no longer contain himself and sought to take the initiative, she bent down to kiss him. Their lips barely brushed before Qin Lingbo retreated slightly to kiss his neck. Pei Yuan, captivated by the sight of her slightly parted lips revealing pearly white teeth, was suddenly overtaken by an intense sense of insecurity. He flipped over in an attempt to place Qin Lingbo beneath him, but to his surprise, her strong waist did not budge. Quick as a flash, she seized his wrist, using her strength to push him back down onto the bow of the boat. A chill coursed through Pei Yuan. He was a man capable of shooting through a flagpole from several paces away, and no ordinary soldier could restrain him. The last encounter with Mei Qinyang had indeed involved a degree of performance on his part. However, this time, the strength exhibited by Qin Lingbo far exceeded his expectations. Her eyes, resembling droplets of water, remained fixed intensely on Pei Yuan, though the whites of her eyes gradually filled with a blood-like crimson hue. At this moment, Pei Yuan finally resigned himself to the truth. It turned out that Qin Lingbo was the vessel harboring the malefic spirit. She controlled him while gently swaying her hips, her breath heavy against his ear as she murmured, "You smell delightful." Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan's vigilance was suddenly ignited, and he swiftly began to examine the debt settlement system, recalling something with urgency. He noted 2 lines flickering within: personal debt, receivable debt. 1 you have fulfilled Mei Qinyang's dying wish and may claim a favor from her. Special status: no worries about debts. You are currently in an inexplicable state of calm. Pei Yuan instantly realized that the essence of Mei Qinyang had transformed into a vengeful spirit within Qin Lingbo. This was why Qin Lingbo, as a courtesan, felt an uncontrollable urge to draw near him, even allowing him to take undue advantage of her. At its core, it was Mei Qinyang's subconscious at play. In the words of Han Qianhu, regardless of how Mei Qinyang perceived her past with Pei Yuan, in her heart, he would always hold a unique significance. What left Pei Yuan in a state of amusement was that, at the critical juncture of seduction and danger, it was this very state of no worries about debts that preserved his clarity. Knowing that Qin Lingbo was possessed by Mei Qinyang's vengeful spirit, Pei Yuan dared not linger in her presence. Instinctively, he sought to compel Mei Qinyang to repay her debt to him, seizing the chance to escape into the ship's hold. However, he soon recalled Han Qianhu's mention of the so-called witch. This, which was undoubtedly the one who had transformed Mei Qinyang into a malevolent spirit and was the true mastermind behind the entire affair. Now that Mei Qinyang had subdued Pei Yuan, yet showed no immediate intention to end his life, perhaps her favor could serve as a trump card for future survival. Pei Yuan immediately began to struggle anew. Perhaps his frantic attempts to escape resonated with some instinctive response within Qin Lingbo. As she exerted control over him, her breath grew erratic. Pei Yuan could hardly appreciate the beauty of the moment. Instead, a sudden idea struck him. With a surge of strength, he twisted his waist and ensnared Qin Lingbo's head with his legs, then forcefully overturned her onto the ground. Qin Lingbo momentarily lost her balance, but quickly adjusted her posture, attempting to extricate herself from his hold. Pei Yuan silently lamented his predicament. Her movements were neither gentle nor harsh, yet she clung to him tenaciously. Had it not been for the crisis detection that triggered this inexplicable calm, he might have saved himself a considerable sum of silver from that earlier maneuver. At this juncture, Pei Yuan could no longer afford to worry about any hidden masterminds. He opened his mouth and shouted for help. Yet after several attempts, he realized with dread that he was forcing his mouth open, but no sound emerged. His fear intensified. Finally, seizing a moment, he kicked Qin Lingbo away and scrambled towards the ship's hold. Perhaps having escaped a certain boundary, he could hear his own footsteps and hastily called out, "Is anyone there? Help!" This time, his voice not only alarmed those within the hold, but also drew many gazes from boats nearby on the Qinhuai River. Chen Taitu and Cheng Leixiang, recognizing the urgency in Pei Yuan's voice, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically as they unsheathed their hidden blades. Cheng Leixiang scanned the surroundings and bellowed, "No one is to move," before rushing out with his knife drawn. Chen Taitu, a beat behind Cheng Leixiang, instinctively positioned his sword to block the cabin door, eyes wary of the reactions within. The revelers inside the cabin, initially startled into silence by their actions, gradually regained their senses, erupting into panic screams. Nearby boats, witnessing the commotion, echoed the alarm, shouting murder. Pei Yuan, seeing Cheng Leixiang rush to his aid, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he shouted, "Beware! Qin Lingbo is possessed by a malevolent spirit." Cheng Leixiang gasped in shock, moving aside to allow Pei Yuan to flee before he too bolted away. Chen Taitu shielded both men as they entered the cabin, swiftly closing the door behind them. Pei Yuan disregarded everything else and dashed toward his bundle. Faced with such a foe for the first time, he believed that only a magical grenade could provide him with a semblance of safety. Cheng Leixiang brandished his knife, warning the women and maidservants in the cabin not to panic. "Close the windows tightly. Do not let Qin Lingbo enter." He turned to the trembling manager, "Son," and instructed, "When a moment comes, protect yourself and signal the crew to dock the boat." Son, visibly shaken, quivered as he peered out through the window, his voice trembling. "Is it really Qin Lingbo? How could I possibly go out?" The other women in the room, upon learning that the malevolent entity had taken control of Qin Lingbo, began to weep, huddling together for comfort. The monk, Yuan Tong, stood frozen, his plump face pale with fear. Cheng Leixiang was at a loss for words, lamenting the futility of bringing such a useless monk from Beijing. Pei Yuan's hand reaching for his bundle halted abruptly, as another delicate hand blocked his way. Bai Yujing's eyes glinted with a blood-red hue, her face bearing a smile that was both alluring and sinister. "You are indeed a callous man," she remarked, her slender fingers, sharp as talons, lunging for Pei Yuan's heart. In that instant, clarity struck Pei Yuan like a bolt of lightning. How could Mei Qinyang, with her ghostly form, be foolish enough to pursue him directly? She must have abandoned Qin Lingbo, preemptively controlling Bai Yujing to await his arrival. Understanding her formidable nature, Pei Yuan retreated swiftly, appending a table to hurl at her. Bai Yujing retaliated with a punch, shattering the sturdy table into splinters. Yet, her delicate fist, accustomed to the refined arts of music and dance, was now bloodied, having sustained significant injury. Bai Yujing frowned and flexed her joints, the sound of cracking bones echoing as she pursued Pei Yuan with remarkable agility. Pei Yuan recognized her physical fragility, but was tempted to retaliate and seize her. However, her feline agility and flexibility proved to be his undoing. Bai Yujing's long legs curled like those of a spider, lowering her center of gravity, while her hands swiftly climbed and attacked. Witnessing the once graceful and dignified woman in such a disheveled state left many maidens gaping, their fear momentarily forgotten. Pei Yuan, however, dared not underestimate her. Mei Qinyang had already carved out a notable reputation in the martial world, and her combat skills had only become more formidable after her transformation into a vengeful spirit. Bai Yujing's bodily strength may have lacked, but her training in dance and music endowed her with agility and finesse that rivaled the best. With legs spread in a straddle, her spider-like limbs granted her vast mobility and control. Her hands, swift as lightning, were capable of crushing a throat with ease. Pei Yuan made several attempts to leverage the terrain to circumvent and retrieve the package, but each time, he was effortlessly intercepted. Chen Tudai and Cheng Leixiang also sensed something amiss and quickly rushed forward with their weapons drawn. Bai Yujing let out a cold laugh, glanced back, seized Pei Yuan's embroidered spring knife, and engaged in a fierce melee with the two men. Cheng Leixiang, the former chief disciple of the Huashan sect, displayed commendable skill, while Chen Tudai, though valiant, lacked any notable strengths. After exchanging several blows with Bai Yujing, Cheng Leixiang found her footwork to be peculiar and elusive, her strikes coming from angles that were difficult to anticipate. Just as he began to struggle, a ghastly visage appeared on Bai Yujing's face, resembling a vengeful spirit, which caused him to momentarily lose focus and retreat in terror. Chen Tudai, equally startled, hastily retreated as well. Bai Yujing seemed to realize that maintaining pressure on the three was becoming arduous. She stood tall, her limbs elongated and spider-like, then removed the silk wrappings from her delicate feet, revealing her slender, graceful soles. The three men exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of her intentions. Bai Yujing proceeded to stretch her legs into a split, her movements reminiscent of a spider as she slowly approached them. Pei Yuan understood her strategy. The previous silk wrappings had hindered her traction within the cabin, and now, with her feet freed, her combat prowess was likely to escalate. He whispered to his companions, attempting to entangle her while he seized the item. They nodded in understanding, cautiously advancing with their knives. Suddenly, Bai Yujing accelerated towards them. Cheng Leixiang, wielding his knife with agility, feigned a strike to provoke her, drawing her attack before swiftly transitioning to entangle her embroidered spring knife with his own, pushing back with force. Sparks flew as the two knives clashed, with Cheng Leixiang aiming for Bai Yujing's long legs, hoping to disrupt her elusive footwork and turn the tide of battle. Bai Yujing, with a cold smirk, initially unleashed her ghostly form to intimidate Cheng Leixiang, then deftly sidestepped to intercept Chen Tudai. Despite his desperate attempt to strike at her legs, Bai Yujing easily disarmed him, nearly delivering a fatal blow. Pei Yuan, unwilling to let Bai Yujing gain the upper hand, frantically grabbed various items to hurl at her. She effortlessly dodged, watching him struggle with an amused demeanor, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Pei Yuan, realizing the futility of his efforts, turned and fled through a window. Bai Yujing, taken aback, abandoned Chen Tudai to pursue him, fearing he might escape into the river. Pei Yuan swiftly navigated to the bow of the ship, where he found Qin Lingbo unconscious. He wasted no time and circled to the opposite side of the cabin. Indeed, on that side, Chen Tudai had already broken through the window, clutching the package Pei Yuan had desperately sought. Pei Yuan snatched the package, eager to find a means to ignite it, but Bai Yujing was hot on his heels. He hastily secured the package to himself and clumsily began to unwrap the burlap from the Bazo knife. Bai Yujing's voice, ethereal and haunting, echoed, "Heartless man, you're no match for me. Allow me to eliminate you all and settle today's affairs." She approached him with the embroidered spring knife, moving with the grace of a spider. Pei Yuan's pace quickened as he unwrapped the burlap. Chen Tudai urgently warned, "Sir, I will hold her off. If it comes to it, jump into the water." Pei Yuan thought to himself that Bai Yujing was merely a prelude to greater troubles, and jumping into the water might lead him into a trap. Fortunately, the burlap had been previously unwrapped, making this task simpler. As Bai Yujing drew near, Pei Yuan unsheathed the Bazhou knife with a sharp sound. The menacing aura of the knife surged forth, releasing a terrifying presence that coursed through its blade. Bai Yujing was taken aback, her steps faltering, nearly tripping over her own legs, and her hand trembling slightly as she grasped the embroidered spring knife. Seeing this, Pei Yuan felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that such a formidable weapon would possess such an effective counter against the supernatural. Bai Yujing regarded him with a dark, resentful expression, realizing that the heartless man had come prepared to kill her. Pei Yuan recognized this rare opportunity and quickly clarified. I would not dare. I merely stumbled upon this encounter by chance. Stumbled upon it by chance? Bai Yujing scoffed. Does the person from the Jinyiwei Captain office lack the courage to admit the truth? Pei Yuan felt a surge of frustration, for he had simply come seeking a meager sum, but had inadvertently stumbled into a case that the Qianhu had been investigating. Now, claiming it was an accident seemed implausible. He sighed deeply during that initial ambush. You should have understood that I bear no ill will towards anyone. Noticing the indifference on Bai Yujing's face, he added, with my strength, it would be easy to subdue you when you're off guard. We even brought along skilled torturers. I wish neither to be your enemy nor to see you in a dire predicament. My intentions have been most benevolent. Perhaps it was Pei Yuan's sincerity, or perhaps Mei Qinyang's inherent trust, but a look of confusion appeared on Bai Yujing's beautiful face, and the resentment she previously held began to dissipate. Bai Yujing then inquired suspiciously, So you are not here to capture me? Pei Yuan replied honestly. Had it not been for financial constraints, we would likely be resting comfortably in bed right now. A look of disdain crossed Bai Yujing's features. Pei Yuan, unperturbed, remained forthright. Having experienced more misfortunes than others, he faced the current predicament with a calm demeanor. Oftentimes, the mental suffering one endures is self-imposed. He was willing to be the one to reach an understanding with himself, recognizing his own struggles without imposing unreasonable expectations upon himself. His unpretentiousness garnered a hint of appreciation from Mei Qinyang. You seem quite open-minded, she remarked. Sensing that communication was possible, Pei Yuan boldly stated, We are but ordinary individuals here to make a living. Is it possible there has been some misunderstanding regarding our intentions? Mei Qinyang retorted with a cold laugh. I have no misunderstandings. A ghost deliberately set a trap for me, luring you here. I had anticipated this day would come, but I fear no one. Pei Yuan, perplexed, asked if you were aware that the Jinyiwei Captain office would come for you. Why did you not leave sooner? Perhaps Pei Yuan's candor instilled some trust in Mei Qinyang, as she begrudgingly replied, My ethereal form is not yet complete. I require the nourishment of pure Yin bodies to nurture my spirit. These two women possess unique qualities that are greatly beneficial to me. Bai Yujing was speaking when he suddenly fell silent, his gaze drifting behind Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan reacted swiftly, tilting the treasured blade in his hand slightly, and through the chilling steel, he faintly discerned a shadow. Strangely, Chen Tudai, who had been vigilantly guarding his side, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. In that moment, Pei Yuan could no longer afford to be intimidated by Bai Yujing's threat. Abruptly turning around, before him, aside from Chen Taoti's astonished visage and the dark depths of the flower boat, there was nothing amiss. Just then, Pei Yuan felt an intense sensation of suffocation gripping his throat, akin to being ensnared by an icy chain that was relentlessly pulling at him. Alarmed, he instinctively clawed at the invisible constriction around his neck. However, his struggles merely afforded him a few gasps of fresh air before the unseen restraint tightened abruptly. Chen Tudai, witnessing Pei Yuan's face reddening as if grappling with an invisible foe, panicked and shouted, My lord, what is happening? He then frantically called out, Chung Leixiang, Chung Leixiang. Chung Leixiang, who had been stealthily approaching from behind Bai Yujing, had initially planned to ambush Bai Yujing when the opportunity arose. Upon seeing Pei Yuan seemingly afflicted by some unknown attack, he abandoned his concealment and rushed over to protect him. By this time, Pei Yuan had regained his composure from the strange onslaught, horizontally positioning the Bazhou blade and striking forcefully in the direction of the invisible restraint. A chilling laughter echoed in their ears, followed by the sound of chains rattling. Pei Yuan's strike missed, and he was yanked violently by the neck, nearly toppling to the ground. At that moment, he discerned from the earlier sound of chains that the malevolent spirit lurked at a considerable distance. Realizing he couldn't strike at a phantom, He directed the gleaming Bazho blade toward the imagined location of the chains. A resonant clang resounded as the taut, invisible chain was severed by the blade. Pei Yuan's body relaxed momentarily, almost causing him to stumble. Chun Tu-Dai and Cheng Leixiang hurriedly rushed to support him, exclaiming, "My lord, are you all right?" Before they could utter more, they suddenly appeared to be choked, their eyes widening as they extended their tongues. Their bodies then inexplicably softened, collapsing to the ground. Pei Yuan observed as they struggled while being pulled toward the ship's railing. He brandished the Bazho blade wildly, and soon enough, he heard the faint sound of clashing steel. Chun Tu-Dai and Cheng Leixiang suddenly fell to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces filled with terror as they stammered. "My lord, what is happening?" Pei Yuan, also gripped by anxiety and drenched in sweat, felt reassured by the earlier effectiveness of the Bazho blade, preventing him from succumbing to fear in front of his subordinates. He growled, "Fire!" Then, gripping the Bazho blade firmly, he angled it about to illuminate the surroundings. When the blade caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure, it vanished before his eyes. Pei Yuan methodically illuminated the vicinity, and aside from the dark mass on by Yujing when he shone the blade upon her, nothing else appeared amiss. Chun Tu-Dai and Cheng Leixiang each took a firebrand in hand, swiftly igniting flames. Pei Yuan felt the within his pack and instructed them, "Do not extinguish the flames without my command." Bai Yujing observed the trio's reaction with a cold demeanor. When she saw Pei Yuan gradually lowering his guard, she smirked and remarked, "It seems there is some utility in you after all." Earlier, while Pei Yuan and his companions were preoccupied with the vengeful spirit, Bai Yujing had opted to observe rather than exploit their plight. It was uncertain whether her decision stemmed from a response to Pei Yuan's words or a greater disdain for the vengeful spirit than her aversion to the Jinshi Qinhu. Nevertheless, the performance of the Bazho blade evidently intensified Mei Qingyang's wariness. Pei Yuan planted the Bazho blade firmly in the ground, forcing himself to remain composed as he inquired of Bai Yujing, "Could that have been the vengeful spirit you spoke of?" Bai Yujing replied, "Indeed, this old ghost has troubled me more than once. Yet regrettably, I am not yet fully formed in my spectral essence, and cannot contend with him." Pei Yuan gazed at Bai Yujing, eventually stating, "You cannot remain here on the Jinyiwei River any longer." Bai Yujing, with a mocking smile, retorted, "What? Do you intend to take action against me? With that blade?" She brandished the Xiuchun blade, her expression betraying no hint of fear. The commotion had already drawn attention from those aboard the surrounding vessels. As Bai Yujing pursued Pei Yuan with her blade raised, the onlookers were startled, exclaiming and scurrying about. Now, the entire ship had cleared a space, forming a tight circle of spectators who attentively monitored the unfolding events. Pei Yuan, fixated on the elusive dark figure enveloping Bai Yujing, understood that the situation had grown more intricate than he could have ever imagined. His foremost priority was now to extricate himself and his companions from this perilous predicament. He swallowed hard, addressing Bai Yujing with deliberation, "I harbor no ill intentions toward you. We have shared a bond in the past. I shall lead my brothers away now, and we will owe each other nothing henceforth. What say you?" As he spoke, he swiftly navigated the system interface to locate the human debt section. Human debt, receivable debt, 1 you have fulfilled Mei Qingyang's dying wish and may request a favor from her. He confidently opted to redeem the debt. Bai Yujing regarded Pei Yuan, momentarily taken aback, before conceding, "Very well." Seeing the favor take effect, Pei Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing the visible alleviation on Pei Yuan's face, Bai Yujing couldn't help but deliver a sardonic remark. "What a heartless gentleman you are." Pei Yuan remained unfazed, already contemplating how to resolve the aftermath. After a moment of thought, he posed a question to Bai Yujing. "When you possess the two women, could it bring them any harm?" Bai Yujing's expression was indifferent. "They are agile and able to move. What more could they require?" Pei Yuan replied, "These two women, having been entangled with you, may find it impossible to remain on the Jinyiwei River. With Bai Yujing wielding her Xiuchun blade to hunt me down, they will surely be viewed as outcasts. Moreover, this incident has been witnessed not only by those in the cabin, but also by numerous guests along the Jinyiwei River. A malevolent spirit possessing them and pursuing the Jinyiwei will deter anyone from approaching them again." Bai Yujing's demeanor reflected a hint of frustration. She had finally found two women imbued with a rich aura of Yin to nurture her spectral form, only for the situation to escalate so dramatically. Pei Yuan, contemplating the fate that awaited the two women, felt a surge of compassion. He promptly suggested, I have a method. Under the pretext of exorcising the malevolence, we can send them to a temple outside the city for cultivation. If you have connections, you may accompany them. This would protect them and allow you to continue nurturing your spectral form. I can handle the arrangements. Pei Yuan recalled Mei Qinyang's origins. She was associated with the Meihua society, which had formidable backing. Mei Qinyang's resurrection and transition to a spectral form likely involved the efforts of powerful individuals. Thus, arranging for the two women to reside in a tranquil temple would be a straightforward endeavor. Bai Yujing regarded Pei Yuan with an odd expression before breaking into a half-smile. Isn't your proposition tantamount to colluding with us? Pei Yuan sensed that Bai Yujing's words carried a deeper meaning. He glanced back at Cheng Lei Xiang and Chun Tu Tai, who stood behind him, each wielding a knife in one hand and a fire stick in the other. Remaining silent, after a moment of contemplation, Pei Yuan declared, I shall not conspire with anyone. I stand solely for my own interests. Bai Yujing looked at him and smiled enigmatically. As her laughter faded, her long legs buckled, and she collapsed silently to the ground, as if utterly spent. Pei Yuan realized it was time for him to take responsibility. As he had previously stated, his allegiance lay only with profit. While aiding Mei Qinyang would undoubtedly spare the Meihua Hui and the forces behind it considerable trouble, Pei Yuan stood to gain immensely as well. Firstly, the events of the night must be accounted for. The altercation on the Jinyiwei River had already drawn too many eyes. If there were no resolution, Pei Yuan and his companions would inevitably face inquiries from Dantai, Fangtu, and other concerned parties. The intricate details and underlying causes of this incident could not withstand the scrutiny of those who wielded the pen. Thus, it was imperative to conclude matters by nightfall, and a resolution must rest in Pei Yuan's hands. He would draft the conclusions and approve the opinions, ideally culminating in the resounding triumph of Pei Yuan and his companions. Secondly, by vanquishing the malevolent presence aboard this vessel, Pei Yuan and his comrades could claim a reward of 100 taels of silver from the head of the Sun family. With such a substantial sum, the trio could afford to vanish for a while, free from financial worries in the short term. Furthermore, this incident would bolster their reputations significantly. With the prestige gained from their righteous actions on the Jinyiwei River, they would find it much easier to extract higher prices in their future endeavors. Pei Yuan approached Bai Yujing to check her breathing and noted her steady pulse, realizing she was merely exhausted. He lifted her gently and whispered a few words to Chun Tu Tai and Cheng Lei Xiang. The two, having been behind Pei Yuan during the ordeal, were already aware of the situation. Upon hearing Pei Yuan's brief mention, they understood his intent and nodded in agreement, affirming, what the master says is what we witnessed. Pei Yuan was pleased with their response. Upon returning to the cabin with their weapons drawn, they were met with cries of chaos. Someone, upon seeing Bai Yujing limp in Pei Yuan's arms, mustered the courage to ask, Master, is everything all right? Pei Yuan spotted the trembling Sun Guanshi among the crowd and addressed them loudly. The matter here has been resolved. There is no need for such panic. Hearing Pei Yuan's confident words and seeing Bai Yujing had lost her previous fierce demeanor, Sun Guanshi stammered, Miss Yujing, what? What has happened? The master hasn't killed her, has he? Pei Yuan replied. She and Qinling Bo were indeed afflicted by malevolent spirits. Fortunately, I was able to discern the truth and have expelled the evil. However, the two still bear a heavy aura. It would be best for them to be sent to a temple for proper spiritual cleansing and recuperation. Sun Guanshi recalled Bai Yujing wielding the embroidered spring knife, her long legs moving like a spider as she wreaked havoc, and he quickly exclaimed, We cannot keep them. Let them leave at once. Pei Yuan disregarded Sun Guanshi's thoughts and beckoned him closer. Once he approached, Pei Yuan lowered his voice. There was also a hanging ghost that was driven away. That fellow is not benign. If your master knows anyone from the Jinxie Qinhu Su, it would be wise to have them seek assistance from someone skilled in the arts. To come and check regularly. For the time being, the hanging ghost should not dare to cause trouble. Sun Guanshi's face turned pale with fear as he realized the situation was not yet over. He hurriedly pleaded, It's better to have one master handle the matter than two. Please, master, lend your assistance. Pei Yuan feigned reluctance. That 100 taels will only suffice to drive away the spirits troubling these young ladies. The hanging ghost is quite formidable. Having witnessed the night's events, Sun Guanshi dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance and quickly offered, I can increase the payment. Pei Yuan dismissed the notion. It's not merely a matter of money. That spirit was wounded by me. It may not return for some time. It's not necessary to go to such lengths. Sun Guanshi then urged, in that case, please, Master, remain on the ship for a few days, allowing us to feel secure. After the matter is settled, I will present further offerings. Pei Yuan waved him off, instructing him to step back, and then conferred with his two companions regarding the details. Shortly thereafter, the maidservants discovered Qin Bo unconscious outside. Yet none dared to assist her and instead sought Pei Yuan's help. Considering the previous bond of goodwill, he instructed, prepare a clean room and place her with Bai Yujing. We may need to respond to inquiries from the Qinhu Su come morning. The maidservants hesitated, stating, their rooms are suitable for confinement, but we do not dare to touch them. Pei Yuan, unperturbed, picked up Bai Yujing and directed one maidservant. Then you shall lead the way. The image of Bai Yujing, akin to a spider, had left an indelible mark on many, and, as her long legs hung limply, it evoked memories of the earlier terrifying scene. Pei Yuan, however, was less concerned. With the soft beauty cradled in his arms, he found himself contemplating whether to take advantage of the moment. Yet, he understood that these two beauties were meant for Mei Qin-yang's purposes, and to act impulsively now would surely offend the female spirit. After placing Bai Yujing on the couch, Pei Yuan went to retrieve Qin Bo. This night's events might prove fortuitous for them. Otherwise, with their beauty, each would require no less than 1,000 taels for their release from the Qinhuai River. Now presented with this opportunity, the Sun family viewed the two as harbingers of misfortune, eager to rid themselves of them as swiftly as possible. Setting down Qin Bo, Pei Yuan looked up to find the guiding maidservant had vanished. Gazing at the delicate beauty illuminated by the lamp, he could not resist brushing his hand against Qin Bo, recalling their previous tender moment. Qin Bo was in a light stupor. As Pei Yuan pressed gently, she drowsily opened her eyes. She stared at Pei Yuan, bewildered, not immediately grasping the situation. Once fully awake, she could not suppress a scream. Pei Yuan quickly covered her mouth and chided, "What is this? Have you forgotten our prior connection?" Qin Bo's eyes widened as she vaguely remembered feeling an inexplicable fondness for the figure before her, leading to an unintentional dalliance where she had been unwittingly taken advantage of. Now, he stood in her chamber. Confused and anxious, she clutched her garment tightly, pondering how she had ended up there. Pei Yuan found amusement in her bewilderment and playfully teased, "Why don't you take a guess?" Qin Bo paused, conjuring a possibility in her mind. "You and Sun Guanshi have already made arrangements?" Pei Yuan, sensing her thoughts, decided to mislead her slightly, of course. Qin Bo was taken aback. For someone of her beauty, surrendering herself to another was not merely about monetary transactions. It was an affair deserving of celebration. Perhaps even a grand feast aboard a flower boat, inviting past acquaintances to join in the festivities. Indeed, this not only serves as a rite of passage for the courtesan, but primarily conveys to those lingering by the Qinhuai River that the goddess they once coveted but could not attain is now accessible to them at a modest price. Qin Bo quickly concocted another possibility in her mind. Could it be that the rumors of malevolent spirits have prompted the Sun family to act hastily in mitigating their losses? At this thought, a flush spread across her cheeks. Some truth she had already grasped, yet the suddenness of the situation left her utterly unprepared. Pei Yuan, not in a hurry to unveil the truth, leaned down to kiss her softly a couple of times. As Qin Bo reached her limit, Pei Yuan dared not linger too long, casting a glance at Bai Yujing, who lay within, igniting an undeniable curiosity within him. At that moment, Qin Bo also noticed Bai Yujing reclining on a grand bed and, astonished, inquired how she had come to be there. Pei Yuan's gaze wavered, momentarily at a loss for an explanation. His wandering eyes fell upon Bai Yujing's long legs, exposed as she lay, and considering that he might not have the opportunity to see these two women again, he could not help but muster the courage to touch them. Qin Bo, not a fool, sensed that something was amiss. She quickly curled into herself, warily retreating towards the head of the bed, questioning what exactly was happening. Pei Yuan, feeling somewhat awkward, forced himself to explain, "What else could it be? Both of you have been possessed by malevolent spirits," and then he briefly recounted their subsequent behavior. Upon hearing part of the tale, Qin Bo trembled in fear, and when she realized that the ghostly woman was still clinging to them, she instinctively shrank beside Bai Yujing. Pei Yuan shared his thoughts with them. stating that the ghost intended to utilize them to nurture her own body temporarily and likely would not harm them easily. She had been hidden within them for quite some time, and they seemed to have felt no significant difference. Although there were risks involved, they could seize this opportunity to break free from the Sun family's control and regain their freedom. As for the rest, Pei Yuan pondered briefly before promising her, "I too wish to resolve these matters once and for all. Should I find a way in the future, I will seek you out." Having said this, he felt it inappropriate to linger and prepared to depart. Qin Lingbo was overwhelmed with fear and anxiety, despite knowing that the person before her was not entirely virtuous. She could not help but plead, "My lord, could you possibly stay a little longer?" Pei Yuan, with a smile, glanced at her, teasing, "Are you no longer afraid of me now?" Qin Lingbo bit her lip, hesitating for a long time before casting a glance at the slumbering Bai Yujing and resolutely choosing to betray her companion. With an earnest demeanor, she tugged at Bai Yujing's long gown, pitifully stating, "You haven't even touched that leg yet. Let us talk a little longer." Pei Yuan, feeling a sense of propriety, found her directness a bit embarrassing. Soon after, he distinctly saw Bai Yujing's leg quiver slightly. "Bai Yujing, are you awake?" he mused, sensing that this could escalate the situation further. Suddenly, Pei Yuan found Qin Lingbo's earlier suggestion increasingly enticing. Watching Pei Yuan lapse into contemplation, Qin Lingbo silently took his hand and placed it on Bai Yujing's leg, pleading, "Please, let us converse a little longer." Pei Yuan, feeling the cool, smooth skin, feigned reluctance, saying, "Is this truly appropriate?" Realizing that Pei Yuan was willing to stay, Qin Lingbo finally steadied her emotions, which had been shaken by the possession. She timidly inquired, "So, does this mean the Jinyiwei may come to investigate us tomorrow?" Pei Yuan considered her question and replied, "Given the tumult caused along the Jinyiwei River, the Ying Tian Fu will undoubtedly intervene. I will inform the Jinyiwei in advance, and if everything is managed smoothly, it should not lead to any significant troubles. Should individuals from Ying Tian Fu inquire tomorrow, simply claim ignorance. They will not dare to make too much noise regarding matters involving malevolent spirits. The patrons behind your flower boat will also hesitate to escalate the situation." Pei Yuan offered Qin Lingbo some words of comfort, feeling the warmth of the leg he was touching akin to melting water. He cast a surprised glance at Bai Yujing, whose visage was shrouded in shadow, her ears flushed with crimson. Pei Yuan's heart raced with an inexplicable thought. To possess the company of these two women would render his visit to this world worthwhile. Upon returning to the cabin of the flower boat, he found it hastily tidied, with maidservants having laid out fresh bedding and prepared food and drink anew. Sun Guanshi had instructed that all lanterns be lit, illuminating the space thoroughly. No one dared to inquire about Pei Yuan's prolonged absence. Instead, he proactively explained to Sun Guanshi, "They have both awakened. However, I noticed some dark energy lingering around their foreheads, suggesting that the ghost is still reluctant to release them." Sun Guanshi hastened to respond, "This matter should not be publicized. Lord Pei must ensure our safety." Pei Yuan nodded in agreement. Sun Guanshi promptly summoned musicians to play, feigning that nothing unusual had occurred on the boat. However, the incident of Bai Yujing chasing with a knife was too shocking, and given the number of witnesses, it would undoubtedly spread along the Jinyiwei River by the following day. After indulging in some wine, Pei Yuan began to feel intoxicated. The guests were reluctant to disperse, so Sun Guanshi suggested that they each take a seat on a mat and simply sleep in the cabin. By the following morning, it was too long before officials from Ying Tian Fu arrived along the river in search of the Sun family's boat. Pei Yuan instructed Chun Tutai to handle the matter. When the officials from Ying Tian Fu learned that it involved malevolent spirits, they promptly transferred responsibility to the Jinyiwei, refraining from further discussion. Even if they dared to take on the case, how could the governor of Ying Tian, a distinguished fourth-rank scholar, submit a judgment based on such bizarre occurrences without making a laughingstock of himself? The visiting officials stated, "Since this matter involves the Jinyiwei, we shall transfer all related affairs to the Nanjing Jinyiwei. Farewell." Upon Chun Tutai's return with this news, Pei Yuan requested ink and paper, quickly drafting a summary of the events at the desk. Naturally, he refrained from elaborating on his agreement with Mei Qinyang, merely stating that he had fortuitously encountered and dispelled the malevolent spirit. Subsequently, feeling utterly fatigued, Pei Yuan lazily went to wash up. Once the flower boat docked, he personally escorted the two women to the Nanjing Jinyiwei's office. Upon arriving at the Nanjing Jinyiwei, Pei Yuan faced far fewer obstacles and was met with the same indifferent demeanor. After explaining his encounter with the malevolent spirit and presenting his handwritten account, the gatekeeper promptly reported back without delay. Unfortunately, Dantai Fangtu still showed no inclination to meet him, simply acknowledging receipt of the report and instructing that the documents sent from Ing Tianfu be archived. Pei Yuan spent a little money to ascertain that the case had been closed, which brought him much relief. Upon returning to the flower boat, Pei Yuan met the proprietor behind the scenes, former Jingjiang County Magistrate Sun Ketting. Sun Ketting was a legitimate Jinshi and had secured an official post in the prosperous region of Nanjing through connections with Lu Jin. Upon arriving in Jingjiang County, he sought to amass wealth rapidly, aspiring to ascend further along Lu Jin's path. However, upon witnessing the darker realities of governance, Sun Ketting sensed that the vessel associated with Lu Jin might soon face troubles. Upon receiving the news that Lu Jin was summoned by the emperor, Sun Ketting swiftly demolished Lu Jin's ancestral hall within the county, urging the local scholars at the county school to vocally denounce Lu Jin's misconduct. Perhaps recognizing Sun Ketting as a shrewd ally worth cultivating, he managed to evade disaster during this year's crackdown on Lu Jin's followers. However, his position as the magistrate of Jingjiang County was no longer tenable. The newly appointed magistrate, Yin Yunxiao, a successful candidate for the imperial examination of the 18th year of Hongji, had, regrettably, resigned due to illness the very year following his success, refusing to align himself with the eunuchs. With Lu Jin's downfall this year, the honest officials in court recalled Yin Yunxiao and summoned him to the capital for consideration, ultimately placing him in Sun Ketting's former position as the magistrate of Jingjiang County. In his early years, Sun Ketting's family had engaged in trade, and upon arriving in Nanzili, he entrusted a close confidant to manage his estate, which included a lucrative flower boat business. Late last night, the steward Sun Guanshi had sent someone ashore to urgently inform Sun Ketting of the situation, prompting him to arrive early in the day to oversee matters. Pei Yuan, upon hearing of Sun Ketting's background, felt a flicker of interest and remarked with a smile that they were not strangers. Noticing Sun Ketting's silence, Pei Yuan elaborated that he had risen through the ranks under the patronage of Gu Daong, just as Sun Ketting had with Lu Jin. While Sun Ketting might perceive Lu Gonggong and Gu Gonggong as distinct, to outsiders, they would likely be viewed as part of the same eunuch faction. Pei Yuan spoke candidly. Yet Sun Ketting appeared somewhat uncomfortable. As a member of the Jinyiwei, Pei Yuan's lack of principles in identifying as part of the eunuch faction was one thing, but as a scholar, engaging in opportunism was another. Being confronted directly about being part of the eunuch faction was somewhat humiliating. Unfazed, Pei Yuan reassured Sun Ketting that he need not be so perturbed, for even high-ranking officials in court were cordial with the palace eunuchs, let alone individuals like themselves. Furthermore, he suggested that, should an opportunity arise, who could say that individuals like them could not attain power? Sun Ketting remained silent, perplexed by Pei Yuan's sudden candor. And Pei Yuan, sensing Sun Ketting's elusive nature, lost interest in furthering their acquaintance. Sun Ketting was a legitimate scholar, and as long as he was willing to humble himself and seek another path of allegiance, he would undoubtedly find someone to take him under their wing. Pei Yuan's current influence stemmed from the authority of the Qinhu, and once the present situation was resolved, he would swiftly revert to his former status. Therefore, Pei Yuan was eager to seek assistance to mitigate future risks. With Sun Ketting unwilling to forge a deeper connection, Pei Yuan abandoned the idea of further involvement. Although he could have facilitated a connection with Gu Daong and Zhang Yong had previously collaborated to topple Lu Jin, making them the second beneficiaries of his fall. In the wake of the Baizhou Rebellion, Gu Daong's opportunity to lead troops arose from the comprehensive evaluation conducted by the Emperor Zhengde. Regrettably, Gu Daong lacked an ally like Yang Yiqing, and the civil officials in court favored Zhang Yong, whom they could control, leading to Gu Daong's disarray. Presently, Gu Daong was in dire need of capable individuals, and had Pei Yuan guided Sun Ketting to offer his services, he would surely have been valued by Gu Daong. However, with Sun Ketting's apparent lack of insight, Pei Yuan was reluctant to furnish someone else's garments. As they exchanged perfunctory pleasantries, two female attendants arrived at the boat to escort guests. Pei Yuan inquired, learning they were from Baiyuguan, sent to collect two lady guests on behalf of someone. He surmised that this was likely arranged by Mei Qinyang's associates. Observing the scene, Sun Keting did not hesitate. He requested the release of the two women's contracts and generously allowed them to take their possessions with them. After the people from Pei Yuan departed, Sun Keting politely rose to take his leave, entrusting the remaining matters to Sun Guanshi. Pei Yuan gazed thoughtfully at Sun Keting's retreating figure, prompting Chun Tutai to question why Pei Yuan seemed to hold him in such high regard, given that he was merely a former county magistrate. Pei Yuan, after a moment of contemplation, replied that indeed, he was a Jinshi, regardless of how fallen a scholar may be. Achieving the title of Jinshi essentially places one on the threshold of an official career. For these Jinshi, the only barrier to becoming an official is their own desire to do so. For instance, Sun Keting, if he were willing to lower himself and align with Gu Daong, would be regarded as a treasure. What are the eunuchs? Did not Yang Yiqing engage in brotherly discourse with Zhang Yong? Noticing Pei Yuan's discontent, Chun Tutai attempted to console him, lamenting that it appeared Sun Keting did not appreciate the opportunity presented. Pei Yuan shook his head, asserting that he was indeed intelligent, but held disdain for Gu Daong and for him as well. Sun Keting's willingness to serve Lu Jin indicated that he was not the kind of principled scholar one might expect. His refusal to accept Pei Yuan's overture only underscored his lack of faith in Gu Daong's prospects. Pei Yuan, filled with grievances, reflected on Gu Daong's inadequacy, deeming him unworthy of being his creditor. If Pei Yuan recalled correctly, the rebellious Qiuju would soon initiate an uprising against the eunuch Zhang Yong, successfully unseating him. However, due to Gu Daong's ineptitude, he was incapable of assuming Zhang Yong's military responsibilities, forcing Emperor Zhu Hozhao to reinstate Zhang Yong 2 years later. From Pei Yuan's astute perspective, Qiuju's counteroffensive could be regarded as a significant power reshuffling during the Zhengde reign, comparable in importance to the downfall of Lu Jin. During Lu Jin's reign, he had powerful allies like the Grand Academician Jiao Feng and the Minister of Personnel. While Zhang Yong held sway, he was allied with Yang Yiqing, who provided counsel. Yet when Qiuju took power, he was devoid of any notable support aside from his infamous reputation, which Pei Yuan had crafted for him. It could be said that from the 7th to the 9th year of Zhengde, a rare and brief vacuum of power emerged in the connection between the inner and outer courts. According to the theory of power channels, when the inner and outer courts lose effective communication and fail to leverage each other's authority, they will attempt to seize that power directly, leading to severe conflict. If one could seize this opportunity, substantial benefits might be reaped. Not to mention, following Zhang Yong's removal, the commanding officer of the Jinyiwei, Zhang Rong, would have to vacate his position. At that time, even without currying favor with Qin Huan, Pei Yuan's circumstances would improve significantly. To capitalize on the upcoming turmoil and secure enough advantages, Pei Yuan needed to prepare promptly. Regrettably, even Sun Keting, a former eunuch ally of Lu Jin, was reluctant to board Pei Yuan's ship of rebellion. Pei Yuan gazed at the rippling waters of Qinhuai, unable to suppress his thoughts, lamenting that they must cultivate their own chancellor. Cheng Leixiang and Chun Tutai exchanged puzzled glances, unsure they had heard correctly, yet dared not inquire. Pei Yuan, unable to resist, opened the debt settlement system to review his remaining receivables. Receivables. 1 Zhang Tsong owes you a favor, promising to accept your inquiries at his leisure. You may also force an inquiry, but that would result in the loss of this commitment. Subsequently, Pei Yuan accessed the debt recovery map to ascertain Zhang Shoufu's whereabouts at that moment, astonished to discover that Zhang Tsong was currently in Yangzhou. He hastily turned to the map and discovered that Zhang Shoufu was also heading south. Remembering that Zhang Tsong hailed from Yongjia in Wenzhou, Pei Yuan began to understand that Zhang Tsong must have met with Li Danyang, yet failed to achieve any significant results, thus opting to return to his hometown directly. After a moment's hesitation, Pei Yuan ultimately dismissed any thoughts of interfering recklessly. After all, this was the esteemed heir of the chief minister. Involving himself would only complicate matters. Historically, the next decade could be described as a period of tumultuous upheaval in the Mid-Ming dynasty. With Zhang Yong's fall from power, the emperor's military campaigns, the rebellion of the Ning Wang, followed by the mysterious death of the Daqing Law King, and the ascendance of Xuandu Jing Wanshou Dajiang to the capital. So many lucrative opportunities lay ahead. Whether Pei Yuan could seize the moment depended entirely on Zhang Shoufu's backing. Presently, Pei Yuan's greatest dilemma was that his circle was too small to grasp such immense wealth. With Sun Keting showing him no favor, Pei Yuan could only seek out capable individuals who had fallen on hard times. Habitually, Pei Yuan sought out Song Chuanyang, only to find she had already entered the territory of Nanji Li, likely headed straight for Yingtianfu. This discovery inexplicably delighted him. Regaining his composure, Pei Yuan inquired with Manager Sun whether there were any places in Yingtianfu that sold antiquities. After experiencing that night confronting the malevolent spirit, Pei Yuan was eager to bolster his strength. The Baizhou knife, gifted to him by Lu Qi, had proven crucial, leading Pei Yuan to focus his efforts on this matter. Pei Yuan's thinking remained quite agile. Since he lacked the means to contend with malevolent spirits, he could certainly compensate through equipment. If the Baizhou knife could assist in combating evil, surely there were other items with similar effects. He recalled the green-glazed porcelain vase containing the money-moving spirit, realizing that whatever could restrain such a spirit could not be an ordinary object. He resolved to ponder this matter thoroughly upon his return. Manager Sun contemplated briefly before responding that there were indeed some tea houses on Pingshe Street that engaged in such trade. However, the transactions there were typically conducted among regulars, and even if there were valuable items, they would not easily fall into outsiders' hands. Those seeking specific items would generally leave notes at the tea houses, and someone would eventually contact them, but the prices could be inflated and the authenticity of the goods was unguaranteed. Pei Yuan frowned. As an outsider, he was reluctant to become a victim of exploitation. Moreover, he was uncertain about what items would be effective against malevolent spirits. Searching for such items seemed largely a matter of luck. He inquired if that was the only place. Manager Sun hesitated, then mentioned a street northwest of Chaotian Palace where families in distress would sell their old possessions at dusk, including numerous antiques, old furniture, and books. Over time, this street had gained notoriety, attracting some unsavory items mixed in for sale. The authenticity of goods there was even less assured, with frequent con artists preying on buyers. Pei Yuan's interest was piqued. Was this not the fabled treasure trove of those who traverse time? As the day was still young, Pei Yuan, accompanied by two young subordinates, first visited Pingshe Street. It resembled Manager Sun's description, primarily serving as a venue for transactions among insiders. They frequently frequented this place, fully aware of each other's merchandise. When new items arrived, they would casually describe them during tea, gauging interest. If no new goods were found, they would exchange collection insights and share amusing anecdotes to pass the time. Many tea houses displayed purchase notices, though these typically went ignored until departure. When a few would glance at them, Pei Yuan wandered through several locations, feeling quite disenchanted. If these places refrained from trading with outsiders, it would be acceptable. But their pretense of exclusivity, while clearly engaging in commerce, was no different from a courtesan maintaining a facade. Such manufactured inequality between the trading parties merely facilitated price inflation. Disappointed, Pei Yuan shifted his focus to the street northwest of Chaotian Palace. This street extended from Hanshi Gate Street to Luolang Lane. It was not particularly large, yet attracted many curious visitors, bustling like a night market. Pei Yuan was unaware of what treasures could potentially counter malevolent spirits. After aimlessly browsing a few rounds, he dare not purchase anything. Cheng Leixiang suggested calling upon a Yuan Tong monk, who seemed knowledgeable enough to offer insight. Chen Tutai laughed, remarking that aside from chanting, the monk knew little else. During the recent incident involving the Baiyu Jing spirit, the Yuan Tong monk had been so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. Cheng Leixiang was undeterred, explaining that the Yuan Tong monk, dressed in a brown robe and green-striped kasaya, was a Zen monk lacking the means to exorcise evil spirits. However, such monks were often learned and well-versed, potentially providing some assistance. Since the Yuan Tong monk's previous poor performance, Manager Sun had deemed him a mere idle monk. Moreover, with his credentials retrieved by Dantai Fong II, his current circumstances were quite difficult. Fortunately, with the Sun family's flower boat urgently needing to resume normal operations, the Yuan Tong monk could still serve as a good luck charm to provide comfort to patrons on the Jinyiwei River. Yet, it remained uncertain how his role as a good luck charm would be received upon returning to Yuan in temple. Feeling frustrated and unable to discern any meaningful insights, Pei Yuan abandoned the chaotic assortment of items that lacked the aura of ancient artifacts. The trio left the street and headed toward the Jinyiwei River. Pei Yuan had already arranged with Manager Sun to oversee the flower boat for a while longer. The previous payment of 100 taels had been settled, and the new rate was 20 taels of silver per day until the boat returned to normal operations. After his encounter with the hanging ghost, Pei Yuan had developed a modicum of confidence. As the daily payment of 20 taels was a fair offer, he readily agreed. By the time they reached the Jinyiwei River under the moonlight, the flower boat awaited them at the agreed-upon spot. The previous day's events had stirred quite a commotion, causing many flower boats to steer clear of the Sun family's vessel, and the passenger boats showed no interest in approaching. After a long day, Pei Yuan felt somewhat fatigued and instructed Manager Sun to procure some fine wine and meat for a quick meal, so they could rest early. However, Manager Sun cautiously replied that the banquet had already been prepared, and the master had been waiting in the cabin for some time. Surprised, Pei Yuan exchanged glances with his two companions, all of them bewildered. Earlier that morning, Sun Ketting had shown a strong aversion to Pei Yuan's overtures. Why was he now seeking him out? Pei Yuan composed himself and asked casually, "What is the matter? Does your master wish to see me?" Manager Sun, evidently following instructions, replied carefully that the master had business to attend to that morning, which had caused him to neglect the three esteemed guests. Coincidentally, a friend had delivered some fine wine during the day, and the master, reluctant to consume it alone, intended to share it with them. Pei Yuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. Sun Ketting's demeanor, respectful in front and deferential behind, undoubtedly indicated that something had transpired, prompting a shift in his perspective. However, Pei Yuan had been preoccupied with treasure hunting today and had neglected to inquire about any news circulating in the streets. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that since Sun Ketting had approached him, he could comfortably assume a passive role and await the revelation of this mystery. He calmly stated, "In that case, I shall grant your employer this favor." With this, Pei Yuan gracefully boarded the boat, prompting Sun Guanjia to hurriedly command the departure. Sun Ketting had long spotted Pei Yuan and quickly went to greet him at the cabin entrance. With a smile, he explained, "Earlier, my foolish brother had matters to attend to and regrettably neglected the three of you." Pei Yuan laughed heartily. "Nonsense. We seldom visit Yingtianfu and were merely hoping to explore the surroundings." Sun Ketting promptly led Pei Yuan into the cabin, saying, "I have heard from the steward that you are inquiring about antiques and curiosities. I wonder if you have made any discoveries today?" Pei Yuan shook his head, expressing his reluctance to engage with the lazy fellows on Pingshi Street. As for the goods on Tongzi Street, he found them incomprehensible. Nevertheless, it was not entirely a fruitless endeavor, as he had certainly gained some insights. Sun Ketting invited Pei Yuan to sit down, his smile deepening as he remarked, "I happen to possess a fine item. Although it is not an antique, it is indeed a piece of refined art." Pei Yuan's gaze shifted. If he failed to discern Sun Ketting's intentions now, he would have wasted his years of experience. Sun Ketting was evidently planning to take this opportunity to offer him a bribe. Pei Yuan's curiosity grew ever more intense regarding the reason behind Sun Ketting's altered viewpoint. Naturally, he would not decline such an advantageous offer. He immediately responded with a smile. "Although I am but a martial man, I occasionally indulge in the pursuit of elegance. If it is convenient for you, Sun brother, please allow me the pleasure of enlightenment." Sun Ketting's expression brightened further, eagerly exclaiming, "Convenient, very convenient." He then raised his voice intentionally, instructing the steward to quickly bring forth Tang Bohu's painting of beautiful women. Pei Yuan was taken aback. A painting by Tang Bohu? Although Tang Bohu was still alive, his works were not something one could easily procure. Sun Ketting was indeed investing heavily. Pei Yuan's mind raced as he contemplated Sun Ketting's motives. After much thought, he deduced two possibilities. One was that Sun Ketting had encountered some trouble and sought to leverage Pei Yuan's identity as a member of the Jinyiwei for his advantage. The other was that Sun Ketting had some request of him. Given Sun Ketting's cheerful demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he was in any predicament. Perhaps Sun Ketting had found new hope in the market conditions related to Gu Daong, prompting him to consider seeking Pei Yuan's assistance again. Pei Yuan checked the creditor settlement system for Gu Daong's location, but found no unusual activity. Then, reflecting on the current time, Pei Yuan's heart began to race. If the news had not been delayed, it should now be the moment when the earthquake in the capital reached Yingtianfu. The rebel forces in Bazhou had suffered unimaginable losses and were forced to scatter southward. Many insightful individuals believed that if Gu Daong were allowed to act freely, he could swiftly quell this rebellion. Pei Yuan quickly grasped why Sun Ketting had adopted such a fawning demeanor towards him. At this moment, Gu Daong, this paper tiger, was at his most blustering. After the earthquake in the capital, Lu, and Lu Qi, although their influence had diminished, still managed to capture renowned cities repeatedly. Gu Daong exerted tremendous effort to barely stabilize the rebellion. However, following this conflict, Gu Daong's reputation suffered greatly, and his standing in the eyes of Emperor Zhengde Zhu Hozhao was also affected, becoming a direct cause for Zhang Yang's resurgence. It is essential to recognize that the eunuchs of the Ming dynasty were a unique product of their era. Unlike eunuchs from other dynasties, whose aspirations typically revolved around gaining the emperor's favor and wielding power both internally and externally, the eunuchs of the Ming dynasty experienced a magical twist in their ultimate evolution. They sought the emperor's favor, wielded significant power, and then fortified themselves militarily, instigating wars abroad. The eunuchs of the Ming dynasty could almost be characterized as an unwavering pro-war faction. It could even be asserted that a eunuch lacking martial spirit is unworthy of leading the inner court. Take, for instance, some of the most infamous eunuchs of the Ming dynasty, such as Wang Zhen, Wang Ji, Lu Jin, and Wei Zhongxian. Wang Zhen requires no further elaboration. He was a staunch pro-war figure, highly attentive to military preparedness. During his first year in power, he conducted military reviews alongside civil and military officials. At that time, Ji Guang was rated the highest, yet Wang Gonggong, with a mere gesture, directly promoted an official from the 4th rank to the 2nd rank. Was this not a clear demonstration of his authority? As another martial champion, Pei Baihu should have thrived under Wang Gonggong's patronage, rather than facing such stagnation today. The subsequent Tumu Fort incident, while fraught with pitfalls, cannot be solely blamed on Wang Gonggong. The circumstances at the time were indeed somewhat absurd. The emperor ordered a check on military provisions, even burning supplies overnight. When the emperor sought to inspect the troops, the Walla forces appeared at the border instantaneously. In such a predicament, should the emperor remain silent and accept the reported casualty figures, or should he personally investigate to ascertain what was truly occurring at the front lines? Even if one were to set aside the bizarre operations of the border forces, one must ask, when the Mongolian Walla attacked, was it wrong for Wang Gonggong and the young emperor to bravely confront the enemy at the front lines? Then there was the much-criticized incident of calling at the gates. After the Tumu Fort incident, the influential non-imperial family, the Huai Wang, who was awarded the title of Taisher by the Ming court, along with the privileged merchants of the grasslands and the deliberately supported troublemakers of court, took a mere 2,000 men to call at the gates outside Datong. Is it possible that he genuinely wished to return the Ming emperor, who had always supported him? Wang Gonggong had already faced the storm, while Wang Ji boasted undeniable military exploits. After gaining the emperor's favor and overseeing the Western factory, before even reaching the stage of wielding significant power, Wang Ji had already developed the mindset of a seasoned eunuch. A eunuch unwilling to expand outward is simply not a qualified eunuch. Therefore, he began to organize and strengthen military capabilities, petitioning for the establishment of martial examinations and improving military personnel's welfare. Following this, Wang Ji led forces to decisively defeat the three-way of Jianzhou, launched a surprise attack on the Mongolian Dain Khan, and repelled the Tatar forces that threatened Datong. Unfortunately, history often repeats itself. Constantly engaged in warfare and distance from the power center, Wang Ji soon faced betrayal. First, his troops were stripped from him. Then his Western factory was disbanded. When the Tatar prince launched another large-scale attack on Datong, the Ministry of War not only refused to allow Wang Ji to call back his former troops, but also, under the pretext of discord between him and the general, banished the less than 20-year-old Wang Gonggong to the Nanjing Imperial Horse Depot to retire. The outcome was that after Wang Ji's departure, the Ming army initially adopted a passive defense, fell into a trap, and suffered thousands of casualties, nearly losing Datong. Fearing exposure, the entire court concealed the truth from the emperor for an entire year. From that point onward, the young Wang Gonggong was effectively sealed in Nanjing, and each time the emperor contemplated releasing him, it would provoke vehement opposition from the court. Following this, the illustrious figure of Lu Jin, known for his prowess in governance during times of peace and as a hero in times of turmoil, emerges. Though Lu Jin was a latecomer to the ranks of eunuchs, his tenure in power lasted a mere 3 years. Yet, he was audacious in his actions. He commenced with the customary reorganization of military resources, a move that seemed justifiable. However, Lu Jin soon directed his efforts toward the most festering wound in the Ming army, the military garrisons. The ultimate consequence of this investigation led to Yang Yiqing, the overall commander of the three borders, joining forces with Zhang Yong to accuse Lu Jin of treason. Subsequently, officials raiding Lu Jin's residence uncovered the imperial seal and an entire set of auspicious figurines, presenting irrefutable evidence of his guilt. Thus, the eunuch, who initially sought to reform the military, met a gruesome end, suffering over 3,000 cuts. The final act in this tragic play was performed by Wei Zhongxian. Although he lacked any remarkable political achievements and was largely unremarkable, he did one thing right. He fought vehemently against the Jurchens. He was a gambler who lost everything, even castrated himself, and entered the palace with a desperate spirit. A greedy and cunning man devoid of shame, yet he relentlessly opposed the Jurchens. He imposed taxes, extracted wealth, purchased red-coated cannons, stockpiled gunpowder, and promoted capable civil and military officials, ensuring that frontline soldiers were well supplied. Wei Zhongxian even rewarded commanders who took the initiative to attack the Jurchens, disregarding the orders of superiors. In stark contrast, Pei Yuan understood the prevailing societal atmosphere and realized that with Gu Dayong's current standing, he would not be able to gain any prominence. The current admiration for Gu Dayong arose not only from the favorable conditions following the earthquake in the capital, but also significantly from the halo effect of the former director of the Western Bureau, Wang Ji. Thus, the present moment was not only a window of opportunity for Gu Dayong, but also for Pei Yuan. Once the rebel forces in Bazhou became active again, Pei Yuan would no longer be able to utilize Gu Dayong's name for his schemes. Soon, Steward Sun entered carrying a long box. Sun Keting took it and, upon unfolding it, Pei Yuan feigned interest as he examined the contents. The Spring Palace painting by Tang Bohu was not overtly explicit. Rather, it exuded a certain charm of life. As for the artistic merit, Pei Yuan was not well versed, but he knew it was worth no less than 100 taels of silver. Respecting the value of money, he observed it for a while. When he finished and was about to return it to Sun Keting, he heard him smilingly say that since his esteemed brother took a liking to it, it would be best to take it home for proper appreciation, as such elegant objects should be in the hands of those who understand their worth. Pei Yuan hesitated, saying it might not be appropriate. After carefully rolling it up, he handed it to Chun Tutai beside him, who stored the painting back in the long box. Sun Keting's demeanor grew increasingly amiable, and he had the wine reheated. Pei Yuan and Sun Keting drank a few cups together when Sun Keting remarked that he had long heard of the great name of Gu Gongong. However, he expressed concern that his past dealings with Lu Jin might raise misunderstandings when seeking to consult Gu Gongong. Pei Yuan thought to himself, here it comes. Sun Keting indeed intended to curry favor with Gu Dayong. As he prepared to push him further into the fire, he promptly took charge of the situation, asserting that he was well acquainted with Gu Gongong and understood his character. Gu Gongong always sought talented individuals, and past trivial matters should not be of concern. Oh, Sun Keting's face brightened. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked if Pei Yuan could help facilitate an introduction. At this point, Sun Keting awkwardly added that he feared his current status might not meet Gu Gongong's expectations. Pei Yuan earnestly replied that such thoughts were unfounded. If Sun Keting wished to align himself with Gu Gongong, it was Gu Gongong's responsibility to consider his future prospects. Seeing Pei Yuan's heartfelt remarks, Sun Keting could no longer suppress his inner joy. He promptly raised his cup, saying, "Esteemed brother, please." After they shared a drink, Sun Keting could not help but inquire if Gu Gongong had any particular preferences, so he could prepare accordingly. Pei Yuan's eyes sparkled as he pondered briefly before responding. Gu Gongong has no peculiar interests, but he does enjoy hearing flattering words. Sun Keting was momentarily taken aback. He had braced himself for a hefty request from Pei Yuan, but was surprised that it was simply this. Pei Yuan feigned ignorance and continued, stating that as the head of the Western Bureau, Gu Gongong wielded considerable power, second only to Zhang Yong, and possessed substantial wealth, making him indifferent to material possessions. Yet, like any human, he had his flaws. Gu Gongong cherished his reputation and particularly relished the admiration of scholars. If Sun Keting was earnest about aligning with Gu Gongong, he need not spend a fortune. Merely crafting a letter extolling Gu Gongong would suffice. Sun Keting was overjoyed upon hearing this, perceiving Pei Yuan as exceptionally reliable. The rationale was simple. If Pei Yuan were to deceive him, it would likely be for personal gain, but his candidness suggested otherwise. At that moment, Pei Yuan system prompt appeared, revealing a new message. Current credit value. 21,100. Your honest and trustworthy demeanor has left a profound impression on Sun Ketting. An unexpected reward. Pei Yuan contemplated this notification and gradually discerned a pattern. It appeared that establishing credit was easier with newcomers, with acquaintances. He seemed to have already exhausted his credibility, as nothing he did yielded results. In high spirits, Sun Ketting, bolstered by the wine, asked Pei Yuan, given his deep understanding of Gu Gonggong, if he had any insights to share. Since Pei Yuan had just received the Spring Palace painting, he felt compelled to share his knowledge. Dipping his finger in wine, he gestured and articulated flattering words. Sun Ketting nodded along, visibly enthralled by Pei Yuan's flattery and boundless integrity. After some time, Pei Yuan suddenly informed Sun Ketting that he would soon depart the capital on official duties and was uncertain when he would be called back. If Sun Ketting wished to seize the opportunity, he should promptly compose the letter. Pei Yuan assured him that he would personally deliver it to Gu Gonggong when he traveled north. Sun Ketting, his face beaming with joy, exclaimed, "How can I impose such a favor? I truly appreciate it." He hastily ordered for paper and ink to be fetched. As a scholar, Sun Ketting's writing skills were commendable. After a moment of contemplation, he refined Pei Yuan's words in his mind and swiftly pinned them onto the paper. Pei Yuan, meanwhile, engaged in conversation with Chen Tutai and Cheng Leixiang over food and drink. Cheng Leixiang, having roamed the martial world for many years, regaled them with humorous tales and anecdotes, refreshing both Pei Yuan and Sun Ketting. Pei Yuan was particularly intrigued by the stories of Huashan Sek's rogue elder brother and subtly inquired about any follow-ups. Unfortunately, Cheng Leixiang was unwilling to divulge any further details, quickly diverting the conversation elsewhere. Amidst their jovial banter, Sun Ketting completed the letter and had Steward Sun seal it. Eager to join the conversation, he found himself at a loss, as Cheng Leixiang's topics were entirely foreign to him, leaving him uncertain of how to interject. Pei Yuan glanced at Sun Ketting and casually inquired, "Brother Sun, having served as a county magistrate in Nanji for several years, have you ever heard of a society in the southern Jianghu known as the Meihuahui?" Sun Ketting shook his head and replied, "I seldom engage with such individuals in my daily affairs. If you wish to inquire about matters in the Jianghu, it would be best to visit Linggusi, where many from diverse backgrounds gather, and the information flows freely." Pei Yuan, intrigued, asked, "Brother Sun, you are familiar with Linggusi?" Sun Ketting's face displayed an unflattering smile. How could one avoid Linggusi while serving in Nanji? Pei Yuan understood the implication and refrained from further questioning. After a while, Sun Guanxi returned with a sealed letter. Sun Ketting handed the letter to Pei Yuan, hesitating momentarily before asking, though a handwritten note exists, "Should we present some gifts to Gonggong Gu as a show of respect?" Pei Yuan accepted the letter, glanced at its seal, and handed it to Chen Tutai, laughing as he remarked, "That is your own affair. When Gonggong Gu summons you in the future, you may bring it yourself, which will also leave a favorable impression." Upon hearing this, Sun Ketting's trust in Pei Yuan deepened. Pei Yuan noticed a prompt from the system. Current credit value. 22,100. Your trustworthy and reliable image has left a deep impression on Sun Ketting. Pei Yuan, observing the system notification, fell silent. Based on his experience, a person could typically earn a maximum of 2 credit points. He was surprised to find that his performance had been so commendable, garnering Sun Ketting's full trust in the span of a single meal. After concluding their serious discussions, they relaxed and indulged in drinking. Once they had reached a state of mild inebriation, Sun Guanxi summoned the maidens to assist everyone back to their quarters for rest. As Pei Yuan rose, he discreetly cast a glance at Chen Tutai, his gaze falling upon the paper and writing tools cast aside. Sun Guanxi had arranged for Pei Yuan to stay in the former quarters of Bai Yujing, located at the innermost part of the cabin. Once the serving maid helped Pei Yuan to bed, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Seeing Pei Yuan inebriated, the maid relished the opportunity to take a break, extinguishing the candle and retreating. After some time, the lanterns aboard the flower boat gradually extinguished, and the vessel slowly docked by the riverbank. Once the boat was securely moored, the only sounds were the occasional exchanges between the 2 night watchmen, and the entire boat descended into silence. Chen Tudai stealthily entered Pei Yuan's room and softly uttered, "My lord." The sound of Pei Yuan's snoring immediately ceased as he sat up and extended his hand towards Chen Tutai, requesting, "Bring it here." Chen Tudai promptly handed over the letter that Sun Ketting had written to Gu Daong. Pei Yuan approached the small window, tore open the envelope, and read through the letter by the faint light, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. After reading the letter, Pei Yuan glanced at Chun Tutai and instructed, "Prepare the ink." Chun Tutai quickly arranged the paper and writing tools at the window, placing the inkstone nearby to begin grinding ink. Pei Yuan assessed the moonlight and deemed it unnecessary to light a candle. Thus he rewrote the letter by the moonlight. Observing Pei Yuan's odd behavior, Chun Tutai inquired, "My lord, what does this signify?" Upon finishing his writing, Pei Yuan gently blew on the letter and chuckled. "Surely, you do not think I exerted so much effort merely to assist Gu Deong?" Once the letter dried, Pei Yuan read it again under the moonlight, exclaiming, "I never imagined that Sun Keding, a distinguished scholar, would shamelessly curry favor with the eunuchs. He has truly disgraced the learned class." Chun Tutai, standing nearby, was somewhat speechless. "Isn't he simply transcribing your dictated content?" Fortunately, Pei Yuan's candidness began to clarify his intentions for Chun Tutai, who cautiously asked, "Is my lord planning to retain a handle over Sun Keding for future leverage?" Pei Yuan dismissively corrected him. "Leverage? We shall be brothers henceforth." He then handed his handwritten letter to Chun Tutai, instructing, "Seal this letter and send it to Gong Gong Gu via the Jinyiwei tomorrow morning. As for this original, keep it safe. It may serve its purpose when Gu Deong finds himself in a predicament. Be sure to hide for a few days at our previous lodging and avoid appearing before Sun Keding for now," Chun Tutai advised earnestly. Pei Yuan, however, remained unfazed, stating meaningfully, "When that day arrives, he may very well feel grateful to me." Chun Tutai, upon hearing this, refrained from further discussion, gathering the paper and writing tools before quietly leaving. Though Chun Tutai did not fully grasp the significance of a mere 100 households and 2 small banners collaborating to scheme against the scholar, he understood Pei Yuan's ambition to cultivate his own prime minister, and thus he remained silent, allowing his leader to pursue his whims. After sending Chun Tutai away, Pei Yuan found himself unable to sleep. His attempt to manipulate Sun Keding marked his first endeavor to grasp power. As a low-ranking military official, Pei Yuan possessed almost no political influence. Even if one day he were to ascend to the position of Jinyiwei commander during discussions between the emperor and ministers, he would merely stand on the sidelines. This situation resembled a mathematical equation. If the earlier figures are 0, multiplying them by any larger number holds no significance. Sun Keding represented the critical figure that could render Pei Yuan's efforts meaningful. Although Sun Keding had been dismissed from his position as county magistrate and wielded no power, he remained a genuine scholar with immense potential for growth. If managed wisely, even if he could not enter the cabinet, there was significant hope for him to secure a place among the 6 ministries. For instance, Pei Yuan's strategic maneuver to have Sun Keding ingratiate himself with Gu Deong at the beginning of the 7th year of Zhengde was entirely sound. For Gu Deong, the 7th year of Zhengde was pivotal. That year, he missed his most crucial ally. As previously mentioned, during Lu Jin's reign, there were powerful ministers such as Grand Scholar Jiao Fong and Minister of Personnel who served as his accomplices. When Zhang Yong was in power, he was allied with Yang Yiqing, the commander of the 3 borders, who provided him with counsel. When Zhang Yong was ousted from power by Qiu Ju, the head of the Eastern Factory, in the 7th year of Zhengde, the most promising candidates to fill Zhang Yong's position were Qiu Ju and Gu Deong. Was there not a possibility of them completely replacing Zhang Yong as the new head of the inner court, and perhaps even ushering in the ultimate narrative for eunuchs, reforming military preparedness and resisting foreign threats? The answer was that Qiu Ju had no opportunity, while Gu Deong watched the chance slip away. The opportunity that slipped away from Gu Deong was the alliance he missed with Lu Wan, the deputy minister of the Ministry of War and Right Inspector. Lu Wan was the quintessential embodiment of Pei Yuan's aesthetic for civil officials. Timid, cowardly, greedy, easily manipulated, yet highly capable. This could be gleaned from Lu Wan's life experiences. In his youth, while attending Suzhou No. 1 High School, Lu Wan encountered a eunuch named Wang Jing who had descended south on business. A conflict arose with the students, resulting in their furious assault on the eunuch. After the confrontation, when the students turned around, they found that Lu Wan had not dared to join in. This left everyone feeling quite discontented. What does this fellow mean? A traitor has emerged from Suzhou Yizhong. He is indeed a traitor. Subsequently, the eunuch Wang Jing, bruised and battered, expressed his intent for retribution, vowing to report to the emperor. As a result, Lu Wan, who had cowardly refrained from participating in the beating of the eunuch, was unanimously elevated to the top position by the students and faculty, becoming the principal perpetrator in the assault against the eunuch. When the petition was submitted, the local governor, Wang Shu, deemed Wang Jing to be of ill repute, and thus dismissed the incident after reporting to the emperor. An amusing scene then unfolded. Not long after, Lu Wan and his classmates participated in the imperial examination of the 23rd year of the Chenghua era and successfully became Jinshi on the day of their official appointments. When they visited the Minister of Personnel, they discovered that the very minister overseeing the distribution of official positions was none other than the former governor, Wang Shu. Upon seeing Lu Wan's name, Wang Shu was reminded of the student who had led the charge against the eunuch at Suzhou. Lu Wan trembled upon hearing this. Summoning his courage, he stood up amidst the incredulous gazes of his classmates and declared, "Indeed, it was I who did this. I share no common ground with the eunuchs." The Minister of Personnel, upon hearing his declaration, was greatly impressed, recognizing him as a true man of valor, and appointed him to begin his career as a highly esteemed inspector. Thus, Lu Wan embarked upon the fast track to success within the Ming bureaucracy. It is said that when this news reached Suzhou, many of the faculty and students of Suzhou Yizhong experienced varying degrees of psychological discomfort. However, Lu Wan's true rise to prominence occurred after aligning himself with Lu Jin, the eunuch. He transitioned from a coward to a valiant warrior against the eunuchs, and later, through bribery, became the left deputy minister of the censorate. After serving as a civil official for a considerable part of his life, he leveraged his exceptional military command skills and numerous battle achievements to ascend to the position of the foremost minister of personnel beneath the cabinet, also serving as the prince's guardian. Just as he seemed poised to reach the pinnacle of his life, the rebellion of Prince Ning struck, and due to unclear historical matters, he was stripped of everything. One could say that Lu Wan's life trajectory was marked by unexpected turns at every juncture. Despite possessing various flaws, Lu Wan's most significant attribute was his capability. The entire Baizhou rebellion was sustained primarily due to Lu Wan's outstanding leadership. Moreover, in the latter period, Lu Hui, Su Tai, and Jiang Bin, who were favored by the Emperor Zhengde, were all Lu Wan's subordinates, and he maintained considerable influence over them. Had Gu Daong been able to ally with Lu Wan, the effect would have been on par with the collaboration of Zhang Yong and Yang Yiqing. Fortunately, this turn of events was not detrimental to Pei Yuan, since Gu Daong had missed the opportunity to align with Lu Wan. It implied that the piece he lacked still remained, and at this moment, Sun Keting's allegiance would easily garner Gu Daong's favor. The move made by Pei Yuan would thus yield maximum value. The next morning, Pei Yuan overheard Sun Keting speaking softly outside. He feigned drunkenness and lingered for a while before pretending to awaken. The maid stationed outside hurried to report, and shortly thereafter, Sun Keting rushed over. Upon meeting, he smiled and asked, "Did you sleep well last night, dear brother?" Pei Yuan casually replied, "I drank heartily with brother Sun and slept soundly. I am most grateful for your hospitality." Sun Keting chuckled, "That's good to hear. I was a bit hasty with the wine last night, and this morning I woke feeling rather empty. Would you care to join me for a meal?" Pei Yuan readily agreed, and the two proceeded to the flower hall. Once seated, Sun Keting, after some deliberation, spoke. "Last night, I reflected and felt that certain aspects of that letter were somewhat presumptuous. Might you fetch it for me, so I may refine it?" Pei Yuan understood his intentions. This fellow, in his eagerness, had been swept away by his own promises, but now he was surely reconsidering. Some matters are better left unspoken. They should not easily be committed to paper. Pei Yuan immediately instructed the servant nearby, "Go find that young officer, surnamed Chun, for me." The servant complied and hurried off to Chun Tutai's quarters. After a while, the servant returned, accompanied by the drowsy Chung Leixiong. Pei Yuan feigned confusion and asked, "Where is Chun Tutai?" Chung Leixiong replied, "He stepped out this morning and returned to say that the Jinyiwei in Nanjing had relayed news regarding the verification of the merit in Jining. As you were inebriated, I consulted with him, and since our case here remains unresolved, I allowed him to handle that for now." Pei Yuan responded with an "oh" and nonchalantly inquired, "And what of the letter I entrusted him with yesterday?" Chung Leixiong promptly replied, "Chun Tudai took it with him, stating that it was convenient to deliver it to Gu Gonggong's camp." Upon hearing this, Sun Keting's expression darkened. Pei Yuan pretended to grasp the situation only then. "Oh, I see. Very well." He then turned to Sun Keting. "What do you think?" Sun Ketting remained silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. It matters not. Even if there are presumptuous elements, I believe Gu Gonggong will understand. Pei Yuan chuckled at this and chose not to elaborate further. Some matters require a performance to ease the tension between them. Slightly revealing one S-clause may prove beneficial for future cooperation. Sun Ketting keenly sensed Pei Yuan's demeanor. His gaze shifted to Pei Yuan, and after a prolonged silence, he seemed to come to an understanding. The atmosphere at the table grew tense. At that moment, the steward's son hurriedly entered, stating, "Master, there are several Jinyiwei outside seeking to see you, by Hu Pei." Pei Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, someone was looking for him? He exchanged glances with Cheng Leixiong, who promptly stepped out to handle the situation. After a while, Cheng Leixiong rushed back to report, "Sir, it is the Qinhu's men. Qinhu Han wishes to summon you." Qinhu Han? Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan was startled, but quickly regained composure, asking, "Where are they?" Cheng Leixiong replied anxiously. "They refuse to board the ship, insisting they are pressed by Qinhu Han." Pei Yuan's heart sank at this news. The demeanor suggested that their visit was not benign. He swiftly reviewed his actions in his mind, searching for any transgressions. To his dismay, he indeed found some. Pei Yuan had originally been dispatched by Qinhu Han to assist in the investigation of Mei Qinyang, but after the last incident, he had secretly reached an understanding with Mei Qinyang and had not reported this to the Qinhu office. While part of this was due to his reluctance to engage with Dantai Fangtu, the primary reason was his desire to navigate both sides and avoid antagonizing the forces behind the Meihua society. Could it be that this time, the matter had come to light? Pei Yuan's anxiety escalated. Despite his current audacity, he did indeed have those he feared, the very Qinhu Han who had assigned him. All the power at his disposal had been granted by Qinhu Han. Without his approval, Pei Yuan would swiftly revert to being an idle martial official surviving on a meager salary of 6 taels a month. For Pei Yuan, who was heavily in debt, this was a dire situation. As he rapidly contemplated his options, he noted his credit value of 22 points, which somewhat steadied his nerves. With a credit value exceeding 20 points, he could forcibly secure Qinhu Han's forgiveness. Thus, passing this hurdle should not pose a significant problem. As for the debt of gratitude owed to Qinhu Han, he could find ways to repay it gradually in the future. Pei Yuan endeavored to regain his composure, forcing a smile as he addressed Sun Ketting. "Captain Han has summoned me. I must go and see. Let's leave our belongings here, and I'll be grateful if Brother Sun could keep an eye on them." The shadow of doubt that had previously clouded Sun Ketting's face dissipated, and he responded amicably. "Very well, dear brother, you may proceed." Pei Yuan returned to his quarters and donned his official Jinyiwei attire before accompanying Cheng Leixiong ashore to meet the visitors from the Qinhu office. The envoy was a chief flag officer named Duan Min. After verifying Pei Yuan's identity, he wore a forced smile and stated, "Captain Han has instructed me to ensure that you do not engage in conversation with anyone on the way. I am merely following orders, and I hope you will not cause me any trouble." Pei Yuan found this request from Captain Han somewhat perplexing. However, given Han's esteemed status as a figure of authority, Pei Yuan dared not voice a single objection. They traveled in silence to the front office of the Nanjing Jinyiwei, where Duan Min asked Cheng Leixiong to wait outside and led Pei Yuan into a side courtyard. After announcing his presence, Duan Min returned, coolly informing Pei Yuan, "The captain requests your presence." Upon entering the main hall, Pei Yuan was met with the piercing gaze of Captain Han, who absent-mindedly toyed with a small white porcelain cup in his hand. In that moment, Pei Yuan recalled the words of Cheng Zhihu from earlier. The white porcelain cup held by Captain Han was used to execute subordinates who had failed in their duties. This recollection struck Pei Yuan with sudden urgency, causing his breath to quicken. He found himself trembling involuntarily, reminiscent of Cheng Zhihu's earlier demeanor. Noticing Captain Han's attention upon him, Pei Yuan hurriedly approached and bowed, introducing himself. "I am Pei Yuan. I have come to see you, Captain Han." With his head bowed and his heart racing, he anxiously speculated about Captain Han's expression and reaction. After a prolonged silence, he finally heard Han's melodious voice, gently instructing him, "Please rise and speak." Pei Yuan quickly complied. Captain Han gestured for him to sit, casually stating, "I have a few inquiries to make." Pei Yuan responded promptly, "If the captain has questions, I am obliged to answer without reservation." Captain Han scrutinized Pei Yuan for a lengthy moment before responding with a half-smile. "Is that so?" Pei Yuan, already feeling guilty, found himself at a loss for words in response to such a question. Without wasting time, Captain Han observed Pei Yuan closely as he inquired. I have heard that shortly after you and Yuan Lang departed the capital, you encountered the rebel forces from Bazhou? Pei Yuan felt a slight relief. This was something he could discuss. He promptly replied, Indeed. We were just about to rest at an inn when officials from the Ministry of War arrived on horseback with orders to requisition all the horses at the station. Before the ministry officials could depart, a large contingent of Bazhou rebels attacked. Yuan Baihu instructed us to seize the horses and flee in different directions to regroup in Lingqing. At this point, Captain Han raised his hand to signal for Pei Yuan to stop. He then fixed Pei Yuan with a direct gaze and asked, So why did you not go to Lingqing? Pei Yuan was taken aback, but quickly deduced that this question was relatively safe. As both he and Yuan Lang held the rank of Baihu, and given that Pei Yuan had independent correspondence privileges, he was not necessarily bound by Yuan Lang's orders. Thus, he replied in a low voice, After we became separated, I assessed that the rebel forces would likely attack Lingqing, and the Zhuowei stationed there would likely falter under the assault of the Bazhou bandits. Therefore, Captain Han intoned slowly. So you sold out your colleague and escaped to Jining? Pei Yuan was jolted by his words. It dawned on him that Captain Han was focusing on this particular point. Compared to the public matter of capturing heretics, the demise of a Baihu was of far greater concern to the Qinhu office. And indeed, Pei Yuan had not regarded Yuan Lang's fate with much significance. Even just moments ago, he had only rationalized his decision without considering Yuan Lang's well-being. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Pei Yuan's brow. Captain Han's handsome visage betrayed no excess emotion as he calmly fixed his gaze upon Pei Yuan, saying, When you left the capital, I indeed mentioned that if one is incompetent, one may take matters into their own hands. This matter is not your fault. Listening to Captain Han's ambiguous words, Pei Yuan felt his legs weaken. Could she possibly think that I deliberately orchestrated Yuan Lang's downfall? He thought in dismay. Is there any chance of leaving the Jinyiwei office alive today? I must regain control. As Pei Yuan attempted to suppress his chaotic thoughts and quickly devise excuses, he hastily exclaimed, I am wronged. Noticing that Captain Han's expression remained unchanged, he anxiously tried to clarify, I intended to notify Baihu Yuan. But amidst the pursuit by the small band of Bazhou rebels, an individual affiliated with the Da Wang appeared. This person pursued us relentlessly, leading us astray. I feared there might be some connection to the Da Wang, which is why I fled in haste, not daring to linger in Dongchangfu or Jinan. At this point, Pei Yuan could only shift the blame onto the Da Wang, as no one dared to investigate him. Captain Han's expression indeed shifted slightly upon hearing this. She repeated, The Da Wang? Zhu Jianlin? Pei Yuan quickly provided additional details. Yes, the leader was a hall master serving the Da Wang, named Xue Songqi. Captain Han fell into a moment of contemplation, her fingers ceaselessly manipulating the white porcelain cup, which she now gripped tightly. After a lengthy silence, she seemed to return to herself, and the cup resumed its fluid motion between her fingers. She glanced at the chief flag officer Duan Min, standing beside her, and calmly instructed, Bring Cheng Leixiang in. Pei Yuan's heart leapt to his throat. Stealing a glance at Captain Han, he found her still expressionlessly focused on him. Pei Yuan felt overwhelmed by his precarious situation, convinced that even the sweat on his forehead could betray him. Moments later, Cheng Leixiang entered with Duan Min. Upon instinctively scanning the tense Pei Yuan, he sensed that something was amiss. Cheng Leixiang quickly paid his respects to Captain Han. I am Cheng Leixiang, a small flag officer from the Qinhu office. I greet you, my lord. Captain Han acknowledged him with a brief sound before slowly asking, At that time, who suggested that you abandon Lingqing and proceed to Jining? Cheng Leixiang replied honestly. It was Baihu Pei's suggestion. Captain Han maintained her composure, inquiring further, Oh, then why did you not go to Lingqing? Pei Yuan felt as though his heart might burst from anxiety. Cheng Leixiang responded, I do not know. I was merely following orders. Hearing Cheng Leixiang's words, Pei Yuan instinctively sighed in relief. While it sounded like an attempt to evade responsibility, his choice of words was careful, leaving the explanation firmly in Pei Yuan's hands. Captain Han glanced at Pei Yuan before continuing, Among those pursuing you, it has been said there were individuals affiliated with the Da Wang. Cheng Leixiang considered this and replied, Yes, Xue Songqi had been working for the Da Wang, but I am unsure if he changed his allegiance afterward. As soon as Cheng Leixiang finished speaking, Captain Han pressed on with an incisive inquiry. When did you encounter Xue Songqi? Was it when you were en route to Lingqing or Jining? Cheng Leixiang hurriedly replied, stating that his position was humble and that he merely acted on orders. When Pei Bai commanded him to stop, he halted. When Pei Bai instructed him to leave, he departed. Cheng Leixiong was uncertain when it would be deemed appropriate to head to Linqing or Jining. Pei Yuan felt a profound sense of relief. This scoundrel, Cheng Leixiong, not only refrained from betraying him at a critical moment, but also endeavored to provide cover. As long as Han Qian did not insist on his demise, this ordeal would be considered surmountable. Pei Yuan harbored no concerns regarding Chen Tai. That individual had spent over a decade engaged in torture at the Eastern Bureau, acutely aware of what could be said, what should not be uttered, and how to navigate the nuances of conversation better than anyone else. After listening to Cheng Leixiong's response, Han Qian remained silent for a long while. Both Pei Yuan and Cheng Leixiong felt a pang of anxiety, hesitant to meet her gaze and discern her expression. After a considerable pause, Han Qian leisurely remarked that it was nothing, merely a casual inquiry. She had previously stated that the fault did not lie with him. Upon hearing these words, Pei Yuan felt no joy. Instead, his mood descended further into despair. He sensed that he had stumbled into a predicament more troublesome than eliminating Yuan Lang. This matter had transcended mere right or wrong. He had won the argument, yet it seemed he had offended this woman. Then, Han Qian, whose neutral tone articulated that her previous request for his assistance was to aid Yuan Lang in investigating the transformation of Mei Qin into a vengeful spirit. With Yuan Lang now deceased, that investigation had reached an impasse, and she ought to have released Pei Bai to return to Beijing. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan's heart tightened before he remained silent, anticipating her subsequent, but Han Qian indeed continued, stating that a matter had been pressed down from the court, mandating the Nanjing Jinyiwei to send personnel to handle it. Now that Yuan Bai was dead, someone needed to step in. Pei Yuan exhaled in relief and promptly expressed his willingness to serve Han Qian. Han Qian turned to Duan Min and requested the official document. Duan Min hurried to retrieve it from the document case at the back. Han Qian then turned back to Pei Yuan, her handsome face adorned with an unquestionable authority as she gestured for him to sign. Pei Yuan was immediately struck by the palpable sense of conspiracy. Duan Min had already unfurled the document before him, revealing a blank space at the end, and placed an ink pad in front of him. Pei Yuan hesitated, wishing to examine the document in detail. However, Duan Min seemed to have received instructions from Han Qian, and firmly pressed down on the folded section. Under pressure and unwilling to delay further, Pei Yuan gritted his teeth and placed his handprint in the designated area. Han Qian extended her hand, and Duan Min promptly handed her the document. She scrutinized it briefly, inscribing Pei Yuan's name in several places before returning the document to him. With a heavy heart, Pei Yuan unfolded the document, only to find that the task assigned was deceptively simple yet familiar to him, escorting a shipment of taxed silver to the internal treasury. He vividly recalled the last colleague who undertook this duty, who had met with utter disaster in the Nanjili. Moreover, following the ambush of the tax inspector, Pei Yuan had participated in the brutal crackdown on the rebellious Mei Hua society as the Eastern Bureau's most formidable weapon. He was acutely aware of the events surrounding that incident. Initially, he had endeavored to extricate himself from this predicament, only to find that the consequences were now directly upon him. Pei Yuan felt disheartened and quickly pleaded with Han Qian, stating that he had recently joined the Jinyiwei and was utterly unprepared for such a significant task, fearing he might jeopardize the mission. Han Qian let out a sardonic laugh, questioning why Pei Bai would engage in such self-deprecation. Even amidst chaos, Pei Bai had demonstrated remarkable composure. How could he falter over merely escorting tax silver? Furthermore, this operation would receive the full support of various prefectures, guard stations, and transport offices, ensuring that nothing would go amiss with Pei Bai's capabilities. Before Pei Yuan could refuse again, Han Qian continued, stating that the court was engaged in quelling rebellions and sought to restore transport operations, urgently requiring tax funds from Jiangnan. Being a clever individual, he should recognize that there was no room for refusal in this matter. Pei Yuan glanced at the document bearing his handprint, feeling an overwhelming urge to confront Han Qian. He suppressed his frustration and inquired about the amount of silver to be transported. Han Qian candidly replied that it was 80,000 taels. Pei Yuan mentally calculated. 80,000 taels was neither excessive nor insufficient, requiring only a few sturdy carts for transport. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he suggested that he could discreetly escort the tax silver into the capital, avoiding unnecessary expenditures and complications. Han Qianhu shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed, questioning if he was feigning ignorance. The previous ambush of the tax inspector had thoroughly incensed the higher-ups, which was precisely why they urgently requisitioned a sum of money to be transported openly to the capital. The court was serious this time. They intended to make their stance clear. Pei Yuan felt resigned. He understood that the court's deployment of such resources to deliver the tax silver to the capital was a demonstration of power, compelling those opposing the authority to yield. This was no longer a matter of fishing for legal infractions. The posture was overtly aggressive. As long as the initial shipment reached the capital successfully, undermining the morale of those opposing forces, subsequent shipments would follow without hindrance. Yet, for factions led by the Meihua society, how could they allow the court to set such a precedent? Once the transport of tax silver became established practice, the officials covertly assisting them would find themselves in a precarious position. Reluctantly, Pei Yuan inquired of Han Qian why the Zhen Xieqian, whose primary responsibility was not the investigation of heretical sects, yet they were embroiled in such affairs. Han Qian, who, growing impatient, replied that the task of escorting tax silver to the internal treasury could only be handled by the Jinyiwei. Coincidentally, their Zhen Xieqian who had some influence within the Jianghu factions, which led to this responsibility falling upon them. During the Ming dynasty, tax revenues consisted of a myriad of items, including grain, silk, copper coins, bamboo products, lacquerware, and a host of other peculiar goods. Many of these bulk commodities, if transported directly to the court, would encounter numerous complications. Firstly, transportation in this era was inefficient, necessitating substantial manpower and resources for bulk goods. Secondly, the process of transporting large quantities inevitably resulted in significant losses along the way. Furthermore, once the court received these bulk goods, they would have to redistribute them, repeating the cycle of complications. Thus, to simplify matters, the court would convert these assorted revenues into cash for the local guard stations or government departments in need. Any surplus funds would then be sent to the central authority. Hence, during the Zhengde era in which Pei Yuan resided, although it was nominally reported that nearly 40 million taels in taxes were collected, the actual amount submitted to the court was minuscule after various transfers. Moreover, the assorted goods submitted to the court were neither convenient to store nor practical for use. Subsequently, to enhance the flexibility of central payments, the capable ministers undertook a reform, directly involving the court in the management of commercial taxes. The taxes collected were in silver, significantly bolstering the treasury's payment capabilities. This initiative was led by a eunuch, and the funds were directed to the emperor's internal treasury, naturally escorted by the imperial guards, thus legitimizing the operation. Therefore, the tax silver departed from Nanjili, and the responsibility fell squarely on the shoulders of the Nanjing imperial guards. Consequently, how could the Jinxie Qianhu Saw, with its close ties to the underworld, remain uninvolved? Thus, it was reasonable that Qianhu Han chose Pei Yuan, a temporary worker on loan, for this evidently perilous task. Pei Yuan felt entirely misplaced in time and space, and he could only muster the courage to refuse once again. However, he humbly acknowledged his limited abilities and dared not comply with the order. Qianhu Han lightly tapped the table with her fingertips and slowly stated that she would allocate some personnel from the Qianhu Saw for his command. He could also recruit personnel from the Buddhist temples and Taoist shrines under the jurisdiction of the Qianhu Saw. Moreover, she would assign him 2 skilled individuals. At this juncture, Han raised her gaze to assess Pei Yuan, inquiring if he had anything further to say. The die was cast. After a brief silence, Pei Yuan finally spoke, expressing his conviction that the Meihua Hui would have malevolent forces aiding them, and he might encounter formidable opponents this time. Having pursued the cult for many years, the Jinxie Qianhu Suo must possess some valuable resources. He wondered if the esteemed official could bestow one upon him. Pei Yuan had come to a realization. This undertaking was utterly unavoidable. Previously, when Qianhu Han mentioned Yuan Lang, it was a precursor to her intentions. She had evidently resolved to assign him this task well before his arrival. However, it could not be said that Qianhu Han was intentionally setting a trap for Pei Yuan, as the mission of transporting the silver was of utmost importance, directly impacting the momentum of the court's power struggle with the local authorities. The imperial guards, being directly under the emperor's command, could only stand alongside the eunuchs in this matter, whether from Beijing or Nanjing. Thus, the Jinyiwei Captain, tasked with this mission, was under immense pressure. Qianhu Han not only had to execute this task efficiently, but also needed to handle it with a sense of ease, ensuring that those involved would not harbor any grievances. In the face of the chaotic uprising in Bazhou, Pei Yuan, who adeptly assessed the situation and successfully retreated with 2 subordinates, proved to be an excellent choice. At this point, Pei Yuan could no longer evade responsibility and could only strive to secure his own interests. Indeed, Qianhu Han was efficient. Upon seeing Pei Yuan accept the task, her expression softened. This is agreeable. During my recent hunt for the remnants of the Huangjue Temple, I acquired a valuable item, which I shall bestow upon you. As she spoke, she gestured toward Duan Min, indicating a solitary gray package on the 4th shelf of the storeroom. Duan Min promptly fetched the item. Qianhu Han turned to Pei Yuan and continued, "Our Qinhu Suo is currently short-staffed, so I will assign you 2 small teams. The remaining personnel will be instructed to rendezvous with you in Suzhou." Suzhou? Pei Yuan inquired, surprised. Yes, Han affirmed. This sum was gathered by Gong, who from the Su-Hang Weaving Bureau, and the silver must be dispatched from Suzhou. Pei Yuan understood. He had little to argue. As the journey from Nanjili to Beijing was lengthy, and according to the court's wishes, the operation needed to be grand in scale, leaving no room for shortcuts. Whether departing from Yingtian Prefecture or Suzhou, there was little difference. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. Qianhu Han added, "As for the personnel from the various temples and Taoist shrines accompanying you, you may select them at your discretion. I will ensure Duan Min follows you. You need only instruct him on what needs to be done." Pei Yuan, still grappling with the logistics of this transport mission, could only acquiesce. However, he then heard Qianhu Han hesitate before stating, "Although our Qinhu Suo has been firmly established in Nanjili for quite some time, those temples and Taoist shrines may not share our interests. Even if you require assistance, you must proceed with caution to avoid jeopardizing your mission." Pei Yuan comprenda Qianhu Han's intent. While the personnel from those temples and shrines could be regarded as allies, if infiltrated, they could prove to be more dangerous than anticipated. Nevertheless, Pei Yuan had his own thoughts. He understood that the more visible enemies there were, the fewer hidden threats remained. After expressing his thoughts, Qianhu Han revealed a satisfied smile, affirming that she had not misjudged him. When Qianhu Han's demeanor was stern, she appeared as cold as ice, yet once thawed. A rare charm emerged. Her appearance was somewhat androgynous, exuding an air of spirited elegance, and her ordinary looks became strikingly beautiful with a hint of contrast. Pei Yuan silently contemplated the enchanting figure of Qianhu Han, letting out a deep sigh. Life would be so much better if it were as delightful as a storybook. After a while, Duan Min respectfully entered, carrying a package. Qianhu Han gestured, and Duan Min presented it directly to Pei Yuan. Without hesitation, Pei Yuan unwrapped the package in front of Qianhu Han, and an overwhelming scent of blood wafted forth. He paused momentarily, completely unveiling the contents. A large red robe embroidered with golden threads. Pei Yuan, puzzled, looked towards Qianhu Han for clarification. Qianhu Han replied nonchalantly, "During this outing, I encountered a remnant of the Huangjue Temple, and it took considerable effort to eliminate him." As if responding to her words, the robe in Pei Yuan's hands suddenly quivered. It moved. Was it moving? Pei Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind momentarily blank. Then, the robe surged forward, as if a ferocious beast with its mouth agape. Lunging at Qianhu Han, Pei Yuan staggered back 2 steps, nearly collapsing. However, Qianhu Han's expression hardened. She raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp as she fixated on the robe. It halted, resembling a cobra poised to strike, yet it dared not advance further. Coldly, Qianhu Han commanded, "Return." After a brief standoff, the robe spun in the air, retreating back into the package. Pei Yuan, dumbfounded, stared at the package containing the robe, then glanced at the formidable Qianhu Han, feeling an overwhelming emptiness within. Qianhu Han regarded Pei Yuan calmly, stating matter-of-factly that demon monk practiced the robe's demon-subduing technique, channeling all his power into it. "As it is unsuitable for my use, I shall grant it to you." Pei Yuan, alarmed, hastily declined. "I cannot accept this, esteemed official. Please take it back." Qianhu Han huklid lightly. "Are you certain you do not want it? This robe already possesses considerable sentience. Even if you lack training, you may still wield it to some extent." Other items would likely bring you no benefit. Pei Yuan hesitated, cautiously asking, "This item dares to defy even the Qianhu. How could I possibly control it?" Qianhu Han cast a sidelong glance at the robe and replied nonchalantly, "This is easily resolved. I possess a talisman that can suppress this robe. If it refuses to obey, simply affix the talisman, and after a few days, the robe will lose its sentience, becoming akin to worn-out cloth." The Kasaya seemed to comprehend the words spoken, trembling within its wrapping. Upon witnessing the Kasaya's apprehension, Pei Yuan immediately felt invigorated. Thus, he expressed his gratitude for the Lord's generous gift and humbly requested guidance on mastering this artifact. Han Qianhu responded slowly, affirming his acknowledgement, while Duan Min and Cheng Leixiang exchanged glances and promptly withdrew. Han Qianhu then proceeded to impart the methods for controlling the Kasaya to Pei Yuan. Although the essence of the Kasaya's demon-subduing technique eluded Pei Yuan's understanding at first, he listened intently to the various applications. This Kasaya possessed the ability to devour objects and vanquish foes indiscriminately. Should one encounter formidable adversaries, it could be utilized to ensnare them directly. Lesser malevolent entities stood no chance against the Kasaya's power. However, a limitation existed. The Kasaya could only absorb one person at a time, and if multiple individuals were captured in succession, the earlier ones would be expelled from the Kasaya. Although this treasure may not always yield significant results amidst chaos, it could instantaneously subdue enemies during ambushes, preserving one's life. Han Qianhu, having shared the techniques with Pei Yuan, handed him a rolled talisman as a final gesture. At this moment, Pei Yuan began to trust Han Qianhu's sincerity. His earlier impulses to confront the man dissipated. Although Pei Yuan was not particularly fond of Han Qianhu's approach, the task at hand, which promised a reward of 80,000 taels of silver, undeniably piqued his interest. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he possessed absolute authority over the forthcoming escort mission. Recalling Han Qianhu's earlier words, he cautiously inquired about the two experts from the Qianhu office that were to be assigned to him. Han Qianhu did, calmly stating that one was Dan Taifong Tu and the other Si Kong Sui. They were seasoned veterans of the Qianhu office, well-versed in protocol, and would not interfere with Pei Yuan's decisions. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan felt a wave of confusion and could not help but ask, "Dan Tai by who?" Han Qianhu cast a sidelong glance at Pei Yuan and confirmed, "Indeed, both are by who." Pei Yuan's incredulity deepened. It was one thing for the obstinate Dan Taifong Tu to be involved, but could it be that Si Kong Sui also held the rank of by who? If Cheng Leixiang had not misspoken, Han Qianhu appeared to possess only 5 formidable by who, and with Yuan Lang already slain amidst the chaos, that left 4 experts, half of whom would accompany him. Han Qianhu was indeed making a significant investment. Pei Yuan, astonished, queried if that is the case. Why does the Lord not allow the Bai Hu to oversee this matter? Han Qianhu regarded Pei Yuan for a moment before responding. This endeavor requires not only cooperation with the Ji Du Su Hang Weaving Office, but also interactions with various local offices and military garrisons, entangling many interests. Therefore, I need a meticulous and decisive individual to handle this, and they are not suited for the task. Pei Yuan hastily demurred. I am but a novice and an outsider, likely unable to command respect. I am willing to assist the 2 Bai Hu in accomplishing this task. Han Qianhu, with a hint of depth in his inquiry, asked, if you consider yourself unworthy, will you not seek to take a position? Reluctantly, Pei Yuan fell silent. Thus, it appeared that Han Qianhu still harbored suspicions regarding Yuan Lang's demise. Seeing that Pei Yuan had no further inquiries, Han Qianhu instructed him to prepare, stating that he should return the following day to gather his personnel. At that time, Duan Min would provide him with a roster of various temples and Taoist establishments in Nanji, allowing him to requisition anyone he deemed necessary. Pei Yuan seized this opportunity to strategize and acknowledge the instructions before preparing to depart. As he rose to bid farewell, he reached for the package, which stirred slightly, causing him to retract his hand in alarm. However, having seen much in his life, he recited to himself that this was merely equipment, mustering the courage to grasp the package. To his surprise, upon exiting Han Qianhu's chamber, the package silently unfolded. Subsequently, a Kasaya imbued with a potent aura of blood emerged, slithering around Pei Yuan before draping itself over him. Pei Yuan felt paralyzed, unable to lift his feet, standing beneath the eaves as if he had lost all control. This was not due to the Kasai's malevolence, but rather the overwhelming shock he had experienced, rendering him weak and unsteady. A soft chuckle emanated from within the room. Yet Han Qianhu showed no intention of alleviating Pei Yuan's plight. In a state of panic, Pei Yuan thought of his passive status. He quickly activated the debt settlement system, noticing the passive state indicator flickering. After a considerable time, the special state stabilized, and Pei Yuan felt warmth returning to his limbs. He even sensed that this harrowing experience had fortified his mental resilience. Exhaling deeply, he concentrated on the incantation to control the Kasaya, which reluctantly peeled away from him and returned to the package. Han Qianhu seemed surprised at how quickly Pei Yuan regained his composure, then remarked, "Focus well. If you accomplish this task, the court shall not overlook your efforts." Steadying his thoughts, Pei Yuan once again bowed to take his leave. Outside, Cheng Leixiong hurried to greet him, and Pei Yuan exchanged a knowing glance, prompting Cheng Leixiong to refrain from further inquiries. Once they had distanced themselves, Pei Yuan recounted the entirety of his meeting with Han Qianhu to Cheng Leixiong. Cheng Leixiong's expression darkened. This assignment appeared daunting, especially after the tumultuous events surrounding the tax monitor. Pei Yuan sighed and patted Cheng Leixiong's shoulder, suggesting they visit Sun Kuding. Perhaps he would have some valuable advice. Early the next day, Pei Yuan accompanied Duan Min to meet Han Qianhu. With their business concluded, it was already midday. He and Cheng Leixiong hastily consumed a meal at a tavern before heading to the banks of the Qinhuai River, where they located the houseboat belonging to the Sun family. Sun Kuding had already boarded Guda's pirate vessel, and with the personal letter dispatched, there was no turning back. He had been quite concerned for Pei Yuan, remaining on the flower boat awaiting news since Pei Yuan's summons by the Nanjing Jinyiwei. Upon meeting Sun Kuding, Pei Yuan sought to assess his ally's caliber and shared the details of his current predicament. When Sun Kuding learned that Pei Yuan had accepted the task of escorting tax silver to the Nanjing Yunkong, his expression shifted several times. Pei Yuan, unreserved, directly asked Sun Kuding for advice, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Sun Kuding silently contemplated his teacup for a while before inquiring, "Do you know who would prefer this silver not to reach the capital?" Pei Yuan, weighing Sun Kuding's perspective, replied, "From every department, 9 ministers, and the cabinet in Jiangnan, to local magistrates and officials who have emerged from Jiangnan over the past century. Each of them could potentially be my adversary." Surprised by Pei Yuan's clarity, Sun Kuding raised an eyebrow and asked, "And who supports you?" Without hesitation, Pei Yuan responded, "The emperor, the Sili Jian, the east and west factories, and officials from the north, down to the Jinshi and Juren." Sun Kuding increasingly found himself astonished. He had previously regarded Pei Yuan with a discerning eye, believing him to be more than a mere reckless warrior. To his surprise, the individual before him was even more lucid than he had anticipated. After Pei Yuan finished speaking, he fixed his gaze upon Sun Kuding and pressed him, "Brother Sun, being an astute man, I trust you comprehend the current predicament. Would you be willing to enlighten me?" Sun Kuding's hand trembled slightly. Pei Yuan's words left him no room for retreat. With a sigh, Sun Kuding remarked, "Since my dear brother is aware of the identity of our adversaries, you must also understand why they are so fervently attempting to obstruct your escorting of the tax silver." After a moment of silence, Pei Yuan candidly responded, "It is due to the excessively burdensome taxes imposed upon the people of Jiangnan. The present circumstances no longer permit the court to seek new sources of revenue in Jiangnan." Sun Kuding shook his head, indicating that it was not merely a matter of taxation. Pei Yuan was well aware that the issue extended beyond taxes. The land tax quotas established during the Ming Dynasty were not particularly high, and it was illogical for the northern regions, having endured years of turmoil, to remain stable while the south faltered. A crucial factor lay in the fact that much of the land in Suzhou, Songjiang, Jiaxing, and Huzhou had been confiscated during the founding of the Ming Dynasty. The nationalization of land resulted in the people of these regions being required to pay the Ming court a sum divided into relatively small taxes and substantial rents. While the tax portion might seem insignificant alone, the combined total became unbearable for the populace. This raises a pertinent question. Were the common folk in the northern regions faring any better? They were not. However, in a society marked by land consolidation, most northern peasants paid their rents to landlords. Consequently, Under similar pressures, when the people of Jiangnan faced hardship, they directed their ire towards the Ming court, condemning it for its avarice. In contrast, when northern peasants experienced difficulties, their grievances were directed at landlords, whom they perceived as excessively greedy. A landlord in the north could consolidate the animosity of over a dozen households without causing significant upheaval, and when discontent arose, he could readily unleash violence upon the peasants. In Jiangnan, however, the situation was markedly different. The resentment of millions converged upon the court. When hundreds of thousands, even millions, unite in their disdain for the court, the consequences are dire. There exists another question. Given that the hardships faced by commoners are widespread, why do officials in the South appear particularly devoted to their welfare? Not only generating public sentiment, but also leading from the front? This has led to the perception that the Ming court is voraciously extracting resources from the South, leaving the people destitute. The answer is rather simple. There are simply more officials in the South. This conclusion may seem peculiar, yet it is entirely rational. The abundance of officials in the South results in a larger populace benefiting from tax exemptions, compounded by land consolidation and land donations made solely to evade taxes. Consequently, the number of individuals not paying taxes increases, while the burden on those who do pay intensifies. For instance, consider the esteemed official Su Jie, who owned 200,000 acres of land. As the polarization of wealth deepened, even the privileged began to feel apprehensive. They feared that the suffering of the common people might lead to an insurrection, yet they were also reluctant to relinquish their ill-gotten gains, resulting in a desperate struggle against the court. This dynamic created the illusion that Southern officials were especially caring towards the populace. Some may question the reasoning that the prevalence of officials in the South is merely the result of educated individuals, suggesting that attributing economic structural issues to this phenomenon is somewhat contrived. Moreover, with consistent evaluation standards over the years, one might ponder whether individuals from the North have reflected upon their lack of progress in the imperial examinations. By the 30th year of the Hongwu reign, a sensational incident known as the Southern and Northern examination scandal exposed the underlying issues. At that time, the court admitted 51 successful candidates, all hailing from the South. Zhu Yuanzhang was profoundly shocked and summoned a thorough investigation. The investigating officials concluded that the presiding examiner was an upright gentleman, and the failure of the northern candidates was attributed to their inadequate abilities, as well as their use of forbidden language. The deeper cause was attributed to the long-term cultural decline in the north. This conclusion infuriated Zhu Yuanzhang, for it was not the first time the Ming court had conducted imperial examinations. In the previous 5 examinations, the court had admitted 826 candidates, with 209 from the north, accounting for approximately 25%. During these 5 examinations, the ratio remained relatively stable. At that time, the total population of the 5 northern provinces was over 19 million, comprising around 27% of the overall population. Thus, despite the lack of cultural prominence in the north, a population percentage of 27 had consistently yielded around 25% of successful candidates, maintaining the national average. Yet, by the 30th year of Hongwu, this figure plummeted to 0. Did this mean that the entire population of the 5 northern provinces had perished? Such an affront was not merely to the 5 northern provinces, but to Zhu Yuanzhang's intellect. A grievous insult. The events that followed were even more astonishing. A year after the southern and northern examination scandal, Zhu passed away, and in the subsequent examination of the second year of Jiangwen, the top 3 candidates, including the champion, runner-up, and second runner-up, were all from Jian Prefecture in Jiangxi. Furthermore, in the examination following that, during the second year of Yongle, not only were the top 3 candidates from Jian Prefecture, but even the top 4 of the second tier were also from there. Thus, in an examination ostensibly gauging the talents of scholars, what was truly being assessed was the authority to interpret the state's ideological framework. The identity of the examinees was of little consequence. It was the identity of the evaluators that held paramount importance. Therefore, was the southern and northern examination scandal an injustice? If it were, the ones truly wrong should be the people of southern Jili, Huguang, Sichuan, Guangdong, Guangxi, Yunnan, and Guizhou. For the people of the 5 northern provinces, through their resistance, had elevated their share from the original 25% to 40%. Meanwhile, the aforementioned provinces in the south bore the brunt of the blame, gaining no benefit while losing a substantial portion of their quotas. Thus, the Jiangnan gentry, who manipulated the bureaucratic apparatus for their own gain, reveled in their burgeoning power while relentlessly oppressing the common people, all the while fiercely opposing the court, fearful that the final straw might break this precarious equilibrium. Pei Yuan articulated his assessment to Sun Keting with clarity. The adversaries in this endeavor to escort the tax silver encompassed every official from the 6 ministries and 9 ministers hailing from Jiangnan, as well as regional governors and county magistrates from the south and the hundreds of successful candidates and scholars produced over the past century. For the court, unable to grasp the vast land tax devoured by privilege, and too fearful to provoke the resentful populace of Jiangnan, could only cautiously target commercial taxes and mining taxes. The South's flourishing commerce yielded negligible commercial taxes, and the mineral resources on the land were being recklessly extracted, resulting in almost no mining taxes. Starting with these two aspects, one could surely extract some silver to cope with the ever-increasing expenditures. However, this naive notion was immediately met with a crushing blow, as the tax supervisor responsible for escorting the tax silver was brutally murdered by the suddenly emerging Meiwa society. Now, the burden of this calamity fell upon Pei Yuan. Sun Keting pondered for a moment before addressing Pei Yuan, stating that if his foolish brother's conjecture was not amiss, this sum of silver would struggle to even leave the jurisdiction of Suzhou, let alone reach the Nichengjian warehouse smoothly. Pei Yuan, taken aback, inquired whether the supervisor of the Suzhou and Hangzhou textile factory had also joined their ranks. Sun Keting shook his head, asserting that Hu Gonggong was undoubtedly aligned with His Majesty. However, now that a public confrontation had begun, the governor of Suzhou would not allow this money to leave the city unchallenged. Pei Yuan, perplexed, questioned whether he was mistaken, recalling that the governor of Suzhou, Jinyiwei, hailed from Shaanxi. Sun Keting's face contorted into a grimace. And so what? Regardless of his origins, as the governor of Suzhou, he is susceptible to coercion by local gentry. Pei Yuan recognized that these bureaucrats lacked substantial roots and could easily be intimidated by local power. He had heard numerous tales during his time in Beijing of martial figures meddling in court affairs. Was it not the case that the city inspector who had offended Zhang Helling subsequently had his daughter assaulted by thugs? Fortunately, the hired ruffian, Shirley Xiang, lacked the prowess to follow through, resulting only in a mere scuffle. Yet, did the city inspector not ultimately capitulate? Aside from vainly offering a reward for the capture of the lecherous Shirley Xiang, did he not also avoid Zhang Helling thereafter? However, the governor of Suzhou was a legitimate official, one who could obliterate entire families. Pei Yuan could not help but furrow his brow, questioning how anyone would dare to provoke him. Sun Keting sighed and recounted that one day, as Governor Zhai returned to the yamen, he was accosted by a man seeking to lodge a complaint. The surrounding guards were instantaneously subdued, and the man approached the sedan chair, presenting a petition. Despite Zhai's forced composure, as he lifted the curtain to accept the document, the man seized his left hand and promptly severed his little finger. Pei Yuan's expression darkened in disbelief. What kind of villain is so audacious? He then fixed his gaze on Sun Keting, demanding to know how such a significant incident could escape the notice of Beijing. Sun Keting explained that after the man severed Governor Zhai's finger, he immediately slashed his own throat before Zhai, splattering blood upon the governor's official robe. Consumed by rage and hatred, Zhai promptly reported the matter to the Ministry of Justice in Nanjing. To his astonishment, that very night, he received a brocade box over a foot long, filled with severed little fingers. Accompanying, it was a letter stating that if Governor Zhai was dissatisfied, those responsible would visit his family in Shaanxi to apologize with their lives. Terrified for his family, Zhai was compelled to swallow his anger and withdraw the case. Sun Keting paused, revealing that when the Ministry of Justice in Nanjing returned the official document, they used a brocade box identical to that of the assailant. From that day forth, Zhai rarely attended to official matters, preoccupied instead with frivolities. Understanding the implication, Pei Yuan realized that the governor of Suzhou had been thoroughly subdued. Reflecting on his own mission, a glint of determination flickered in Pei Yuan's eyes. He spread his hands before Sun Keting with a sardonic smile, remarking that it seemed likely someone might come to offer him a warning, though he was uncertain which finger they had their eye on. Sun Keting, meeting Pei Yuan's gaze with candor, assured him that he need not doubt his loyalty. He was but a humble county magistrate, insignificant enough not to warrant attention. Pei Yuan had only just realized that Sun Keting had been in Nanji for 2 years perhaps ensnared in the same web. His earlier words, seemingly cautionary, could just as easily be interpreted as veiled threats. Moreover, Sun Qiting was set to board the ship of Gu Deong, which might not align with Pei Yuan's interests. Fortunately, Sun Qiting grasped Pei Yuan's intent and chose to confront the matter directly, dispelling much of Pei Yuan's suspicion. Pei Yuan pondered further, inquiring whether Sun Qiting knew which faction of martial figures had provoked Governor Zhai. Sun Qiting shook his head, explaining that those individuals were desperate outlaws, willing to undertake any task for a few hundred taels of silver. Once they left Nanji, they could easily disappear and lead carefree lives. Who could possibly track them down? Pei Yuan had not anticipated receiving particularly useful information. Sun Qiting's insights felt superficial at best. After a moment of thought, Pei Yuan deduced that Governor Zhai would undoubtedly conspire with those individuals to make his life difficult. Sun Qiting countered that escorting tax silver was a duty of the court, and since the funding originated from the eunuchs supervising the Suzhou and Hangzhou textile factories, Zhai had no legitimate grounds to intervene. Pei Yuan frowned, realizing that those seeking to confront him were likely en route. Unlike Governor Zhai, who had been caught unprepared, Pei Yuan was accompanied by the elite forces of the Jinyiwei Captain and could summon local militia and officers as a buffer. Thus, any overt attempt to ambush him would not be so straightforward. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Qiting seemed to reach a resolution, finally divulging some valuable insight. If I were in your position, I would incite rumors among the craftsmen in Suzhou, urging them to obstruct the convoy transporting the taxed silver. Then, I would have martial figures blend in among them to take advantage of the chaos, toppling the silver carts and seizing the funds. Perhaps your mission may conclude before it even begins. When faced with a multitude of unarmed craftsmen, how would you manage the situation? If a civil uprising were to erupt, who among the higher-ups would dare to protect you? Pei Yuan's countenance darkened. He was acutely aware of the power of inciting the masses and manipulating public sentiment. Yet he had not anticipated encountering such tactics on this mission. I am merely transporting tax silver for the court. This money is not extorted from the craftsmen. How could it provoke such public outrage? What justification would Suzhou have to answer to the higher authorities? Sun Qiting smirked coldly. It is not difficult to comprehend. Do you know what role the eunuch supervising the Suzhou and Hangzhou textile factories plays? Without hesitation, Pei Yuan replied. He oversees the production of embroidered silk goods in Suzhou and Hangzhou for the court. This eunuch was a significant figure within the government. It should be noted that during this era, silk products were not only valuable commodities, but also represented wealth, circulating directly within the economy. The eunuch's role involved purchasing raw silk at low prices from regions abundant in sericulture and utilizing enlisted craftsmen to produce vast quantities of silk goods. In a certain light, one could argue that this was akin to the court's printing press. In a hushed tone, Sun Qiting continued, "If I were you, I would spread rumors among the craftsmen, suggesting that the court had tasted the sweetness from the Suzhou and Hangzhou textile factories and intended to expand the weaving operations in Suzhou. The craftsmen, already receiving meager compensation for their service, would face significantly increased demands should the operations expand, relying on their spare time to earn a living. They would surely react violently upon learning of the court's intentions to further exploit them. At that point, all it would take is for a few instigators to rally the crowd, and Pei Yuan's expression turned as dark as thunderclouds. He had not anticipated that Sun Qiting's few words would reveal the arduous nature of his undertaking. If merely extracting silver from the city proved so challenging, what lay ahead as he journeyed northward? 0061 betting on the fate of the great Ming. Pei Yuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he noticed the system notifications flashing incessantly. Upon inspection, he realized that a passive effect had been triggered. Was this meant to force him into a state of calm? It seemed rather mischievous. Casting a glance at the peculiar status, a thought struck him. He silently repeated to himself that one need not worry about debts, and suddenly clarity dawned upon him. After all, he was not the prime minister. Was it truly necessary for a mere sixth-rank Jinyiwei Captain to fret over the nation's affairs? Moreover, how could he possibly contend against so many formidable forces alone? 80,000 taels of silver. Wouldn't it be far more advantageous to transport goods to Nanjing? With the current disruption in grain transportation and the rebel forces from Bazhou having burned over 1,200 vessels in Jining, goods from the south were exceedingly scarce in the north. The merchandise purchased with 80,000 taels would yield at least double the profit on a single trip. Once the goods reached Beizili, would he still need to worry about settling accounts with the Nightingale treasury? Besides, transporting silver carries the same risks as transporting goods. Losing either would result in dire consequences. So why not take a bold gamble? Furthermore, converting the silver into goods would only heighten the intrigue surrounding the affair. Even if someone sought to seize the silver, what could they do when the silver no longer existed? If intruders could not locate the silver, it would merely indicate how well he had concealed it. From the emperor to the prime minister and the 6 ministers, who would dare believe that this tax money, which held the nation's fate in its balance, would be utilized by him for trading purposes? Pei Yuan swiftly contemplated the demands from both sides and assessed the feasibility of his scheme. The essence of this escort mission lay more in appearances than substance. The court's primary demand was for him to thwart the adversary's schemes at every turn and boldly present the 80,000 taels of the Nightingale treasury, while also normalizing the method of escorting tax silver. This implied that he should employ conventional means yet still accomplish the task successfully, ensuring the model's repeatability. Conversely, the opposing side's objective was clear. They must not allow the 80,000 taels to enter the Nightingale treasury without a hitch. Even if the silver reached Beijing, it had to come at a cost that outweighed the benefits, ultimately leading to a cessation of tax collection from the south. In a certain sense, the 80,000 taels were merely a pawn in their confrontation, with both parties focusing more on the struggle itself. The outcome of the conflict would ultimately be judged based on this sum. The more Pei Yuan pondered, the more he found merit in his reasoning. However, he could not carry out this endeavor alone. At the very least, he needed to involve Han Qianhu. Relying solely on himself, Chun Tu-tai and Cheng Lei could never deceive the hundreds of Jinyiwei escorting them, nor the 2 captains of unique status. Swapping the silver was practically impossible. Yet, if he could enlist Han Qianhu's aid, their collaboration could potentially turn the tide. With newfound clarity, Pei Yuan's previously furrowed brow relaxed. This transformation astonished Sun Ketting, who had been observing him closely since issuing his warning. Was Pei Yuan simply unaware of the troubles ahead, or did he possess the means to navigate them? Sun Ketting pondered, attempting to reach an accurate conclusion. Noticing Sun Ketting's gaze upon him and recalling the man's earlier thoughts, Pei Yuan deemed him a talent worth utilizing. However, as Pei Yuan's ideas evolved, many matters required a complete overhaul of their planning. Sun Ketting had yet to earn Pei Yuan's trust. Thus, the intricacies of his thoughts must remain concealed. As Pei Yuan hesitated on how to dismiss Sun Ketting, the latter sensed he had spoken too much and prepared to take his leave. With both parties eager to change the subject, they exchanged a few casual remarks before naturally shifting to other topics. Subsequently, Sun Ketting found an excuse to excuse himself. Pei Yuan accompanied Sun Ketting off the boat, and the latter instructed the steward, "The affairs of Pei Xian are my own. Should he have any instructions, they must be followed." The steward promptly complied. Once Sun Ketting had departed, Pei Yuan mentally organized his thoughts and then took Cheng Lei out to the Jinyiwei Yamen in Nanjing. Upon learning of Pei Yuan's return, Han Qianhu expressed surprise. As soon as they met, before Pei Yuan could speak, Han Qianhu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The matter of escorting the tax silver is of great significance and cannot be altered. If you wish to back out, now is the time to abandon that thought." Pei Yuan quickly responded respectfully. "Since this task was entrusted to me by Han Qianhu, I shall certainly do my utmost. However, I do have a small idea I wish to discuss with you." Han Qianhu, un fa said, "Casually replied, speak." Pei Yuan paused and glanced at Duan Min, who stood nearby. Han Qianhu, after a moment of contemplation, skillfully refrained from leveraging Pei Yuan's secrets to curry favor. She raised her delicate hand, revealing her fair fingers from her sleeve, and waved them lightly. Duan Min immediately exited the hall, keeping a vigilant distance. Only then did Pei Yuan share his thoughts and analysis of the current situation with Han Qianhu. As he spoke, Han Qianhu's eyes widened in astonishment. By the time he finished outlining his plan to use the tax silver for trading, Han Qianhu appeared utterly stunned. Was this man a devil? Had he come to the town of Xie Qianhu to confess? Yet, how could this plan be so persuasive? Han Qianhu's gaze was fixed on Pei Yuan, her mind seemingly adrift. Pei Yuan cautiously observed her silence, feeling a bit anxious, and quickly added, "Of course, this matter requires your approval, Qianhu. Should there be excess profit, you shall certainly receive your share. If you believe this approach is inappropriate, I can abandon the plan." Pei Yuan was not worried about Han Qianhu taking his idea and acting independently. Transporting tax silver to the Nichengjian treasury was inherently risky. If Han Qianhu showed interest, he would gladly shift the burden onto her. Though he would forego any profits, he would equally evade the associated risks. After hearing Pei Yuan's proposal, Han Qianhu remained silent. After a considerable pause, her gaze refocused on Pei Yuan, and she instinctively murmured, 80,000 taels of silver. Was 80,000 taels excessive? This sum could procure 8,000 grand fruit platters from the first sister of Hangzhou, sufficient for 20 to 30 years of indulgence. If measured more tangibly, the cost of a large fat cow, including slaughtering fees, was 3 taels. Thus, 80,000 taels could buy 26,666 fat cows. Pei Yuan's heart raced. He could distinctly sense Han Qianhu's wavering resolve. 0062, this Qianhu just spoke too. Loudly Han Qianhu gazed at Pei Yuan and sighed, 80,000 taels of silver. Seizing the moment, Pei Yuan pressed on. 80,000 taels is merely the capital. With Jining being ravaged by the Bazhou rebels and the cargo ships on the canal being extensively destroyed, transporting goods to the north will at least double their value. If we execute this well, we could stand to profit at least 100,000 taels. Han Qianhu found the monthly accounting tasks with the Nanjing Ministry of Revenue to be quite vexing, and upon hearing that this endeavor could yield a profit of 100,000 taels, he couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Pei Yuan observed the usually aloof Han Qianhu, now visibly agitated and with glistening eyes, and felt a surge of confidence. The prospects of this venture appeared to be overwhelmingly favorable. Han Qianhu instinctively glanced outside. Duan Min, notisning on Kion Huscase, Huriyadli Yapruwashid. Eager to make an inquiry, but was met with a dismissive wave from Han Qianhu, signaling him to keep his distance. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Duan Min retreated to guard the entrance, ensuring no disruptions would occur. Once Duan Min was out of earshot, Han Qianhu turned to Pei Yuan with a serious expression, inquiring about his plans in detail. Pei Yuan, having formulated a rough strategy, explained that he intended to operate through both overt and covert means, leading Tu Baihu along with a select group of elite subordinates in plain sight, while arranging for another contingent to operate in secrecy. Han Qianhu, upon hearing this, decisively declared, I shall personally lead the team. Pei Yuan felt reassured by Han Qianhu's commitment, prompting him to elaborate further on the plan. He proposed that once he received the fund from the supervisor Su Hang, the money should be transported to Yingdianfu, allowing Han Qianhu to prepare in advance for the journey, during which they would execute a switch of the silver. They could then disseminate rumors about mobilizing troops to escort tax silver northward, while simultaneously spreading news of the Baizhou rebels attacking Jining and incinerating the grain ships. This would entice profit-seeking merchants to take risks for substantial gains, allowing them to mislead some unsuspecting traders into joining their northern expedition, achieving a blend of deception and opportunity. As he listened, Han Qianhu nodded in agreement. Pei Yuan continued, suggesting that Han Qianhu could disguise himself and accompany those operating in the shadows, purchasing goods with the silver and blending in with the merchants traveling north. Han Qianhu furrowed his brow, questioning the risks involved in such a conspicuous operation, suggesting they delay their departure to mitigate potential dangers. Pei Yuan paused, then countered, the quantity of goods purchasable with 80,000 taels is substantial. It is impossible to conceal such a significant movement from prying eyes. We must utilize my visible team to draw attention away from your presence, creating an effect of obscurity. If Jinyiwei Qianhu were to deploy 2 teams without proper reasoning, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions and divert focus towards our covert operations. After contemplating, Han Qianhu conceded, acknowledging the validity of Pei Yuan's reasoning. Pei Yuan, lost in thought, was reminded of his previous considerations, but was now resolute in placing his trust in Han Qianhu's formidable capabilities, which offered a greater assurance of success. As Pei Yuan resumed detailing his plan, he proposed that they could mobilize soldiers from various garrisons along the way, enlisting support from local officials to deter any potential disturbances. Han Qianhu, frowning at this suggestion, interrupted him rather curtly, stating, I believe you may have misunderstood the court's intentions. The government seeks to transport the taxed silver through conventional means, not through an extravagant display that could backfire. If the authorities cannot rectify the situation and gain the people's confidence, such troubles will inevitably arise again. We cannot expend excessive resources on every tax convoy. What will be the purpose of extracting taxes from the south? Pei Yuan patiently awaited the conclusion of Han Qianhu's remarks before softly posing a question. So, would you not wish to avoid a repeat of such an occurrence? Han Qianhu's eyes widened in realization, and she exclaimed, "Are you suggesting?" Pei Yuan remained silent, observing Han Qianhu's reaction. After a moment, she composed herself and graciously apologized for her earlier outburst, acknowledging Pei Yuan's thorough consideration of the matter. Pei Yuan continued, "Your initial thoughts resonate with our mutual understanding, hence we may disregard traditional decorum to achieve an element of surprise. Even if they react, the brevity of time will hinder their effectiveness. Thus, the likelihood of our success in this endeavor is significantly high." He then looked intently at Han Qianhu, stating that both parties would inevitably be reluctant to leave matters unresolved, and they must seize this opportunity to redeem themselves. Han Qianhu, unable to contain her enthusiasm, emphatically declared, "Of course, I shall personally seek an audience with Lord Zhang of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs to express my apologies." With their consensus established, Pei Yuan recalled the issues raised by Sun Keting about Suzhou. Given the emergence of new interests, Pei Yuan felt it prudent to delegate this complication to Han Qianhu, the local authority. He contemplated aloud, "I have a general idea for the entirety of this operation, but there are two minor issues that require attention." Han Qianhu, eager to contribute, urged him to share any concerns within her purview. Pei Yuan articulated the first issue, revealing that Sun Keting had forewarned him that Suzhou might create obstacles at the moment of silver collection, inciting unrest among local artisans and possibly inciting civil disorder. The bureaucrats of Jiangnan were well placed within the court, and any movement here would likely attract severe scrutiny. If they used civil unrest as a pretext for arrests, the allies who supported them might find themselves powerless to act. "I fear that before I even cross the river, my documents could be confiscated," he added, glancing expectantly at Han Qianhu. Realizing the implication, Han Qianhu frowned and mused. Sun Keting was previously aligned with Lu Jin's faction. After Lu's fall, he is not well regarded by Jiangnan's gentry. His warnings may hold some merit. If that is the case, we could indeed be in trouble. As she spoke, her delicate fingers gently tapped the table while she pondered deeply. Pei Yuan remained silent, occasionally glancing at her rhythmic tapping and her delicate lips, his mind swirling with thoughts. She was truly captivating. When Han Qianhu ceased her tapping, Pei Yuan politely averted his gaze. Upon opening her eyes, Han Qianhu bore a fierce intensity. Pei Yuan, already feeling somewhat apprehensive, instinctively bent slightly. Han Qianhu, with a fierce determination, declared, "Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter. If they dare to scheme against us in Suzhou, I will no longer play along." Pei Yuan felt a twinge of unease at Han Qianhu's potential obsession with profit, prompting him to advise, "There is no need for such drastic measures. This is fundamentally a conflict between the court and the Jiangnan gentry. We are merely a Qianhu, and it is unnecessary to embroil ourselves in such a significant dispute. Given that we have already disclosed our intentions to transport tax silver for trade, we could simply take a step back and allow them to set the stage before we engage." This was indeed the most prudent course of action. In the palace, even those in power must adhere to reason when demanding utmost dedication from their subordinates. Such overt traps cannot disregard the lives of those beneath them. Upon hearing this, Han Qianhu cast a peculiar glance at Pei Yuan, followed by a smile that illuminated her already strikingly heroic beauty, enhancing her ethereal charm. However, she quickly masked her smile, replacing it with a subtle, enigmatic expression. Leaning slightly towards Pei Yuan, she lowered her voice and inquired softly, "Do you know why the palace favors our Jinyiwei?" Her voice, originally melodious, took on an intentional rasp that sent a tingling sensation through Pei Yuan's ears. Although he was no stranger to grand affairs, the intimate manner in which a senior official of the 5th rank spoke to him stirred a peculiar thrill within him. At a loss for words, he stammered nervously, "I do not understand." Han Qianhu's smile vanished swiftly as she resumed her seat, regarding Pei Yuan with an expression of haughty disdain. "The palace values the Jinyiwei precisely because we disregard conventions. If you cannot comprehend even this, how will you work with me in the future?" Pei Yuan was momentarily taken aback, experiencing a profound epiphany. He admitted humbly, "I am enlightened." Han Qianhu acknowledged him with a slight sound, then blandly instructed. Once you take your men to Suzhou, I shall let it be known that we, the Jinyiwei Qianhu, have discovered traces of Japanese pirates there. Should a civil unrest arise in Suzhou, our Jinyiwei will then be compelled to request assistance from the Nanjing Yumejian. Nanjing Yumejian? Pei Yuan queried, puzzled. The elite troops of the Nanjing Yumejian had been nearly depleted by their counterparts in Beijing, rendering it little more than a hollow shell. It is important to recognize that the eunuchs operate under a completely different system from that of the civil officials. Although the 6 ministries of Nanjing had distanced themselves from the court and seldom convened, their actual authority remained significantly intact. The southern 6 ministries continue to function smoothly, managing the affairs of the southern provinces. In contrast, eunuchs are parasitic to imperial authority. When distanced from the court, their power is greatly diminished. Just 2 years prior, capable statesmen had significantly elevated the status and authority of local garrison eunuchs, equating their political treatment to that of provincial governors. Moreover, these capable statesmen had empowered local garrison eunuchs to oversee civil affairs, military governance, and judicial matters, creating a check against the civil government. Here, the eunuch overseeing the textile production in Suzhou and Hangzhou held the highest position, equating politically to that of the deputy of the imperial household. Following him were the eunuchs of Nanjing, who were traditionally required to come from the imperial household, even if transferred from another palace. They must hold a position within the imperial household. Typically, there were 2 eunuchs in charge, 1 chief and 1 deputy, with the number having swelled to 4 during the Zhengde era. Despite their status, their real power was quite limited, primarily managing the internal offices of Nanjing and the affairs of the Shaolin Guard, as well as overseeing the agricultural efforts of exiled soldiers and the punishment and imprisonment of guilty eunuchs sent to Nanjing. The Nanjing Internal Office is a miniature version of Beijing's 24 offices, having devolved into a largely idle department due to the lack of need to serve the emperor or empress. Currently, the chief eunuch in Nanjing is Lu Lang, a brother of Lu Jin, known for burning yellow paper. The bonds among eunuchs in the palace are well understood, and when Lu Jin fell from power, Zhang Yong did not even acknowledge Lu Lang. Lu Lang, recognizing the futility of engaging in the power struggles of Beijing, chose instead to lead a tranquil life in Jiangnan. Unlike most eunuchs who often turn to Buddhism, believing they have lost hope for this life and wishing for a better rebirth, Lu Lang was resolute in his belief that his fate was in his own hands. He abandoned Buddhism in favor of Taoism, investing significantly in the construction of a Yu Huang pavilion. His pursuit was not to prove his greatness, but to reclaim what he had lost. Eventually, a sorcerer, having practiced for over 2 years and possessing remarkable skills, captivated Lu Lang. Believing he had encountered a master, Lu Lang spent considerable wealth to have him concoct elixirs. However, the sorcerer, eyeing a jade ring worth 100 taels of silver, deceived him into offering it to the Jade Emperor for blessings, only to steal it that very night. This incident later inspired a poem mocking Lu Lang, which lamented the futility of seeking fortune while ultimately losing it. Today, it is not just the Nanjing Yumejian that is a mere facade. Even Lu Lang, the Nanjing garrison eunuch, has only a modicum of agricultural soldiers at his disposal. Rather than engage with the Nanjing Yumejian, it would be wiser to seek the support of the eunuch overseeing the textile production in Suzhou and Hangzhou, who at least holds authority over the mint. Han Qianhu seemed to perceive the confusion in Pei Yuan's eyes and spoke deliberately. There is an elderly eunuch of around 50 years serving as a 6th rank Fengyu in the Nanjing Yumejian. If I can bring him out for a stroll outside Suzhou, I believe the scholars of Jiangnan would extend a measure of respect toward a Qianhu. Pei Yuan's hand trembled slightly as a terrifying realization dawned upon him. His throat tightened, and he instinctively straightened in his seat, cautiously inquiring, if I may be so bold, what is the name of this 6th rank Fengyu? Han Qianhu Kasuali replied. He is an elder from the Changhua era, a name that you may not recognize. An elder from the Changhua era? Pei Yuan felt a growing intensity in his intuition and inhaled deeply before cautiously asking, could it be that 30 years ago he, Before he could finish, Han Qianhu glanced at him, her expression tinged with surprise. The name in question had long been regarded as taboo, and his deeds should have faded into obscurity. Han Qianhu, skeptical, asked, have you heard of him? Pei Yuan took a breath and could not help but exclaim, Li Ting Sa Shui, purging the Jurchens, striking fear into the hearts of the Jianzhou 3 guards. Could it be him? leading 2,000 elite troops, braving the biting winds and snow, moving stealthily for 27 days to launch a surprise attack on the Mongol royal court, and engaging in slaughter such that Dayan Khan barely escaped with his life. While the forces of Manchuhai were decimated on the spot, could it be him? When the Tatar army invaded Datong and Xuanfu, disregarding our border defenses, this man boldly repelled the enemy thrice, achieving a great victory at Haishi Cliff, instilling terror in the Tatars. Could it be him? After Pei Yuan finished, Han Qianhu scrutinized him for a moment, falling into a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, she confirmed, "Indeed, it is he, the sixth-rank Fengyu of the Yumajian, Wang Ji." Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan was overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. This young eunuch, akin to a fierce tiger, roamed the northern frontiers, showcasing the might of the Ming dynasty. He had already amassed tremendous power, yet he showed no inclination towards the center of that power, dedicating himself, instead, to resisting foreign foes and safeguarding the northern borders. It was only when the emperor decreed the stripping of his authority, and the Ministry of War ordered the withdrawal of his troops, that he was ultimately dispatched to Nanjing to spend his twilight years. What rewards did the Ming dynasty bestow upon this young eunuch? After subduing the Jurchens and providing security, he was granted an additional 36 stones of rice. Following a daring raid on the Mongolian royal court with 20,000 elite soldiers, which forced Dayan Khan to flee, he received another 48 stones of rice, while defending Xuanda and defeating the pursuing Isi Main tribe, instilling fear in his enemies. He was rewarded with an impressive 300 stones of rice. Subsequently, this young eunuch was sealed in Nanjing, assuming the role of a sixth-rank official in the Royal Horse Bureau, until the fall of the Ming dynasty over a century later. Could there have been another man capable of leading an army through the harsh winter storms, moving stealthily for 27 days, and launching a fierce assault on the Hu people's royal court? There was none. Pei Yuan was stirred with emotion, unable to contain himself. Han Qianhu looked at Pei Yuan with confusion, not understanding why this sly fellow was in such a state. Yet, Pei Yuan felt a deep discomfort. Han Qianhu knew nothing. He was only aware that Wang Ji, a notorious figure of the Ming, was sealed in Nanjing, and that this formidable figure, once unleashed, would strike terror into the hearts of the scholars in Jiangnan. He was oblivious to the countless Ming people who would later be slaughtered like lambs. Wang Ji, in 3 years, roamed the northern borders, unmatched in power. The Ming had confined their fierce tiger in Nanjing for 30 years, bearing only a meager allowance of rice and a sixth-rank title. Coming to his senses, Han Qianhu said to Pei Yuan, "Since you are familiar with this person, I need not elaborate further. If I spread a rumor, those in Suzhou would surely think twice before acting recklessly." Then, as if to provide an explanation, he continued, "You may not know that when Wang Ji first became the head of the Western Depot, he apprehended Yang Rong's great-grandson, Yang Hua, the deputy commander of Fujin Jinyiwei, along with Yang Hua's father, Yang Tai. Yang Rong once served as a grand minister, holding a position of great esteem, and was one of the renowned Three Yangs. The father and son were notorious for their tyrannical behavior, causing grievous harm, yet they were protected by officials who turned a blind eye. Those they persecuted reported to the capital, but Yang Hua, relying on his lineage, brazenly bribed his way into the court. This caught Wang Ji's attention, leading to Yang Hua's imprisonment and severe interrogation at the Western Depot. This event sent shockwaves through the ranks of officials, who realized that even the descendants of high ministers like Yang Rong could not act with impunity. However, the incident garnered too much attention, prompting the cabinet's chief minister, Shang Lu, and others to petition against the Western Depot, claiming its surveillance was excessive, its laws too hasty, and its punishments too severe, ultimately calling for its dissolution. Their fervent objections left Emperor Xianzong with no choice but to reassign Wang Ji to the Royal Horse Bureau. Later, when the Western Depot was reopened, the chief minister and others further pressured for resignations. Pei Yuan could not help but reveal a cold smile. The entire court trembled at the mere mention of the head of the Western Depot, filled with trepidation. Yet Wang Ji maintained integrity and rectitude, harboring no resentment against those who offended him, and even recommended individuals to the court with impartiality. As a eunuch wielding immense power, he left behind no blemish on his character in the annals of history. In fact, there were accounts that he refused bribes, widely acknowledged throughout the realm. If one is upright, not greedy, fearless, and willing to serve the country, Why would anyone seek to eliminate him? The conclusion can only be that those individuals fear his integrity, lack of greed, and fearlessness. Han Qianhu continued. Wang Ji likely left the court to defend the northern borders because he felt there was no room for him to exert his influence any longer. A decade ago, Emperor Hongji sought to summon Wang Ji back to the capital, but the court erupted in chaos, with everyone uniting to prevent him from leaving Nanjing. Now, we find ourselves in the current predicament. Han Qianhu spoke with confidence. Wang Ji's reputation still lingers. If I can summon him, I believe no one would dare challenge us. Pei Yuan swallowed hard. Did he wish for Wang Ji to be released from his confinement? Certainly. Serving under Wang Gonggong, the former head of the Western Depot, would certainly be more valuable than having that useless Gu Deong as a subordinate. Yet, was it feasible? Given the current state of the court, it was impossible for Wang Ji to step beyond Nanjing. While Han Qianhu's plan to provoke the scholars of Jiangnan with Wang Ji might achieve short-term goals, what would be the repercussions? This would merely serve as a reminder to those high officials and wealthy families that a blade capable of cutting them down lay dormant within Nanjing. For an aged eunuch who had lost his power, retaining only a sixth-rank position, this could lead to unforeseen dangers. Pei Yuan, though avaricious, did not see the necessity of pushing that individual into the fire for such trivial matters. Such an act would be utterly heartless. Moreover, should Han Qianhu recklessly invoke Wang Ji, she might merely threaten to overturn the table, while the opposing side might not hesitate to do so directly. Pei Yuan could only resolutely refuse, saying, "My lord, the matter of Wang Ji must be approached with utmost caution. I am willing to find a resolution to the tax silver issue myself, so please do not trouble yourself with this matter." Surprised, Han Qianhu asked, "Oh, are you confident?" Pei Yuan sighed inwardly, pondering whether confidence mattered in this case. He certainly could not follow her into madness. They were merely forming a gold-buying group. There was no need to overhaul the entire operation. What happened to that earlier facade of prioritizing state affairs? Perhaps this woman was entirely unaware that bringing Wang Ji forth would be akin to unleashing a nuclear bomb aimed at the literati of the realm. Prior to its release, it might wield tremendous deterrence, even allowing Emperor Hongji to intimidate his ministers. Yet once unleashed, it would become a matter of survival. For the sake of a little money, it was simply not worth it. Pei Yuan decisively stated, "I will find a solution." Han Qianhu, considerate, did not press further and asked, "What about the other issue?" Pei Yuan sighed. The other issue was, of course, the urgent need to dispose of the stolen goods. As the initiator of the plan, they had considerable flexibility, but arrangements in the north needed to be made in advance. Otherwise, when the goods arrived in Beijing, there might be no opportunity to offload them. If the emperor discovered that his long-anticipated commercial tax was being used for purchases, the entire Qianhu office would likely face disaster. Pei Yuan recalled his past acquaintances in trade, immediately envisioning Chun Minzhong and Chun Lu, whom he had met in Jining. Their presence in Jining indicated they were involved in significant cargo transactions. Chun Minzhong had a long-standing relationship with the Pei family and held a favorable view of Pei Yuan, while Chun Lu, though less familiar, exhibited a commendable attitude, leading Pei Yuan to believe he could be a reliable trading partner. Unfortunately, he had settled debts with both of them previously, and with Jining having been breached again, he was uncertain where to find them. As Pei Yuan pondered in silence, he heard Han Qianhu chuckle softly. "Are you worried about finding a market for the goods?" Pei Yuan nodded vigorously, saying, "Indeed. I know two wealthy merchants engaged in substantial transactions. If they could handle the goods, it would make things much easier. However, I do not know their current whereabouts, and we may need the Jinyiwei to assist in locating them." Han Qianhu chuckled upon hearing this, remarking that there was no need for any trouble regarding this matter, as she could handle it herself. Pei Yuan, apprehensive about her potentially harebrained schemes, mustered his courage to inquire about Han Qianhu's plans. Seemingly discerning his trepidation, Han Qianhu cast him a sidelong glance, half smiling, and proceeded to explain her strategy. Once the goods were dispatched, she would ensure that someone swiftly took a sample of the tax silver to Beijing. At that time, she would send a confidential letter, requesting the Taoist priests and monks from various temples to gather a sum of 80,000 taels of silver, which would then be crafted into ingots that mirrored the tax silver. Upon reaching the region of Beijili, they could distribute the goods to the local Taoist priests, who would then sell them off. This way, as long as they maintained discretion during transit, they could successfully escort the materials to the capital. Pei Yuan was left speechless, realizing that this was essentially a concept of remote currency exchange. How could Han Qianhu possess such understanding? The notion of remote currency exchange in this era was still quite rudimentary, primarily hindered by the loss of trust in the Deming banknotes, which had rendered all forms of credit currency valueless. Additionally, the transportation of metallic currency and silk as equivalent trading mediums proved cumbersome due to their weight. The inconveniences stemmed from two main issues: the possibility of official entities seizing the funds during transit and the risk of unofficial entities doing the same. Thus, achieving remote currency exchange necessitated regions with comparable economic scales and frequent commercial interactions, as well as maintaining a balance in deposits and withdrawals. Otherwise, it would require manually transporting funds to reconcile discrepancies, a venture fraught with peril. However, for the formidable Jinyiwei, this challenge appeared trivial. Uncertain whether her approach was premeditated or merely a means to simplify matters, Han Qianhu continued to meticulously refine the details, understanding that to deceive others, one must be thoroughly prepared. The disturbances in Suzhou were not necessarily detrimental, as they could conveniently buy them more time. At this juncture, Han Qianhu elucidated her intentions to Pei Yuan, stating that she would have someone fabricate counterfeit silver ingots from tin, thereby substituting the actual silver produced in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In this manner, even if discrepancies arose, they would not be easily detected. Inspired by this premise, Pei Yuan conceived a bolder plan. Why not directly substitute the silver in Suzhou? This way, even if the craftsmen caused a ruckus, they could minimize the risk involved. Moreover, without the actual silver, he would still be able to engage in a few rounds with those troublesome individuals. Han Qianhu observed Pei Yuan, clearly intrigued by this suggestion. She could directly exchange the silver in Suzhou, and then the Taoist priests in Beijing could gather the funds to accumulate the 80,000 taels, with both ends meticulously arranged. As long as Pei Yuan did not falter, the mission could be assured of completion. With Pei Yuan's convoy drawing attention and merchants traveling north as a cover, Qianhu would seize the opportunity to transport the goods to Beijing under the protection of formidable force. Han Qianhu's eyes sparkled with determination as she decisively stated that it was feasible. She instructed him to prepare a large contingent of personnel and head to the Suzhou weaving office and Hugong's public transport office. Once the news was released and chaos erupted in Suzhou, they would take advantage of the situation to replace the silver. Subsequently, she would send someone with the silver to Yangzhou, directly procuring supplies there while spreading rumors of the tax silver escort to incite merchants to travel north. After retrieving the silver from Suzhou, it would be far more convenient to transport it via the Grand Canal to Huayan. However, Pei Yuan would need to make a symbolic visit to the Nanjing Ministry of Revenue to exchange receipts. Ultimately, the 80,000 taels of silver served primarily as the mission's essential item. The current funds came from the Suzhou and Hangzhou weaving office, but the next batch would have to be legitimately allocated from the Nanjing Ministry. Returning to Nanjing, they would take a detour to Yangzhou, then ascend the Grand Canal to Huayan, and finally proceed to Jining and Linqing before entering Beijing to complete the escort of the tax silver. If this escort operation were likened to a quest in a game, the aforementioned route would constitute the necessary task path. In other words, the court's hope for the normalization of merchant taxation hinged upon the transport and the river guard stations, with future funds dispatched from Nanjing following this route. Pei Yuan had no objections to Han Qianhu's arrangements. Perhaps the new plan could yield substantial benefits for the Qianhu office, as Han Qianhu generously provided him with several blank certificates upon his departure. Pei Yuan was quite pleased, for a single blank certificate could fetch 13 taels of silver at the official price. However, not all certificates were created equal. For instance, those for chanting versus performing rituals differed vastly in value. Although many monks engaged in chanting had secretly emerged to perform rituals for profit due to the current lax regulations, obtaining legitimate documentation alleviated their fears, leading many to willingly pay a price. The certificates allowing monks to perform rituals could even command black market prices exceeding 100 taels. Observing Pei Yuan's delight, Han Qianhu could not refrain from reminding him that these were meant to win over people's hearts, not to be sold for silver. Pei Yuan was taken aback. Han Qianhu continued, explaining that many temples in Nanjing held significant influence, and they did not wish to offend them too severely. She expressed concern that Pei Yuan might be unaware of the gravity of the situation, recounting a previous incident involving a temple that had been implicated in a death due to usury. After investigating, it turned out that the temple had links to the Mithriya sect, prompting her to send someone to apprehend them. However, just as they did, the Nanjing Ministry of Revenue began to withhold their funds. Despite the Qianhu office having navigated through numerous bureaucratic channels, the money and grain were still not delivered on time. Eventually, someone even used the temple's involvement to leverage their grievances. Pei Yuan found this hard to believe. Could there truly be officials in the ministry colluding with the Mithriya sect? Han Qianhu shook her head, suggesting it was unlikely, merely a case of mutual exploitation. She remarked, half smiling, that she could roughly guess who was involved, as there were not many officials transferred from outside to the Nanjing ministry, excluding those with little administrative experience. It boiled down to just a handful. Nowadays, to hold an official post in a distant locale, one needed wealth and connections. Connections could be those who help you ascend, or those who assist in unsavory tasks. The officials of Deming, steeped in the teachings of the sages, did not believe in Mithriya or the White Lotus, but rather in power and wealth. If she were to pursue this matter relentlessly, attempting to expose someone as a follower of the Mithriya sect, it would likely lead to disastrous consequences for the Jinyiwei office. After pondering briefly, Pei Yuan graspat hankianos implication. Was this not a protective umbrella? Yet, this umbrella provided mutual protection. For instance, the governor of Suzhou, Zhaidoan, had been ruthlessly bullied due to his lack of foundation, even having his fingers severed. Had he possessed backing from local forces, he would not have suffered so severely. Despite the Jinyiwei office wielding the authority to eradicate evil sects and controlling the fate of various temples and Taoist establishments, a reckless approach could very well lead to ostracism from the entire bureaucratic system. According to the theory of power channels, if the entire Jiangnan officialdom were to sever their power connections with the Jinxia Jinyiwei, then Chen Tutai would find it exceedingly difficult to accomplish anything, let alone directly access the Yingtian prefecture to examine the case files. However, viewed in a broader context, this may not be entirely detrimental. At the very least, officials stationed in distant locales would have the backing of influential forces and would not easily succumb to local tyrants. This world encompasses not only clearly defined black and white, but also a vast gray area. Pei Yuan exhaled deeply and spoke, expressing his understanding. Han Qianhu summoned Duan Min and instructed him to temporarily assist Pei Yuan to bolster the momentum surrounding the transportation of tax silver. After bidding farewell, Pei Yuan left with Duan Min and rejoined Cheng Leixiang, who had been waiting outside. Observing that the day was waning, Pei Yuan turned to Duan Min and suggested, "I have made a commendable friend on the Qinhuai River. Shall we pay him a visit?" Duan Min politely replied, "Since Qianhu has asked me to accompany you, I shall follow your lead." Thus, Pei Yuan took the two of them to the Sun family's flower boat. Initially, according to their previous arrangement, Pei Yuan and Cheng Leixiang were to secure funds on the flower boat. But now Pei Yuan sought to cultivate a relationship with Sun Keting and did not wish to appear petty. Sun Guanjia was exceedingly hospitable, treating them to fine food and drink daily, and at times hinted that Pei Yuan could arrange for young women to warm his bed. Pei Yuan had seen the young women Sun Guanjia mentioned. They were of modest means, perhaps worth 6 taels, and could not compare to Qin Lingbo or Bai Yujing. Reflecting on Qin Lingbo and Bai Yujing, Pei Yuan pulled out a few documents from his bosom. Among them was a Taoist identity. First, he would have the Taoist wash away his identity as a musician. Then he could cleanly marry into a respectable family. However, this would hinder Pei Yuan from making any improper requests. After some inner conflict, Pei Yuan recalled an earlier incident. Wasn't the group that led the attack on the tax supervisor the Meihua Society, where Mei Qingyang belonged? Did this mean he would again find himself at odds with Mei Qingyang? It was uncertain whether she would approach him as Qin Lingbo or Bai Yujing. Lost in thought, Pei Yuan arrived at the flower boat and instructed Sun Guanshi, "Go fetch your master. I have some important matters to discuss with him." Pausing for effect, he added coolly, "If he does not come or has pressing matters, then he need not appear before me again." Sun Keting was an astute individual, and Pei Yuan was not fond of guessing games with someone so clever. If this matter did not require his input, what purpose would Sun Keting serve? Sun Guanshi, sensing Pei Yuan's resolute tone, hesitated to voice the words he had been instructed to delay. He hastily called for a banquet and arranged for a singer to accompany them, then rushed off the boat to find the master. Pei Yuan and Duan Min shared the table for the first time, inevitably feeling somewhat awkward. The young woman of modest means nearby attempted to lighten the mood, but found Duan Min to be reserved, smiling often but speaking little. Although Pei Yuan held the title of Baihu and was technically above Duan Min, his position was merely temporary, which diminished his authority compared to Duan Min, a trusted aide. When Duan Min offered no support, Pei Yuan found it difficult to discuss serious matters with Cheng Lei Xiang and turned his attention to the young woman beside him. The girl shyly leaned against Pei Yuan, casting furtive glances at the other two. Pei Yuan immediately felt the situation was less than smooth. The young woman swiftly depreciated in his eyes, first becoming worth 3 taels, then 2. Disenchanted, Pei Yuan decided to access his debt settlement system to review his creditors. He first checked on Chun Tutai, who was indeed quietly waiting at the previous inn. For his next plan, Pei Yuan needed dependable allies, disregarding Sun Keting's reactions. He would have Cheng Lei Xiang summon him back the following day. Next, he examined Gu Daong's position, which reflected the court's movements and was crucial for Pei Yuan. Gu Daong was located near Dongping Prefecture. Pei Yuan silently calculated and quickly sought Lu Qi's whereabouts. He needed to ascertain whether Gu Daong's presence in Dongping was to oversee Jining, safeguard the Grand Canal, or merely to pursue the rebel forces of Bazhou. Upon locating Lu Qi's position, Pei Yuan gasped in shock. Lu Qi was situated south of Jining, and Pei Yuan hastily checked Lu Qi's previous position, clearly observing his southward trajectory towards Huayan. Pei Yuan's heart raced. He quickly opened Gu Daong's map to confirm his movements. As Gu Daong and Lu Qi's positions synchronized in Pei Yuan's mind, he discerned that they were almost moving in parallel, one above the other. Lu Qi was advancing southward near the canal, while Gu Daong and the court's main forces were striving to maneuver their troops inward towards the canal, seemingly aiming to decisively drive the rebel forces away from its banks. Could it be mere coincidence that this aligned perfectly with his route? Anxiety gripped Pei Yuan as he contemplated the historical actions of the Bazhou rebels. The Bazhou rebels had suffered significant losses during the earthquake in the capital, subsequently splitting their forces to move south, with one group active in Hunan and another heading southeast through Shandong. Although Pei Yuan could not perfectly correlate the limited historical records with the current map, he recalled the rebels' ultimate downfall. The last place Lu Lu and Lu Qi faced severe defeat was in Huangzhou, Hubei, while their final annihilation occurred at Langshan and Jiangsu. If they were to assault Huayan, they would inevitably be trapped by Lu Wan and Gu Daong outside the city, leading to an unavoidable decisive battle. Thus, reasoning backward from the results, Pei Yuan concluded that their advance on Huayan was undoubtedly a feint. A sigh of relief washed over Pei Yuan. Fortunately, no matter how well-armed the transport was, it could not withstand the trials of the battlefield. Pei Yuan meticulously compared the map, forming a judgment on the current situation. The Bazhou rebels were firmly ensnared by the court's main forces, almost being driven towards the densely water-netted regions of Jianghuai. Once the Bazhou rebels entered the narrow territory encircled by the Huai River, the Yangtze River, and the Dabi Mountains, escaping would be exceedingly difficult. However, with their remaining battered troops, they could not break through the encroaching defensive lines to return to the Central Plains. Lu Lu and Lu Qi evidently recognized this, and after floundering like headless flies for a time, they directly targeted Huayan for their assault. Huayan is one of the 2 major hubs along the Grand Canal, corresponding to Jining. The reason is simple. Like Jining, Huayan is adjacent to a vast lake, Hengze Lake, which can accommodate a large number of grain transport ships. Grain taxes from Jiangnan and other regions must first be transported to the water warehouse in Huayan, then shipped by a multitude of vessels to the Jining warehouse, where part of the grain is redirected, while the remainder continues northward to the Tongzhou warehouse. Given the lengthy and water-based nature of this transport process, the court mandated that local governments bear the shipping costs to minimize losses along the route. This meant that, aside from taxes, local governments were required to levy additional grain to cover these expenses. This arrangement infuriated both parties involved. A group was naturally responsible for the transportation of grain from the Jiangnan region. It is well known that Jiangnan is a famous area for free shipping. The notion of self-funding transportation costs is utterly outrageous and defies common sense. Initially, when Zhu Yuanzhang established Nanjing as the capital, the transportation expenses were not excessively burdensome, and they were reluctantly tolerated. However, when Zhu Di moved the capital to Beijing, the logistics costs escalated significantly. Consequently, during a time when Jiangnan still primarily relied on agriculture, officials from the region were eager to petition for the capital's relocation back to Nanjing. After the incident at Tumu Fort, where Emperor Yingzong was captured, many officials instinctively felt a sense of amusement. Did this not present an opportunity to move the capital back to Nanjing? Thus, the greatest challenge faced by Yu Xiaobao at that time was not dealing with the Mongolian general Yexian, who had taken Emperor Yingzong captive, but rather managing the enthusiastic southern ministers advocating for the capital's relocation. As for the defense of Beijing, the records from the commander of the Jinyiwei, Ming, indicate the following. Yexian arrived at the Earthen City at Dishengmen, and Emperor Jingdi summoned officials, such as Wu Liang and the Minister of Rights, Zhao Rong, to meet him. The emperor inquired, "Why did you not send ministers to welcome me?" Yexian asked who these officials were, to which the emperor replied, "They are all minor officials." Yexian retorted, "Why do the ministers not come to greet me? Even a dog recognizes its master. I arrive at the city gate, yet none come to receive me." The emperor ordered the officials to return and commanded the ministers to meet the Grand Master. Zhao Rong and the others returned, but Yexian, in his anger, departed northward. More than 100,000 defending troops and the entire court were subjected to Yexian's furious insults, leaving their spirits wounded, yet their numbers remained unchanged. Subsequently, commerce in Jiangnan began to expand rapidly and thrive. They soon realized that there were minimal commercial taxes. Eventually, when a certain emperor wished to relocate the capital back to Nanjing, the local authorities locked the gates of the palace city. Another group adversely affected by the grain transport policies were the various garrisons. Their grievances were straightforward. They felt disadvantaged as they could not reap profits, while the military transport operations profited from the price differentials. Later, these two groups collectively pushed the court to implement a peculiar policy, allowing garrison soldiers to transport grain themselves, with local governments providing them a sum of money as a handling fee. This policy eliminated middlemen, preventing them from profiting off the price differences. Huaiyan and Jining, as crucial distribution centers for grain, were undoubtedly significant, arguably the two most vital assets of the Ming dynasty. Now, with the rebel forces from Bazhou burning Jining and advancing towards Huaiyan, how could Gu Deong not empathize with the situation? Jining had already fallen, and Gu Deong could not afford to lose Huaiyan. Pei Yuan became increasingly aware of the operations of the Bazhou rebels. By threatening Huaiyan, they forced the main Ming forces to circle back to the inner canal, thereby opening a path through the Ming's vulnerable northern front, allowing their troops to return to the central plains. Pei Yuan studied the map, relishing a sense of omniscience, and in his delight, he couldn't help but reach out to touch the figure beside him. Ah, a figure of 2 tails. 6 tails, 2 tails. As Pei Yuan's hand slipped into his garment, he suddenly froze. Then, a thought raced through his mind. If Huaiyan, as the most vital material distribution center in the south, were to be attacked by the Bazhou rebels, would the goods worth 6 taels in the city plummet to 2 taels? Perhaps even 1 tael? Pei Yuan instantly became excited. In his fervor, his fingers lost their delicacy. The figure of 2 taels soon appeared tearful. At that moment, Pei Yuan was oblivious to her plight. His mind was already racing with plans. Why go to Yangzhou to procure goods? He could simply take silver to Huaiyan and, when the Bazhou rebels attacked, aggressively lower prices and buy up supplies. Once the feigned assault of the Bazhou rebels was over, prices would surely rebound swiftly. Even if they did not advance northward at all and sold off their stocks on the spot, they could still reap substantial profits. 80,000 taels of silver could potentially transform into 400,000 or even 500,000 taels in just a few days. With such exorbitant profits, even if Han Qianhu casually leaked a bit through his fingers, how grand would that be? Pei Yuan mused, turning his head, and suddenly felt that things were not as smooth beneath his hand. Pei Baihu, on the verge of wealth, suppressed his somewhat inflated ego. He then shifted his focus, reflecting on his transient life. Zhang Tsong seemed to be engrossed in the vibrant world of Yangzhou. Ever since entering the city, he showed no intention of continuing southward. Pei Yuan perused past records, observing the little red dot meandering in Yangzhou. In middle age, having studied for half his life, what was wrong with enjoying himself? As long as it did not impede his role as the prime minister, it was all fine. The brothers depended entirely on him to hold the fort. Pei Yuan had already resolved that when passing through Yangzhou, he would make a special trip to seek out Zhang Tsong and foster a wave of camaraderie. Subsequently, Pei Yuan routinely searched for Song Chuanyang's location. His heart skipped a beat. It appeared that Song Chuanyang had already entered Yingdianfu, and judging by the distance, they were nearing the same map. Was it 10 or 20 li? Pei Yuan had no precise judgment for the moment. What was she doing here? A fleeting thought crossed Pei Yuan's mind. Could it be that she was planning another escapade along the Jinyiwei River? Pei Yuan was momentarily distracted, and at that moment, he also noticed the silence in the flower hall. Raising his head, he saw Duan Min slowly sipping her drink, while Cheng Leixiang sat quietly, making efforts to diminish his presence. As for himself, well, he had indeed been lost in thought. He released the figure of 2 taels, disregarding others, and inquired of the girl, who was busy adjusting her clothing. In the past, when your manager's son had urgent matters to discuss with your master, how long would he typically take to return? The girl, aware that Pei Yuan was not to be trifled with, quietly replied, generally, it would take about half an hour. Pei Yuan had been absorbed in the map and preoccupied with subsequent matters, completely unaware of how much time had elapsed. Tapping his wine cup, he found the wine to be cold. The girl of 2 taels hurriedly said, I will have someone take it away and heat it up. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of a barge approaching was heard. Soon, someone hurriedly boarded the boat, the footsteps echoing on the deck. Pei Yuan looked out to see Sun Ketting striding in with the steward. From a distance, their eyes met, and a smile appeared on Sun Ketting's face, showing no signs of displeasure being summoned. Pei Yuan thought to himself that he truly was a clever man, having decided to adopt a humble approach. He might as well carry it through completely. Pei Yuan stood up, signaling his attitude from afar. Brother Sun, I have another matter to trouble you with. Sun Ketting approached, his smile radiant. No need for such formality. We are all like-minded admirers of Gu Gonggong. What matter can't you discuss with me? Or do you consider me an outsider? Pei Yuan laughed heartily. Indeed, that is precisely the case. With that, he left his seat and pulled Sun Ketting to sit beside him. Once seated, Sun Ketting noticed Duan Min for the first time. Earlier, from a distance, he had assumed that the two were companions of Chun Tu Tai, so he had spoken without restraint. Hesitantly, he turned to Pei Yuan and asked, Brother, who is this? Pei Yuan introduced. This is General Duan, a trusted aide of Qin Han. Was introduced to Sun Ketting as the former official of Jingjiang County. Due to a lack of fortune, is currently in a state of dormancy. Now, both Sun and I have taken refuge under the esteemed Gu Gonggong, and it is merely a commonplace affair for U.S. to soar to great heights in the future. Smiled and stood up to take a few glances, signaling to Sun Ketting, stating that he could not be considered a confidant of the 1,000 households, but was merely engaged in trivial tasks for the esteemed one. Sun County's respect, being a product of the imperial examinations, was already a favor to him. Sun Ketting, realizing that was not particularly agreeable in conversation, understood that they were not on the same wavelength, and merely responded with a few perfunctory remarks. S words, though tinged with sarcasm, did indeed reflect the truth. For a distinguished Jinshi like Sun Ketting to be willing to associate with a mere general flag-bearer was indeed a matter of grace. After taking his seat, Sun Ketting replaced his expression with a smile and inquired of Pei Yuan, stating that he had a matter to discuss with his esteemed brother. Was this a convenient time for conversation? His intention was clearly to ascertain whether the forthcoming discussion necessitated the avoidance of. He feared that Pei Yuan might find it awkward to dismiss, leaving him to handle the matter alone. Pei Yuan deemed there was no need to conceal his affairs from. Although he held a disdain for this individual, he did not wish to offend a petty person. He thus replied with a smile, affirming that Sun had matters to discuss, and that it was indeed a suitable time for dialogue. This appeared to elevate Sun Ketting's status, yet in reality, it was a signal indicating that discussing the matter in the presence of this individual posed no issue. Sun Ketting nodded and surveyed the table before instructing the steward to replace the dishes and bring him cup. The steward promptly arranged for the dishes on the table to be cleared, replacing them with some cold appetizers and organizing for warm wine to be served. Sun Ketting glanced at the cold dishes and instructed the steward to prepare them for later, indicating he would call for them when the time was right. He then addressed the young women serving drinks, telling them to withdraw for the moment as he had matters to discuss with his brother. The performers gracefully rose and exited the flower hall, while the steward, being a trusted aide of Sun Ketting, understood the situation and stepped outside to keep watch. Only then did Sun Ketting turn to Pei Yuan, stating that his esteemed brother had summoned him, indicating that he must have important matters to discuss. Pei Yuan, looking earnestly at Sun Ketting, mentioned the issue concerning the transport of tax silver. After some contemplation, Sun Keting slowly responded that he would need to assist his brother in negotiating with the governor of Suzhou. Pei Yuan shook his head, recognizing the futility of seeking assistance. He then directly stated that he had his own plans regarding the matter and that there was no rush to deal with them. This time, the transport of tax silver northward was too conspicuous, making it easy for others to scheme against them. After consulting with Han Qianhu, he intended to travel with a group of merchants, which might produce a beneficial confusion. While the idea of confusion was indeed appealing, it was essential that they concealed Han Qianhu's covert personnel. Sun Keting was left speechless, pondering which merchant would dare to accompany them, risking their lives. Pei Yuan chuckled, brimming with confidence. Merchants are inherently profit-driven. As long as the benefits are substantial, they would hardly concern themselves with risks. He added that the more perilous the venture, the more willing people would be to engage. With the destruction of Jining, the transport of goods had become increasingly strained, and many valuable resources carried by boats had been lost. Currently, with the prices soaring in the north, even the simple transport of silk and porcelain could yield double the profits. However, merchants driven by greed were often divided in their interests and hesitated to act rashly. As long as we raise our voices, we might find many willing to join forces with the officials of the Jinyiwei. Sun Keting reflected, indeed. The best business in Jiangnan was smuggling salt, which everyone was eager to engage in. However, he shook his head slowly, expressing his concerns that those merchants might fear the Jinyiwei like a tiger. If they were to hear that they would be traveling north with the Jinyiwei, even fewer would dare to come. Pei Yuan shared this sentiment. What kind of demon were the Jinyiwei? It was natural for ordinary people to be afraid of them. Compared to the fierce officials and bandits on the road, the Jinyiwei posed the greatest danger. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he immediately told Sun Keting not to worry, for he had a way to earn their trust. Sun Keting remained silent, fearing that this might take longer than expected. Pei Yuan grinned, hinting that they would accept money for their services. What? Sun Keting was taken aback by Pei Yuan's words. Pei Yuan elaborated that they could spread the word that the court was transporting tax silver northward, with military and official escorts along the way, ensuring absolute safety. They could also mislead them into believing that he, Pei Yuan, was a greedy individual. As long as they bribed him, they could benefit from the court's favor. With the Jinyiwei leading the way, all parties would turn a blind eye. Sun Keting was momentarily stunned by Pei Yuan's reverse approach. After a while, a smile crept onto his face, and he exclaimed, "What a brilliant idea." The logic was straightforward. If they informed merchants that the Jinyiwei would kindly protect them along the way, no one would believe it. However, if they told the merchants that bribing the Jinyiwei's military officials would allow them to reap the court's benefits, many would surely believe it. Accepting money for services rendered was the cornerstone of bureaucratic ethics. Pei Yuan added with a smile that he would tell them that the task was a matter of the court, and he, by who, was not one to disregard the weight of his responsibilities. If he were to accept money without delivering, who would continue to fund him in the future? Sun Keting stroked his short beard and smiled, saying that he understood how to convey this message. However, he hoped his esteemed brother would exercise some restraint in his actions. Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. Pei Yuan was counting on Sun Keting's former status as the magistrate of Jingjiang County to provide assurance. Thus, he could not afford to engage in a one-time deal that would sour his disposition. Furthermore, there would be many opportunities for mutual benefit with Sun Keting in the future. Therefore, he comforted him, saying that Sun understood what kind of perilous task he was undertaking. He had enough on his plate without the luxury of scheming against others. Even if someone were to attack during the journey, it would be for their tax silver. No one would dare to complicate matters by targeting a large contingent of officials. Sun Keting had no objections to this. After a moment of thought, he turned to Pei Yuan and added a cautionary note, stating that he had to mention something unpleasant up front. If merchants seeking to grease the wheels encountered any problems, he could not guarantee anything. Pei Yuan understood that Sun Keting was indicating that if adversaries were to disguise themselves as merchants and secretly follow the convoy transporting tax silver, any mishaps would not be his responsibility. However, Pei Yuan was not overly concerned. The core team responsible for this tax silver transport was comprised of over 100 skilled personnel from the Jinxia Qianhu, with additional protection from military outposts along the route, as well as local officials summoned from various counties. Moreover, there were skilled individuals recruited from temples and monasteries. In Pei Yuan's estimation, If adversaries were to ambush the tax silver convoy, they would most likely employ those individuals from the Jianghu. These Jianghu individuals had no ties or identities, making them ideal for such reckless endeavors. Once the incident occurred, they could simply flee elsewhere, completely unaffected in their pursuit of a carefree life. Han Xianhu had also specifically cautioned him about this matter. Nevertheless, Pei Yuan believed that it was better to allow them to be visible, as placing them in the open might lead to mutual restraint in the absence of clear enemies. This might even yield unexpected results. In this manner, the troubles lurking among merchants would significantly diminish. Firstly, substantial sums of silver would be required for bribery, and secondly, the goods carried would represent a considerable investment. Furthermore, these accompanying merchants would remain on the periphery of those in the underworld, leading to increased stakes yet diminished opportunities. Any individual possessing a modicum of discernment would weigh the pros and cons of the situation. Moreover, there would still be Han Xianhu, the old schemer, lurking nearby. Pei Yuan, smiling, addressed Sun Keting, stating that this matter was his own and there was no reason for Sun to be burdened with it. Pei Yuan cast a glance at Duan Min, subtly maintaining a level of respect for Han Xianhu, and inquired how Duan Zongqi perceived the situation. Duan Min, not daring to project any airs towards Pei Yuan, politely responded that even in Han Xianhu's eyes, Lord Pei was deemed more capable than either Dantai Baihu or Sikong Baihu. His own abilities were modest, and he merely followed orders. Pei Yuan mused to himself that this fellow's tone suggested he might be a subordinate of either Dantai Fengtu or Sikong Sui. Speaking of which, the two characters responsible for the transport would need to ensure their own safety. Pei Yuan was not concerned about their cooperation. After all, Han Lao Lu had their backs. Pei Yuan directly began discussing the details with Sun Keting, asking what amount he should feign accepting as a bribe. Feign? Sun Keting looked at Pei Yuan with a disapproving gaze, his expression one of disbelief. Pei Yuan hastily added that for the sake of the greater good, it must be minimized. Sun Keting's expression swiftly transformed from gloomy to bright. So, it would not be an official account. This sum of money would have nothing to do with Qianhu. Minimized? Of course. Sun Keting agreed to return the money for the account, and he and Pei Yuan would share the silver. Sun Keting considered the scale of the trade, noting that few small merchants dared to engage in long-distance trade, usually opting for exchanges with nearby prefectures. The costs associated with long-distance trade were prohibitively high due to distance, favoring the transport of stable and easily marketable bulk goods such as porcelain, silk, tea, and lacquerware. A trip north, coupled with the return journey transporting southern herbs, furs, and legumes, could yield a profit of at least 2,000 to 3,000 taels of silver. He tentatively asked Pei Yuan if 100 taels per merchant seemed appropriate. Pei Yuan's eyelids flickered. 100 taels would mean a 50-50 split, allowing him to pocket 50 taels if he could secure a dozen merchants. This unexpected income would equate to several years of his salary. There was nothing more to discuss. Pei Yuan generously declared that Sun should handle it as he saw fit. With Sun Keting becoming an ally, his status in Pei Yuan's eyes rose accordingly. Pei Yuan intended to define their relationship, but given the current atmosphere, requesting a loan would seem rather uncouth. A thought crossed his mind. Why not extend a favor to him? He cautiously inquired whether Sun Keting would prefer to serve in the north or remain in the south if he were recommended. Sun Keting was somewhat taken aback. This minor Baihu possessed such influence? After pondering, he replied that staying in the south was undoubtedly best, for even a life of indulgence here was preferable to the uncertainty of the north. Pei Yuan chuckled, stating that he would extend a favor to him. In the near future, Zhang Chun, the Taipu Shaoqing of Nanjing, would likely be promoted, potentially filling the vacancy of the Yingtian prefect. Zhang Chun. Sun Keting paused momentarily, slowly reflecting on the name. Sun Keting had previously served in Jingjiang County, which fell under the jurisdiction of Changzhou Prefecture, adjacent to Yingtian Prefecture. Thus, he held some understanding of the Nanjing officialdom. After some deliberation, he recalled Zhang Chun, a marginal figure. He questioned how Zhang Chun, who ranked 34th among the third-class scholars in the 23rd year of the Chenghua reign and was merely a fellow Jinsher, could possibly have the chance to become the Yingtian prefect. Furthermore, the root of the civil unrest in Bazhou stemmed from issues with state equestrian policies. Should the disturbances be quelled, the court would undoubtedly reassess equestrian policies, leaving Zhang Chun, as a mere Shaoqing, in a precarious position. This highlighted the inherent dangers of being the second-in-command in officialdom. Zhang Chun was likely already resigned to his fate, awaiting scapegoating. The notion that one could leap from the 4th rank of Taipu Shaoqing directly to the 3rd rank of Yingtian Prefect seemed more a jest than reality. Pei Yuan feigned the appearance of having powerful connections, relaying the rumors circulating in the capital streets. When I left the capital, Fei Hong had already ascended to the position of Grand Secretary. It is said that recently Liu Chun became the left Deputy Minister of Personnel, and Jiang Mian the right Deputy Minister of Personnel. Perhaps this faction will soon flourish. The current emperor had a penchant for martial affairs, exhibiting vigilance towards border threats, and favored promoting capable individuals to pacify the indigenous tribes. Zhang Chun had experience in pacifying the Miao people in Guizhou, and with support from the Ministry of Personnel and the cabinet, should the emperor seek to utilize him, his path would be unobstructed. In fact, another notable figure from his 2nd rank was Lu Wan, a student who had been bullied in Suzhou. Regrettably, Lu Wan's association with the eunuch faction rendered him unaccepted in core circles. Sun Keting pondered this, and asked Pei Yuan if he was suggesting that he forge a connection with Zhang Chun. Pei Yuan affirmed, stating that it was a matter of enhancing one's fortunes rather than merely providing assistance in times of need. He advised Sun to subtly convey some tidings to Zhang Chun, as he would undoubtedly appreciate the gesture in the future. If Gu Gonggong ensured Sun's position in the southern provinces, it would serve as a formidable ally. Sun Keting, previously a county magistrate of merely the 7th rank, would have to start from that rank even if reinstated. However, if he could align himself with the 3rd rank of Yingtian Prefect, his career in Jiangnan would undoubtedly prosper. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Keting asked what he should do. Pei Yuan, unambiguous, directed him to present a substantial sum of silver and exquisite beauties worth over 6 taels. Irrespective of whether Zhang Chun accepted them, he must treat this endeavor with greater importance than he would a chief minister, ensuring that the sentiment was duly conveyed. The saying goes, a scholar would die for a confidant. If he could do that for you, there would be nothing he would hesitate to assist with. Sun Keting gritted his teeth, resolved to invest the capital and cultivate a good relationship with this individual. He glanced at Pei Yuan, recalling the earlier mention of selling favors, and said with understanding that regardless of whether the endeavor succeeded, he would remember this kindness from his virtuous younger brother. Thus, Pei Yuan was gratified to see the system prompt. Favor debt. Accounts receivable. 1 Sun Keting verbally promised a favor owed to you. Additionally, there was an unexpected note. Remaining validity period, 30 days. Pei Yuan couldn't help but glance at Sun Keting, whose face bore an expression of profound gratitude. Truly, he was the individual I had chosen. Remarkable indeed. Fortunately, Pei Yuan did not hold excessive expectations for the plastic friendship with Sun Keting. Being able to locate him within the next 30 days sufficed. Noticing that Pei Yuan had no further remarks, Sun Keting promptly instructed the steward to present the freshly prepared dishes, then shared a drink with Duan Min and Cheng Leixiang. Duan Min felt somewhat uncomfortable. Earlier, when Pei Yuan and Sun Keting discussed the division of spoils, they had not excluded him, nor had they excluded him when discussing official appointments. This sensation, rather than trust, felt more like being disregarded. As for Duan Min, apart from reporting to Han Qianhu, he truly had nothing to divulge. His presence here represented Han Qianhu's eyes and ears. What independent thoughts could he harbor? As the courtesans arrived to serve drinks, the atmosphere began to liven up once more. The attendant beside Pei Yuan had been replaced by one of even greater beauty. Noticing Pei Yuan's surprise, Steward Sun smiled and explained that after Qin Lingbo and Bai Yujin departed, their flower boat had lost its allure. The old servant, seeing that the gentleman had not entertained much earlier, took the liberty of inviting a girl from another boat. Pei Yuan was utterly moved. Even his own father had never shown such thoughtfulness. He surveyed the young lady a few more times. While she could not compare to Qin Lingbo or Bai Yujing, she still possessed a commendable beauty. Pei Yuan inquired, "What is your name?" The young lady softly replied, "I am called Cheng Waner." Pei Yuan teasingly asked, "Are you still a Qing Waner?" Cheng Waner blushed, shyly nodding her head. Pei Yuan felt a tinge of regret. According to the market valuation of Hangzhou's top courtesans, Cheng Waner was worth 210 taels tonight, a sum that would be unreasonable to have Sun Keting cover. Furthermore, her value would likely drop to 7 taels next time. Although Pei Yuan understood the nuances of this valuation, he still felt it was rather unjust. Reflecting on this, He couldn't help but feel that respectable young women depreciated more slowly, even appreciating in value. Take Song Chunyang, for instance. 3 years ago, she was an obscure courier girl, and now she commanded 500 taels. After a moment of inner conflict, Pei Yuan resolutely redirected his hand upwards. It was merely a game. A touch here and there sufficed, and everyone deserved to maintain their dignity, spending when necessary and saving when possible. Sun Ketting observed with a knowing smile, diverting his attention elsewhere. At this point, Pei Yuan was not yet worthy of Sun Ketting's extravagant hospitality. Both parties were cautiously maintaining their distance, even in their polite exchanges. Recalling something, Pei Yuan turned to Duan Min and asked, "The Ying Tian Fu is your domain. How about you handle the recruitment of martial artists for protection?" Having overheard the conversation between Pei Yuan and Sun Ketting, Duan Min understood that recruiting these martial experts could be a trap, so she bluntly asked, "What if those summoned harbor ill intentions?" Pei Yuan replied nonchalantly, "I have reached a consensus with Han Qianhu. What we seek are precisely those with ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, Duan Min stated earnestly, "Then I will consult Han Qianhu. If that is the case, I will send word to the various palaces and temples to summon people." Pei Yuan pondered for a moment before adding, "If there are those unwilling to come, let's not coerce them. We will divide the recruitment into 2 phases. The first batch will consist of those willing to heed the orders of Qianhu. The remaining temples and palaces that do not produce volunteers will be tasked with a second recruitment." Noting Duan Min's stunned expression, Pei Yuan continued, "The first group will inevitably include a mix of those obeying Qianhu and those with ulterior motives. Their presence will mutually restrain one another. The second group will consist of individuals who prefer to remain uninvolved. Their reliability will be somewhat higher." Duan Min nodded, her expression impassive. Yet inwardly, she marveled at Pei Yuan's cunning. Was he truly the man of renown spoken of by Han Qianhu? Would Dantai Baihu possess such acumen? After the revelry, the group, inebriated, sought their respective quarters to rest. On the following morning, they dispersed to undertake their tasks. The merchants of Ying Tian Fu, most of whom had inscrutable backgrounds, were not oblivious to the true nature of the taxed silver transport. Sun Ketting wasted no time and set his sights on Yangzhou. Yangzhou offered more lucrative opportunities, and the large merchants could not monopolize it, allowing many small and medium merchants to thrive in this region. Utilizing the connections he had cultivated over the years, Sun Ketting disseminated information that immediately piqued the interest of numerous merchants. Many, understanding the risks, subtly advised caution. Yet, those merchants, while laughing along, were acutely aware that if there were no risks involved, such fortuitous opportunities would never come their way. What status did they hold to earn money without risk? The vastness of the Ming dynasty, with its diverse customs and resources, inherently promised substantial profits through trade. For instance, while the silks of Shandong were in high demand in Jiangnan, fetching exorbitant prices, southern cotton could command similar rates in the north. Fine fabrics, which sold for 2 or 3 taels in the south, could reach 4 or 5 taels in the north. Although cotton's price was modest, averaging around 2 qian per piece, the production area of Songjiang Fu could still sell it at 2 to 3 times the price, even through bulk sales. Given the high turnover and profit margins, cotton had become one of the major commodities traded northward. Furs priced at a few taels in the north could be transformed into cloaks and sold in the south for 50 or 60 taels. Likewise, tea and porcelain served as instruments for the south to reap substantial profits from the north. Besides these, some luxurious and rare imported goods were challenging to sell. Yet when transactions were successful, the profits were immense. Items such as Western spectacles, ivory, rhinoceros horn, glassware, as well as Japanese tortoiseshell, lacquerware, and various spices from Southeast Asia, including silk from Jiaoji, red sand from Siam, and other assorted treasures were among them. The mass destruction of cargo ships in Jining Prefecture severely impacted trade in the Ming dynasty. However, the resulting inflation drove merchants to a frenzy. Unfortunately, for most, such opportunities were merely to be observed from afar. Without the means to navigate the intricate pathways of commerce, the burdens of exploitation, both overt and covert, were unbearable. Not to mention the dangers posed by highwaymen. Many small and medium merchants could only transport goods from various regions of Jiangnan to Huaiyan, earning meager wages for serving the larger merchants. However, with the Jinyiwei military officials now aiming to profit from the silver transport, and the former magistrate of Jingjiang acting as guarantor, many were stirred by the prospect. Silver was an enticing commodity. Even risky silver was still alluring. While Sun Keting reaped substantial profits in Yangzhou, Duan Min issued orders to the Taoist station throughout the southern regions, summoning martial artists to serve the Qianhu. Some temples and palaces feigned compliance, while others actively participated. Given the certainty of hostile forces infiltrating, Duan Min hesitated to declare which was more reliable, those feigning compliance or those engaged in earnest participation. Fortunately, Pei Yuan had provided him with a straightforward and forceful approach, alleviating the need for tedious vetting. By deliberately leaving a flaw exposed, he could draw these adversarial forces into the open, mixing them with those allied with the Qianhu, and then, through coercive orders, assemble a contingent of neutral individuals to serve as a standby force for quelling any unrest. Additional support would come from the Yamen officials, the guards, and the Jinyiwei, ensuring a multi-layered security framework. The strategy was simple yet effective, allowing for purification and mutual restraint. As for Pei Yuan, his task was somewhat more intricate. How could he persuade Han Qianhu to accompany him to Huayan with the taxed silver without exposing his own secrets? Pei Yuan pondered for considerable time, and before he could devise a plan, a messenger from the Qianhu summoned him, indicating that Han Qianhu wished to see him. Pei Yuan, not daring to delay, followed the messenger to the Jinyiwei headquarters. Upon encountering Han Qianhu, he found her seated at the table, holding 2 documents. Her expression decidedly grim. Pei Yuan inwardly lamented his misfortune. Arriving just as Han Qianhu was in a foul mood was surely a recipe for disaster. He hastily approached, respectfully bowing. "Your subordinate pays respects to Qianhu." Han Qianhu did not even lift her eyelids, letting out a cold snort as she slammed the 2 documents onto the table. Pei Yuan's heart sank. He immediately sensed danger. This anger was clearly directed at him. Surely, the discussion about dividing the silver with Sun Keting had been reported by Duan Min. If those beneath her were even slightly astute, Han Qianhu would not be so oblivious. Otherwise, who would be willing to serve her? One could only hope that Han Qianhu was a rational individual. After a moment of silence in the hall, Han Qianhu leisurely spoke. "When Yuan Lang was here, I already recognized your talent, and even discussed bringing you over from Beijing's Jinyiwei. Later, with Yuan Lang gone, a position opened up, and I boldly made a call to Beijing." Pei Yuan's heart surged with joy upon hearing this. It was indeed good news. Not only would he fill Yuan Lang's vacant position, but even a mere supervisory role in the temple would yield considerable benefits. Moreover, with a legitimate identity, he could occasionally collaborate with Cheng Leixiang and others on side projects. However, as he pondered, he saw Han Qianhu's anger and wondered if something had gone awry. Just then, Han Qianhu casually picked up a document and tossed it towards Pei Yuan. His mind momentarily blank. Pei Yuan hesitated to catch it. When the document struck him and fell to the ground, he nervously picked it up. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a dispatch from the Beijing Jinyiwei's Experience Division, formally notifying him of his removal from the organization, pending transfer to the Nanjing Jinyiwei. Relief washed over Pei Yuan, and he found Han Qianhu's inexplicable anger even more perplexing. Was it that he failed to appreciate the opportunity presented to him? Then, he witnessed Han Qianhu pick up another document and sarcastically state, "Pei Baihu, you truly are the strongest man among the top martial scholars. You've come south to take on a task for us Qianhu and even ambush the bandit leader Lu Qi of Bazhou, seizing a precious sword from him." Pei Yuan was taken aback. Could this be a fabricated military achievement? A wave of secret delight surged within him. Was this not a double blessing? Han Qianhu turned away, ignoring him, and handed over the document, saying, "This is the court's reward for you." Pei Yuan hurriedly took the document and opened it to find a commendation from the Ministry of War. It stated that after verification by the censor, his merits were confirmed, and to encourage morale and strike against the remaining bandits, the ministry was generous in its rewards. Pei Yuan was promoted 2 ranks for first merit, while Chen Taidai and Cheng Leixiang were promoted 1 rank each. Pei Yuan's heart soared with joy. He had not expected such generous rewards from a court. Perhaps Gu Daong had pulled some strings behind the scenes. The incidents in Jining were beyond verification, and the so-called verification by the censor likely only involved inquiries from a few officials. After reveling in his good fortune for a moment, Pei Yuan suddenly realized the implications of a 2-rank promotion. He would now be a Qianhu of the 5th rank. What then would Han Qianhu do? As Pei Yuan remained in a daze, Han Qianhu mockingly remarked, "I suppose I should now address you as Pei Qianhu. Please, Pei Qianhu, walk well. This Qianhu cannot accommodate such a brilliant man. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Without a legitimate position, it was meaningless to be awarded the title of Qianhu, even if he were given the role of a Jinyiwei commandant. It would be of little use if he held no actual authority. In the Ming dynasty, there were countless Jinyiwei commandants who merely sang and painted, not to mention the adopted sons of Zhu Zhao. Even those slightly favored eunuchs had brothers and nephews who were nearly all commandants of the third rank. After the suppression of the Bazhou rebellion, everyone was claiming credit. Not only were there second-rank deputy commandants and second-rank commandants, but Gu Dayong's brother, Gu Dazhong, had directly risen to the first-rank left commandant. Yet what did that matter? If that first-rank left commandant lacked the backing of his influential elder brother, how could his worth compare to a third-rank Jinyiwei commandant with authority? Now, Pei Yuan had just been removed from the Beijing Jinyiwei and had yet to be received by the Jinxie Qianhu, only to be promoted to Qianhu due to his merits. If Han Qianhu could not tolerate this, Pei Yuan himself felt the situation was dire. Holding the document, he fell to the ground, almost in tears, exclaiming, "Qianhu, I was wrong. I was wrong." Han Qianhu continued with his sardonic tone. "How could you be wrong? Surely, you see that I have done something wrong, and you wish to take the blame?" Tears genuinely flowed from Pei Yuan's eyes. At this moment, not only was there no legitimate position, but he had also lost all avenues for retreat. If the Nanjing Jinyiwei delayed in accepting him with his removal from the Beijing Jinyiwei, he might not even know where to claim his salary for the month. Han Qianhu threw the two documents at Pei Yuan and stood up to leave. Pei Yuan could not let her go like that. If he did not clarify the situation now, he might never even enter the Nanjing Jinyiwei. In a moment of desperation, he grasped Han Qianhu's leg, pleading, "I was wrong. I was wrong." Han Qianhu looked down at him coldly and said, "Using tricks on me is futile. The Qianhu of Jinxie is not a position that just anyone can hold." Pei Yuan was filled with remorse. He had never anticipated that Han Qianhu would genuinely desire to bring him in, nor that the court would promote him 2 ranks. Initially, he believed that if he showcased his value, being accepted as a deputy Qianhu by Han Qianhu would be feasible. Pei Yuan promptly expressed his determination to Han Qianhu, stating he would find a way to have his official position revoked, assuring her that he would always be her Pei Baihu. Han Qianhu's expression softened slightly, and after a moment, she said, "Do you think the court belongs to you? The ministry has just rewarded you. How could they justify revoking your position without cause?" Pei Yuan sensed a shift in Han Qianhu's tone and quickly insisted, "I have my methods. I will absolutely not make things difficult for the Qianhu." Han Qianhu's body trembled slightly, and Pei Yuan's hands felt numb, causing him to release her in alarm. Han Qianhu sighed, "I bear some responsibility in this matter. I should have realized that a top martial scholar naturally has lofty ambitions. How could my humble abode accommodate such a great Buddha? I did not elaborate before, simply transferring your file. Now, it appears I was ignorant of your grand aspirations." Listening to Han Qianhu's sardonic remarks only intensified Pei Yuan's frustration. Noticing his silence, Han Qianhu recognized that her attempt at manipulation had reached its limit. She then returned to her usual serene tone, stating, "I have already submitted your name for the tax silver transport. The documents have been sent back to the Nanjing Jinyiwei." At this point, Pei Yuan's mind began to clear. It dawned on him that the complications extended beyond his own predicament. Indeed, arranging for a temporary worker for the Jinxie Qianhu was inappropriate, especially for a matter of great significance that attracted the attention of the entire court. With Jinxie Qianhu submitting his name, how would they handle his file? They could not truly allow Pei Yuan to take the blame himself. Yet, Pei Yuan understood that there was no reasoning to be had. It all depended on Han Qianhu's intentions. He looked at her eagerly, vowing to follow her lead in whatever she decided. Han Qianhu finally said, "Very well. We shall wait to see the outcome of this tax silver transport. If you behave appropriately, I will keep Yuan Lang's position for you." Pei Yuan was overjoyed, finally feeling a sense of security. Climbing the ranks in the Ming bureaucracy was no easy feat. Descending was a trivial matter. At this moment, he set aside his previous concerns and hastily added, "I have one more matter to report." Han Qianhu returned to his seat in the hall and gestured for Pei Yuan to rise, speaking in a measured tone. "Pei Qianhu, please proceed." Pei Yuan quickly affirmed, "Pei Baihu, Pei Baihu." Noticing Han Qianhu's seemingly satisfied expression, Pei Yuan hurriedly added, "Recently, I have come across information indicating that the rebellious forces in Bazhou are advancing southward, and there appears to be a possibility of a feigned attack on Huayan. Han Qianhu was about to remark that military matters were not within their purview, but then realized something, her demeanor turning serious. We are set to pass through Huayan, correct? She clearly recognized the peril of this convoy, transporting tax, silver being near the battlefield. Pei Yuan emphasized, it is a feigned attack, which should not significantly impact us. If my judgment is correct, they are luring the imperial forces southward, which will breach their defenses and then retreat back to Hunan. Han Qianhu felt a slight relief, stating, I have entrusted this matter to you. As long as you are aware, that suffices. She then inquired, where did you acquire this information? How did you deduce it was a feigned attack? Pei Yuan momentarily faltered, preparing to articulate how to convey the significance of the substantial business worth hundreds of thousands of taels, only to have Han Qianhu immediately pinpoint the crux of the matter. Pei Yuan was momentarily at a loss. Reacting swiftly, he replied, I have a friend from Chongfeng Biaoju who has recently arrived in Yingdianfu. It was she who informed me. Oh, Han Qianhu responded casually, pausing to reflect before adding, word from the Jianghu are often unreliable. Bring her to the Jinyiwei for thorough verification. Pei Yuan swallowed hard and wiped the sweat from his brow. Thus arose a dilemma. How could he persuade this friend, who was akin to walking 500 taels, to visit the Jinyiwei? You wouldn't want the daughter of the censor to be involved in this matter, exposed to the Jianghu, would you? Pei Yuan stammered, struggling to suggest. My lord, perhaps we could first discuss financial matters? Financial matters? Han Qianhu was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Are you referring to those dealings with Sun Ketting? She then nonchalantly added, that is your affair. Pei Yuan felt a wave of relief. Han Qianhu indeed conducted her affairs with clarity, although she adeptly managed her subordinates. As long as the compensation was adequate, Pei Qianhu was not one to shy away from slight grievances. Pei Yuan quickly clarified, it pertains to another matter. I just mentioned that the Bazhou rebels might feign an attack on Huayan. Han Qianhu inquired, perplexed so? Pei Yuan hastened to demonstrate his value. Huayan is a crucial hub for goods. If faced with an attack from the rebels, merchants will rush to offload their goods to avoid losses, which could lead to prices plummeting to astonishing levels. At this juncture, he discreetly glanced at Han Qianhu to gauge her comprehension of his implications. Han Qianhu's eyes indeed sparkled with understanding. Observing Pei Yuan pause, she urged continue. Pei Yuan proceeded, we could transport silver to Huayan to procure goods. Once those merchants are eager to liquidate their assets, we can buy in bulk. When the Bazhou rebels retreat, the prices in Huayan will rebound sharply, allowing us to reap significant profits even by selling at the original price. Additionally, if we transport these inexpensive goods northward, we would generate even greater profits. Pei Yuan post-ekin, glancing and Qianhu. The typically composed and adeptly persuasive Qianhu had widened her pupils, her mouth slightly ajar, her mind seemingly vacating. The prospect of procuring goods worth 80,000 taels and then selling them for multiples in the north overwhelmed Han Qianhu's calculations. When she regained her senses, she found Pei Yuan gazing at her with unwavering loyalty and spontaneously exclaimed, Pei Baihu, your insights have illuminated my understanding. Pei Yuan felt the weight of this remark and quickly sought to mitigate the associated risks, stating, though I possess limited talent, I lament my aimless life, never having encountered a discerning leader until now. I will henceforth be unwavering in my loyalty to you, Qianhu. Han Qianhu's previously scattered focus gradually coalesced, and after a lengthy silence, she murmured with a furrowed brow, this sum is too substantial. It could overwhelm us. Pei Yuan felt reassured by Han Qianhu's prudence. She understood the gravity of the situation. Working with someone like her was indeed more reliable. Had she succumbed to greed and sought to grasp such a vast fortune, Pei Yuan would have had to find a way to escape. Han Qianhu consulted Pei Yuan. What do you propose? Pei Yuan, eager to showcase his worth, suggested, rather than risk transporting goods northward, we should focus on profiting from Huayan. Once the Bazhou rebels withdraw and prices soar, we can sell the goods back to the merchants at a premium. This approach has two advantages. First, we can immediately realize profits and return the silver to Yingdianfu, thereby avoiding future risks. Second, while those merchants may incur significant losses, once they head north to sell their goods, they can capitalize on the rising prices and recoup their losses. Thus, Even if this matter were to be exposed later, we would not create lasting enmity with those merchants. Han Qianhu was greatly satisfied with this proposal. Merchants capable of conducting large-scale business in Huayan typically had some connections with officials, which was also the primary reason for Han Qianhu's concerns about overreaching. Pei Yuan's plan left room for all parties involved. The merchants' losses, incurred from misjudgment, would be mitigated by the price increases in the north, meaning they would ultimately only have wasted their efforts, avoiding any deep-seated animosities. As for the Jinyiwei side, they stood to gain substantially, essentially siphoning off the profits of those merchants currently shipping goods in Huayan. Meanwhile, northern merchants would remain oblivious, believing the price surges were merely a consequence of the Bazhou rebels burning transport vessels. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qianhu's mind grew increasingly clear. The crux of the matter hinged on the intentions of the Bazhou rebels. Should they remain resolute in their decision to besiege Huayan, the goods we procured would undoubtedly incur substantial losses. With 80,000 taels at stake, what will we have to compensate? Pei Yuan found himself at a loss for words. As much of his strategy stemmed from conjecture, the historical fragments offered no guarantees regarding the actual course of events. Pei Yuan's plan was, at its core, a gamble. Han Qianhu rose and paced within the hall, still uncertain. Just as Pei Yuan feared the proposal might falter, he heard Han Qianhu declare, "Let us give it a try." Pei Yuan turned to Han Qianhu, who stood at the entrance of the hall, gazing into the distance, calmly stating, "If you believe there is a chance of success, we shall proceed." Pei Yuan was somewhat taken aback by Han Qianhu's boldness. She then turned to him, her expression serious. "Find your friend as soon as possible. I must personally verify this matter." Pei Yuan felt overwhelmed, realizing they had circled back to this issue. He cautiously remarked, "I only exchanged a few words with that friend. I do not know her current whereabouts." Han Qianhu dismissed this as a trivial inconvenience. "Changfeng Biaojiu, is it? No matter, I will send someone to find her." At that moment, Pei Yuan recalled Han Qianhu's unofficial status as a leader among the imperial watchdogs. It would be a simple matter for her to unearth various individuals from the myriad walks of life in Yingdian Fu. Han Qianhu inquired in detail, "What is your friend's name?" Pei Yuan's nerves tightened, and he quickly deliberated. He is currently unable to ascertain whether Song Chuanyang has secretly come to Tianfu to engage in illicit activities or if the people from Changfeng Biaoju have also arrived. However, even if there are others present, Pei Yuan does not dare to conspire or bribe them. The notorious reputation of the Jinyiwei in the Jianghu makes it unlikely for those escort leaders to involve themselves in such affairs. The only person who can help alleviate the previous lies is Song Chuanyang. Firstly, Pei Yuan possesses Song Chuanyang's location on a map, allowing him to find her before Han Qianhu does. Secondly, he holds the secret that Song Chuanyang is the infamous Yin Zhai Shirley Xiang, and she would certainly not want her association with the daughter of the imperial censor to be exposed in the Jianghu. In a flash of thought, Pei Yuan calculated everything and quickly replied, "My friend is named Song Chuanyang." "Oh, a woman?" Han Qianhu remarked with a smile as he glanced back at Pei Yuan. "That makes it much easier to locate her." He then instructed Pei Yuan, "Since you wish to handle matters in Suzhou yourself, it would be wise to meet with the supervisor of Su Heng, the eunuch in charge of textiles. He is determined to manage this matter well for the emperor. If the funds cannot even leave Suzhou, be careful not to provoke him, or he may directly turn his ire towards us." Pei Yuan, eager to make his escape, seized the opportunity to say, "Then I shall prepare and come to bid farewell to you before we depart." Han Qianhu casually replied, "There is no need for such formality. Once I conclude my affairs here, I will also head to Suzhou to meet with you." After bidding farewell to Han Qianhu, Pei Yuan swiftly opened the map to evade his creditors and located the position of Song Chuanyang. Thanks to his recent experiences wandering along the Qinhuai River, Pei Yuan quickly discerned where Song Chuanyang was hiding, which was a riverside house along the Qinhuai. Such houses, due to their advantageous locations, offer scenic views of the river and are convenient for hosting courtesans, providing a comfortable and pleasant experience. Most importantly, compared to the flower boats on the Qinhuai, these houses are considered legitimate residences. Moreover, the Nanjing Gonyuan is situated right by the Qinhuai, allowing students to easily reimburse their accommodation expenses to their families. During the examination years, the rent for these riverside houses could skyrocket to an exorbitant 8 taels of silver per month. At this time, students from various regions would transform into patrons of talent, peering through windows, touching their own courtesans, and observing others with theirs, leading to poetic exchanges, drinking, and laughter, creating a literary phenomenon. According to records of the time, the riverside houses in Nanjing, nestled along the Jinyiwei, are adorned with green windows and red doors, and the two banks shimmer in harmony. Those peering from the railings and curtains reflect each other's beauty. In the summer months, the Huai River swells, and the scenes of painting boats and flutes echo throughout the night, showcasing the beauty of the realm. Pei Yuan did not doubt Song Chunyang's financial capability. After all, she was able to annoy the city patrol censor under the guise of Shirley Xiang, suggesting she had under-the-table connections in the Jianghu. At least Zhang Heling was quite particular about such matters. However, judging by Song Chunyang's dubious past, her choice to avoid legitimate inns and instead appear in a riverside house raises significant suspicion. Pei Yuan surmised that it was unlikely for Song Chunyang to spend money brazenly engaging in such activities. Even if she had the means, she would not dare to do so. Otherwise, such scandalous affairs would likely spread throughout the Jinyiwei River overnight. Could it be that she, once again, had incapacitated someone and come herself? As Pei Yuan pondered these thoughts, he aimlessly wandered through the streets. Perhaps out of guilt, he was quite apprehensive about Han Qianhu secretly tracking his movements. When Pei Yuan felt he had meandered sufficiently, he took advantage of a crowded tea house to slip away and hurriedly made his way towards the riverside house where Song Chunyang was located. Upon arriving near the house, however, Pei Yuan hesitated. Song Chunyang would not dare to roam outside at night. She could only wait for the day when the young women rested to come and strike. It was possible that she was currently in the midst of crime. If he were to directly inquire, it could lead to complications, making it difficult for Song Chunyang to cooperate again. Pei Yuan promptly circled to the back courtyard. Hearing silence within, he relied on his agility to vault over the wall. In a place where every inch of land along the Jinyiwei River is precious, the courtyard was quite small. Pei Yuan quickly scanned the area and stealthily advanced through the corridor toward the front yard. He could vaguely hear the laughter of maidservants and fearing exposure. He had to cautiously control his movements. After listening for a while, he heard someone mention that the lady seemed to have risen later than usual today, and as noon approached, there was still no sign of her. Another remarked that she might be unwell. This morning, they had sent her some pastries, but afterwards, she instructed them not to attend to her. Pei Yuan adjusted his positioning, thinking to himself that there was nothing more to be said. Song Chunyang was most likely hiding in one of the young women's chambers, and perhaps the instructions given were all from her. Those courtesans and dancers typically clocked in at night and slept during the day, so no one would suspect anything. Considering that the riverside house along the Jinyiwei housed individuals of dubious reputation, Pei Yuan felt no moral burden as he followed the map, avoiding the maidservants, and quietly approached the ladies' chamber. Upon reaching outside the chamber, Pei Yuan first listened intently, but heard no movement inside. Reflecting on scenes from the television, he moistened his lips and gently poked through the window paper. With a mix of excitement, Pei Yuan leaned closer to the window paper. Upon peering in, he was met by a pair of alluring Dan Feng eyes gazing back at him from the other side. Startled, Pei Yuan instinctively recoiled. To his surprise, a slender hand suddenly pierced through the window paper, reaching for him. The hand moved with such skill that, aside from the faint sound of tearing paper, it made almost no noise. However, as Pei Yuan leaned in to get a better look, he was caught off guard and found his neck gripped tightly by that delicate hand. Pei Yuan was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to break free, but the grip was fierce and powerful, causing his vision to darken. In that moment, Pei Yuan cast aside any thoughts of discretion and struck down hard with his right hand towards the hand that emerged from the window, simultaneously using his legs to kick towards the door. Realizing the danger Song Chunyang posed, he decisively chose to create a commotion. However, the hand gripping his throat swiftly retracted, evading Pei Yuan's strike, and the door to the room suddenly swung open, leaving him to kick at empty air. Pei Yuan understood that things were going awry. Before he could retract his leg, he felt someone grasp his ankle from inside and pull him inside with ease. Pei Yuan's robust form was dragged in like a sack filled with grain. Caught off guard, he quickly rolled on the ground without regard for his image. As Song Chunyang failed to seize his ankle, she advanced and attempted to grasp his throat once more. Pei Yuan's heart sank. He never expected to find himself in such a predicament. The deception of Japanese dramas had led him to approach Song Chunyang for assistance with blind optimism. Now, witnessing her ruthless tactics, he suddenly realized that it was he who was being hunted. Filled with dread, Pei Yuan kicked out forcefully, attempting to push Song Chunyang away. Little did he know, she was particularly adept at agile maneuvers and easily ensnared his lower body with her legs, once again aiming for his throat. At this moment, Pei Yuan had already rapidly comprehended the situation before him. Although he had not undergone any training and was rather inept in combat, he possessed innate physical strength. While Song Chunyang was skilled in martial arts, she seemed cautious not to create too much noise during their struggle. Pei Yuan was acutely aware that the courtyard was populated solely by maids and servants, rendering any cries for help utterly futile. He deliberately refrained from making a sound, aiming to instill in Song Chunyang a false sense of control over the situation, thereby impeding her actions. Seizing the moment when both were engaged in close combat, he executed a surprising maneuver, as Song Chunyang attempted to secure Pei Yuan's throat while gripping his legs. He recognized this rare opportunity and rolled on the ground without regard for his appearance, just as she appeared poised to subdue him. This unexpected display of frantic rolling left her momentarily bewildered. Pei Yuan's considerable strength and weight enabled him to roll several times across the floor, liberating himself from her grasp. Undeterred, Song Chunyang gritted her teeth, intent on seizing his upper body, but Pei Yuan swiftly countered by yanking her upwards and forcefully hurling her against the table leg. His strategy proved effective. Upon realizing the impending impact with the table, Song Chunyang instinctively feared making a noise. However, Pei Yuan had grossly underestimated her martial prowess. Her supple, powerful waist allowed her, in a remarkable display of agility, to bend back and subsequently trap Pei Yuan's neck with her formidable legs. Pei Yuan was immediately thrown into a state of panic. Though lacking martial skills, he was not ignorant of physical dynamics. His earlier rolling maneuver had relied on the assumption that Song Chunyang's long legs could not contend with his more robust torso, while his body withstood minimal damage. Her grip was another matter. Now, with her legs constricting his neck, Pei Yuan realized that repeating his earlier tactic would likely result in dire consequences. Pei Yuan, typically unashamed, now faced the prospect of losing his life and thus abandoned all reservations, biting down on Song Chunyang's legs. She inhaled sharply, attempting to adjust her position while maintaining control over him. Although she was tall and well-proportioned, her weight was insufficient to match Pei Yuan's. Yet applying her weight effectively around his neck could grant her the opportunity to free her hands. Unfortunately, this miscalculation afforded Pei Yuan a moment to breathe. Lacking knowledge of martial arts techniques, Pei Yuan focused solely on entangling himself with Song Chunyang, leveraging his physical advantage to overpower her. As she struggled, he tightened his embrace around her, securing her as if encased in iron. Caught off guard by his relentless strategy, Song Chunyang found herself unable to escape. She attempted to leverage her legs to constrict his neck, but Pei Yuan evaded her grasp with surprising agility. In this tangled confrontation, they found themselves in an unusual position. Song Chunyang's legs ensnared Pei Yuan's neck while his head pressed against her abdomen. With a sudden surge, Pei Yuan staggered to his feet, clutching her body and forcefully crashing into the wall. Song Chunyang, unable to escape, gritted her teeth, bracing for the impact. The dull thud resonated as she felt her back nearly shatter from the collision, her insides quaking, nausea rising within her. Fortunately, her extensive experience in the martial world allowed her to bend forward just before the impact, averting a direct blow to the back of her head. In contrast, Pei Yuan fared much better. His head nestled against Song Chunyang's soft abdomen. He experienced little to no adverse effects. He held her tightly, denying her any chance of resistance. Resembling a brutish bear as he once more slammed her against the wall, Song Chunyang coughed up blood, her back numb from the blows, and she felt as though two of her ribs had been fractured by Pei Yuan's head. The worst part was that her neck could not stabilize during the final impact, leading to a jarring collision with the mud wall, causing her vision to blur with stars. As Song Chunyang's head drooped like a broken doll, Pei Yuan recognized the need for caution and contemplated delivering a final, lethal blow. Yet, just as he gathered his strength, he was halted by her elongated waist stretching, her drooping head resting against his neck, her meticulously arranged teeth gently grazing his skin. Pei Yuan had no doubt that should he persist in his murderous intent, Song Chunyong would not hesitate to fight back with equal fervor. Perhaps sensing his hesitation, Song Chunyong struggled to cough up more blood and rasped, "What do you propose?" Pei Yuan hesitated. He lacked confidence in his own abilities and recognized the inherent danger posed by someone as skilled as Song Chunyong. Would he have another chance to subdue her if he let this moment slip away? Song Chunyong, perceiving Pei Yuan's uncertainty, slightly withdrew her teeth from his neck, instead brushing her tongue against his skin, leaving a trail of viscous blood. "What benefit do you gain from killing me?" Pei Yuan sensed her tremors and attempts to placate him. In truth, he lacked the courage for mutual destruction. Just as he wavered, Song Chunyong ventured, "It seems we have crossed paths before." Pei Yuan, taken aback by her words, felt a flicker of recognition. "Damn it, I have spent countless hours tracking your whereabouts. And you dare say we might have met?" His desire for annihilation surged, but Song Chunyong's tone softened. "Ah, it's you. You seem to enjoy observing me." Pei Yuan fell silent. Thankfully, the atmosphere had indeed shifted, no longer charged with the intensity of a life-or-death struggle. As a person of the martial world, Song Chunyong, supple in form, gently offered, "Release me, and I shall show you." Pei Yuan was reluctant to let her go, but recognized that remaining in this stalemate was unproductive. If he wished to avoid mutual destruction, dialogue was necessary. Adjusting his hold to a more manageable position, he prepared to act should the need arise. Recalling their previous encounters, Song Chunyong surrendered her resistance, realizing that she had a better chance of regaining the upper hand without resorting to a fight to the finish. Pei Yuan hoisted her effortlessly above him, ready to throw her against the wall if necessary, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song Chunyong, her elongated form suspended in the air by Pei Yuan's grip, found herself in discomfort. The turmoil within her body and the ache in her ribs intensified her suffering. She wrapped her long legs around his arm, attempting to mitigate her pain. Pei Yuan then recognized that Song Chunyong had indeed been involved in some illicit activity. Her bare legs, exposed beneath her short blue robe, intertwined with his arm, yet her skin was not as fair as he had previously thought. Returning to the matter at hand, Pei Yuan looked at the suspended Song Chunyong and bluntly stated, "I need your assistance with something." Song Chunyong appeared taken aback by his request. With a peculiar tone, she replied, "Is this how the Jinyiwei recruits help?" Pei Yuan was not one to be easily swayed. He stated bluntly, "You were the one who ambushed me first." Song Chunyong, known for her sharp tongue, retorted, "Is it not justified to strike a court-martial officer who spies on a woman's private quarters?" As she spoke, she deliberately caressed her feet, suggesting Pei Yuan's previous covetous gaze upon her. However, Pei Yuan's thoughts were elsewhere. After much contemplation, he finally expressed his sentiment. "Is this your boudoir?" "Ha, Song Chunyong. I am certain you Wu and Ti want the sordid details of your liaison with the infamous Injai, Shirley Xiang, to be known among the martial world, would you?" Infuriatingly, he felt he had been caught in a trap. He noticed Song Chunyong's legs stiffen momentarily before they gradually relaxed. Pei Yuan was puzzled. He knew that individuals of her ilk valued their reputations greatly. It was not surprising that she felt anxious, but the current demeanor suggested a desire to resign herself to fate. He glanced at her and saw her gaze vacant, as if the deepest secrets of her heart had been laid bare to the world. A sense of dread washed over him. Song Chunyong seemed intent on surrendering. If she chose to abandon her defenses, what leverage could he possibly hold over her? He took a deep breath and suggested, "Of course, if you agree to do me a small favor, I can keep this secret for you." It was as if she had grasped a final straw. Her consciousness slowly returned, and her mind began to churn. Yet, she vehemently denied, "Nonsense. What Injai Shirley Xiang? I am a woman. How could I possibly be associated with such a name? Are you trying to frame me?" Pei Yuan wasted no time, dragging her to the embroidered bed in the room. Upon the bed lay a beauty with cascading hair, sleeping soundly, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue. Pei Yuan surmised that she must have been drugged. Otherwise, after the fierce struggle he had with Song Chunyong, the beauty would have undoubtedly awakened. He glanced at Song Chunyong before slowly pulling back the quilt on the bed. His eyes immediately fell upon the slender curve of the beauty's back, revealing an expanse of flawless white skin extending to her hips. However, her exquisite back bore the marks of kisses and light bites. Surely, she could not have inflicted those upon herself? Song Chunyong fell silent, her eyes vacant once more, resigning to her fate. Despite Pei Yuan's extensive experiences, This was his first encounter with such a person, and he could not help but inquire curiously. What compels you to cultivate such a notorious reputation when you are capable of so much more? He had expected that she would ignore him, but to his surprise, she replied in an unusually cold tone, "As a lowly woman traversing the martial world, I find pleasure in having those noble and beautiful women beneath me. Even if I do nothing at all, is that not acceptable? When they weep in my embrace, where is their so-called nobility then?" Pei Yuan began to understand the troubled psyche of Song Chunyang. She seemed to be the type who harbored lofty ambitions, yet was acutely aware of her precarious existence. Born into the lower echelons of Ming society, she made a living by wandering the martial world. Sensitivity had shaped her from a young age, making her attuned to the perceptions of others. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her captivating phoenix eyes exuded all her charm. She yearned to prove her worth. Yet society dictated that one's origins determined their fate. The experiences she gained from her travels only deepened her discontent. Perhaps it was these bizarre stimuli that fostered her pathological thoughts towards women of noble birth or exceptional beauty. When she found herself atop the daughter of a censor, she likely reveled in the sensation, even without taking any action. Pei Yuan felt he had begun to comprehend her thoughts, but he was unprepared for the boldness that followed her confessions. She proclaimed just like this. With that, she lifted one foot and placed it upon Pei Yuan's shoulder. Her foot was smooth and elegant, with nails stained in the blood she had just shed, reminiscent of the juice from a balsam flower. Her breath quickened. Here was a woman of the martial world, yet she could place a court-martial officer beneath her feet. She wiggled her toes, her voice slightly breathless. "I presume you are at least a total flag officer." Pei Yuan cast her aside, but Song Chunyang, displaying her agility, adjusted her posture before she even touched the ground. Pei Yuan decided against further conflict. He realized he had already gained the upper hand over her, even without the leverage of the secret. He crossed his arms and declared, "Clean yourself up. Tomorrow I shall introduce you to someone." Song Chunyang surveyed him with a hint of disappointment. "Is this your condition?" Pei Yuan chuckled softly, suggesting with a knowing smile, "I merely pity you. It seems you have never experienced the finer things in life. Allow me to broaden your horizons." Her brow furrowed in confusion as Pei Yuan, suppressing his own wicked amusement, inquired, "Are you aware that the court has stationed some Jinyiwei in various temples and palaces?" Song Chunyang scoffed. "Those court hounds?" Pei Yuan offered no explanation. "Indeed, but do you know who oversees these Jinyiwei? As a person of the martial world, she was well versed in such rumors. The court's leading hounds were often referred to as the Great Demon by the martial populace. She recounted a plausible tale, stating that they were said to be under the command of a certain Han, a notorious figure at the Zhan Xieqian who saw. "Ah," Pei Yuan nodded, stifling a smirk, inching closer and whispering, "This Han Qianhu is quite the beauty." Song Chunyang's eyes widened in surprise. Pei Yuan continued to temper her like a devil. "The most formidable of the great demons in the martial world is a fifth-grade Jin Qianhu, and she is exceptionally beautiful. Surely, you would not want to die without having laid eyes upon her, would you?" The alluring and powerful Han Qian, who was undoubtedly a figure that captivated Song Chunyang's imagination. Her breath grew heavier, and she swallowed nervously. Casting a wary glance at Pei Yuan, "What do you mean?" "Help me tell a lie," Pei Yuan stated plainly. Song Chunyang's wariness intensified. "What lie?" Pei Yuan explained. "I have learned through various channels that the rebel forces from Bazhou are advancing southward, potentially feigning an attack on Huayan. However, my sources are not reliable enough to disclose this directly, so I will attribute it to a message from a friend at the Changfeng Biaojiu. It's a matter of great significance, and Han Qian who wants to inquire personally. Tomorrow, when I introduce you to her, can you help me smooth things over?" Song Chunyang was skeptical and mocked. "Are you not afraid I will betray you?" "Betray me with what?" Pei Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, then flashed a malicious grin. "When we meet Han Qianhu, it will be entirely up to you whether you wish to be seen as my friend from Changfeng Biaojiu or as a captured debauchee." Song Chunyang glared at Pei Yuan, her teeth clenched. How despicable! Song Chunyang glared fiercely at Pei Yuan, struggling to inquire. "If I want to probe further into other matters, what should I say?" Pei Yuan replied, "You are merely my messenger. Just convey that the rebel forces primarily consist of cavalry, act swiftly, and carry little in the way of supplies. These points should suffice." He glanced at Song Chunyang and added, "When the time comes, act a bit foolish. Han Qianhu will surely refrain from asking too many questions. Song Chuanyang skeptically retorted, "Are you so confident?" Pei Yuan feigned ignorance, saying, "What do you, a woman of the rivers and lakes, understand? Does Han Qianhu need to consult with you?" Gritting her teeth, Song Chuanyang replied, "Don't think I am unaware of your little schemes." Pei Yuan speculated that the rebel forces in Bazhou were feigning an attack on Huayan. This was merely his conjecture. However, seeking immense benefits without taking risks was folly. A person burdened with debts and lacking credibility, like him, was not entitled to earn risk-free profits. Before departing from Beijing, he had managed to keep his substantial debts under wraps while borrowing more money to navigate his financial turmoil. For someone who already owed over 30,000 taels of silver, what was there to fear in continuing to gamble? Pei Yuan was now undeterred by his debts. He was fully prepared to lose. The real risk lay with Han Qianhu. Pei Yuan's current maneuver was akin to placing 80,000 taels alongside Han Qianhu on the gambling table. If victorious, Han Qianhu would reap the greatest rewards, and given his generosity, Pei Yuan would not be excluded. If defeated, Pei Yuan glanced at Song Chuanyang, who shot him a glare, demanding, "What are you looking at?" To persuade Han Qianhu of his judgment, it required Song Chuanyang's final push. Pei Yuan assessed her and advised, "Make yourself presentable. Do not embarrass yourself before Han Qianhu. Tomorrow, await me at the entrance of the Nanjing Jinyiwei office." He then warned, "Do not underestimate the power of the Jinyiwei. I could retrieve you from the Yingtian prefecture at any moment, just as I have today." Fearing that Song Chuanyang might recover and cause further trouble, Pei Yuan contemplated leaving. Before exiting, he cast a friendly glance at the embroidered bed, suggesting, "Shall we continue?" Song Chuanyang, perhaps still under the influence of the captivating beauty of the female Qianhu that had lingered in her mind, boldly beckoned Pei Yuan with a glance, hinting at a desire to join him. Pei Yuan smiled and turned to depart, unwilling to contest this delectable moment with Song Chuanyang. The following day, Pei Yuan arrived early at the Nanjing Jinyiwei office. After a brief wait, he saw Song Chuanyang stealthily approach from a nearby alley. Perhaps Pei Yuan's sudden appearance the previous day, revealing her identity as Shirley Xiang, had instilled in her a peculiar awe of his control. Alternatively, her pathological insistence on maintaining appearances may have compelled this respectable woman, valued at 500 taels, to overcome her fear of the Jinyiwei and present herself at their doorstep. Pei Yuan observed Song Chuanyang, noting her complete transformation into male attire. Though her clothing was new, it appeared somewhat mismatched. Fortunately, Song Chuanyang's features were still appealing. Her male disguise, combined with her striking eyes, surprisingly suited her. Pei Yuan even detected a faint resemblance to Han Qianhu, albeit with a significant disparity in attractiveness and physique. Pei Yuan had not dared to scrutinize Han Qianhu's chest, knowing that her formidable presence could frighten even the most imposing adversaries. However, when it came to legs, Pei Qianhu certainly possessed the authority to judge. Although he had grovelingly pleaded with Han Qianhu yesterday, he had not forgotten the unforgettable sensation of that encounter. As for the fleeting touches exchanged with Song Chuanyang, those had entirely faded from his memory by the time he retired for the night. Pei Yuan boldly speculated whether she had spent an inordinate amount of time deliberating over what female attire to wear, leading her to opt for male garb instead. Song Chuanyang shot him an indignant glare, exclaiming, "Pei Yuan, don't push your luck." Pei Yuan, uninterested in further undermining this self-conscious yet wild woman, approached the gatekeeper and stated, "I am here to see Han Qianhu." The gatekeeper, having witnessed Han Qianhu summon Pei Yuan for questioning several times recently, was not as dismissive as before. One of them politely informed him, "Pei Baihu has arrived late. Han Qianhu has gone to the Chaotian Palace today." "Chaotian Palace?" Pei Yuan inquired, astonished. "How long has she been gone?" The gatekeeper replied, "For over half an hour." Pei Yuan thought it best, with Han Qianhu occupied, she would avoid repetitive inquiries. The possibility of Song Chuanyang succumbing to her desires and acting recklessly remained a considerable risk. Pei Yuan decisively opted to take Song Chuanyang directly to the Chaotian Palace to meet Han Qianhu. The palace, located not far from the Qinhuai River, possesses a remarkably rich history. Reconstructed in the 17th year of the Hongwu era, it primarily served for the court's prayers and rituals. Occasionally, during significant ceremonies, the civil and military officials would rehearse there. Many newly appointed officials or those from esteemed families would also practice their etiquette at this site. As a prominent Taoist establishment, numerous obscure proclamations were posted nearby. The Chaotian Palace primarily relied on financial support, with deep intervention from the Nanjing Ministry of Rights, which originally did not necessitate this degree of societal standing. Yet, certain officials within the Nanjing Ministry held a different perspective, viewing it as an extension of their authority. Even if it did not provoke conflict, it could prevent disruptions. Thus, similar proclamations were displayed outside the Chaotian Palace. Pei Yuan took a cursory glance, noting that the content was similar to what he had observed outside Linggu Temple. He pondered the implications. Was there an element of competition involved? Was it possible that the efficacy of one's wishes could influence their standing in the rivers and lakes? Just as Pei Yuan and Song Chuanyang were contemplating, an unidentified young acolyte emerged from the Chaotian Palace, affixing a new notice to one of the boards. Both turned to see the bounty for capturing Shirley Xiang had risen to 250 taels. Pei Yuan exchanged a meaningful glance with Song Chuanyang, who neither acknowledged him nor spoke. Coincidentally, some onlookers expressed envy, exclaiming, "How has Shirley Xiang struck again? Which incident is this?" The young acolyte, unperturbed, casually responded, "I heard it was Zhao Yun from the Jinyiwei River. Her master has offered 50 taels as a reward." Zhao Yun, a familiar figure among the crowd, remarked, "She isn't even a courtesan. When the price is right, she only charges 8 taels a night. Why is her master so generous?" The unidentified acolyte paid no mind, leisurely returning to the Chaotian Palace. Another voice chimed in, "You don't understand. Right now, the most notorious rogue in the rivers and lakes is Shirley Xiang. Just think, he dares to pursue the daughter of the city patrol officer. What won't he do? The women he desires must possess extraordinary qualities." Another companion concurred, "I believe Zhao Yun has become a prominent figure in the Jinyiwei. It wouldn't be surprising if her bounty reaches 10 taels." Pei Yuan felt utterly powerless. Where could he voice his grievances? He involuntarily glanced at Song Chuanyang, who had previously seemed a victim but now appeared to have elevated her status after their encounter. The pursuit of Song Chuanyang had unexpectedly become a means to announce her worth on the Jinyiwei River. The question now was whether Song Chuanyang felt any ire. Another voice chimed in, expressing skepticism regarding the situation, suggesting it might be merely the self-serving talk of Zhao Yun. With no one able to capture Shirley Xiang, who could truly ascertain the truth? Many who had previously remained silent now spoke up, claiming it was unlikely. Shirley Xiang was not one to be trifled with. After all, the last person who spoke out carelessly faced retaliation, leaving their face marred. Many seasoned patrons of Jinyiwei River remarked that Zhao Yun was fortunate. If he adeptly flattered the guests and garnered generous tips, he might accumulate enough to redeem himself. Pei Yuan observed the scene, finding nothing particularly novel, and gently patted Song Chuanyang on the shoulder, urging her to remember their purpose. Song Chuanyang, however, appeared utterly unconcerned, smiling as she sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. Pei Yuan couldn't help but reflect on the distinction between respectable women and those of ill repute. The latter, once commanding 300 taels on their first night, quickly diminished to a mere 10 taels by the next day. In contrast, the previously unremarkable courier girl had now risen to 550 taels, even sparking a trend. Noticing Song Chuanyang's buoyant spirit, Pei Bai mischievously followed behind, teasingly inquiring how she knew it was him. Was it due to his inadequacies? Song Chuanyang, unfazed, cheerfully replied, "No, I left a mark on the wall. I need to be remembered." Pei Yuan found himself speechless, pondering the futility of a woman's desire to be remembered by someone like him. No wonder she had become the most notorious seductress in the realm. While other seducers would vanish after their conquests, most victims silently endured, opting to keep the matter hidden. Yet, she boldly left her mark on the wall, defying the odds. Upon reaching the entrance of Chao Tiangong, a Taoist priest stepped forward to block their path, stating that due to official business, the temple was unable to receive guests. Pei Yuan, dressed in common attire, introduced himself as Baihu Pei Yuan of the Jinyiwei, urgently seeking to meet Qianhu Han from the Zhen Xie Qianhu Suo, requesting the priest's assistance in relaying the message. Chao Tiangong, being a subordinate of the Ministry of Rights, did not hold the same fear of the Zhen Xie Qianhu Suo as other temples did, and thus, the priest merely gestured for him to wait. After a lengthy wait, the priest returned to escort Pei Yuan inside. As they traversed the corridors, Pei Yuan inquired about the business at hand, but the priest remained tight-lipped. Pei Yuan, undeterred, wound his way through several courtyards until he arrived at a quiet side hall. Upon announcing his name, he heard Han Qianhu summon him and promptly stepped inside. Upon entry, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Han Qianhu, adorned with a jade hairpin and clad in a black Taoist robe, was engrossed in transcribing scriptures. Upon noticing Pei Yuan's arrival, Han Qianhu lifted her gaze. Her striking features, fair skin, and elegantly long neck created a stunning visual contrast that left Pei Yuan momentarily breathless. Han Qianhu's brows furrowed slightly. Regaining his composure, Pei Yuan hastily replied, Song Chunyang has been found. I brought her here. Oh, Han Qianhu acknowledged, reaching for a piece of yellow paper on the nearby desk, quickly inscribing a few characters before handing it to Pei Yuan. Do not speak yet. Affix this to the door. Pei Yuan quickly accepted the paper, glancing down in confusion. The characters, elegantly inscribed, read, Attend to mundane affairs. Let all deities retreat, as per orders. Not daring to disobey, he exited the side hall in a daze. Uncertain where to place the paper or whether he should procure some paste, he heard Han Qianhu call from within to stick it on the door. Bring Song Chunyang in. Hesitating, Pei Yuan cautiously approached the door with the yellow paper, and as soon as it neared the surface, it adhered as if magnetically drawn. Reading the 3 lines again, a sudden unease washed over him. He exchanged a knowing glance with Song Chunyang and ushered her into the side hall. After a moment's thought, he firmly closed the door behind them. Turning back, he noticed Han Qianhu giving him an approving look. Not daring to linger, he subtly gestured toward the nervously gulping Song Chunyang, urging her to greet Han Qianhu. Song Chunyang stuttered, clearly anxious, struggling to find the right words. Han Qianhu smiled, assuring her, no need for formalities. She then explained to Pei Yuan that early that morning, the court had issued an internal decree regarding the anticipated lack of rain and snow this winter, causing the emperor to worry about next year's harvest. Thus, both Shun Tianfu and Ying Tianfu had been ordered to pray for rain simultaneously. As the Chao Tiangong had always handled the affairs for Ying Tianfu, the head Taoist was well regarded by the court, and Han Qianhu had come personally to oversee the rituals. Since she was not required for the ceremonies there and could not leave early without offending the head Taoist, she took the opportunity to transcribe scriptures here, offering prayers for the people. Pei Yuan longed to express, You look exceptionally beautiful today, Qianhu. Yet reason compelled him to offer a more tactful compliment. Your great compassion and benevolence are truly admirable. Han Qianhu graciously accepted the praise and turned her attention to Song Chunyang, inquiring, Are you Song Chunyang from the Chongfeng escort agency? You were the one who reported the news of the rebel forces in Bazhou? Song Chunyang, torn between wanting to impress and maintaining her composure, hesitated before affirming, Yes. I informed by Hu Pei. Han Qianhu encouraged her. No need to be so formal. Please recount the information you possess. Drawing upon the words Pei Yuan had taught her, Song Chunyang relayed her encounter with the Bazhou rebels, highlighting their cavalry's strength and swift movements. Noting their lack of supplies, Han Qianhu listened intently, occasionally glancing at Pei Yuan. After a while, Han Qianhu began a second round of questioning, slightly rearranging the order of inquiries while still focusing on the details Song Chunyang had previously shared. Song Chunyang responded well, almost effortlessly conversing under Han Qianhu's queries. Pei Yuan, relieved that Song Chunyang did not deviate from the teachings he had imparted, quietly exhaled. He observed her and he thought to himself, This girl's worth has undeniably increased. Song Chunyang felt somewhat perplexed, yet she was delighted that Han Qianhu inquired about her personal matters. Having followed her father around since her early teens, it had been around 6 or 7 years now. Han Qianhu, with a smile, remarked that merely wandering the Jianghu was not a viable path. He had observed her extensive travels and experiences and asked if she would be interested in joining the Jinyiwei. This statement caught both Pei Yuan and Song Chunyang off guard. Song Chunyang exclaimed in astonishment, Can I really join the Jinyiwei? Pei Yuan was equally confused, questioning if she too could enter the Jinyiwei. Han Qianhu produced a document from his desk and tossed it onto the table, explaining that it had been delivered that morning along with an imperial edict. He did not intend for Pei Yuan to examine the document, but briefly introduced its contents, noting that the recent rebellion in Bazhou primarily involved citizens engaged in horse breeding, significantly impacting the court's equine policies. The Ministry of War reported that the Taipu Temple supply of horses was nearly exhausted, and horse prices had risen considerably, prompting a request for the establishment of a horse donation system. The emperor, lacking alternatives, had no choice but to consent. The Ministry of War sent documents to the military officials, stating that if there were any vacancies to be filled, they could be reported in advance. Song Chunyong quickly grasped the implications, exclaiming in shock, "So, it means one can purchase an official position? Can I truly buy an official title?" Han Qianhu, appearing in good spirits, clarified that purchasing an official title typically offered little utility, merely granting one a status and exemption from various taxes, with a modest salary that seldom led to actual positions. However, he noted that there were some vacancies in his jurisdiction, and he could assist her in securing one. While Song Chuanyang remained bewildered, Pei Yuan began to comprehend the Ministry of War's manipulations. It seemed that the horse donation system allowed anyone to buy an official position, yet the genuine vacancies had already been filled through connections before the system was even established. By the time the court officially opened the horse donations in a couple of months, every position would already be occupied. The remaining individuals who paid would merely receive some benefits and the status of minor officials. Cheng Leixiang's friend, Yin Buxian, had also purchased the title of Deputy Qianhu, only to find no vacancies available for him, leaving him to wander the streets of the capital. Those who bought military positions faced unpredictable risks, such as waiting a decade or more for a vacancy, only to receive news from the Ministry of War congratulating them on their upcoming position, which might be followed by a Tatar invasion. Hence, Song Chuanyang's fortune could not be deemed insignificant. By reporting military intelligence alongside Pei Yuan, she unexpectedly found favor with Han Qianhu. Believing Han Qianhu had misunderstood her intentions, she asked in disbelief, "Can I, as a woman, really hold an official position?" Han Qianhu chuckled, stating that in his role as the Zhansha Qianhu, he often encountered individuals from various backgrounds, and there were indeed many female officials. Otherwise, who would supervise the numerous nuns in the temples and monasteries. Furthermore, during the Shandong White Lotus sect uprising, when the Qianhu was tasked with capturing Tang Ser, many women were seized due to the mixed caliber of the Qianhu members, leading to thousands of victims. In the Xuande period, Emperor Zhang learned of this and showed great compassion, prompting her to establish regulations allowing female officials to oversee the Zhansha Qianhu to prevent future calamities. At this point, Han Qianhu deliberately glanced at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan, feeling hesitant, chose to remain silent. However, Song Chuanyang was genuinely intrigued. The girl who transported goods, known for her boldness, could indeed purchase an official position in the Jinyiwei. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "What position can I buy?" Han Qianhu replied, "Below the chief flag." Song Chuanyang directly asked, "How much does the chief flag cost?" Han Qianhu casually flipped through the document and glanced at it, stating, "With a payment of 70 taels of silver, you can secure a proper 7th-ranked chief flag officer position, which equates to 3 horses. What do you think? Do you possess 70 taels?" Song Chuanyang became exhilarated, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking a grain, affirming, "I have 70 taels." Han Qianhu seemed unsurprised by the girl's possession of such funds and asked, "Do you have it with you?" Song Chuanyang hesitated, replying, "Not on me, but elsewhere." Han Qianhu smiled, "Then go fetch it. I will await your return." Once Song Chuanyang left in a daze, Han Qianhu resumed writing, meticulously organizing the scriptures he had just transcribed, casually stating that she should accompany Pei Yuan from then on. Pei Yuan, increasingly bewildered, wondered why Han Qianhu's interest had shifted to him. Han Qianhu paused his writing, lifted his head, and fixed a piercing gaze on Pei Yuan. The beauty of his face, with its fair skin and long, elegant neck, transformed from a gentle contrast of light and dark to a dazzling, formidable brilliance against the shadows. Pei Yuan even felt that under Han Qianhu's sharp gaze, the slight glimpse of his collarbone beneath the black robe appeared glaringly white. Han Qianhu fixed his gaze on Pei Yuan and slowly inquired, "Are you dissatisfied with my arrangement?" She has successfully outpaced the Bazhou rebel forces, which primarily consisted of cavalry, and has leisurely arrived at Yingtianfu. Do you not value such a capable subordinate? Pei Yuan's mind momentarily blanked. His recent schemes had succeeded repeatedly, causing him to underestimate the situation and fail to notice the significant flaws in his reasoning. How could Song Chuanyang, after encountering the Bazhou rebels, manage to leave them so far behind and appear in Yingtianfu? Compared to this foolish error, the exposure of Song Chuanyang's identity seemed trivial. Pei Yuan felt his legs weaken. Regardless of his intentions, He had deceived Han Qianhu into utilizing the court's tax silver to gamble on whether the Bazhou rebels were staging a feigned attack. Now that Han Qianhu had seen through him, the consequences would be dire. Han Qianhu glanced at the flustered Pei Yuan and continued to transcribe the scriptures. Subordinate, subordinate. Pei Yuan, who had been deceiving others for so many years, was experiencing true panic for the first time. He was at a loss for how to defend himself. Deceiving Han Qianhu with false information to gamble on the Bazhou rebel forces was no different from wagering with Han Qianhu's life. Although Pei Yuan had derived his conclusions from various data sources and felt confident, how would Han Qianhu perceive it from his perspective? The inner chamber fell silent, with only the faint sounds of Han Qianhu's writing breaking the stillness. After a moment, Han Qianhu paused, furrowing his brow as he regarded Pei Yuan while grinding ink. Pei Yuan quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly approached. Scanning the area, he took water from a white porcelain cup and poured it into the inkstone, slowly grinding the ink. The sight of the white porcelain cup reminded Pei Yuan of the small white porcelain cup that Han Qianhu often played with, and he recalled Cheng Jihu's trembling demeanor at that time. Han Qianhu glanced at Pei Yuan, who was nervously grinding ink, then looked up at him. Pei Yuan hastily bent down, eager to hear what Han Qianhu had to say. Han Qianhu's delicate brows furrowed as he adjusted his robe's collar. Pei Yuan, already distracted, wondered if he had missed something and then felt a sense of injustice. He truly had not been careless this time. Noticing Han Qianhu's silence, Pei Yuan's intuition kicked in, and he swiftly recognized this as an opportunity for Han Qianhu to clarify things. He quickly stated, "I do have some channels for information, but they are not suitable for public disclosure. That's why I had Song Chuanyang assist in concealing the matter. I absolutely never intended to harm the Qianhu." Han Qianhu knew it, though it was uncertain whether he believed him. Han Qianhu dipped his brush in ink and began to write 2 lines, speaking slowly. "I can tolerate my subordinates being wicked, but I cannot allow them to be foolish. Just now you displayed great folly." As he spoke, he seemed to consider looking up, but was reminded of the previous awkwardness. Pausing momentarily before continuing, "I've always held high hopes for you." Pei Yuan felt a sudden embarrassment wash over him. Han Qianhu methodically inscribed scriptures, stating, "Although I am fully aware of your ulterior motives, once Huayan is besieged by the rebellious forces of Bazhou, the prices will inevitably plummet. This, indeed, holds true. This notion has proven beneficial for me. In your feudal schemes, you have revealed this useful possibility, thus rendering your calculations valuable in my eyes." Han Qianhu blew gently on the completed page of scriptures, adjusted his robe, and gazed intently at Pei Yuan, asking earnestly, as you observed earlier. Even Song Chuanyang can discern that the Bazhou rebel forces lack the strength to attack Huayan. So how can fear be instilled in Huayan? If there is no panic in Huayan, how can we reap multiplied profits? Pei Yuan then realized why, despite seeing through his minor manipulations. Han Qianhu had not abandoned that plan. For as long as Huayan is under threat, the vast stockpiles within the city will inevitably cause prices to crash. As long as this core logic exists, the entire plan remains significant. Pei Yuan adjusted his demeanor and replied, "This is not a matter for me to ponder. I am far away in Yingtian, have never commanded troops, and know little of military formations, thus I do not know what to do." Han Qianhu frowned slightly, leaning back as he fixed his gaze on Pei Yuan. "What do you mean?" Pei Yuan replied with conviction, "Because this is a matter for Lu and Lu Qi to consider. My lord, can we not think of it this way? If even a woman like Song Chuanyang can see that the Bazhou rebel forces might be staging a feigned attack on Huayan, how can Lu and Lu Qi conceal this from Lu Wan and achieve the objective of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair?" Subsequently, Pei Yuan stated his judgment with unwavering certainty. They will undoubtedly exert their utmost to place Huayan in the most precarious position, shattering Lu Wan and Gu Daiyong's psychological defenses, thus undermining the morale of Huayan. Han Qianhu contemplated this silently. Just as he was about to question Pei Yuan further, a messenger announced that Song Chuanyang had returned. Han Qianhu immediately permitted her entry, and Song Chuanyang greeted him awkwardly before presenting a large bag of silver she held. Han Qianhu did not count it, but smiled at her, saying, "Good, from now on, you shall serve as the chief officer of the Jinshi Qianhu, reporting to Pei Baihu." Huh? Song Chuanyang seemed somewhat taken aback, casting a reluctant glance at Pei Yuan, yet she recognized this as a rare opportunity. Han Qianhu looked at Pei Yuan, stating, "I will have her follow you. Whenever you see her, remember the foolish act you committed today." Pei Yuan, sensing Han Qianhu's disinterest in probing further, let out a sigh of relief and, with his bankrupt credit as assurance, vowed, "I would never forget, my lord." Han Qianhu acknowledged with a soft HM, murmuring, "Do not disappoint me." He then rifled through the documents he carried, retrieving a blank decree, and instructed Pei Yuan, "She is yours from now on. Please assist her in completing the necessary paperwork. By the way, it would be best to give her a new name. It would not look good on official documents if she is promoted." Pei Yuan respectfully accepted the blank decree, glancing at the apprehensive Song Chuanyang a few times. After apologizing, he took a pen from the desk and wrote down a new name for her, Song Tai. Han Qianhu, seemingly not paying attention, chuckled softly. "All right, you may go. Once I report to the Nanjing Jinyiwei, she can come to the office to collect her badge, weapons, official attire, and personal effects." Pei Yuan dared not linger any longer and hurriedly led Song Chuanyang out. Once outside, Song Chuanyang continually cast sideways glances at Pei Yuan, seemingly unsure how to face her new identity or the newly appointed superior beside her. "Is this it? I am now the chief officer of the Jinyiwei? What am I supposed to do?" Song Chuanyang inquired. Pei Yuan was not in the mood to engage with her. Given her somewhat complex background as a person from the Jianghu, Pei Yuan held no confidence in her loyalty. Many matters that could be discussed with Chun Tutai and Chung Leixiong were still beyond her comprehension. Pei Yuan spoke solemnly. "First, we need to pick someone up. He will be your future colleague. His name is Chun Tutai. You should have met him before." With few capable individuals at his disposal, Pei Yuan had no choice but to set aside personal feelings and call upon Chun Tutai, who was reputed for delivering messages northward. Oh, Song Chuanyang, newly entering the workforce, was uncertain how to fulfill her role as a 7th-grade military officer in the Ming dynasty. Hearing Pei Yuan's words, she merely responded quietly. The Chaodian Palace was located near the Jinyiwei River, and the journey was not particularly long. They walked one after the other. Pei Yuan, preoccupied with past events, could not help but feel frustrated, letting out a long sigh. Song Chuanyang sneaked a glance at him and suddenly raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. "You are my superior now. Should I not treat you well first?" Pei Yuan gasped sharply, bewildered by such brazen words. He found Song Chuanyang's beauty appealing, as he had developed a fondness for her over the past month. Moreover, he recalled many of her physical attributes. He turned to this serious young woman and began to elaborate. Song Chuanyang leaned closer, causing Pei Yuan's heart to race, and he quickly leaned in to listen. In a near whisper, Song Chuanyang murmured in Pei Yuan's ear, "Tonight, you can go to the Jinyiwei River and choose a beautiful woman to spend the night with. Just mention my name." As she spoke, she could not help but giggle. Pei Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, glaring at Song Chuanyang in anger. "Am I in need of a few taels of silver?" Song Chuanyang looked at Pei Yuan with glee, her discomfort with the identity transition having completely vanished. She walked alongside him, playfully beckoning him with her fingers. Pei Yuan, unwilling to engage, maintained a cold demeanor and continued on his path. This only made Song Chuanyang more cheerful, her eyes shining with delight. Pei Yuan noticed her long eyelashes as she playfully beckoned him again. Unable to resist, he begrudgingly leaned closer. Song Chuanyang glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then leaned into Pei Yuan's ear, softly asking, "Are you trying to seduce me?" Pei Yuan immediately bent his noble stature. He glanced around, then mischievously inquired, "Is that permissible?" Song Chuanyang looked at him with hope in her eyes, asking, "Can you help me seduce Han Qianhu?" Pei Yuan's emotions evaporated in an instant. His noble stature straightened immediately. This was an act of sheer folly. From this day forth, even in dreams, he would have to bow to Han Qianhu. Pei Yuan quickened his pace, following the creditor's map to soon locate Chun Tutai, who was lurking at the previous inn. Spotting Pei Yuan, Chun Tutai beamed with joy and hurriedly approached to pay his respects. "My lord, you have come." Upon turning, he noticed Song Chuanyang in male attire following closely behind. Chun Tutai immediately understood and promptly remarked, "The bedding is fresh and clean." Pei Yuan did not wish to be extorted by Song Chuanyang over such trivial matters. He immediately darkened his expression and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I have business with you." "Oh," Chun Tutai quickly responded, leading the two into a room to sit down. Pei Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to share some good news with him first. He retrieved a document from his sleeve and handed it to Chun Tutai. "The review from the Ministry of War had come through, and due to the merits achieved in Jining, you have been promoted by 1 rank. you are now a Zongqi. Zongqi? Chen Tutai was overjoyed upon hearing this. He eagerly accepted the document and examined it, his face radiating with delight. After a moment, as if remembering something, he bowed to Pei Yuan and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your support, Baihu." He paused, and then cleverly added, "No, I am now a Qianhu. I am deeply grateful for your patronage, Qianhu." In his 20s, Chen Tutai had entered the Jinyiwei, but due to a lack of strong connections, he had been seconded to the Dongchang for more than a decade, where he occasionally worked to administer punishment to various figures, seeing little prospect for his future. During the last campaign against the bandits, the incident involving the military officer Pei and a female hero had caused significant social repercussions. Chen Tutai and his accompanying Jinyiwei were dismissed from the Dongchang. Fortunately, Chen Tutai was quite earnest. He believed Pei Baihu's actions were merely a technical adjustment in his career and remained steadfast, never expecting that he would indeed rise to prominence. After congratulating Pei Yuan joyfully, he noticed Pei Yuan's solemn expression and immediately sensed that something was amiss. Being an old military officer, Chen Tutai quickly realized the issue. He flipped through the document from the Ministry of War, wondering if there had been any orders. Right, what did Chen Han say? Pei Yuan, with a hint of helplessness, revealed the transfer document to Chen Tutai. Upon reading it, Chen Tutai was left dumbfounded. The Beijing Jinyiwei had been dismissed, and the Nanjing Jinyiwei would not accept him. What then was Pei Yuan's status as a Qianhu? Pei Yuan could only respond despondently, saying, "I will have to seek another opportunity. If I can achieve something for Qianhu Han this time, perhaps I could be appointed as a deputy Qianhu. If I fail this time, calming her fury will not be a simple downgrade." Perhaps due to some shared credit, Chen Tutai felt a great deal of confidence in Pei Yuan. When a gentleman is determined to achieve something, what cannot be accomplished? Moreover, the authority of the Jinxia Qianhu is so significant that even as a deputy Qianhu, one would only be subordinate to Qianhu Han. Countless Jinyiwei commanders with honorary titles would surely envy him. Pei Yuan could only rely on Chen Taoti's well wishes to soothe himself. Being subordinate to Qianhu Han? A true man is capable of both bending and stretching. What does it matter? He turned and introduced Chen Tutai to Song Zongqi, saying, "This is Song Zongqi, appointed to assist me by Qianhu Han." He formally introduced Chen Tutai to Song Chuanyang, stating Chen Tutai is now also a Zongqi. Chen Tutai felt somewhat bewildered. As an executioner, he was accustomed to observing the skeletal and muscular structures of others, making him particularly adept at recognizing faces. If he recalled correctly, this should be the woman involved with Pei Baihu during the last incident at the Changfeng escort agency. Song Zongqi? Pei Yuan, aware of Chen Taoti's confusion, explained, due to the recent rebellion in Bazhou, the court is in need of horses, so they initiated a horse donation. Qianhu Han happened to have a vacancy, so he allowed Song Chuanyang to donate 70 taels for a position as Zongqi. Under normal circumstances, Chen Tutai might have found this somewhat acceptable, but having just seen his own appointment, he was suddenly overwhelmed with indignation. He could not help but exclaim in fury, "How can this be? I fought tooth and nail to seize the precious sword of the bandit leader Lu Qi in Bazhou and only receive the title of Zongqi. Others can simply buy their way in with 70 taels of silver? What is the Ministry of War doing?" Pei Yuan, seeing Chen Taoti's deep immersion in the situation, was at a loss for how to enlighten him. He could only emphasize the court has its own considerations. Through clenched teeth, Chen Tutai proclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes, "The court truly goes too far." Concurrently, Chen Tutai developed an inexplicable animosity towards Song Chuanyang. Having purchased her position, she, unaware of the sordid nature of the bureaucracy, found the situation rather surreal and instinctively hid behind Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan himself was burdened with troubles and was disinclined to entangle himself in their conflict. Enough of this chatter. Let's hasten back to Sun Ketting. Tomorrow, when Song Zongqi completes the necessary paperwork at the processing office, we shall proceed to Suzhou to meet with the supervisor of the textile eunuchs there. Many troublesome matters lie ahead. Song Chuanyang seemed to sense Pei Yuan's support. She pressed her lips together and shyly leaned against Pei Yuan's back. Pei Yuan immediately cast a more severe gaze towards Chen Tutai. Song Chuanyang, having grasped the nuances of the bureaucratic system, felt increasingly at ease within the Ming court's framework. On the way back to Sun Ketting, she even hummed a tune. From a distance, Cheng Leixiang, who was left on the boat to watch their belongings, noticed the three and leapt down from the moored vessel to greet them. Pei Yuan informed Cheng Leixiang of the promotion to Zhongqi and introduced Song Chuanyang's identity. Cheng Leixiang, having mingled in the Jianghu for many years and once being the elder brother of a disgraced disciple from the Huashan school, held no prejudice against Song Chuanyang's background. He understood the ins and outs of the system. With money, one could secure a position, and being appointed as Zhongqi directly from being a mere escort girl indicated that Qianhu Han regarded her highly. Pei Yuan felt unable to disclose that Song Chuanyang was placed beside him by Qianhu Han as a constant reminder. Song Chuanyang, now quite adept, showcased her connections with aplomb and handled herself with great propriety. Upon returning, Sun Guanshe quickly summoned people to attend to them. Perhaps due to Pei Yuan's frequent visits recently, the regular patrons of the Jinyiwei River noticed that Sun's flower boat was still in operation, and some bold guests began to book banquets. However, as Pei Yuan and his companions were still residing there, and since the owner's son Keding was intent on wooing these patrons, Sun Guanshe dared not accept any orders, claiming the presence of important guests. In her free moments, she trained the courtesans in their singing and dancing skills. Remembering something, Pei Yuan inquired of Sun Guanshe, "Where has that master Yuantong gone?" Sun Guanshe, evidently not fond of the monk, replied, "Perhaps he's gone somewhere to swindle people." Pei Yuan pondered. Although Master Yuantong lacked abilities, Yuanin Temple was closest to the North Zhengfu office, a crucial location. Selling him a favor now might prove useful in the future. Thus, he pulled out a blank travel permit from his pocket and said to Sun Guanshe, "I will be leaving Yingtianfu for Suzhou tomorrow. Please help me inquire about Master Yuantong's whereabouts. If possible, give him this travel permit and inform him that he owes me a favor." Sun Guanshe promptly accepted it. As someone in his line of work, he was well informed and could likely locate Master Yuantong with a bit of inquiry. Noticing Pei Yuan's return with a lady, Sun Guanshe quickly signaled for water to be boiled. As a woman from a Jianghu, Song Chuanyang could easily perceive Sun Guanshe's intentions. However, feeling somewhat guilty about purchasing her position, she refrained from speaking up. Pei Yuan was also disinclined to explain everything repeatedly. As night fell, the flower boat gently floated on the waves, heading towards the Jinyiwei River. Sun's flower boat maintained its operational state, with courtesans accompanying patrons to drink and dance. Sun Guanshe originally intended to place Song Chuanyang beside Pei Yuan, but Pei Yuan was discerning. Song Chuanyang's penchant for flirtation was her own affair. After all, she was now the Zhongqi under his command. The subordinates can be gradually trained to take on a certain demeanor, but if one treats them like mere playthings, then Pei Yuan is courting disaster. Pei Yuan pointed to a certain spot, and the beauty seated there immediately rose and made way. He then exchanged a glance with Song Chuanyang. Surprised, she looked at Pei Yuan, then at her two silent colleagues, and the somewhat bewildered manager, Sunday. Suddenly, a warmth blossomed in her heart. Having followed her father through the rivers and lakes since childhood, she had lived a transient life almost every day. Yet, this simple gesture from Pei Yuan made her feel as if she had finally grasped something solid in an unfamiliar place. Noticing Song Chuanyang sitting alone, Manager Sun pondered for a moment and quickly called for Lu Liang, who had drunk with Pei Yuan. This time, Pei Yuan was mindful of Song Chuanyang's modest character and refrained from reaching out too much. However, the envy clearly written on Song Chuanyang's face was impossible to conceal. Although she had previously favored girls of a more voluptuous build, the secret thrill of such encounters could never compare to the joy of being willingly served by a lady. The next morning, the four departed from the flower boat and headed to the Nanjing Jinyiwei Yamen. This visit was to complete the paperwork for Song Chuanyang before they would proceed directly to Suzhou, hence everyone packed their belongings together. Pei Yuan's luggage was quite substantial, notably including a gold ingot valued at over 600 taels, a painting by Tang Bohu, a dagger gifted by Lu Qi, and 2 handmade clay grenades. Additionally, there were several changes of clothing. Chun Tutai's luggage mainly consisted of various tools of torture. After losing some while being pursued by the Baijiu cavalry, he had taken the opportunity in recent days to find a blacksmith shop nearby to craft some replacements. Cheng Leixiang's bundle was smaller, containing only a few garments and some scattered silver and copper coins. In the dead of night, Song Chuanyang stealthily slipped off the ship to retrieve her hidden luggage, resulting in her having a bulging bundle by morning. Upon arriving at the Nanjing Jinyiwei Yamen, Pei Yuan inquired about the presence of Han Qianhu. To his surprise, the Jinyiwei at the door shook his head, informing him that Han had left in the morning and was unlikely to return that day. Pei Yuan found it curious, wondering if it had to do with the reign-seeking matter. The Jinyiwei at the door, recognizing Pei Yuan as a trusted aide of Han, did not hide the truth. Indeed, the master of the Chao Tian Palace had sought rain for the southern provinces the previous day, but the responses were not optimistic. Han had requested a list of deities to be prayed to from a master early in the morning and would be at the Chao Tian Palace today to strike the iron whips for the deities under the scorching sun. Song Chunyang gasped softly. The Jinyiwei at the door further explained that Han was acting on the emperor's internal decree and could not afford to be careless. It was said that Han had become genuinely enraged, and if the master of the Chao Tian Palace failed to receive a favorable response again, he would condemn the city gods and dragon kings of those prefectures as improper shrines, directly terminating their worship. It seemed that Han would have plenty to keep him busy. If they had matters to attend to, they should directly visit the Chao Tian Palace. Pei Yuan clicked his tongue in contemplation, acknowledging that the Ming dynasty does not sustain idle deities. He then expressed his intention to complete the paperwork for his subordinates at the experience department. The Jinyiwei on guard inquired at the experience department and, knowing Han had already given instructions, led the four of them inside. Along the way, Pei Yuan lowered his voice and playfully asked Song Chunyang if she still had thoughts about Han Xinhu. Song Chunyang, burdened with worries, wore a serious expression as if she could weep. Upon reaching the experience department, Pei Yuan greeted the officials there. The officials of the experience department were among the few civil servants in the Jinyiwei system, typically composed of third-degree Jinsha graduates with promising futures, and they often looked down upon martial figures like Pei Yuan. One official took a glance at a document and then surveyed the other three, demanding to know who Song Tai was. Pei Yuan exchanged a bewildered glance with Song Chunyang, who appeared equally perplexed. The official, clearly unaccustomed to such a situation, grew somewhat uncertain when no one responded. Looking again at the document, he asked in a quieter voice, Song Tai? Pei Yuan gently nudged Song Chunyang, prompting her to step forward, looking utterly confused. The official, somewhat irritated, refrained from saying much further upon seeing that she was a woman. The Jinxia Qianhu, being part of the internal Jinyiwei, was accustomed to accommodating various backgrounds. The experience department managed the secret documents of the Nanjing Jinyiwei, and, occasionally, they would even encounter a few records regarding foreign individuals or pirates. The official addressed Song Chunyang, stating that as a woman, they would need to create an internal file for her. He inquired about her birth name and place of origin. Song Chunyang appeared increasingly bewildered. However, Pei Yuan understood that this internal file was meant to protect certain individuals within the Jinyiwei. Many operatives often lived under another identity, which could lead to an identity crisis. For instance, if Song Chunyang continued to operate under the name Song Tai in official matters, once that false identity was compromised, there would be no guarantee of her interests. Thus, it was essential to establish an internal file to confirm that this woman named Song Chunyang was indeed the chief officer of the Jinyiwei. This matter concerned the interests of a significant portion of the Jinyiwei, and no one dared to tamper with it. Pei Yuan briefly explained this to Song Chunyang, which rekindled the sense of security she had felt the previous night. Watching her name, Song Chunyang, take shape on the document, she began to genuinely accept her new identity. Song Chunyang hailed from Shandong, and coincidentally, she also came from a military household. The military households of the Ming dynasty were subject to strict management in earlier years. In the 22nd year of Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang issued a severe edict stating that any military officer caught singing would have their tongues cut out, those playing chess would have their hands severed, and those found playing kuju would have their feet removed. The records in Kazuo Zhu detail how the commander of Longjiang Wei, Fu Long, and the small flag bearer, Yao Yin, were punished by having their right feet severed and sent to Yunnan. This raises a question. What would the ministers of the Ministry of Justice decide if an extraordinary man from a military household in the 23rd year of Hongwu presented himself before Zhu Yuanzhang, performing rap and basketball? In later times, due to the corruption of the military household system, it became a taboo subject. Many who roamed the rivers and lakes became accustomed to concealing their true identities as military households, thus making it difficult to trace their offenses. And no one dared to investigate. Song Chunyang's family, however, was indeed a military household. Her family had lost their military land 3 generations ago and were expelled from the garrison. Yet, her entire family still served on paper in the Dengzhou Wei, and she even had a non-existent elder brother. After Song Chunyang completed her documentation and received her items, the official from the experience department informed Pei Yuan, Pei Qianhu, your file has not yet been received by the Qianhu office and will remain with the experience department for now. However, Chief Chen Tutai's file has already been archived by Han Qianhu. Hearing this, Chen Tutai was overjoyed. The Jinyiwei Qianhu office had plenty of opportunities for gain, and even if he were later assigned to guard a temple, it would be better than being left in the Northern Pacification Department to eat cold leftovers. He had initially worried that Pei Yuan's organizational connections would not materialize and that he would also suffer misfortune, but unexpectedly, Han Qianhu had already brought him into the Qianhu office. Chen Tutai wanted to laugh, but seeing Pei Yuan's grim countenance, he could only suppress his joy. Meanwhile, Pei Yuan was thoroughly frustrated. The three subordinate Zongqi are currently all members of the Jinyiwei Qianhu Sua, leaving their own ranks in limbo, akin to temporary workers. After completing the necessary formalities for Song Chunyin, the group exited the Jinyiwei Yamen together. Cheng Leixiang, with his keen sense, suggested treating everyone to celebrate their new colleague. Song Chunyin. Pei Yuan hesitated for a moment and advised the trio to postpone the celebration until they reached Suzhou. Having received their mission, it would be unwise to become lax, especially when they were uncertain how many eyes were upon them. Originally, Pei Yuan was supposed to lead his troops directly to Suzhou, accompanied by the 200 captains, Dantai, Fangtu, and Sikong Sui, for his protection. However, the emperor's edict for rain had disrupted the pace of their operations. Pei Yuan had not interacted with Sikong Sui, but Dantai Fangtu had left a rather unpleasant impression on him. Without Qianhu Han to oversee matters, Pei Yuan feared he would encounter unnecessary delays and entanglements. As it stood, Pei Yuan had only 3 Zongqi officers under his command, and these officers were currently without substantial authority. Thus, Pei Yuan's influence within the Qianhu Sua was virtually non-existent. Confronting an elder like Dantai Fangtu head-on would not be a prudent choice. Pei Yuan recalled Han Qianhu's words. She had little patience for foolish individuals. Even if Pei Yuan resolved to confront Dantai Fangtu, he deemed it wiser to do so in Suzhou rather than in the opponent's home turf of Yingdianfu. Cheng Leixiang and Chen Tutai naturally had no objections to Pei Yuan's orders, but Song Chunyin seemed somewhat distracted, glancing at her freshly received official attire. Pei Yuan, recognizing the moment, suggested they have a simple meal before allowing Song Zongqi to find a tailor to alter her official garments, as they may come in handy. Song Chunyin, preparing for her mission, received essential items: a waist token, a beautifully crafted spring knife, a set of Zongqi's official attire, a set of blue cotton armor, and an additional layer of protective armor. The Jinyiwei, in essence, were soldiers, and wearing armor constituted proper attire. However, being the emperor's personal guards, the silk official robes were a luxury not afforded to other military units. Contrary to legend, the official robes were not the famed Feiyu clothing. In fact, the Feiyu robes were quite precious and rarely worn by even the Jinyiwei's command officials, such as Zhang Rong, except during court appearances. While aesthetically pleasing and exuding grandeur, the more exquisite silks were prone to fading, incurring a high cost of ostentation. It was understandable that Song Chunyin, having just received her official attire, felt a pressing need to display it. To find a place with food and drink, as well as a tailor, they naturally headed to the bustling Chang'an Street in Nanjing. The group first sought a larger tailor shop before locating a nearby eatery. While Pei Yuan, Cheng Leixiang, and Chen Tutai casually ordered some food, Song Chunyin, seemingly too excited to even nibble, joyfully carried her bundle of clothing to the tailor. Pei Yuan, preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming journey to Suzhou, pondered how to approach the governor Zhai. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Leixiang discreetly kicked him. Pei Yuan glanced up, only to find Cheng Leixiang munching on peanuts. He scanned the surroundings and noticed Song Chunyin peeking in, beckoning him with a finger. Pei Yuan's expression darkened. With so many brothers watching, was she attempting to put him in an awkward position? Song Chunyin beckoned again. Pei Yuan remained motionless, his eyes darting sideways. Cheng Tutai and Cheng Leixiang were engrossed in their peanuts. Very well. Pei Yuan cleared his throat and said he would check to see if he could assist. Stepping outside the shop, he approached Song Chunyin and asked what was amiss, noticing her bundle still in hand. Curious, he inquired why she had not gone to have it altered yet. With a cheerful smile, Song Chunyin replied that she wanted his opinion. Pei Yuan thought for a moment. Watching her try on clothes was certainly more entertaining than sitting with Chen Tutai and Cheng Leixiang. Therefore, he did not hesitate to join her. stating that he was quite frank in his opinions. Song Chunyin, unfazed, gleefully led the way, clutching her garments. Upon arriving at the previously chosen tailor shop, Pei Yuan finally comprehended Song Chunyin's intentions. She was holding official attire, and as a woman seeking alterations, who would dare assist her? Pei Yuan wasted no time, calling for the tailor to come and measure Song Chunyin. When the shopkeeper unfurled the bundle and beheld the 3 sets of clothing, he was taken aback, realizing they were official robes. The tailor, who was measuring Song Chunyin, paused, puzzled as to how they would fit this lady, since she required alterations for official robes. How could they take her measurements? Pei Yuan, undeterred, placed his Jinyiwei waist token on the table, asserting that alterations were to be made, as he was quite keen on this matter. The shopkeeper scrutinized Pei Yuan's waist token and promptly fell silent. Song Chunyin beamed with delight. Unbeknownst to them, the tailor, while measuring Song Chunyin's waist, curiously asked why they did not remove the binding corset for a better fit. Pei Yuan's gaze sharpened. It seemed Song Tiexin held reservations about the organization. Song Chunyin, however, remained unfazed, affirming that alterations should be made regardless. She even shot Pei Yuan a flirtatious glance. Pei Yuan chose not to engage further. The cotton armor was crafted by soaking cotton and compressing it, then stitching it together with layers of fabric, with leather sewn into critical areas, resembling a tailored garment. The protective armor was similarly constructed, but reinforced with thick iron plates, secured with fire lacquer. Visually, it appeared as a sleeveless dress. Generally, the protective armor was not worn unless combat was imminent. Their expedition to Suzhou bore striking resemblance to heading into battle, prompting Pei Yuan to insist that Song Chunyin prioritize taking the armor, even choosing a darker travel robe for her official attire. This set of robes appeared specially tailored for the Zhenxie Qianhu Suo, with the insignia befitting a 7th-rank military officer. Surrounded by swirling cloud patterns and embroidered with various chaotic bagua and swastikas in light silk thread. Song Chunyin, tall and slender, required minimal alterations for the cotton and protective armor, and being slightly larger as protective gear could potentially offer advantages. The alterations needed focused on her 7th-rank official robe. At the tailor's suggestion, Song Chunyin tried it on. The robe appeared oversized and ill-fitting, indeed lacking elegance. Typically, an official robe is designed to be loose to convey a sense of grandeur. However, Song Chunyin, unaware of this, remained silent as Pei Yuan noted her waist being cinched finely, rendering it both exquisite and neat. The tailor hesitated, but recalling their preferences, she changed her mind and suggested that Song Chunyin could slightly trim the hem of the robe to accentuate her attractive silhouette. Song Chunyin promptly rejected this suggestion. She was, after all, a serious official of the Ming dynasty, exhibiting keen discernment. Once the measurements were complete, Pei Yuan and Song Chunyin returned to the eatery, waiting while they dined. Song Chunyin made several trips to check, and on her final visit, she joyfully beckoned Pei Yuan from outside. Pei Yuan glanced at his 2 companions, who were still engrossed in their peanuts, and decided to abandon pretense, sauntering out to join her. Ing followed the tailor into a small room at the back. When she emerged, Pei Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see her clad in the robes of a 7th-rank official. The waist was cinched sharply and the shoulders tailored to perfection. Rather than the effect he had anticipated, she appeared remarkably clean and sharp. Pei Yuan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. The tailor shop lacked a large copper mirror, so Ing had to use a small one to gauge her appearance from various angles. Noticing Pei Yuan's genuine admiration, she felt a surge of satisfaction. She lovingly caressed the copper mirror, swaying slightly, wishing that HNCNH could see her. Perhaps buoyed by her good mood, she playfully wiggled a finger at Pei Yuan. Confused, he wondered why she didn't just beckon him as usual. Ing mischievously remarked that it would only happen once. Pei Yuan scratched his head in bewilderment, questioning what she meant. Ing, like a gust of wind, pulled the tailor back into the small room. After a while, she reappeared still wearing the 7th-rank official attire. Pei Yuan was puzzled. The smile on Ing's face visibly faded, and the tailor cast her a disapproving glance. Pei Yuan received a hint and looked closely at Ing, noticing a slight curve. Did she remove the corset? He clicked his tongue, unable to contain his thoughts, questioning the difference. This ignited Ing's anger, and she rushed towards Pei Yuan. It suddenly dawned on him that this could be a dangerous situation. He might not be able to overpower her. To his surprise, Chnni didn't strike him, but instead leaped onto him like a fledgling bird returning to its nest. Instinctively, Pei Yuan opened his arms to embrace her, feeling an unexpected softness. His breath quickened, and he instinctively tightened his grip. However, Chnni's hand swiftly moved downward, casting a disdainful glance at him before breaking free and pulling the tailor back into the changing room like a gust of wind. Pei Yuan was momentarily lost, bending down awkwardly to glance at the shopkeeper. After a moment of thought, the shopkeeper found a suitable topic, mentioning a charge of 3 taels of silver. Pei Yuan appeared cold and unfeeling, insisting that she pay for herself. The shopkeeper fell silent at this. After a while, Chnni emerged with her clothing bundled, still dressed in the previous male outfit. Cheerfully, she tossed a silver coin onto the counter, declaring that the fit was perfect and the excess would be a reward for the tailor. The shopkeeper smiled gratefully, casting a meaningful glance at Pei Yuan. He dismissed it, impatiently urging Chnni to hurry, as many were waiting for her alone. Chnni's expression darkened, glaring at Pei Yuan with furrowed brows. After a moment, she suddenly grinned mischievously, gesturing with her fingers. Pei Yuan's scalp tingled at her audacity, realizing how difficult it would be to maintain his leadership. With a stoic expression, Pei Yuan returned to the eatery, accompanied by the sprightly Chnni, who carried her bundle with vigor. After they finished their meal, Chnlixi took the initiative to settle the bill. Observing this, Pei Yuan calculated his earnings from the journey south. The former vice inspector, had distributed over 600 taels, and with Chnlixi side jobs and subsequent dealings with the New Jersey New York WI, he had earned several dozen taels more. The Spring Palace painting by T.B.H. gifted by SNKD could fetch around 100 taels, bringing his total to 800 taels of silver. SNKD was now in YNGZHU, extorting bribes from merchants heading north, which would likely yield significant returns, of which Pei Yuan intended to claim the lion's share. Though Chnlixi and CHNTUTI received about 200 taels each, it was evident that leveraging one's position had its benefits. In the capital, waiting for a meager monthly salary would have led Pei Yuan to financial ruin long ago. As for the diversion of tax funds for a significant operation in Huaiyan, only HNCNH could spearhead such a venture, possessing the necessary manpower and the ability to keep it a secret. Currently, all risks and capital rested on HNCNH, determining how much Pei Yuan could claim based on her discretion. It was not that Pei Yuan was timid, but the operation involved a staggering sum of 400,000 to 500,000 taels, a weight too heavy for his modest frame to bear. What does 400,000 to 500,000 taels signify? In the context of time travel novels, where a few thousand taels could be the price of a courtesan, it hardly seems substantial. There was no need to compare it to the likes of Hangzhou's top courtesan. By the end of this year, the Minister of Revenue presented a sob story to the emperor, stating that since the unrest in BZHU, bandits had ravaged the land. The court had to mobilize over 200,000 soldiers and 30,000 cavalry from the capital, border towns, and local garrisons to quell the rebellion. The expenditure for grain and fodder alone topped 90,000 taels in the 6th year of ZHNGD. In other words, if the operation in Huaiyan succeeded, the profits accrued in just a few days could sustain over 200,000 soldiers and 30,000 horses for half a year. Alternatively, this wealth could enable the Ming court to wage war, potentially leading to a historical event known as the Pei Rebellion in the 7th year of ZHNGD. If Pei Yuan were to leverage his knowledge from a past life, enduring long enough, perhaps future middle school history classes would recount this name. As he pondered this, Pei Yuan couldn't help but place his hands on his hips. Unsure why their leader had suddenly halted, Chnni, filled with curiosity, wondered what he was so pleased about and whether it was significant or not. She had never compared, but it felt as if she had lost a weapon to counter Pei Yuan. Fortunately, Pei Yuan discerned the gravity of the situation. Despite his inner pride, he dared not reveal anything to his subordinates. The postal system in Jiangnan remained unaffected by the bandits, continuing to operate efficiently. Pei Yuan estimated they could reach Shu in 2 to 3 days if all went smoothly. However, he understood that haste was unwarranted. Their journey to Shu served to stabilize the oversight of the Suheng textile supervisor and to divert attention, providing cover for HNH's clandestine activities. The 4 collected horses at the outpost outside the city, using documents issued by the New Jersey New York WI. Pei Yuan initially planned to travel directly to Shu via NJI but Tuti, who usually spoke little, suggested that he had insights from accompanying the Eastern factory in the past. Recognizing this as a subtle way of expressing a differing opinion, Pei Yuan welcomed his input, inviting him to elaborate. Tuti explained that the YNDNF housed numerous officials from the 6 ministries in New Jersey, resulting in tight accommodations and dining at the surrounding outposts. When they had collected their horses, he had noticed that the local outpost was already filled to capacity. Furthermore, to the north of Zhenjiang lies Yangzhou, and to the east are the bustling cities of Changzhou, Suzhou, and Songjiang. Many scholars traveling for study often take refuge in the official inns. Some of these scholars rely on their own academic merits, while others depend on the connections of friends and mentors, and some even purchase positions from idle officials. Although our Jinyiwei are not particularly intimidated by them, it is still challenging to expel someone without just cause. If we cannot rest at the inn, enduring the hardships of travel may become quite unbearable. Upon hearing Chun Taitu's words, Pei Yuan understood. The 6 ministries in Nanjing still wield control over the officials in the south. For instance, the Ministry of Personnel in Nanjing oversees the selection and assessment of southern officials, while the Ministry of Justice manages the judicial matters of various administrative regions. With such a multitude of officials coming and going, it naturally places immense pressure on the public in surrounding Yingtianfu. Additionally, the flourishing culture in the south attracts many well-connected scholars, further encroaching on public resources. While Chen Taitu spoke eloquently, the lower-ranking Jinyiwei possess little deterrent power in front of those civil officials. One must bear in mind that when the emperor discusses matters with his ministers, even the commanding officer of the Jinyiwei must stand aside like a servant. If they dared to act arrogantly in such a setting, the likely outcome would be the sudden emergence of a prominent figure from somewhere, who with just a few words would send them off in disgrace. Beyond the official inn, not only would they have to forego free lodging and meals, but changing horses would also pose a significant issue. Horses are delicate creatures. They can run swiftly, but without proper care afterward, they may become useless. Pei Yuan then inquired of Chen Taitu if he had any good solutions. Chen Taitu, having contemplated the matter beforehand, suggested to Pei Yuan that they should travel towards Lishui and Liang, and then proceed from the water in Yixing County directly to Suzhou via Taihu. This route would allow them to avoid the busiest postal roads and ensure a more comfortable journey. Pei Yuan, lacking knowledge in this area, was impressed by Chen Taitu's confidence and praised him, exclaiming that Taitu was indeed his hidden talent. The 4 men then adjusted their direction and set off towards Lishui. Perhaps due to the sudden change in route, Pei Yuan, who had initially planned to proceed leisurely, quickened their pace. By the time they reached the inn outside Lishui, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Pei Yuan deliberately went to check the inn, only to find it completely full. Upon reviewing the guest list he requested from the innkeeper, he discovered many individuals whom he could not afford to offend. Cheng Leixiang approached and asked, "My lord, shall we enter the city or head towards Liang?" Pei Yuan looked at the sky. If they were to enter the city, they would have to leave their horses behind. The back and forth would only waste their energy. After some thought, he replied, "Let us check the next inn. After all, there are only 4 of us, and we should be able to find a place to sleep." The 4 men changed horses and continued along the main road. Time was of the essence, and they dared not delay further. Pei Yuan had initially worried that Song Chunyang might struggle with the hurried march, but upon glancing back several times, he found her riding with surprising ease, even more so than he had anticipated. As dusk approached, Chen Taitu, riding at the front, suddenly pulled on the reins. "What is happening?" Pei Yuan moved to the front and immediately noticed the commotion. Beside the road, a large inn was engulfed in flames, with numerous guests frantically trying to salvage their belongings, while some in staff were hurriedly attempting to extinguish the fire. Pei Yuan observed for a moment, glancing at the darkening sky, and with a somewhat troubled expression, he inquired of Chun Taitu, "Are there any other places to stay nearby?" Though the inn was lost. Continuing towards Liang, there was a courier station that might serve as a temporary refuge. Otherwise, they could search for nearby villages that might offer shelter. The courier station primarily dealt with military messages and resembled a makeshift outpost in the wilderness. Finding a village to stay in would be far more reliable. Completely bewildered by the situation, Pei Yuan said to Chun Taitu, "You lead the way." With the sun about to set, the four men hastened their pace. After walking about 4 or 5 li, Chun Taitu exclaimed, "My lord, look!" Pei Yuan quickly urged his horse forward and saw in the distance a small courtyard made of earth, emitting wisps of smoke, clearly having been nearly reduced to ashes. The soldiers who should have been guarding this place had vanished without a trace. Pei Yuan felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He quietly told Chun Taitu and Cheng Leixiang, "This is suspicious." Pei Yuan could not believe the coincidence of 2 places experiencing unexpected fires in succession. If it were arson, perhaps one could believe that someone set fire to the inn, as those who could afford to stay in such establishments were either wealthy or influential, and they might seize the opportunity for gain. However, the courier station was only guarded by 2 or 3 old soldiers, with no more than a couple of horses for replacements. It held nothing of real value. Who would target this place without reason? Cheng Leixiang, with his extensive experience in the martial world, quickly advised, "Regardless, we should leave here as soon as possible." Pei Yuan, being one who valued his life, readily agreed and then inquired of Chun Taitu, "What about nearby villages?" Chun Taitu scratched his head, saying, "I am not sure. I've only been here a few times with the Dongchong. Perhaps we should search." Pei Yuan, observing the sky darkening rapidly, decisively stated, "No need to search. We should head back." Back. The 3 were taken aback. Pei Yuan explained, "What we cannot foresee, others will also be oblivious to. Even if that inn is burned down, at least there are still many people there, which is better than 4 of us wandering in the wilderness." Upon hearing this, the 3 men felt persuaded. Thus, they hurriedly retraced their steps while they could still vaguely see the path. Not long after, Pei Yuan suddenly felt a cool sensation on his face. Reaching up to touch it, he caught a falling raindrop. Surprised, he remarked, "Is it raining?" This year, both the north and south had suffered droughts, and the emperor had even issued a decree for both Yingdianfu and Shuntianfu to pray for rain. How could it be raining now? Pei Yuan recalled that the Taoist priest at Chao Tiangong had said the rain prayers were ineffective. Could it be that the sun's scorching had finally yielded results? Suddenly, Pei Yuan realized what was happening and angrily shouted, "Damn it, it's raining. Let us move." It was now the end of the 6th year of the Zhengde reign. In the depths of winter, Pei Yuan and his companions had no rain gear or cloaks. Even though it was slightly warmer in the south, being drenched by a cold rain would be enough to leave them in dire straits. But this winter rain was falling harder than in summer, so intense that Pei Yuan felt as though all of southern Jili's rain was pouring down here. Moreover, it seemed to be mixed with grains of ice the size of rice, stinging his cheeks painfully. From a moment Pei Yuan sensed the rain until it transformed into a torrential downpour. It barely took the time to drink half a cup of tea. The 4 men were soon soaked by the freezing rain. Pei Yuan felt that all the warmth within him was being drained away by the icy water, leaving him shivering as he desperately curled up on his horse. To make matters worse, as the rain intensified, the roads began to turn muddy. Cheng Leixiang urged his horse closer and shouted, "My lord, should we seek shelter under a tree?" Pei Yuan's thoughts remained clear, and he resolutely declined, stating that it was winter and there were no trees to shelter from the rain. The longer they delayed, the more troublesome it would become. A gust of cold wind could freeze them to death. "We must hasten back to the post station." Cheng Leixiang shrank his head at the words and chose not to speak further. Fortunately, the distance to the post station was not too great. The 4 of them trudged through the mud, and at last they beheld the dilapidated courtyard, half destroyed by fire, perhaps due to the timely arrival of freezing rain. The station still retained a few intact rooms. However, these rooms were already crowded with people, and even the remnants of broken walls provided refuge for some seeking shelter from the rain. As the 4 approached on horseback, a post attendant clad in a straw raincoat shouted, "Who goes there?" Chun Tutai stepped forward and bellowed, "We are from the Jinyiwei." The attendant, drenched and weary, glanced over, and with little patience, shouted back, "This place is burned down. Seek shelter elsewhere." Upon hearing this, the 4 drew their blades in unison. The The attendant nearly stumbled in fright and hurriedly retreated to shelter beneath the eaves. Pei Yuan, his teeth chattering from the cold, forced himself to remain vigilant and warned. Be cautious, something feels amiss today. With their embroidered spring knives in hand, the four advanced on horseback, ready to charge forward at the first sign of danger. A panicked attendant dressed as a post officer rushed out to meet them. However, the sound of ice pellets striking the tiles drowned out his words. The four were in a dire state, their caution heightened. Pei Yuan whispered to the others, if anything seems off, act decisively. Chung Lei Xiang and Chen Tu-Tai nodded in agreement, while Song Chun-Ai remained silent, her horse swaying precariously. Though her martial skills were commendable, her constitution was weak, and the freezing rain had nearly taken her life. At that moment, the sound of hoofbeats echoed from another direction. Soon, over a dozen dark figures on horseback scrambled through the rain towards the station. A deep, resonant voice rang out from the riders. Yu Qingfeng of the Huashan sect requests shelter for his disciples from this harsh, freezing rain. Instantly, Pei Yuan's group fell silent, all ears straining to listen. After a while, someone from the station responded loudly, "This is a government post. We do not associate with those of the Jianghu." Then, they heard Yu Qingfeng's voice. Strong yet restrained, my daughter cannot withstand the cold. May she at least seek refuge beneath the eaves. A reply came, "We have heard of Master Yu's reputation, but the court's regulations are strict. Why must we trouble those of lower status?" As the exchange continued, the post officer arrived before them. With a hoarse voice, he smiled apologetically, "Forgive us, forgive us. The station suffered a fire today, and with the sudden freezing rain, I have been scrambling to manage things. It was not my intention to delay you." Pei Yuan scrutinized him and suddenly asked, "Who prevented us from entering?" The post officer hesitated. Pei Yuan slightly raised his embroidered spring knife, a cold line of rainwater trickling down its blade. The officer, perhaps shaken by the cold wind, shivered and stammered. "It is mainly the South Grand Seema's intention. There are hardly any rooms left for shelter, and many families and scholars are taking refuge under the eaves." The South Grand Seema referred to Wang Chong, the Minister of War in Nanjing. Pei Yuan regarded the officer for a moment and inquired, "What instructions did the South Grand Seema give?" The officer, sensing the anger in Pei Yuan's tone, cautiously replied, "The South Grand Seema stated that there is no room left for you and advised you to seek elsewhere." The name of the South Grand Seema, indeed, carried weight. But the four of them, drenched by the freezing rain, would have to venture into the dark wilderness for shelter. Even if they were fortunate enough not to freeze to death, they would likely all fall ill. Chen Tu-Tai erupted in anger. "Are you sending us away now? Are you trying to take our lives? At the very least, let's dry our clothes and prepare our raincoats." The post officer dared not respond. Pei Yuan's mood soured immensely as he glanced at the dark figures standing in the rain, then turned to the others and instructed, "Wait for me." After saying this, he gently urged his horse toward Yu Qingfeng. Pei Yuan had no idea what Yu Qingfeng was feeling at that moment. When he reached the group from the Huashan sect, he found them silently gazing at the light within the post station, their eyes flickering like flames. Yu Qingfeng appeared quite different from Pei Yuan's expectations. In his 40s, he had a handsome visage, a strong build, and an expression that was tense and serious, like a poised leopard ready to spring. As Pei Yuan approached, a member of the Huashan sect demanded, "Who are you?" The gaze of over 10 individuals fell upon him, but Pei Yuan remained unperturbed, riding forward and declaring, "I am a Qian Hu of the Jinyiwei in Nanjing." Someone retorted, "We of the Jianghu do not deal with the court's hounds." Ignoring the remark, Pei Yuan turned to Yu Qingfeng and said, "Your people need shelter from the rain, and so do mine. Let us find a solution together." Yu Qingfeng was indeed reluctant to engage with this court dog, but upon glancing back at his trembling daughter, he fell silent for a moment before asking, "What do you propose?" Pei Yuan, having made up his mind, scanned the group S, swords wrapped in cloth, and spoke deliberately to Yu Qingfeng, "You wield swords while we wield knives. It is unthinkable for us to freeze to death in the wilderness." Yu Qingfeng's expression shifted, his gaze piercing as he assessed Pei Yuan. "What do you mean?" Pei Yuan remained silent, merely locking eyes with Yu Qingfeng. The two exchanged a lingering glance, both hesitant to broach the next topic. Yet the uncontainable wildness in their eyes betrayed their restraint. Pei Yuan gently urged his horse away for a few paces, and Yu Qingfeng commanded, "Do not move," before following closely behind. After exchanging a few words, they parted ways. Upon returning to the Sanzong Qi, Pei Yuan spoke in a low voice. Let us go. Chun Tu-tai, unwilling to relent, suggested, My lord, should we not attempt to see the South Grand Sima? If that fails, we can invoke the name of Qian Huan. Pei Yuan sneered. No need for that. He then rode off into the distance, leaving San Zongqi with no choice but to follow closely behind. The dark figures of the Huashan sect also seemed to concede, slowly turning their horses back along the path they had come. Once the light from the post station had completely vanished, Pei Yuan finally halted his horse, and, amidst the icy raindrops, began to remove his clothing. My lord! San Zongqi exclaimed in shock, unsure of Pei Yuan's sudden madness. The cotton garments on Pei Yuan were heavy and soaked with rain, so he stripped them off and changed into a thin, worn outfit from his bundle. He then unwrapped the Bajou knife he had obtained from Lu Qi, layer by layer. Cheng Leixiong and Chun Tu-tai had already begun to suspect Pei Yuan's intentions. Their throats felt dry, yet they dismounted without hesitation to change clothes. Song, Chun and I, her eyelashes beginning to freeze, shivered as she attempted to dismount. Pei Yuan glanced at her and said, You need not. Continuing with the arrangements. Chun Tai-tu and I will set out shortly, while Cheng Leixiong and Song Chunyang, you two remain outside to provide support as needed. Pei Yuan's gaze fell upon the three individuals. Should our endeavor succeed, you will forget this evening's events. If we fail, we shall flee together into the unknown. Song Chunyang understood the gravity of the situation. Without fear, she gritted her teeth and declared, I shall join as well. A desperate gamble is preferable to freezing to death here. Pei Yuan cast her a stern glance. A shiver ran through Song Chunyang, and she refrained from insisting further. After Pei Yuan and Chun Tai-tu changed their attire, they wrapped a piece of cloth around their heads, leaving only their eyes visible. Pei Yuan wielded the Bajou knife, while Chun Tai-tu had only the Sichuan knife at his disposal. Both mounted their horses and raced towards the direction of the post station. As they approached, 4 or 5 figures emerged from the dim rain to converge with them. Pei Yuan, unfamiliar with the ways of the Jianghu, inquired of the group, Whose name shall we invoke? The figure clad in black, Yu Qingfeng, replied in a low voice, The White Lotus Sect. Pei Yuan cared little for the identity. It was merely a name. He warned his companions from the Huashan sect. There is an individual within, the Minister of War Wang Chong from Nanjing. If possible, do not kill him, for that would unleash a calamity upon us all. Yu Qingfeng, clearly aware of the situation's significance, asked, What does the Minister of War look like? Pei Yuan, possessing some gossip, replied, Wang Chong is of short stature and rather vain, often wearing a tall hat, high-soled shoes, and riding a high-lifted carriage, thus referred to as the 3 highs. He added, He is accustomed to a life of luxury and should not be difficult to identify. If I encounter him, I shall call out to you to avoid any mistakes. Yu Qingfeng responded very well. As they braved the freezing rain, their strength swiftly dwindled. Wasting no time, they brandished their weapons and charged directly towards the post station. The thunderous sound of galloping horses soon caught the attention of a post attendant, who emerged in a raincoat, lantern in hand, calling out an alarm. Swift as the wind, Yu Qingfeng lunged forward, severing the attendant's throat with a single strike. The attendant had no chance to struggle and fell into the muddy water, the lantern slipping from his grasp and extinguishing almost instantly. The commotion was soon noticed by those sheltering beneath the eaves, erupting into screams of panic. Seeing that Yu Qingfeng had drawn first blood, Pei Yuan felt a sense of relief and promptly followed suit. The disciples of the Huashan sect, as they charged, shouted loudly, The Holy White Lotus Sect is here. Kneel and surrender. Upon hearing of the White Lotus sect's rampage, those who were initially hesitant began to frantically shout and rushed toward the few remaining rooms in the post station. The occupants inside were evidently aware of the turmoil outside and attempted to peek out. When they spotted the scholars and officials attempting to burst in, it was too late to shut the doors. The rooms, originally meant for a handful of officials from Nandu, were soon crowded to capacity. One of the officials, a Longzhong from the Ministry of Revenue, who was conversing with Minister Wang Chong, exclaimed in shock and anger, What is the meaning of this? Many others shouted in a panic, The White Lotus sect is here to kill. In an instant, the previously oblivious family members of Wang Chong began to scream in terror. Wang Chong, being a high-ranking official in charge of military affairs, bellowed, What White Lotus sect? Why would they come to rob a post station instead of seizing states and raiding homes? He then demanded, Where is Chun Baihu? Bring the thief to me at once. Wang Chong had brought dozens of guards on this trip, and the post station was already staffed with a sufficient number of attendants. A handful of thieves posed no real threat. After calling out several times without a response, Wang Chong began to feel uneasy. It was then that someone mentioned, Chen Baihu has gone to find shelter from the rain, perhaps in the few rooms that caught fire. It turned out that a fire had ravaged much of the post station. Wang Chong and the other high-ranking officials had naturally prioritized changing rooms. Some had brought their female companions, and all were very decorous, fearing that any untoward gossip might arise amid the chaos. Thus, they used this as an excuse to deny entry to others seeking refuge from the rain. Even the ordinary minor officials and scholars had no opportunity to enter, let alone Chen Baihu, a mere military officer. Consequently, Chen Baihu had to lead his disgruntled subordinates to the burned-down courtyard in search of shelter. Although only a few scattered tiles provided scant protection from the rain, the charred walls offered some respite from the wind. Wang Chong had yet to locate Chen Baihu's guards when those seeking refuge under the eaves began to cry out, "They're coming to kill us." Just then, the already damaged gate of the post station was violently thrust open, and a masked figure clad in black, riding a magnificent steed, charged directly into the courtyard. Wang Chong was struck with terror and shouted, "Stop him!" Many attendants, alarmed by the earlier chaos, had gathered. Upon hearing their superior's cries, they steeled themselves and raised their spears to confront the intruder. The first to enter the courtyard, Yu Qingfeng, brandished his sword. A flash of cold light slicing through the rain, swiftly dispatching the attendants. Some, quick to react, abandoned their weapons and fled in panic. Others, emboldened by their numbers, found themselves swiftly disarmed, their blood staining the rain-soaked ground red. The cacophony of wails grew deafening. This commotion soon alerted Chen Baihu, who had been sheltering deeper in the courtyard. He grabbed a knife and hurriedly led a dozen men toward the moon gate. Pei Yuan and the others burst into the front courtyard of the post station. Pei Yuan understood that creating chaos was paramount, and they needed to break through. He called out to Yu Qingfeng, "Divide into two groups to block them. Let us slay a few to establish the reputation of our holy sect." Yu Qingfeng waved his hand, and immediately two skilled disciples moved to intercept. Observing the rooms packed with people, Pei Yuan decided to charge directly into the fray. The massive horse, weighing 500 or 600 jin, was driven forcefully into the overcrowded room. To avoid drawing attention, Pei Yuan stormed into the building and began to slash wildly with his Bazhou knife. Each swing resulted in sprays of blood. Those hiding in the room, witnessing the audacity of the White Lotus sect's villains, shrieked and struggled to escape through doors and windows. Pei Yuan, observing their frantic attempts to flee, feared they might topple the now uncontrollable horse. He could only feign ferocity, slashing wildly while attempting to gallop out of the room. Fortunately, Chen Taitu had been keeping a watchful eye on Pei Yuan's movements, promptly abandoning his pursuit to assist Pei Yuan's escape. Upon entering the courtyard of the post station, Pei Yuan saw Yu Qingfeng and the Huashan disciples engaged in a widespread massacre. Those who had been hiding in various rooms began to scatter chaotically, fleeing for their lives. Pei Yuan noticed some were even making their way toward Wang Chong. He quickly shouted a warning. The one seated in the center is Wang Chong. Yu Qingfeng, having lost himself in the frenzy, only then noticed Wang Chong in the distance. Wang Chong, nearly paralyzed with fear, was barely able to move, but fortunately, he had a few loyal servants who, upon realizing his identity was exposed, quickly lifted him and made their escape. Pei Yuan noticed that a disciple from Huashan was blocking the escape route of Wang Chong. In a moment of urgency, he cried out, "The one wearing the tall hat is Wang Chong." The Huashan disciple understood and immediately began to create a diversion. Unbeknownst to Wang Chong, who clung to his loyal servant Esbak, he summoned an unexpected courage and clumsily removed his tall crown. Pei Yuan estimated the panic he had created was sufficient and signaled Yu Qingfeng to retreat. However, upon turning around, he saw that the two Huashan disciples, who were engaged in a chaotic battle with Chen Baihu's men, had skillfully knocked Chen Baihu's long knife away. By sheer misfortune, the knife landed with a thud into the back of the loyal servant carrying Wang Chong. The servant spat out blood and collapsed to the ground, causing Wang Chong to tumble into the muddy water in a disoriented state. Pei Yuan, realizing the dire consequences of Wang Chong as potential death, grew anxious. He struck down a scholar-like figure in his path and sternly reminded the Huashan disciples, The one in high boots is Wang Chong. Don't get it wrong. Before the Huashan disciples could respond, they saw the trembling Wang Chong struggling to remove his boots from mud. Pei Yuan was infuriated to the point of choking back blood. Damn it! I have worked hard to save your worthless life, and you are sabotaging me. In a fit of rage, he charged his horse towards Wang Chong, the southern Grand Marshal of the Ming Dynasty, faced with the approaching hoofbeats of Pei Yuan, disregarded his dignity and rolled on the ground. Pei Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction, finally releasing the pent-up frustration. He dared not truly harm anyone, seeing that the panic had reached a critical point. He called out to Yu Qingfeng and rode away. Yu Qingfeng, capable of leading a significant sect in the martial world, was no stranger to ruthless actions and was adept at instilling fear through slaughter. Having agreed beforehand that Pei Yuan would take charge, he calmly whispered a few commands, prompting the Huashan disciples to abandon their opponents and begin their withdrawal. Pei Yuan rode out of the post station, deliberately waiting for a moment in the cold rain for Yu Qingfeng to catch up. Yu Qingfeng approached, sword in hand. Pei Yuan tightened the prayer cloth bag attached to his saddle, feeling a surge of confidence. As Yu Qingfeng drew near, he spoke. I hope the Huashan sect will forget today's events. Yu Qingfeng remained silent, his gaze steady upon Pei Yuan. There are 2 disciples in my sect who are spies. I will deal with them shortly. What about your side? Pei Yuan replied, rest assured. Should anything happen to my people, it will result in complete destruction. Yu Qingfeng nodded slightly and then inquired, I still do not know your name, sir. Pei Yuan smiled at Yu Qingfeng and said, no rush. We shall meet again soon. As he spoke, he pulled a corner of the prayer cloth from the bag and jokingly warned, don't act recklessly. It would be unwise. Yu Qingfeng's calm gaze flickered briefly at the blood-stained prayer cloth before returning to Pei Yuan's face. At that moment, the cloth suddenly twitched as if alive, attempting to crawl up Pei Yuan's hand. Yu Qingfeng was startled, instinctively pulling his horse back a few steps. Once he steadied himself, he spoke cautiously. So it is a servant of that demon. Yet, do not underestimate the righteous men of the world. With that, Yu Qingfeng rode away. Pei Yuan felt a hint of dissatisfaction. What demon? Han Qianhu was quite charming, indeed. When he reunited with Chen Tutai and the other 2, Pei Yuan wasted no time and quickly changed back into his original attire. Afterward, he suddenly recalled something and asked Chen Tutai, by the way, what about the postmaster and the post attendant? Chen Tutai replied, they have both been killed. You need not worry. I'm good at recognizing people. Pei Yuan nodded. Both had seen them before, and their deaths amidst the chaos would serve as a useful cover. Although Pei Yuan did not expect this to be executed flawlessly, he hoped that the bloodshed would convey to the Minister of War the value of respect and compromise. If Wang Chong continued to force them into a corner, Pei Yuan, with no way out, would charge towards him again. As Pei Yuan and Chen Tutai donned their new attire in the cold rain, Pei Yuan felt a significant depletion of his physical state, triggering alarms within him. The most notable symptom was the heat radiating from his body as it fought to recover. He touched his feverish forehead in the cold rain, realizing he could not afford to delay any longer, and urged, let us go. The 4 men on their horses splashed through the puddles and mud, heading back towards the post station. Compared to their previous disarray, they appeared even more ragged this time, yet their momentum was entirely different. The 4 riders seemed poised to trample everything in their path, upon bursting through the rain to find chaos outside the post station. Those within, who were relieved to have survived, were suddenly struck with fear as they realized the riders had returned. Many among the crowd, disregarding the cold rain, fled into the wilderness. Sheng Leixiang stepped forward and shouted, we are members of the Jinyiwei. What has happened here? Perhaps hearing the words Jinyiwei calmed their racing hearts, as those who had previously regarded the Imperial Guards with disdain suddenly wept for joy, saying, the Jinyiwei has arrived. We are finally saved. The 4 did not linger. After announcing their presence, they charged towards the post station. Perhaps the scene was too reminiscent of a previous encounter, even though the onlookers knew they were Imperial soldiers. Those sheltering under the eaves were still terrified and scrambled to avoid their path. Pei Yuan and the others reached the eaves and dismounted together. Sheng Leixiang then shouted, where's the post attendant? Come here to verify our documents. Pei Yuan let Sheng Leixiang handle the interactions while he silently observed the movements of those nearby. Suddenly, he noticed a young scholar-like figure staring intently at his horse. The young man's expression darkened as he quickly glanced at Song Chuanyang. Seeing Pei Yuan look at her, Song Chunyang immediately followed his gaze to the young scholar and quickly understood. Pei Yuan whispered, "Take the horse to the stable." After all, these 4 horses were nearly worn out. Once taken to the stable, by tomorrow, when the crowd dispersed, they would have no idea which post station the horses would end up at. Song Chunyang led the horse away. Upon hearing that the Jinyiwei had arrived, those in the post station finally dared to emerge and inquire. Cheng Leixiang stated, "We came looking for accommodation, but the post attendant said there was no vacancy. The Southern Grand Marshal sent us to look elsewhere. However, the rain is too heavy, so we had to return and consult with the Southern Grand Marshal again." Upon hearing the mention of the Southern Grand Marshal, Chen Baihu hurried inside to report. Wang Chong, having rolled in mud during the chase, was changing his clothes and wiping his face inside when he suddenly felt a jolt of fear at the news that the Jinyiwei had returned. Peering through the door crack, he looked out into the rain and darkness towards the courtyard gate, suddenly sensing an inexplicable dread from one of the indistinct figures. His heart trembled. At that moment, Chen Baihu approached and said, "Grand Marshal, the Jinyiwei that was previously driven away has returned. Should we keep them? If those White Lotus sect villains come again, we could use them." Yet, Wang Chang's heart was as clear as day. If those several members of the Jinyiwei were to be driven away, the followers of the Bai Lian Jiao would undoubtedly return. Wang Chong felt a mixture of humiliation, anger, and fear within. He opened his mouth several times but could not utter a word. When Chen Baihu inquired again, he forced himself to speak. "Let them come in." Chen Baihu, upon hearing this, did not think much of it and felt rather delighted. With these few members of the Jinyiwei, he felt significantly more secure. The notorious reputation of the Jinyiwei was far superior to that of their own soldiers. Eager to curry favor with Wang Chong, Chen Baihu proactively asked, "How should I arrange for them? Should I have them stand guard outside for you, my lord? This way, you can have a good night's rest." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong could hardly suppress his rage and wished to drag Chen Baihu in for a beating. He quickly suppressed his anger and replied, "No need for that. Let them go wherever they please, but do not neglect them." Chen Baihu did not understand why this Nandesai Ma had suddenly become so reasonable. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the sound of a large group of galloping horses trampling through the mud outside the post station. Startled, he forgot to consult Wang Chong and hurriedly grasped the dagger at his waist, rushing to the entrance of the post station. The people who had gradually gathered under the eaves to escape the rain due to the arrival of the Jinyiwei began to flee in all directions once more. At that moment, they heard Yu Qingfeng's deep voice resound again. "You has exhausted all means and still seeks the court's mercy." Chen Baihu dared not take matters into his own hands. This post station was meant to serve court officials, their families, and scholars, and there was no reason to accommodate people from the Jianghu. He hurried back to consult with Nandesai Ma, only to hear Wang Chong sigh. "They're all subjects of the Ming. How could I allow them to freeze to death in the wilderness? Let them come in." Chen Baihu made a decision and called out to those outside, "The Desai Ma has shown mercy. You may come in to escape the rain. But do remember your lowly status, and do not overstep your bounds and offend the esteemed guests." After a pause, they heard Yu Qingfeng respond leisurely, "Then I thank the Desai Ma for your kindness." Following this, a cacophony of hoofbeats erupted as people crowded under the eaves to dismount. The eaves, which had been packed to capacity, now had some space due to those who had been slain by the masked assailants and others who had fled into the wilderness. Some had just taken refuge in the officials' quarters and were reluctant to come out. Pei Yuan wiped the rainwater from his face, his gaze falling on the neatly arranged corpses in the courtyard. His expression changed abruptly as he turned to Chen Baihu, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" Chen Baihu, still trembling with fear, explained, "Previously, many demons from a Bai Lian Jiao came to cause chaos, killing several officials and even some scholars and their families." Fury surged across Pei Yuan's face as he exclaimed, "Bai Lian Jiao? That falls within our jurisdiction." He then fixed his gaze on Chen Baihu and said, "I will take this case and will report to the Jinyiwei in Nanjing. Go find a room for me, prepare paper and ink. I need to record his statement immediately." As he spoke, he gestured to Cheng Leixiang, who promptly tossed his badge to Chen Baihu. Chen Baihu, bewildered, caught the badge and saw the name of the Zhenxie Qianhu Suo inscribed upon it. Although he was unaware of what department this was, the words Zhenxie resonated strongly in connection with the Bai Lian Jiao. However, feeling his lowly status, he dared not accept this responsibility and cautiously asked, "It is so late and still raining. Should we not wait until dawn?" Chen Leixiong stepped forward, snatched back his badge, and coldly replied, "So you are willing to take on the responsibility for this matter?" Chen Baihu was taken aback. "I dare not. Please allow me to report back to Nan Daisima first." Pei Yuan, not wishing to press him further, watched as Chen Baihu hurried to the small room where Wang Chong was waiting. He had the presence of mind to glance back at Chen Leixiong, who appeared flustered and yet finally ready to confront the situation. At that moment, Song Chuanyang returned first. She nodded at Pei Yuan, neatly coiling a thin rope and tucking it into her sleeve. Pei Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was not concerned about the perceptive and clever individuals. However, those who lacked awareness must be transformed into corpses. Chen Baihu rushed back through the rain, inquiring which member of the Jinyiwei was in charge. Pei Yuan, unflinching, stepped forward, stating, "I am Pei Yuan, Qianhu of the Nanjing Jinyiwei. These few are my men." Concealing their identities was futile unless they were to depart in the rain immediately. Otherwise, their identities could not be hidden. Being evasive would only provide others with leverage against them. Chen Baihu addressed Pei Yuan, saying, "The Daisima wishes to speak with you privately." Pei Yuan frowned slightly, but could not refuse. He approached the door of Wang Chong and respectfully said, "Qianhu Pei Yuan, at your service, Daisima." Wang Chong sighed and slowly remarked, "Ah, it is you, Qianhu Pei." After a moment, he continued, "I called you here because I suddenly came to understand something that another had told me and wished to share it with you." Pei Yuan was perplexed, uncertain of Wang Chang's intent. He then heard Wang Chong say, "A few days ago, I spoke with Wang Hua of the Ministry of Personnel in Nanjing about the civil disorder in Bazhou. I told Wang Hua that Lu Lu and Lu Qi, those ruffians, only care for bloodshed and have incited chaos, leaving the situation in Hebei utterly dire. The common people have fewer prospects for survival than before. I intended to petition the court to strike against the powerful and to apprehend those from the Jianghu." Pei Yuan remained silent, awaiting Wang Chang's next words. Wang Chong continued from behind the door. Wang Hua expressed a differing viewpoint on the matter. "He told me that the subjects of a Ming are the most obedient. Even an ordinary low-ranking official can instill fear in them, rendering them unable to voice their anger. There are even sayings of the impoverishing county magistrate and the exterminating prefect. These magistrates and prefects show no compassion for the common people. Their only fear lies with their superiors, who control their fates. Yet Wang Hua, this superior, worries daily about the rioters galloping in, fearing that he may be dragged down and unable to enjoy the riches of this world. Wang Hua told me that he despises those who turn obedient subjects into rioters. Previously, I found it difficult to grasp his meaning, but today I understand Wang Hua's intent." Wang Chong sighed softly. One must leave a path for others to live. It was precisely due to his arrogance, disdain, and lack of compassion that the originally compliant Jinyiwei seeking shelter turned into the violent mob trampling over him. Reflecting on Wang Hua's words today, Wang Chong found them particularly resonant. Do those impoverishing magistrates and exterminating prefects ever ponder what they are truly doing? Pei Yuan discerned Wang Chang's meaning, but found it hard to believe, urgently saying, "I do not comprehend." Wang Chong fell silent. "Do not feign ignorance. If you do not understand, it places me in danger." He evidently feared that Pei Yuan might misinterpret his meaning and incite further wrath, hastily adding, "Let today's events be a lesson that I have taken to heart." Upon hearing Wang Chang's revelation, Pei Yuan felt a tremor within and quickly bowed, expressing, "I'm deeply moved." As Pei Yuan bowed in reverence, a notification popped up. "Human debt, 1-1 in Nanjing. The Minister of War, Wang Chong, resolved to grant you a personal favor and sever this entanglement. The demand for repayment of the debt of gratitude. He no longer wishes to see you. Deadline for the task. A minimum of 365 days. The moment you appear before him, the time will be refreshed." Pei Yuan was taken aback. It was astonishing that a debt of gratitude had been incurred. Subsequently, a surge of joy filled his heart. Could it be that Wang Chong, having been recently provoked, feared pushing these desperate individuals to the brink and had decided to let this matter go? Regardless of whether Wang Chong sought to spare the righteous from immediate loss, or whether he had resolved to settle accounts later, for Pei Yuan, it signified a temporary reprieve from imminent peril. Yet, one's fate must still be grasped in one's own hands. After meeting with Wang Chong, Pei Yuan turned expressionlessly, disregarding Chen Baihu's attempts to intervene, and directly drew his blade to clear a room. The officials and scholars sheltering within from the rain having just endured a brutal assault from a band of marauders, were utterly frightened and dispirited. Upon seeing Pei Yuan enter with a sword, they scattered in disarray. After clearing the room, Pei Yuan instructed Chen Tutai to gather materials for a fire and check if the stove was still operational. If it was drenched in rain, they would set up a pot here to brew some hot soup. He intended to seek out Cheng Leixiang, but noticed him awkwardly trailing behind Yu Qingfeng. Previously, the two groups had arrived at the relay station from different entrances. When Pei Yuan approached Yu Qingfeng for negotiations, he rode alone. During the ambush at the relay station, fearing complications, Pei Yuan opted to ally with Chen Tutai. The cover of night and rain prevented any face-to-face encounters. Cheng Leixiang was aware of Yu Qingfeng's presence and had mentally prepared himself, yet upon meeting, he still felt a twinge of unease. Yu Qingfeng disregarded Cheng Leixiang's intentions, merely stating that Cheng Xiaoxia was now an official and ought not to complicate matters with those of the Jianghu. The souls of the 13 heroes of Huai were still awaiting their father's offerings. The conversation shifted to Cheng Jihu, leaving Cheng Leixiang unsure how to respond. The many disciples of the Huashan sect wore expressions of discomfort. Some dared not acknowledge Cheng Leixiang, while others quietly called him Shixiao. Cheng Leixiang, feeling complicated emotions, softly addressed him as Shixiao. Cheng Leixiang mumbled a response, striving to appear nonchalant and worldly, yet felt his efforts were in vain. Yu Qingfeng paid no further heed to Cheng Leixiang and, along with his disciples, unceremoniously cleared another room. The deed was done. What reverence could remain? The once arrogant Shen Baihu, who had urged Yu Qingfeng to recognize his own inferiority, seemed to finally grasp the gravity of the situation. Observing the Jinyiwei in silence, he could only ignore the desperate gazes of the officials and scholars. Pei Yuan felt a surge of irritation. He barked at Cheng Leixiang to come over at once and cease making a fool of himself. Cheng Leixiang finally had an excuse to escape further embarrassment before Yu Chengying and hurried over to Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan understood that he and his few subordinates were in dire straits. At this moment, everyone was relying on sheer willpower to persevere. He himself was already beginning to feel a foggy sensation in his head. If he were to succumb to fever and delirium by the time he regained consciousness, many matters would likely be too late to rectify. Pei Yuan instructed Cheng Leixiang to search the rooms for paper and ink, subsequently setting up a table in the room to begin documenting the misdeeds of the Bailing sect. Song Chunyang assisted Chen Tutai in destroying some furniture, igniting a fire within the room. A frame was constructed, suspending an iron pot above it. As the room grew warmer, Song Chunyang, closest to the flames, found herself shivering. Pei Yuan recognized that this was no time for kindness. He tossed everyone's belongings to her and commanded, "You, help us dry some clothes to change into." Song Chunyang understood that if they remained clad in wet garments, they would undoubtedly fall ill afterward. Thus, she persevered resolutely by the fire to dry the clothing. While Song Chunyang rummaged through her belongings, Pei Yuan spotted that the painting of beautiful women by Tang Bohu had been ruined by the rain, causing his heart to ache as if it were being sliced. That was worth 100 taels. His head was already growing heavy, and his mood worsened. He slammed the table in frustration, declaring that everyone must provide statements. Not one could be omitted. Cheng Leixiang, go summon more people. Cheng Leixiang exited and quickly ushered in some officials and scholars. Chen Tutai searched the kitchen for rice and began cooking in the pot, while assisting Cheng Leixiang in maintaining order. The first to enter was Yang Wei, the physician from the Nanjing Ministry of Works. Pei Yuan strained to inquire of the official. As a court official, you ought to fully cooperate with our Jinyiwei's investigation. The Bailing bandits wreaked havoc and caused numerous casualties. Do you have any leads to share? Yang Wei pondered briefly before shaking his head, stating, I had just fallen asleep when I was awakened by the commotion, only to see those Bailing bandits storming into the relay station. I was in no position to retaliate. How could I dare to approach? Pei Yuan frowned, asking pointedly, You have no clues whatsoever? Yang Wei thought long and hard before shaking his head again. They all wore masks, making it impossible to discern any features. Pei Yuan sighed in relief, recorded Yang Wei's statement, and instructed him to sign. After he had signed, Pei Yuan warned him, Should I find out later that you have concealed anything, I shall treat you as a conspirator of the Bailing bandits and let you experience the taste of the imperial prison. Yang Wei hurriedly assured him, I only know this. There is absolutely no concealment. Once Yang Wei exited, Cheng Leixiang summoned others to enter. Pei Yuan continued to press the newcomers for any leads, urging them to describe the characteristics of the bailing bandits. Many scholars, having grown up immersed in books, had little worldly experience, with fear and trepidation. And under the cloak of darkness and cold rain, they scarcely had the presence of mind to observe the features of the bailing bandits. After questioning them, Pei Yuan had them sign their statements. One scholar from Jiangxi, after finishing his account, inadvertently glanced at the drying garments and suddenly recognized two pieces that appeared strikingly familiar. Pei Yuan immediately cast a stern gaze at Song Chuanyang. The already dazed Song Chuanyang jolted back to her senses and hurriedly concealed the two garments. Pei Yuan, expressionless, glanced at the scholar and lowered his head to read the previously recorded details. "You are Ouyang Bijin, from Anfu County, Zhejiang Prefecture?" The scholar, being exceptionally astute, suddenly realized the implications. The very military officer currently interrogating them was undoubtedly among those bailing bandits who had just barged in and committed murder. This group was not only brazenly committing acts of violence, but had also returned to meticulously sort through the survivors, searching for any inconsistencies. In a bid to prevent future complications, they even had the survivors provide statements and sign them. Thus, should anyone later recall something amiss and wish to retract their statements, they could rely on today's records to accuse that individual of inconsistency and ulterior motives. Such audacity, such meticulous planning. As for any leads, the scholar, now gazing into the fierce eyes of Cheng Leixiang, felt his legs weaken uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground. Pei Yuan picked up the brush, intending to erase the previous line. Without lifting his head, he commanded Cheng Leixiang, assist him outside. The scholar, being inherently timid, felt as though struck by lightning at these words. He hastily crawled forward, wailing, "I have not yet affixed my seal. I shall not leave. What is this nonsense?" Pei Yuan coldly gazed at the scholar, clinging to his thigh in tears, questioning what seal. The scholar, trembling with fear, boldly replied, "My lord, whatever you require me to seal, I shall comply." Pei Yuan glanced at the characters for Jiangxi Jian Prefecture. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "How old are you this year?" Ouyang Bijin quickly responded, "I'm 20 years old." Pei Yuan acknowledged with a sound, casually remarking, "At 20, to have attained the status of scholar in Jian Prefecture, your knowledge must be quite commendable." Ouyang Bijin fervently asserted his worth. "I'm the top candidate of the county." Pei Yuan's interest was instantly piqued. In the era of the Ming dynasty, a top candidate from Jiangxi Jian Prefecture signified a promising future as a jinshi. What is a jinshi? A jinshi is one who, regardless of Pei Yuan's rise to power, could only stand by and listen as they converse with the emperor. Pei Yuan had previously expended considerable effort in forming an alliance with the jinshi Sun Keting. Yet even Sun Keting, a man of fallen status, regarded Pei Yuan as inconsequential. Were it not for Pei Yuan leveraging Gu Daiyong's influence, Sun Keting would likely have never considered collaborating with him. Now, a promising jinshi candidate stood before him, appearing quite easy to manipulate. How could Pei Yuan not be moved? Ouyang Bijin, under the fierce gaze of Pei Yuan, felt his inner terror magnified to its peak. Pei Yuan reached out, pulling Ouyang Bijin up and placing the brush in his hand, stating, "You are an astute individual and know what I require. The ensuing matters shall be in your hands." Ouyang Bijin regarded the brush as if it were a venomous snake, recoiling in fear. Shortly after, he heard the faint sound of blades being drawn from their sheaths behind him. Terrified, he exclaimed, "I will write. I will write." Witnessing Ouyang Bijin tremble as he accepted the brush, Pei Yuan guided him to a chair and stood by, observing. Ouyang Bijin stared at the paper and brush, dazed for a while, before gritting his teeth and beginning to write, first completing his confession and then affixing his seal. Pei Yuan gestured, and Cheng Leixiang exited to bring in another survivor. Just then, the rice in the pot was ready, and Chun Tutai filled a large bowl, placing on the table beside Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan cradled the steaming bowl, gradually sipping while listening to Ouyang Bijin's inquiries. Indeed, Ouyang Bijin proved to be an intelligent individual capable of achieving the rank of top candidate. Once he grasped the illicit activities of the group, his questions directed at the survivors struck at the heart of the matter. Perhaps due to his own entanglement, he was determined to solidify today's events as an indisputable case to avoid future repercussions. As he questioned, He not only diligently probed the circumstances of the survivors, but also subtly employed language to cloud their memories. Pei Yuan observed for a while, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. It seemed that a brief moment of drowsiness led him into a deep slumber. After a long while, he felt someone nudging him. Startled, he instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist, only to hear a quivering voice say, "My lord, it is I, Ouyang Bijin." Pei Yuan gradually regained his senses, still feeling dazed, nauseous, and with a feverish forehead. His clothes, however, were dry, seemingly changed while he slept. He pushed himself up from the wooden board. Looking around, he saw a large bonfire nearby, with Cheng Lei Xiang, Chun Tu Tai, and Song Chun and I either leaning or resting nearby. Pei Yuan felt a tinge of apprehension, but held no intention of reproaching the three. They had all expended tremendous energy throughout the night, and their physical states had significantly declined. It was not merely willpower that could sustain them. Pei Yuan shifted his gaze to find Ouyang Bijin watching him anxiously. Still somewhat disoriented, Pei Yuan asked, "What is the matter?" Ouyang Bijin cautiously handed a stack of papers to Pei Yuan, reporting, "My lord, I have completed the records. The problematic ones are noted on the last page." Pei Yuan paused, recalling the earlier events. He accepted the stack of testimonies, squeezed its thickness, and casually flipped through the pages marked with fingerprints, surprised to ask, "What time is it now?" Ouyang Bijin estimated, replying ingratiatingly, "It should be around the hour of the tiger." Pei Yuan calculated silently, realizing that this individual had worked diligently from around 9 last night until 4 or 5 this morning, all without supervision. Moreover, he had crafted the testimonies Pei Yuan desired while identifying the problematic survivors. He stared at Ouyang Bijin, astonished. What is this madness? Ouyang Bijin, feeling Pei Yuan's intense gaze upon him in silence, grew apprehensive. "My lord?" Pei Yuan handed the stack of papers back to Ouyang Bijin, stating there are still flaws. Ouyang Bijin trembled as he accepted them. "I do not understand." Pei Yuan patted his shoulder. "You have done well. Come with me. I wish to impart a lesson." As he spoke, he attempted to rise. His body swayed, and he struggled to stabilize himself. Ouyang Bijin hurriedly came to support him, and Pei Yuan remarked, "The lesson is this. First, do not act recklessly." Pei Yuan pushed open the door, and outside, the cold rain had ceased, revealing a few twinkling stars in the sky. However, though the rain had stopped, the fresh, damp chill was increasingly intrusive. Pei Yuan turned back, his gaze sharp as a blade. Second, do not rest. Ouyang Bijin instantly grasped Pei Yuan's intention, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Beneath the eaves of the few remaining rooms at the post station, many individuals were huddled together in slumber. Pei Yuan stepped out, startling several awake. Ignoring them, he led Ouyang Bijin to the door of Wang Chong, the Minister of War in Nanjing, and knocked. After a considerable wait, an agitated voice from within inquired, "Who disturbs the Grand Marshal's rest?" Pei Yuan replied firmly, "Jinyiwei Pei Yuan, here to record testimonies concerning the White Lotus sect's misdeeds." Only the Grand Marshal's statement remains. The individual inside, upon hearing the name of the notorious Jinyiwei, became flustered and exclaimed, "The Grand Marshal is asleep. It can wait until tomorrow." Ouyang Bijin glanced at Pei Yuan, but Pei Yuan showed no intention of yielding, insisting, "Wake him." Before the person inside could respond, Pei Yuan noticed a message pop up. "Favor debt. 1 Wang Chong, Minister of War in Nanjing, has decided to sell you a favor and release you from this entanglement. The repayment request for the favor. He does not wish to see you again. Task deadline. Minimum of 9,999 days. The time will refresh when you appear before him." Ouyang Bijin emerged from the door with the documents signed by the Minister of War, his face reflecting an expression of incredulous shock. Pei Yuan clutched the stack of papers in his hand, utterly unconcerned about being overheard by the person at the door. He directly addressed Ouyang Bijin, stating, "Do you see? This is what we call irrefutable evidence." Ouyang Bijin glanced back at the Minister of War inside the door, and then at Pei Yuan, whose formidable presence left an indelible impression on him. A sudden surge of sycophantic impulse surged within him. Unconsciously, he reminded Pei Yuan, "My lord, there are a few matters on the last page that still need attention." Pei Yuan cast a look of appreciation towards Ouyang Bijin, acknowledging his perceptiveness. He returned to the room and gently roused Song Chuanyang from her slumber. She awoke in a daze, feeling feverish and lethargic. Time was of the essence, however. Among their group, Cheng Lei Xiang possessed the greatest martial prowess, yet his weapons were cumbersome and prone to causing noise. For executing the delicate task at hand, it was Song Chuanyang's nimbleness that would be indispensable. With the rain having ceased, it was imperative to act swiftly, for once dawn broke, the individuals here might scatter, and it would be too late. Pei Yuan succinctly briefed Song Chuanyang and then turned his gaze to Ouyang Bijin, commanding, "Assist her in identifying the individuals and resolve the issues." Ouyang Bijin shivered at the unexpected depth of involvement Pei Yuan demanded of him. Having merely succumbed to a moment of sycophancy, regret and frustration welled up within him. Yet Pei Yuan had resolutely decided to recruit him, compelling him to pledge his loyalty. "Fear not, from this day forth, you shall be under my wing. There may be no time today, but at the next examination, I will spare no effort to ensure your success in becoming a Jinshi and stepping into the court. Follow my lead diligently, and your rewards shall be plentiful. Surely, you do not doubt my capabilities?" Ouyang Bijin, lacking in worldly experience, was overwhelmed by the earlier spectacle of the Minister of War being subdued, leaving him in a tumult of emotions. He questioned his own abilities, realizing that with his limited skill, he might only ever achieve the rank of a minister. Yet, what significance would that hold when faced with the insurmountable strength of Pei Yuan? Given that this group had brazenly committed murder at the post station and dared to silence witnesses, Ouyang Bijin stammered, I will follow your arrangements, my lord." Pei Yuan nodded, and Ouyang Bijin led Song Chuanyang outside, looking as though he had lost all hope. Pei Yuan relaxed slightly, leaning against the fire pit and dozing off for a while. Soon after, Song Chuanyang returned, shivering from the cold. Seeing Pei Yuan asleep by the fire, radiating warmth, she nestled against him and fell into a deep slumber. Ouyang Bijin sat outside the door for a considerable time, his pallor betraying his anxiety. Images of the corpses dragged away by Song Chuanyang, their necks bound by thin ropes, flooded his mind, and he felt an urge to weep, stifling his cries. The cold outside seeped into his bones, and in a moment of desperation, he peered through the crack in the door at the fire, pondering whether being closer to those ruthless individuals might offer him warmth. When Pei Yuan awoke again, he felt a heaviness in his head and an overwhelming fever, compounded by an intense chill. Chen Tutai and Chung Leixiang were conversing quietly by the fire, while Song Chuanyang was bundled in thick cotton armor, her flushed face peeking out. Hearing their chatter, Pei Yuan inquired of Chen Tutai, "Is it raining outside again?" Both Chen Tutai and Chung Leixiang affirmed that it seemed to be heavier than the previous night. Following this, Chen Tutai coughed violently, while Chung Leixiang appeared relatively unaffected. Pei Yuan turned his attention to Song Chuanyang, asking, "Has anything regarding last night spread?" Song Chuanyang, still dazed and unresponsive, had succumbed to her worsening illness after venturing out to complete a task. Chung Leixiang volunteered, "I asked that scholar." He ventured out for a while and reported that no one seemed to notice anything unusual. Pei Yuan nodded and asked, "Where were the bodies disposed of?" Chung Leixiang recounted that the corpses had been discarded in the courtyard, mingling with those who had perished during the day, and unless someone turned over the bodies, they would likely remain undetected. In the morning, there had been a brief respite from the rain, prompting some to hastily depart, unaware of who was missing. Pei Yuan exhaled in relief and inquired, "Were many people leaving?" Chung Leixiang shook his head. "Not many. Many fell ill and couldn't leave. If the rain continues for another day, I cannot say how many will endure." Pei Yuan felt his energy waning and closed his eyes, silently reviewing the events of the previous day. The ambush at the post station was merely a desperate struggle for survival, with little more to say. In the aftermath, Pei Yuan had diligently erased the traces of wrongdoing, accomplishing nearly everything necessary. The only blemish was offending Wang Chong, the Minister of War in Nanjing. However, Pei Yuan harbored no fear. Wang Chang's reputation had been built on careful management, and after Lu Jin's downfall mid-year, there had been fierce denunciations against Wang Chong, branding him a sycophant of Lu Jin. Everyone was implicated. Did he wish to compete in righteousness or connections? The capable ministers had faced dire consequences for their involvement in treasonous plots. Yet, the infamous eunuch Gu Gonggong still thrived. Therefore, as long as Pei Yuan secured the testimonies of all involved and solidified the events of the night into an unassailable case, the massacre at the post station would be entirely dissociated from Pei Qianhu. Moreover, Pei Qianhu had arrived at the scene within minutes of the incident, meticulously organizing the facts and compiling testimonies. Even without notable merit, he would receive commendation for diligence. As for Wang Chang's potential vendetta against Pei Yuan, that would prove exceedingly difficult. Pei Yuan, a member of the Jinyiwei, would be impervious to retaliation unless Wang Chang sought to exploit the Chuangwei. But Wang Chang, already ostracized for his association with Lu Jin, would hardly have the luxury to entangle himself further. Thus, two astute individuals, one audacious and the other timid, had succeeded in leaving the inexperienced Ouyang scholar utterly flabbergasted. With this thought, Pei Yuan inquired, "Where is Ouyang scholar?" He was particularly fond of this promising Jinshi candidate, who, though timid, possessed keen insight and a fierce edge when it came to confrontation. Cheng Leixiang called out, "Ouyang." After a moment, Ouyang Bijin entered, balancing an umbrella and hurriedly making his way inside. "I'm here." Pei Yuan questioned, "What were you doing outside in this cold?" Ouyang Bijin cautiously replied, "I want to see if anyone was gossiping." After a night of reflection, Ouyang Bijin had come to a stark realization. Especially concerning the later events of silencing witnesses, he could no longer absolve himself. He was now merely a grasshopper on the same string. Pei Yuan nonchalantly remarked, "Let the bee sit down." As he glanced at the pot over the fire, boiling rice, he added, "Come, have some hot soup." Ouyang Bijin timidly settled down. Pei Yuan recalled the promise he had made and contemplated how to ensure that Ouyang Bijin would achieve the status of a Jinshi. The end of the 6th year of the Zhengde era was already upon them, and the 7th year was fast approaching. The next examination would take place in the 9th year of Zhengde, and with more than 2 years to prepare, Pei Yuan felt a glimmer of hope. After all, given the current societal sentiments, it was not an insurmountable task to elevate a county candidate from Zhejiang, Jiangxi. The reason for this optimism could not avoid the influence of the capable statesman, Duke Lu. During his tenure, Duke Lu had incisively articulated the notion that the people of Jiangxi should not be exploited. A mere handful of words had laid bare the unspoken issues within the court structure. It could be said that Duke Lu was not merely an astute individual. He surpassed even the most perceptive. Despite his seemingly reckless demeanor, he struck at the very heart of the matter. What surprised everyone was that while many considered him to be a pillar of the Ming dynasty, eager to curry favor with him, they did not expect his audacity to initiate a cleanup of military settlements. The brief period of Lu Jin's governance had left the scholars who had aligned themselves with him in dire straits. Those branded as members of Lu Jin's eunuch faction could only bow their heads in submission, such as Minister Wang, while the policies enacted during Lu Jin's rule faced a severe backlash. Consequently, the Jiangxi natives, who had been oppressed by Lu Jin, swiftly united in protest. The people of Zhejiang, after all, were quintessential Jiangxi natives. If Pei Yuan recalled correctly, the flower of the 6th year of Zhengde hailed from the same hometown as Ouyang Bijin, both being from Anfu County in Zhejiang. Pei Yuan inquired of Ouyang Bijin if he could assist him in the imperial examination, but the provincial examination would depend solely on his own efforts. Did he possess confidence? Ouyang Bijin, upon taking a seat, attempted to rise again, though his corpulence made it somewhat strenuous. Pei Yuan, exuding an approachable demeanor, urged him to remain seated for a casual conversation. When the topic turned to scholarship, Ouyang Bijin's round face lit up with enthusiasm, revealing, "Sir, you may not be aware, but when I was born, a Taoist visited my family and predicted that I would undoubtedly achieve the rank of Jinshi. Thus, my father named me Ouyang Bijin, meaning I am destined to succeed as a Jinshi." Pei Yuan chuckled heartily, initially inclined to suggest that the Taoist was merely seeking a bit of fortune, perhaps to swindle a few taels of silver from his family. However, upon reflection, he realized that this young lad had indeed demonstrated considerable talent by attaining the position of county candidate in Zhejiang at such a tender age. Ouyang Bijin was eager to showcase his abilities further and added, "My brother-in-law says my writing has reached maturity and the upcoming examination will not be difficult. However, to succeed as a Jinshi, I must broaden my horizons and seek guidance from esteemed scholars. That is why I have come here to observe the talents of Jiangnan, hoping to make progress." Pei Yuan casually inquired, "Is your brother-in-law also a scholar?" Ouyang Bijin's face immediately glowed with admiration as he replied, "Yes, he is Yin Song, the second place in the second class of the 18th year of Hongji. He is truly remarkable in his studies." Pei Yuan fell silent for a moment before confirming, "So, you are indeed the brother-in-law of Yin Song." Ouyang Bijin nodded honestly. Pei Yuan scrutinized Ouyang Bijin closely, noting his well-rounded physique, balanced proportions, and a countenance that radiated good fortune. Initially perceiving him as a rare talent, he now regarded him with even greater admiration. Pei Yuan sighed with his hands tucked into his sleeves and instructed Chun Tai to fetch paper and ink. Chun Tai rose and retrieved the materials, placing them before Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan looked at Ouyang Bijin and said, "Let us proceed with courtesy before coercion." "Sir, what do you mean by that?" Ouyang Xiao was somewhat apprehensive, unsure of what these ruthless individuals intended. Pei Yuan clarified his intent of offering brotherhood first. Brotherhood? Ouyang Bijin was taken aback. Forming a bond with such fierce men seemed to jeopardize his future. Just as he hesitated, Chun Tai crashed to the ground, scattering the tools of punishment. Ouyang Bijin's heart raced. Could this be the so-called coercion? Naturally timid, he quickly nodded like a chick pecking at grains. All right, I would love to become your brother." Pei Yuan, calm and composed, continued, "But I have a bad habit. I like to take on the role of the elder brother." Ouyang Bijin, not daring to contest with such a formidable figure, eagerly replied, "You are the elder brother. You are the elder brother." The two then mixed dirt to form incense, swearing brotherhood in the presence of the Sanzongqi. Chun Tai and the others found the situation peculiar, yet they understood Pei Yuan's character, knowing there was surely a deeper motive at play. Once the brotherhood was established, Ouyang Bijin had yet to collect his tumultuous thoughts when Pei Yuan pointed to the paper and ink on the ground, saying, "Now, let us discuss the matter of coercion." Ouyang Bijin paused, glancing back at the instruments of punishment, feeling perplexed. Had that not just been coercion? Pei Yuan, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, looked at Ouyang Bijin and said, "To strengthen the bonds of friendship and trust between us, you will write me a recommendation letter. From now on, we shall be brothers in life and death." Ouyang Bijin felt a chill creeping up his spine. Pei Yuan continued to articulate, "You mentioned that in your youth, you encountered a Taoist who foretold your future accomplishments in promoting and supporting leaders, and thus you changed your name to Ouyang Bijin. Upon meeting me today, you sensed an extraordinary aura about me, akin to that of an emperor, and thus you wished to support my cause. Essentially, that is the gist. You may refine it as needed." Ouyang Bijin's complexion paled, as if startled by some fearsome beast, and he trembled as he retreated. "I will not write it." Pei Yuan's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Cheng Leixiang. Cheng Leixiang stepped forward, roughly pinning Ouyang Bijin to the ground, drawing a sharp blade and aiming it at his throat. Ouyang Bijin, paralyzed by fear, could only cry out in desperation, "I will not write. I will not write." The blade in Cheng Leixiang's hand plunged downward. The sharp edge grazed Ouyang Bijin's neck,